Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
151. Klee is also a lucky star plus withering storm. This world's special materials. Lisa thought for a moment, then quickly understood. You mean those monster drops you mentioned before? Ryan nodded slightly and said softly. In this world, the uses of those drops are basically fixed combinations. I'll have Ningguang and the others give you a copy of the synthesis list later. But I've always felt that since lapis lazuli can trigger elemental resonance in Teyvat, and other materials should be able to as well. It's just that there aren't any particularly skilled alchemists in Liyue. Hearing this, Lisa nodded slightly, understanding Ryan's thinking. I understand. When I leave, give me some of those materials, and I'll study them carefully. Ningguang had always understood and supported Ryan's idea. If those materials could establish any special connection with Teyvat, then Liyue's products could be further expanded. Its influence would also rise rapidly. That was something everyone would be happy to see. If it weren't for the lack of top-tier alchemists in Liyue, Ningguang and the others would have started long ago. I'll build an alchemy workshop for you in Liyue. Just let me know if you need anything. That was essentially Ningguang poaching Lisa right in front of Jean and the others. But they didn't mind. Given the current relationship between Monstat and Liyue, when one grows stronger, the other thrives as well. Lisa would still be doing research that benefited Monstat. Besides, Ryan clearly had no plans to leave, and Jean and the others might even end up stationed here permanently. As for returning to Monstat, that was simple too. The two nations were allies, so the teleport anchors were, of course, open to each other. Ordinary people couldn't use them, but Genshin users like Jean and her companions certainly could. Lisa chuckled and thanked Ningguang, then added with a relaxed tone. Could you place the alchemy workshop near Ryan's little courtyard? It's quiet here, and it'll be convenient for me to get materials from him. If I have to walk too far, this witch might start getting sleepy. Ningguang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Besides, there's another alchemy master in Monstat. Though I hate to admit it, his skills far surpass mine. If possible, he should be invited too. He would definitely be very interested. Now that Ningguang had agreed, Lisa went a step further. She was, of course, referring to Albedo. Albedo, who had lived for hundreds of years, was a disciple of gold, and his alchemy was said to be second only to gold's in all of Teyvat. Naturally, Ningguang and the others had heard of Albedo's name. After a brief pause, she said, You mean the Prince, the alchemist who wields the power of creation Albedo? Lisa nodded. That's right. But there's one issue. His teacher was the famed Kenrion sage, Gold, Reindatir. Nowadays, Albedo's alchemy bears some of that same golden brilliance. But gold as well. Lisa didn't finish the sentence, and Ningguang's gaze subtly shifted to Zhongli and Venti. Venti was fine. He was an old acquaintance of Gold's. But Zhongli clearly harbored a grudge against her. Back when Kenria was destroyed, Reindatir fell from grace and became a sinner, creating countless dark beasts. Even if that hadn't been her original intention. Still, how many Qianyan soldiers died 500 years ago? Even the Yaksha, Bosacius. If Zhongli were to encounter Reindatir now, he'd probably have no problem unleashing a full-powered planet befall on her. After a moment of silence, Zhongli sighed and closed his eyes. Ryan understood his meaning and chuckled softly. Gold is gold. Albedo is albedo. What we need now is talent. I'll talk to Morix. Not that petty. Venti rolled his eyes and complained. That's debatable. Last night when I was drinking with the old man, he kept whining to me about how you always call him a petty little dragon. Ryan raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhongli, who was glaring at Venti in irritation. Looks like I overestimated just how not petty he is. Venti and Ryan exchanged a laugh. Zhongli couldn't blow his cover here, so Venti wasn't afraid of him. At least, not here. At worst, he'd just hide out at Ryan's place afterward. But the others didn't dare laugh along. After all, those two were poking fun at the Geo Archon himself. As for Albedo, I'll leave that to you, Jean. His alchemy means a lot to us. After a while, Ryan put away his smile and nodded at Jean. She readily agreed, though she hesitated for a moment and said, I have one more request. Before her travels, Lady Alice entrusted Klee to me. I need to take care of her. Would it be alright to bring her along? Please don't worry. Though Klee is a little mischievous, with me watching her, there shouldn't be any issues. Seeing Jean glance unintentionally at Ganyu, Ryan immediately understood what she was really thinking. I've heard Klee is Mondstad's lucky star. Looks like Jean has something else in mind too. Jean nodded, a bit awkwardly. That's right, Klee has really good luck, and opening lucky blocks really depends on her luck. Really good luck. Keking perked up. After watching Ganya's luck these past few days, she was constantly amazed at how important good fortune was for lucky blocks. If they had another extremely lucky person, that'd be perfect. Yes, indeed. Jean nodded seriously and said softly. Before she left, Lady Alice told me that Klee's constellation is the Trifolium. Well then, there wasn't much more to say. A person's constellation represents the blueprint of their life. And Klee's, it was literally the lucky four-leaf clover. What more did they need to know? Strategic weapon, lucky block specialist +1. Miss Ningguang, I have a question. After some light-hearted chatter, Dailuk changed the subject and asked in a low voice. Where should we Monstadians begin building our base? This caught Ningguang and the others off guard. So far, the two explored regions were already occupied by Liyue. As for other areas, they honestly weren't very sure. They all turned to look at Ryan. He waved his hand casually and said, "That's a small matter. We've already explored the snow mountain earlier, but the desert next to it hasn't been touched yet. If you don't mind, set up your first base in the desert. The mines there are rich in resources. But honestly, compared to the mines, I think what you need more are lucky blocks. How about this either tomorrow or the day after? I'll go search for an end portal and explore the area while I'm at it." As he spoke, Ryan looked out the window and said softly, "This world is overflowing with resources. Don't worry about shortages. Even if you just start digging with a pickaxe, you'll come across tons of resource-rich caves. As for the environment, that's no issue either. Whether it's desert or ocean, you can use the blocks from this world to reshape it. If you're as motivated as Keking and carry dirt to terraform the land, within a few days you could turn a desert into a lush jungle. Location isn't the problem. What you all need to focus on now is familiarizing yourselves with the unique features of this world. And then start learning about deeper tech, like redstone technology, and so on." Hearing this, Jean and the others visibly relaxed. Venti's eyes lit up as he grinned and asked, "So that means if we want to, we could recreate Monstat and Starfell Lake." At those words, Ryan and Ningguang exchanged a knowing smile and pointed toward the back mountain. "Didn't you see what Cloud Retainer's doing? She's very enthusiastically turning the back mountain into her version of Jueyun Karst." Venti froze. After a moment, he muttered in disbelief. "You can really do that?" "Of course." Ningguang nodded seriously. Ryan said that in this world, the most important things are imagination and creativity. You shouldn't be asking what can be done but what you want to do. As long as you dare to dream it, there's a way to make it happen. Even though they had already learned a lot about the unique qualities of this world, Jean and the others still couldn't help being shocked. And yes, the desire to recreate Monstat was already growing in their minds. "Take it slow. You've only just arrived, it's not good to rush into things." Ryan stretched, then placed Nahida and Paimon on the chairs beside him. When Ningguang and the others first came in, they also spent 4 or 5 days getting familiar with everything here. Once you get a grasp on the fundamentals of this world, your work will progress quickly. Lisa immediately understood. Glancing at the still-dazed Jean and company, she sighed lightly and said, "So in this world the most important resources have always been imagination and creativity, huh? This place really is a scholar's dream come true." Ryan chuckled and nodded. "Lisa, you really are the Academia's once-in-2 centuries genius. I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. If I can help it, I'd rather not get involved with the Academia." Lisa idly ran her fingers through her hair and said with a sigh, "Getting tangled up with a faction that's caught your eye and being targeted by Liyue? Yeah, that doesn't sound like good news for me." Ryan let out an awkward laugh. "Relax, it's got nothing to do with you." After saying that, Ryan glanced at the sky. Judging from the sun, it was probably around 3 p.m. He decided it was time to get serious. He tapped the table lightly and said, "Well then, let's talk about this afternoon's plan." Wither Storm. Hu Tao, who had been sitting idly in boredom, suddenly perked up. "We're finally going to fight the Wither Storm? Seriously, I've been nagging you about this for days, and you're only now putting it on the agenda. Ryan, even if you want to be cautious, this is too cautious." Hearing her complaint, Ryan rolled his eyes. "Do you think the Wither Storm is something you can just deal with casually? That thing's an endgame level boss, on par with the Ender Dragon. If you're not fully prepared, it'll blast you into the stratosphere. You little ingrate. Complaining that I'm too slow, huh? Fine. How about you go look for lucky blocks this afternoon instead?" That shut Hu Tao up real quick. She immediately ran over with a grin, plopped down behind Ryan, and started massaging his shoulders. Ryan raised his hand, and Hu Tao leaned in playfully to let him give her a light flick on the forehead. Of course, Ryan wasn't actually mad and didn't use much strength. Well, Hu Tao's not wrong either. Taking advantage of the mood, Ryan cleared his throat and changed his tone. "We've indeed delayed the Wither Storm long enough, it's about time we deal with it today." 152. The Wither Storm is that terrifying and still needs to be killed? Basically, Hu Tao had already taken care of every monster in this world. Or in Hu Tao's professional terms, She had already held funeral services for every monster in this world, forcefully marketing coffins to them. Even though those monsters weren't intelligent, Hu Tao had a complete and well-developed coffin marketing industry chain, and the core hub of that chain was Ryan. Hu Tao handled the monsters and forcibly promoted coffins to them. Then, she would receive gold in return from Ryan. Basically, one coffin earned 1 gold nugget. Hu Tao didn't care about the Mora income, but that was Wangxing Funeral Parlor's standard policy. Ryan didn't care about gold or not either, those things had no real value to him. Looking back now, it had become an unspoken understanding between them, a sort of shared amusement. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, Hu Tao had already given coffins to almost every monster in the Minecraft world. What was left now, was the Wither Storm. In Hu Tao's words, it was the disruptor of Yin and Yang order. It was a big guy, and Hu Tao insisted that for taking down one Wither Storm, she deserved a gold block. Even though she wouldn't spend it even if she got it, and Wangxing Funeral Parlor wasn't lacking in Mora anyway. Hu Tao still really enjoyed the idea of such rules, and Ryan was happy to humor her. Ryan, do you have specific intel on the Wither Storm? Ningguang, of course, wasn't underestimating it. After all, Ryan had repeatedly said it was one of the nearly unbeatable ultimate enemies in the Minecraft world. One of the final bosses. No matter what, caution was necessary. Ryan liked Ningguang's steady, composed attitude. It matched his own style of playing it safe. The Wither Storm, in theory, could be handled easily, but if things went wrong, then it really went wrong. If you didn't manage to contain it early and let it grow unchecked once the Wither Storm reached stage 7, even Ryan would panic. Thinking of that, Ryan's expression grew serious. Seeing his demeanor shift, everyone else quieted down, waiting for Ryan's explanation. The Wither Storm is an ultimate monster that must be summoned. It has 7 evolutionary stages. The first stage is its weakest, but even then, killing it right away is extremely difficult. Because when its HP drops below 50%, it becomes immune to ranged attacks. Hearing the words, immune to ranged attacks, everyone frowned in frustration. The last one with ranged immunity was the Enderman. Back then, Ningguang and the others had just arrived in the MC world, and that had driven them nuts for quite some time. If it weren't for the boat. Wait, the boat. Keking's eyes lit up, and she asked urgently, Ryan, can we trap the Wither Storm using a boat? Ryan admired Keking's quick thinking and her knack for using the world's mechanics, but unfortunately, the Wither Storm can't be killed using any in-world tricks or features. If you want to take it down, you have to brute force it. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent. They all felt a strange chill creeping into their hearts. Technically, the Wither could be killed by suffocation, which might be an exploit they could use. But, it explodes when it spawns, and explodes again when it attacks. How could they suffocate that? Even obsidian could get absorbed. What were they supposed to do, seal it with bedrock? Ryan didn't even have bedrock right now, and even if he did, he wouldn't waste it on the Wither Storm. When the Wither Storm spawns, it causes a massive explosion. If you fail to dodge it, you can get killed instantly. After that, in stage 1, it begins absorbing surrounding blocks to form black armor. That armor has the hardness level of obsidian. And here's the bad news: except for bedrock, the Wither Storm can absorb any nearby block to form armor, including obsidian. Pausing, Ryan noticed everyone's expressions becoming increasingly distressed and couldn't help but say, relax, don't be so nervous. Hearing that, Ganyu lit up with a sliver of hope and looked at Ryan eagerly. So does that mean you really do have a way to kill the Wither Storm quickly? Ryan shook his head with a bitter smile. What I meant was that wasn't all of the Wither Storm's abilities. If you're scared already, you might not want to hear what else it can do. Everyone fell deeper into silence. When it's first summoned, its health rapidly fills to full. During this phase, it glows with a blue light and becomes invulnerable to all attacks. What's even more important to remember: since it's born, it will rampage indiscriminately, destroying everything and hunting down all life. Any creature it attacks will suffer the Wither effect, steadily draining health over time. Moreover, the health drained from you will be restored to the Wither. So the most important thing when fighting it is to avoid being hit. If you get hit, not only will you suffer massive damage instantly, but it will also continuously absorb your life force. We must also avoid letting any creatures get close to it. If the Wither kills any living beings nearby, it will absorb their vitality too. So, our best chance is to kill the Wither Storm during the first stage. Make use of every second and every opportunity to attack. Beyond that stage, the danger only escalates. And if we let the Wither Storm evolve to its 7th stage, the entire world will be devoured and destroyed by it. Hearing this, both Zhongli and Venti felt chills run down their spines. Suddenly, they weren't so keen on letting Ryan summon the Wither Storm anymore. 7th stage. Then what are the previous stages like? Ningguang asked with pursed lips, clearly concerned as she looked at Ryan. The first stage, when the Wither is born holding a command block, is its weakest. It only throws Wither skulls that explode on impact and absorbs blocks. This is also the most critical period to kill it. In the 2nd stage, the Wither develops eyes and a mouth. It can fire extremely powerful beams and absorbs blocks even faster. 3rd stage, it grows tentacles. 4th stage, it gains 3 heads and 5 tentacles. 5th stage the wither becomes incredibly large. At this point, fighting it is no longer a strategy, it's a gamble with our lives. 6th stage, it summons 2 smaller subbodies and begins coordinated team attacks. And the final 7th stage, each of its 3 main bodies has 3 heads and grows massive. At intervals, it even summons new withers. If it reaches the 7th stage, Ryan took a deep breath and sighed. We'll have no choice but to flee back to Teyvat. As for this world, even in the best case scenario, more than half of it will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Paimon trembled and immediately dove into Ryan's arms, frightened. Everyone present finally grasped the true terror of the wither storm. It might not be too strong at first, but once it evolves to the later stages, it becomes a world-ending threat. Even if Zhongli's divine powers weren't sealed, he likely couldn't defeat it. Something that terrifying. Ryan, are you really sure you want to summon it? Lisa asked, frowning deeply. Jean and the others looked equally uneasy. They had only just arrived in this world today, still trying to understand things, and now Ryan was already planning to fight a wither storm. That felt way too reckless. One wrong move and the world could be obliterated, burying them all with it. Ningguang and the others looked toward Ryan. Their initial excitement over fighting the wither had now been replaced with pure concern. Ningguang only wanted to convince him not to summon it at all, but Ryan simply shook his head. I have a reason I must summon it. Ningguang's eyes flickered, and she softly asked, is it because of the mod? Ryan didn't reply, but the others understood. If it wasn't related to the mod, he wouldn't be this serious. If we can't kill the wither, we'll never be able to summon mods, so we must kill it. And in fact, they needed to kill 10 of them. But Ryan didn't say that out loud. The wither storm was difficult to kill but not impossible. He only explained its power to alert everyone and make sure they fully prepared and listened to his instructions. Otherwise, one misstep could mean death. But once they successfully killed the first one under his guidance, they'd get used to it. The remaining 9 would be much easier. What's a mod? Jean looked curiously at Ningguang. The latter seemed preoccupied and only said, it's the most magical and mysterious thing in Ryan's world, something capable of overturning everything. More important than even what you've seen her eyes, even more than the totem of undying. As for the rest, they could talk about it after dealing with the wither. Even without the mods, the wither is something we must deal with. It drops the nether star. Nether star? Yet another unfamiliar term. Everyone looked to Ryan curiously. He explained in a calm voice. The nether star is used to craft beacons. And a beacon, when placed on a proper block base, activates wide area buff effects. These effects are continuous. They enhance movement speed, increase mining efficiency, reduce incoming damage, boost jump height, improve melee damage. It's basically a central power source. Any allies within its range will receive buffs. Think about it. Even if we ignore this world, what if we brought a beacon to Teyvat? Diluc's expression lit up, fists clenched with excitement. This would let us build a base that completely outclasses the enemy. Our forces would be enhanced in every aspect. This is a strategic treasure. If a beacon protected a nation, that place would be nearly indestructible. Clearly, Ningguang and the others had already imagined placing a beacon in Liyue harbor. All of the millilith in the area would gain effects comparable to high-level alchemy potions. Also, since it's crafted from obsidian, the beacon is extremely durable and hard to destroy. Though beacons are immobile, rules are rigid but people are flexible. If I mounted a beacon on the Jade Chamber and flew it into battle. Ryan chuckled, watching the growing brightness in everyone's eyes, and added with deeper meaning, just imagine, if during the Archon War, or 500 years ago during the cataclysm of the Dark Beasts, if the Jade Chamber had flown in with the beacon's buffs to support the front lines, what do you think would have happened? Before Ryan could finish, Zhongli let out a long, sorrowful sigh. The Immortals, and the Millilith. So many lives might never have been lost. 153, the foundation of the beacon? Worth the risk. This is a true large-scale battlefield treasure, unlike alchemy potions which only offer temporary buffs. With the beacon paired with the Jade Chamber, the whole of Liyue will receive unprecedented enhancements. Our soldiers will all become powerful warriors capable of fighting 100 enemies on their own. Keqing pumped her fist with excitement, already envisioning the scene of Liyue clashing head-on with Celestia. Their enemies arrive in full force only for the Jade Chamber to mobilize. Below, countless Millilith are instantly empowered to the level of vision holders. Above, the strengthened Geo-Archon and the Adepti descend upon the battlefield. From the very beginning, Celestia would stand no chance. The beacon, a true treasure capable of shifting the tides in large-scale warfare. Jean and the others looked on at Ningguang and her group with a bit of envy. After all, the Jade Chamber could move the beacon around, while Monstat had no such thing. Noticing Jean's hopeful gaze, Ningguang gave a gentle smile and nodded slightly. It's merely a matter of floating stones. With the alliance between us, we will support you. After all, Monstat would be an important ally for Liyue in resisting Celestia. As for why Celestia was always treated as a hypothetical enemy. Because once they find out what Liyue is doing, they'll surely restart what they did to Kenria back then. That goes without saying. Though they had confidence that Ryan's power could wipe out Celestia with a single punch, matters of Liyue should still be handled by Liyue itself. There's no reason to believe that after developing this far, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Celestia. We'll purchase floating stones from Liyue at market price, but to build a flying fortress like the Jade Chamber, we'll need Miss Ningguang to send people to help guide the construction. Diluc let out a breath of relief and nodded toward Ningguang. Everyone's mood noticeably relaxed. For the sake of the mod, and for the beacon wither is worth the risk. Ningguang looked seriously at Ryan and said softly, "Ryan, go ahead and make the arrangements. What are the main things we need to pay attention to?" Seeing this, Ryan chuckled softly, feeling a bit emotional inside. At the end of the day, no matter how powerful the enemy, they were not unbeatable. The key was what could be gained by defeating them. At first, Endermen were immune to ranged attacks and could teleport. Everyone thought it was best to avoid them altogether. Then, when they heard that Ender Pearls could be used for teleportation, Ningguang and the others immediately insisted on hunting Endermen. Now Wither was the same. Killing a Wither was extremely difficult and could come at a great cost, but in return, whether it was the mod unlocked from defeating it, or the beacon it dropped, it was absolutely worth the price. The reward was too great a gamble well worth making. If they succeeded, the beacon could instantly boost their nation's overall power by several tiers. Why wouldn't they fight for it? "Do you need me to mobilize the Millilith?" Keking asked Ryan seriously. He came back to himself and shook his head. "No need. The Wither is special, remember what I said. When it kills something, it regenerates its health. With too many people, it actually becomes a disadvantage for us. Let's just call Xiao and Cloud Retainer back in a bit, then we'll head to the mine and take it down together." Jean's eyes lit up as she asked softly, "Ryan, can we come along too?" Ryan paused, then frowned slightly before answering gently. "Are you sure? You just arrived today, and you're already facing an enemy like this. If it's for the beacon, there's no rush. We still have to deal with many more wither storms later. I'll save some for you." Jean shook her head, replying firmly, "Since we signed a mutual alliance with Liyue, we can't just follow behind you forever. Only when both sides support each other does it become a true alliance. We'll contribute our own strength as well. We're all experienced fighters. As long as we follow your commands, there shouldn't be a problem." Both Ryan and Ningguang understood Jean's point. Since Monstat was now stationed here and had signed a mutual support treaty, there was no reason for Liyue to always be the one supporting Monstat. They were allies equals, not subordinates. Monstat had its pride too. In that case, receiving a glance of approval from Ningguang, Ryan nodded. "All right, we'll handle the Wither together later. I have no doubts about your combat skills, just remember to follow my instructions carefully." If they brought too many people, like the Millilith, Ryan wouldn't be able to coordinate effectively, and things could go wrong. But Jean and the others were different. They were already powerful Genshin characters. Whether as the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, or as Diluc, a high-ranking member of an underground intelligence network who'd traveled all across Teyvat, they were all battle-hardened veterans. Though he did worry a bit about Lisa. "Worried about me?" Lisa seemed to have noticed Ryan's concern. She smiled softly and shook her head. "While your worry is sweet, don't underestimate me. Besides my studies in Sumeru, I have ties to the Hexenzirkel, you know." Jean chimed in to support her. "Lisa is very powerful. In all of Mondstadt, even if the Grand Master hadn't gone on an expedition, she would still be one of the strongest. Now that the curse is lifted, Lisa will be a great help to us." Upon hearing that, Ryan waved his hand. "I'm not doubting Lisa's strength, but you all need to remember your elemental powers are still heavily restricted here. When the Wither's health drops below half, ranged attacks will no longer work." After a moment of contemplation, Ryan spoke softly. "Let's do it this way. In the first phase, Lisa will participate in the attack. But the moment the Wither's health drops to half, you'll immediately retreat." Lisa didn't insist. Her strength came from her mastery of elemental energy. In Teyvat, now that she was free from the curse, she could summon massive thunderclouds to unleash storm after storm of lightning with ease. But sadly, not to mention the Wither's passive ability when its health is low, Lisa's elemental powers were greatly suppressed in this world. At most, she could zap a few zombies. To kill the Wither, we'll have to head into a deep section of the mine. Ryan paused and waited until Ningguang and the others had taken out their notebooks to jot things down before he continued. "First, we split into pairs. Each pair takes a narrow mining tunnel. Eventually, in a well-structured open area, we summon the Wither. Everyone should stay far away during the summoning to avoid the explosion's blast radius. Once the Wither appears, Ganyu, Lisa, you two will attack using bows infused with my enchantment and shock force. The rest of us will take turns going in close with swords. When its HP drops below half, stop all ranged attacks. Everyone switches to diamond swords. We'll rotate, each person lands one strike, then immediately retreats, letting the next person in the tunnel attack. The Wither will target tunnels and try to blow up blocks, so keep your distance. Also, always keep your HP full. Carry a few buckets of milk. If you get hit by the Wither's effect, drink the milk to cleanse it. If we follow this process, we can kill the Wither while it's still in the first phase." Ryan spoke slowly, so that Ningguang and the others could take thorough notes. After all, just the beacon alone was enough proof that this wouldn't be the last wither they had to fight. The room fell quiet, with only the sound of pens scratching paper. After a while, Ningguang looked up at Ryan and asked softly, "Ryan, this entire strategy is based on the assumption that we only face the first phase. What if it reaches the second, third, or even fourth phase? The second and third phases can still be handled using this method. The key to defeating the wither is racing against time. But if it evolves into the fourth phase, at that point, you'll all need to retreat. Because the wither at that stage isn't something any of you can handle." The group fell silent. After a long pause, Zhongli pursed his lips and asked quietly, "What if we summon the wither over the seas of Teyvat, and have the Inmo Archon and the Geo Archon deal with it using divine power?" Ryan looked at Zhongli in surprise. This guy had always been opposed to bringing undead into Teyvat, yet now he was actually suggesting they summon the wither there. Clearly, the massive enhancement potential of the beacon had tempted even him. But Ryan shook his head. "Even if you ignore the fact that the wither cannot be summoned in Teyvat and can't pass through any portals. Even if, just hypothetically, it could go there. With its nature, it could evolve to the 6th or even 7th stage within minutes. By that point, forget the Geo Archon of N Celestia wouldn't stand a chance against it. Don't forget, Teyvat's abundance of living beings would serve as the perfect catalyst for the wither's growth. And once it reaches stage 6, I estimate it could wipe out all of Liyue in a single day. Even if all the Archons from the Archon War returned, they might still fall to it. Trying to rely on divine power or Teyvat's forces to kill the wither would be near impossible. By then, its entire body would be clad in obsidian armor, impervious to attacks. How could you possibly fight that? So in the end, the best method is to kill the wither as quickly as possible, right?" Zhongli sighed. He hadn't considered avoiding the wither storm. As long as the beacon existed, even if a calamity like Kenria were to happen again, Liyue would have the power to respond with overwhelming force. And to him, that mattered most. Celestia still loomed like a mountain above the 7 nations. It wasn't some merciful goat it would strike without hesitation. Seeing Zhongli's worried expression, Ryan spoke gently. "Don't worry. Follow my plan, and the success rate is very high. Once we succeed once, we'll be able to do it a second, even a third time." If anyone else had said this, people would still be uneasy. But this was Ryan. No one knew better than him how to survive in this world. With his cautious nature, if he wasn't completely sure, he wouldn't even try. "Do we need wither skeleton skulls to summon the wither storm?" Ningguang asked softly. Ryan nodded. 3 wither skeleton skulls and soul sand arranged just like summoning an iron golem. Ningguang's expression turned serious as she furrowed her brow. "If that's the case, then the skulls and soul sand must not be stored carelessly. They should all be kept safely within your estate. If someone accidentally summons the wither storm and fails to deal with it in time, it could be disastrous. That kind of thing could literally destroy the world." Ningguang wasn't willing to take any chances. Naturally, Ryan agreed. If someone did accidentally unleash a 7th stage wither, he might actually consider killing them himself. 154. The Jade Chamber evolves War Fortress. 154. The Jade Chamber evolves War Fortress. After a moment of silence, Ryan glanced at the sky and noticed it was getting late. He stood up and said, "Alright, in that case, let's get ready to move. Keqing, please go fetch Xiao and Cloud Retainer. The rest of you, come with me for enchanting." Keqing nodded, stood up, and left the villa. The others watched as Ryan took out a pile of diamond blocks and walked over to a crafting table nearby. Although Ningguang and Lisa had previously explained how crafting tables worked, they had never seen Ryan personally forge equipment before. Naturally, curiosity brought them over. "Ryan, are you making weapons?" Ganyu tilted her head and asked. Ryan nodded. "Everyone needs to be equipped with enchanted diamond armor and diamond swords for maximum safety. Also, since the Wither Storm is an undead creature, all your weapons need to be enchanted with smite. In addition to that, Ningguang, go grab some splash healing potions, night vision, strength, jump boost, and speed potions. Healing potions are also damaging to the Wither Storm." Upon hearing this, Ningguang immediately walked to the wall nearby. She pulled a lever placed above a flower pot. With a gentle tug, the wall in front of her seemed to trigger a strange mechanism and started descending layer by layer, revealing a deep and dark passage leading downward. Jean and the others were stunned. After all, the wall earlier looked tightly sealed, giving no hint of any hidden space behind it. "That's a redstone hidden door," Ganyu noticed their confusion and patiently explained. "It's a kind of redstone technology used to hide certain spaces and structures. Most of our important resources are stored behind redstone hidden doors or in underground bases. That's why, never touch anything in Ryan's living room. Things like flower pots that seem decorative are actually switches to hidden bases." Jean nodded and gave the now sealed wall another look. It appeared no different from any regular wall, then softly clicked her tongue in amazement. "Amazing, but is it really okay to tell us all this?" "It's fine. While Liyue and Monstat need a bit of professional distance in our cooperation, the fact that you're here at Ryan's villa means our collaboration is based on friendship. This place will also serve as your personal base from now on." Ryan won't mind if you build your own houses either. Ganyu chuckled softly and added warmly. Redstone tech is capable of a lot like building TNT bombers, for example. The Jade Chamber is now equipped with 4 TNT duplicators, 2 redstone mountain-shattering cannons, and 12 wide-area redstone artillery turrets. Once activated, the Jade Chamber becomes a skyborne war fortress capable of saturation strikes from the air. Even Archons would find it hard to survive a bombardment on that scale. Redstone tech, aside from mods, is our main focus of research now. Once you get the hang of it, Ryan will teach you too. Hearing this, Lumen recalled boarding the Jade Chamber the previous day. She had noticed many strange outward-facing blocks at the time. She had asked Baiwen about them, who only gave a mysterious smile and said nothing. So those were offensive systems for external assault. A flying fortress packed with high-altitude bombardment devices. And when you factor in the area-wide buffs granted by beacons in the future, Liyue was clearly aiming to create an airborne war machine that surpassed even Celestia. Just imagine a future battle Jade Chamber opening with a redstone cannon barrage from afar, then activating beacons to grant buffs to the Millilith and Adepti across a vast range. What a sight that would be. Utterly awe-inspiring. At this point, the Jade Chamber wasn't just the pinnacle symbol of Liyue's power anymore. It had become Liyue's ultimate military foundation. Suddenly, Diluc found himself thinking that his long-inherited Dawn winery felt a bit underwhelming. Miss Ganyu, about how much more would it cost to build a Jade Chamber? Diluc asked softly. Ganyu scratched her cheek and muttered. In Ryan's world, materials have zero cost, and there's tons of TNT, so there's not really much expense. But I remember Ningguang once said the original Jade Chamber cost her nearly 50 billion mora. But that was because it also housed all kinds of rare collections. For a mobile aerial fortress version, I'd say around 20 billion mora would do. 20 billion. That was only. Back in Monstat, the Grand Master had taken most of the funds on expedition. With the dragon disaster wreaking havoc, business caravans weren't doing well either. Even for someone like Diluc, all his family's liquid assets combined barely hit over 10 billion. Building a Jade Chamber would practically drain all the available mora in Monstat. And yet Ningguang had paid for the entire Jade Chamber out of her own pocket. Everyone once again marveled at Ningguang's wealth and Liyue's prosperity. Teyvat's #1 commercial nation and the richest person in Teyvat, truly well-deserved titles. Lumen and Paimon exchanged a glance, eyes sparkling with excitement. They had latched onto Ningguang's golden thigh. Now that they understood just how rich she was, as long as they played the cute card properly, wouldn't she toss them tens of billions of mora just like that? What's wrong with calling her Big Sis? Lumen had lived for thousands of years, and Paimon was at least a millennium old. But so what? They still looked baby-faced. Faced with a rich lady's mora offensive, age and shame could both go out the window. What could possibly be more important than mora? She, Lumen, only a few thousand years old, but already living a life few could dream of. Now that she'd grabbed the sugar mommy's thigh, she could splurge all over Teyvat for the rest of her life. Forget calling her Big Sis, she'd call her mom if it meant living the good life. Step by step, then. Jean understood Mondstad's financial situation too, and let out a quiet sigh. Let's first get familiar with this world, then slowly convert things into mora. One day, we'll build our own flying fortress too. Humph. Diluc snorted in displeasure. If that irresponsible guy hadn't taken most of the funds, things wouldn't have come to this. Whatever. We've already got our ticket in. When the time comes. A cold glint flashed in Diluc's eyes. Once he saved up enough mora, he'd build a private airborne fortress of his own. Then he'd pilot his war machine and bomb the Fatui bases into oblivion. Let them taste what true aerial dominance feels like. Hearing this, Ganyu covered her mouth and chuckled. No need to rush. Mora really isn't something you need to worry about. Increasing influence is what matters most right now. If you truly lack mora, you could always sell a single gold block. But that kind of thing is better left alone. It would disrupt the financial system. Hearing Ganyu's words, Jean and the others had a sudden realization. That's right. A single gold block weighs nearly 20 tons. Selling just a few would be enough to buy an entire Jade Chamber. So what were they even worrying about? With that thought, Jean and the others suddenly felt incredibly wealthy. But, just as Ganyu said, this kind of item couldn't be casually circulated. Small-scale emergency trades were fine. But mass distribution? That would destabilize the mora system, and even the Geo Archon would come charging in to hold them accountable. Still, at least the funding issue had been solved. Realizing this made Jean and the others feel significantly more at ease. No wonder Ningguang and the rest kept saying that resources weren't important in this world. If you stare at tens of thousands of tons of gold every day, you'd be sick of the sight too. While they were chatting, Ryan had already finished crafting the gear. He walked over with a warm smile and said softly, "All done. Once Ningguang finishes enchanting, we'll head out." Looking at the gleaming diamond gear in Ryan's hands, Jean hesitated. "Ryan, these things." Before Ryan could answer, Lisa gently nudged Jean and stepped forward to take the armor. "Don't overthink it, Jean. We're going up against the Wither Storm soon. If we don't protect ourselves, we'll just hold everyone back. Besides," Lisa winked at Ryan and said playfully, I'm guessing you've got a huge stockpile of these materials, right? You guessed it. Ryan grinned and nodded. I've got several chests full of diamonds. Lucky blocks and miners brought in tons. Jean pursed her lips and said seriously, thank you. Once we've got our own resources, we'll pay you back. Ryan didn't respond. To him, these things weren't valuable. Jean still hadn't adjusted her mindset. Was it really about the resources? No, it was about Klee. Once that lucky little gremlin showed up, cracking open just a single lucky block would probably rain down diamond blocks like candy. Not to mention Klee was such an adorable daughter. Ryan had long wanted to scoop her up and snuggle her silly left arm Nahitha, right arm Klee, Paimon riding on his shoulder. If there was anything more blissful than that, it would be having Kakai and Diana clinging onto his back. Ryan never worried about raising daughters. He only worried about not having enough daughters to raise. These armors, do they all look this ugly? Lisa eyed the blocky diamond gear with mild disdain. It looked stiff and awkward. She couldn't imagine looking good in it. It totally ruins a lady's image. Ryan laughed and shook his head. Come on, it's standardized armor. Don't expect too much. If you don't like the look, go tinker with alchemy to modify it later. But for now, better wear it. As he spoke, Ryan glanced at Xiao, who had just entered wearing a full set of enchanted diamond armor. He hadn't had time to take it off yet. Don't underestimate the diamond set. He's fully stacked with defense. Xiao tested it, took a direct hit from a stonehide Liyue hurl and barely felt a thing. Hearing that, Diluc's heart stirred. Looks don't matter. If it's strong, that's all I care about. After all, he had even accepted the delusion back then. Ugly gear? That was nothing. Dignity doesn't put food on the table. Mr. Ryan, I heard you plan to eliminate the Wither Storm. Xiao asked in a low voice. Ryan nodded and smiled. Yes. Once Ningguang finishes enchanting, we'll move out. For now, have Zhongli explain the plan to everyone. As he finished speaking, Ningguang returned from the hidden passage. But she didn't bring much with her. There just wasn't enough room to carry everything. She'd have to make a few more trips. Each person needed a full supply of alchemical potions. After greeting her, Ryan led Jean and the others out of the villa. The enchanting area had been relocated to the villager trade center. There were still tons of emeralds stockpiled there. Might as well finish everything in one go. Of course, the unique setup of the trade center left Jean and the others feeling once again thoroughly amazed. 155. The Wither Storm descends. The once explored mine number 1 was now lined with torches. It had been temporarily sealed off, as Ningguang and the others planned to wait until Liyue grew stronger, and had pulled more life-or-death allied nations into its fold. Once the Minecraft world could be made public, this place would become a fantastic tourist spot. The very first step for Teyvatan people exploring the MC world. The beginning of it all. With a name like that, it would definitely be very enticing. Ningguang even had plans for Cloud Retainer to come and remodel the cave once she finished renovating the rear mountains of Jueyun Karst. Ryan led the group to the temporary base he had built back in the day beneath mine number 1. This place had now become a must-visit for every miner who entered the MC world, mainly to learn how to build rest areas while exploring caves. But Ryan himself hadn't been back in a while. Still looks exactly the same as before. It's nostalgic. He muttered as he looked at the underground base he had built. Even the crops in the farm were growing beautifully. Ryan couldn't help but feel a sense of another lifetime having passed. It's only been a month or so, but Ryan makes it sound like years. Ganyu said with a light chuckle, still holding Ryan's hand gently. Yet just over a month. Ryan sighed with emotion. In just over a month, the villa estate base had been completely built, and all sorts of survival structures perfected. 3 teams from Liyue had moved in, begun exploring new regions, and were even planning to build cities. As for Ryan, he now had an uncountable amount of diamonds and gold. Even his hoe had to be made out of diamonds. The development had been too fast. If not for Liyue's large-scale migration, it would have taken Ryan 4 or 5 times as long to reach this point. Just collecting the resources alone would have required countless dangerous trips to the Nether. But now, there were station forces in the Nether, ready to provide mass resources anytime. He could sit at home and let the money roll in. That kind of joy wasn't something you could easily experience. Even crops can grow this well in an underground farm. Diluc shook his head, sighing in awe. Seems we still haven't been here long enough to really understand the uniqueness of this world. But with these resources, even a small plot of land could eliminate Mondstad's future food crises. Lisa idly brushed her hair. The diamond helmet pressing on her head made her a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, we could even use this soil to build vertical farms in the future. Ryan raised an eyebrow, teasing. Lisa sure adapted quickly, already thinking about how to efficiently use the land. Isn't that obvious? Don't think I'm that dumb. Lisa laughed and shook her head. If I'm not wrong, with this soil's special properties, Liyue must have replaced more than just the soil in Gailai Plains, right? Let me guess, those harsh mountainous terrains that are hard to utilize, you guys have started filling them in too. Keking didn't hide it and chuckled, nodding slightly. Exactly. We've already started replacing soil in Mingyun village. In the future, it'll be Liyue's agricultural base. As for Gailai Plains, since it's flat, it'd be a waste to use all of it for farming. We plan to raise horses there for cavalry support, or as a pasture to supply meat. In addition, we're planning land reclamation to expand Liyue Harbor's territory. Even though she had guessed as much, Lisa still couldn't help but be a little amazed. That's some rapid development. You'll be just as fast eventually. Ningguang said with a gentle smile before adding, let's harvest the crops here to make sure our hunger bars are full before we set out. Nearby, Venti lifted his wine glass and gave it a little shake. Not a drop remained. He looked rather wistful. This world of Ryan's is great and all, but the only downside is, there's no way to brew good wine here. Hearing this, Ryan rolled his eyes. We've got serious business to do later. If you get drunk and end up blown away by the wither, don't say I didn't warn you. Venti spread his hands and said, this little bit of wine won't get me drunk. Then I'll let you drink to your heart's content once we're back. Ryan replied with a grin, and Venti fell silent. Taking advantage of the moment, he sidled up next to Zhongli and whispered, Old man Liya's been acting a bit too boldly lately. Are you sure Celestia won't? Zhongli gave a cold chuckle. You think the 7 nations and 7 archons were the only ones who suffered 500 years ago? Plenty of Celestia's gods fell during the fall of the Sky Island. Even the sustainer of heavenly principles was heavily wounded by that forbidden power. If she's out of commission, then Celestia likely won't be waking anytime soon. By the time she does, Liyue will have already developed to a level she can only look up to. There's no need to worry. Venti nodded slightly, sighing. Don't blame me for being cautious, old man. Mondstad's tied to Liyue now. I have to consider our people too. Are you really sure this path can break the destined cycle? Zhongli looked toward Ryan and said softly, if it's just this world, at best it gives us a safe retreat. But, the Monstad are the true power that will shatter the chains. Besides, you felt Ryan's raw physical strength yourself. Even the heavenly principles can't do anything to him. No need to worry too much. But the traveler's journey must not be interrupted. That is the contract between him and me. Zhongli ignored the last part of Venti's words and nodded solemnly. Indeed, Ryan's monstrous strength could probably smash all of Teyvat. With him around, at the very least, we can ensure someone stands a chance against Celestia. But that module. Zhongli shook his head slowly. You'll understand in time. That's a rule far above even Celestia. Don't worry, we have enough time. The two stopped speaking further and quietly slipped away while Lumen wasn't paying attention. Both Zhongli and Venti held deep resentment toward Celestia. True, that force maintained the existence of Teyvat. But it should never have manipulated the 7 nations and schemed against their people. The original gods of Celestia had been imprisoned and burned to sustain the shield protecting Teyvat. And Celestia was also sealing off the entire world of Teyvat. Zhongli and Venti had remained silent even when Celestia designed the 7 archons for the sake of Teyvat. They were willing to sacrifice themselves. But they could never accept the use of their people's lives to fill that bottomless void. Their people and their nations were Zhongli and Venti's final line. No one could cross it. Moreover, the current second throne of Celestia was a cold, indifferent entity that disregarded everything. What the people of Teyvat knew, Kenria and Dragonspy knew, as only one of many civilizations destroyed by Celestia. As far as Zhongli knew, those weren't the only ones. He absolutely would not allow a future where Celestia descended and turned the people of Liyue into hillishurls. There were countless ways to ensure the world's survival. Why should fear of the outside world justify using their citizens' lives to fill that hole? He thought of Vanessa, the girl he once saw burning with passion, brimming with heroic spirit. She should have become a long-lived hero after ascending to godhood. Yet in just a few short centuries, her life had burned down to a flickering candle in the wind. Her whole being had become a decayed, defeated corpse. Venti wished he could storm Celestia and crush the heavenly principles. That wasn't life, it was exploitation of every last drop of their value. Venti deeply regretted having sent so many people to Celestia. He thought it was a better future for them, but in the end, it was all a massive conspiracy. With a sigh in his heart, Venti pulled himself back together. At the very least, for now, there was still hope. And all of it depended on this mysterious world. As his thoughts churned, Ryan's voice suddenly called out to him. Group up. We're getting ready to depart. Instantly, everyone perked up and gathered around Ryan. Everyone full on food? Ryan asked casually. The group nodded. He then grinned and pointed at the wall to the side. Then let's move out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao and Dailuk grabbed their pickaxes and started digging. Ryan's requirement was clear: dig at least 6 tunnels, each over 50 meters long and wide enough for 2 people to stand side by side. Ryan and Ganyu would take 1 tunnel, Xiao and Zhongli another, Ningguang and Keqing 1, Lisa and Jean another, Lumen and Cloud Retainer 1, and finally, Dailuk and Venti. These tunnels would surround the summoning area for the Wither and divide their firepower. If all went well, with their powerful weapons and gear, they could defeat the Wither within a minute, without giving it any chance to evolve into other forms. As for Nahida and Paimon, Ryan wasn't going to let those 2 little ones fight. They were back at the estate, guarding the villa. Actually, Paimon had been frustrated ever since her combat score was rated as 1/5 of a boar's. After sharing some of Ryan's physical attributes, Paimon had taken to enthusiastically hunting pigs on the ranch with a diamond sword. In a way, it was her way of reclaiming some pride. Since they hadn't activated vein mining, Xiao and Dailuk just stood side by side digging the tunnel. The others followed behind, occasionally placing torches to light the way. Only the sound of deep breathing echoed through the tunnels. Everyone was getting into the right state of mind. After all, they were about to face the Wither Storm, a being that, after evolving, could destroy the world. It was natural to feel a little nervous. Soon, Ryan judged that they had dug deep enough, and he signaled Xiao and Dailuk to stop. Then, he activated vein mining for Xiao. With a single swing of the pickaxe, a vast hollow chamber opened up. Dailuk glanced at his own pickaxe, then at Xiao's, slightly confused. They were both diamond pickaxes, with identical enchantments. Vein mining. I'll explain it later, Ryan said with a chuckle, then instructed the others to continue digging their respective tunnels around the chamber. He, meanwhile, began placing soul sand. T-shaped formation, 2 wither skeleton skulls placed on each end now, only the middle one remained before summoning the Wither Storm. At this moment, Ningguang and the others had disappeared into their respective tunnels. Ryan didn't rush. He stood still for a moment, checking the plan for any possible flaws. After a while, when Ningguang and the rest returned, Ryan snapped back to reality. How far did you dig? He asked softly. Ningguang smiled lightly and said, 50 meters, just like you asked. If needed, we can keep going. Ryan nodded and said in a steady voice. Everyone to position. Retreat 10 meters down your tunnels. Once the Wither Storm appears and triggers the explosion, wait for its health bar to fill and its invincibility to end, then attack immediately. Everyone took a deep breath and, after exchanging glances, retreated into their tunnels. Ganya knew this wasn't the time for words and didn't want to distract Ryan. She gave him a firm look before withdrawing silently and pulling out her Barrett sniper rifle. Ryan took out the final Wither skeleton skull. Slowly, he raised his hand. He had to admit summoning the Wither Storm in the real world was indeed nerve-wracking. He calmed himself and stared at the skull for a moment. Then, with swift precision, he placed the final piece. A strange, ominous force suddenly descended from the void. Without hesitation, Ryan turned and ran. Get ready to attack, now. 156, 156, the Wither Storm defeated. 156, 156, the Wither Storm defeated. Ever since Ryan placed down the final Wither skeleton skull, everyone within dozens of kilometers felt as though a heavy boulder had been dropped onto their chests. The sky had originally been cast in the beautiful glow of dusk. But in that moment, the heavens suddenly darkened. Not the kind of darkness that comes with wind and thunder, but rather, the entire sky turned a bloody red, tinged faintly with black. Out on the grasslands, Liyue's First Corps, currently constructing a new city, began to panic. Captain Dashi of the Qianyan army immediately leapt onto his horse. Everyone stay calm. I'm going to report to the lords. Qianyan army enter combat mode. With that, he galloped full speed toward Ryan's villa estate. Meanwhile, Nahida, who had been showing Paimon around her garden, suddenly froze in place. She looked up at the sky, concern growing in her eyes. Nahida. Paimon tugged at the hem of Nahida's clothes, visibly frightened. She was even shorter than Nahidahich, to Nahida, was part of the fun of playing with her. At least she wasn't the shortest anymore. It's all right. Ryan will handle it. Nahida shook her head. Though her heart was filled with worry, she didn't let it show. After all, she trusted Ryan. Lords. From afar, Dashi's voice rang out. Nahida snapped out of her thoughts and turned toward the door. When Dashi saw her, he paused for a moment but quickly nodded. Lady Nahida, it's fine. This was summoned by Ryan and the others. It'll be over soon. Just carry on with your tasks. Nahida didn't elaborate. The Qianyan soldiers wouldn't be of much help in this situation anyway. Dashi also knew this was far beyond his ability to intervene. What's more, it looked like Ryan and the others had all gone somewhere. After hesitating, Dashi asked, a bit worried, should I assign Qianyan guards to protect the villa? Nahida shook her head. No need. Just carry on as normal. Dashi said no more. He nodded and left. Nahida turned her gaze toward the direction of mine shaft number 1. So it's begun. Ryan. She no longer had the mood to continue playing with Paimon. The two returned to the villa, went up to the 3rd floor, and stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Underground, beneath mine shaft number 1. The moment Ryan placed the final Wither skull, everyone saw it. The base used to summon the Wither suddenly emitted a strange, flickering glow. A sense of impending doom began to press down on everyone's hearts. Even the usually carefree Venti grew serious. This thing gave him a feeling that rivaled the terrifying technology of Kenria. Be careful, Venti said gravely to Dailuk. Dailuk was startled, but he quickly nodded solemnly. Even Lisa, at that moment, found that the only thing giving her a sense of security was the ugly enchanted diamond armor she was wearing. They stood in tense silence, each second dragging on like an eternity. Then suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the earth. It was more devastating than a TNT blast. A bizarre creature emerged out of thin air in that space. Everyone could see it. Above the Wither Storm's head, a health bar appeared rising rapidly. The Wither Storm's body emitted an eerie blue glow, flashing rhythmically, strangely enchanting. Under the combined pressure of the looming danger and intense anxiety, Jean and the others couldn't help but raise their bows. Don't attack. The Wither is currently in its invincible state. Ryan's voice echoed from a distance. Wait until it finishes regenerating. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath, suppressing their fear and each drinking a strengthening potion. They silently observed as the Wither Storm grew stronger under the flickering blue light. No one knew how long passed. Eventually, the blue glow subsided, and the Wither Storm's health reached its peak. Ranged attackers opened fire. Ryan's pupils narrowed. As soon as he spoke, Ganyu, already locked in her aim, unleashed a thunderous shot from her Barrett sniper. The bullet screamed through the air and struck the Wither Storm's body. A sliver of its massive health bar dropped. What the heck was that? Jean flinched in surprise. Ryan never said the Wither Storm would explode again even if they didn't attack it after the initial blast. Relax. That was Ganyu. Keep up the assault, split its aggro. Ryan lowered his AK-47. The Wither Storm's attention had been drawn to Ganyu, and it immediately retaliated, firing a wither skull that blew apart a section of the mine tunnel. If Ryan kept attacking and drawing aggro, this tunnel wouldn't be deep enough to contain the battle. Although still puzzled, Jean and the others followed Ryan's orders, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Under the concentrated fire, the Wither Storm's health dropped rapidly. It was just a rigid AIT wouldn't keep bombing the same tunnel over and over. By splitting its aggro, they were actually managing to hold it at bay, and with Ganyu occasionally firing powerful rounds. In less than a minute, the Wither Storm's HP had dropped to nearly half. By now, everyone had been forced to retreat 10 meters further back, and Ryan's shouts were no longer clearly audible. He immediately activated the long-range communicator. Cease ranged fire. Switch to diamond swords. Ningguang, prep your healing potions. We're going in for melee. Retreat immediately after one strike. We're down the Wither Storm. There was no response, but Ryan knew they had all received the signal. He exchanged a glance with Ganyu, switched to his enchanted diamond sword, and rushed forward. As they approached the entrance of the mine, even though Ryan was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be taken aback. The small area that was once the cave entrance had been bombarded by the Wither Storm. On top of that, it continued absorbing blocks. It had now become a small open plaza. That somewhat affected their kiting strategy. Thankfully, the ground was still relatively flat. The rain of arrows had slowed significantly, now roughly equal to the Wither Storm's regeneration rate. Ryan looked to the other side. Zhongli was already in position. Ryan nodded, tightened his grip on the diamond sword. At this moment, the Wither Storm was fixated on Ningguang, Jean, and the others inside their mine shaft. Taking a deep breath, Ryan dashed out from his tunnel and slashed at the Wither Storm from behind. Its health dropped below half. A faint shimmer flickered over it, and all arrows instantly became ineffective. The Wither Storm slowly turned, preparing to launch a Wither Skull. But before it could react, Zhongli emerged from the opposite side and slashed it twice. In gaming terms, the aggro shifted. Enraged, the Wither Storm aimed a skull bomb at Zhongli's shaft, but Zhongli had already retreated deeper inside. Not giving it a moment's respite, Dailuk emerged and struck it a few more times from behind. Ryan observed for a moment and saw that everyone was indeed executing the plan as discussed. He finally relaxed a little. The Wither Storm was indeed powerful, but as long as they stalled it and prevented further evolution, taking it down wouldn't be too hard. The mine shafts formed a circular encirclement around the Wither Storm. Every moment, it was under attack. The good thing was it hadn't injured anyone, and its health was visibly dropping. However, just then, perhaps seeing that the Wither Storm was close to being dealt with, Venti let his guard down for just a moment. In that instant, a Wither Skull exploded near him. Venti. Dailuk was shocked. He immediately pulled him back into the mine. Venti's face was twisted in pain. Remembering Ryan's earlier instructions, he opened his personal panel. From just that one explosion, he had lost 3 hearts. And on one side of the screen, the Wither effect icon was flashing. His health was rapidly draining. But Venti could feel that the lost health wasn't vanishing, it was being transferred to the Wither Storm. Drink milk. Get rid of the Wither effect now. Ryan's voice came through the communicator in Venti's ear. He quickly took the bucket of milk Dailuk handed over. The Wither effect couldn't be tanked. Even setting aside the risk of dying from it, as long as it lingered, the Wither Storm would keep regenerating. Luckily, they were well prepared for this expedition. With 1 bucket of milk and a golden apple, Venti was instantly restored to full health. Dailuk glanced outside. Though Venti's explosion had thrown things into brief chaos, the group quickly stabilized their formation and continued cautiously dragging the Wither Storm. You okay? Dailuk looked at Venti, who was preparing to head back out, asking with concern. This wasn't a case of Venti playing weak. Venti's combat strength in this world wasn't much stronger than Dailuk's. I'm fine. Don't underestimate this world's quirks. Venti stared intently at the Wither Storm. Besides, that thing blasted me just now. I'm allowed to get pissed too, okay? Dailuk didn't say more and took out some splash healing potions. You go melee, I'll throw potions. Venti nodded. Seizing the moment, he darted forward and struck the Wither Storm with a sword slash. This time, Venti channeled all the power he could muster. With speed buffs in effect, his movement was lightning fast. He hit once and instantly retreated. Diluc followed up with a thrown healing potion. The damage from the potion was not much lower than a diamond sword hit. Ningguang and the others suddenly remembered Ryan's earlier reminder about healing potions. No longer holding back, they began lobbing bottles one after another. In an instant, the Wither Storm's health plummeted. Very quickly, only a sliver remained. Stop attacking. Ryan's voice came through everyone's communicator. Though puzzled, they halted immediately. Ryan swapped to his Yama blade, eyes locked on the Wither Storm. For the final strike, let's make it a bit flashy. He gently swung his sword, and several semi-transparent short blades embedded themselves in the air throughout the area. That's... Zhongli was momentarily stunned, then grew a little sentimental. What is it? Xiao, standing nearby, looked confused. In the next second, under everyone's watchful eyes, Ryan's figure seemed to multiply into thousands. He flickered through the entire space like afterimages. The Wither Storm's health was rapidly ticking down. Before anyone could fully comprehend what strange sword technique this was, Ryan appeared directly in front of the Wither Storm. Sensing its target, the Wither Storm launched a skull bomb straight at him. But Ryan simply took a deep breath and gracefully swung his dazzling drawn sword. Dimensional slash. The air itself seemed to split open, forming a massive, pitch-black spatial blade. It zipped past the Wither skull, dispersing it into green smoke. Then, without any resistance, it sliced through the Wither Storm and vanished into the earth. The Wither Storm froze. Then, before everyone's eyes, it slowly rose into the air, its body bursting with beams of radiant light. Ryan chuckled softly. The Wither Storm has been taken down. 157, 157, the true foundation of this world mods. 157, 157, the true foundation of this world mods. The Wither Storm rose to its peak, then burst apart like a firework in the sky. Heaven and earth fell into solemn stillness. A strange, gem-like object dropped to the ground. Ryan stepped forward and picked it up with a faint smile. Nether Star. Took quite a bit of effort to get this. The others returned to the chamber and quickly lit torches. They had been able to see clearly just now only because of night vision potions. In reality, this pitch-black cavern had no light source at all. Without torches, monsters would start spawning any moment now. So this is the Nether Star? The core of a beacon? Ningguang asked curiously. Ryan nodded slightly. That's right. Combine it with glass and obsidian to craft a beacon. But let's leave the beacon for tomorrow. Putting the Nether Star away, Ryan turned to the group with a grin. We worked together perfectly this time. Took the Wither Storm down before it could evolve into Phase 2. Hey. Venti shrugged in mock regret. Should I be sad we didn't get to see it transform? Ryan rolled his eyes. You're the last person qualified to say that. You got hit and ended up with the Wither effect. If we hadn't taken it down fast, it would have evolved, thanks to you. Venti's smile froze. He pouted. Come on, everyone slips up now and then. Ryan shook his head, letting it go. In the end, the fight went smoothly. Now that everyone knew what to expect, handling future Wither Storms using this kind of teamwork would be much easier. As for not seeing the evolution stage, this wasn't a video game. Who goes out of their way to make a separate save file just to see a boss's final form? If someone wants to see it, they're welcome to fight it themselves. As far as Ryan was concerned, the first phase Wither was the cutest version. That final form? A grotesque abomination of tentacles and monstrous eyes. And worse, whether you slay a Phase 1 or Phase 7 Wither, it only ever drops one Nether Star. Even if it dropped 10 at once, Ryan wouldn't bother letting it evolve. Life comes first. By the way, Ryan, when did you learn that sword technique? Keqing looked at him with curiosity. In Teyvat, her elemental burst somewhat mimicked the rapid movement he had just performed. But hers was powered by electro-enhanced agility. Ryan's attack, on the other hand, had clearly been executed using the power of space itself. A near-instantaneous flurry of strikes across the battlefield. Keqing's words reminded the others too. That gorgeous katana in Ryan's hand, none of them had ever seen it before. Even Lumen was wondering if this weapon might be a high-tier synthetic item from this world. If it was, she had to craft at least 10 of them. Why? Spatial manipulation, instant teleportation. How world-breaking would it be to bring that kind of weapon back to Teyvat? If they'd had such a thing back when fighting the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles, would they have been sealed so easily? Ryan casually waved the blade, the Yama blade, and explained with a chuckle. I use the Yama blade's Phantom Slash to anchor my spatial shifting ability. By scattering a large number of Phantom blades, I can rapidly teleport and attack across a defined zone. I call it Flying Thunder God. Flashy, right? Ningguang and the others couldn't help but nod. This wasn't just about style. Each swing of that Yama blade earlier had dealt more damage than any of their best hits. When the Wither Storm had about a third of its health left, Ryan's flurry of slashes had visibly shredded it. Even more terrifying was the Phantom Slash at the end. Unassuming in appearance, yet capable of tearing through space itself. It made Venti recall the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles. That entity also wielded the power of space. And yet Ryan's slash had given Venti a bone-deep sense of doom. It felt like even with all his divine power he would not survive that one strike. That weapon, the Yama blade, was it? Lumen's eyes burned with interest, but before she could ask more, Cloud Retainer gently shook her head. Don't even think about it. That's Ryan's exclusive weapon, one of the highest tier items from a mod. You can't craft it. At least, not yet. Diluc's eyes narrowed slightly. Not yet, huh? Then, what about later? Ryan smiled and nodded. Once the mod is unlocked, while we can't mass produce it, we can forge a few. Lisa, deep in thought, turned to Ganyu. That explosion earlier, I don't recall Ganyu having that kind of firepower. After all, as the secretary to the Liyue Kixing and a half-adeptus, Ganyu had been on her fair share of battlefields. Monstat still had some records of her combat capabilities. You're right. Ganyu gave Ryan a happy glance and retrieved her weapon. This is what Ryan gave May, a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Its power is immense. In Teyvat, one charged shot with elemental infusion could flatten a small mountain. Also from a mod. Ryan chimed in. Unlike my Yama blade, Ganyu's Barrett can be mass-produced, but it requires a lot of resources. And not just anyone can wield it. Without the right physique, firing a single shot could shatter your bones from the recoil. Fortunately, Ganyu and the Barrett are a perfect match. That's not true. Ganyu pouted. I and Ryan are the perfect match. Ryan blinked, then chuckled and patted her horns. Their occasional flirting was so common now, no one batted an eye anymore. Lisa, recalling what Ryan had once mentioned back at the villa, spoke up. You said before you needed to slay the Wither Storm to unlock a new mod. So that was the real goal all along. Compared to that, a beacon seems kind of trivial. Ryan gave a noncommittal nod. Mods are the real mystery of this world. That lucky block you saw before, and the huge excavation from Xiao's single pickaxe strike, that was from vein mining. Both are already unlocked mods. I can tell you this, only with mods does this world's ceiling truly start to rise. Looking at Jean and the others' stunned expressions, even though they'd seen plenty already today, Ningguang still found their reactions amusing. She picked up the conversation. The enchanted armor, the heavy cavalry, the alchemical light infantry, all that's just our current phase. In the future, our entire focus will shift to mod and tech exploration. Resources, barely a concern anymore. Her gaze softened as she looked at Ryan, then continued. During this time, Ryan has told us a lot about the features of different mods, Ningguang said softly, and I've been dreaming ever since. In those dreams, Liyue soars above the skies. The Millelith each wield a blade that draws power with a single unsheathing and wield vampiric scepters that drain the life from their enemies. On the battlefield, the Millelith charge forth in tanks, the Navy commands battleships across the oceans, and when facing hordes of monsters, they first call in aerial strikes from fighter planes for a bombing run. Then the steel tide of modern firepower follows close behind. Liyue would obtain a crushing advantage, what Ryan called a dimensionality reduction strike against Teyvat. By then, whether it's the heavenly principles or anything else, Liyue will have the strength to wipe out all its enemies on its own. We'll continue to work hard until that dream becomes reality. Ryan chuckled softly and nodded. I'll help you get there. I'm looking forward to building a transcendent nation with my own hands. Listening to Ningguang's words, Jean and the others couldn't help but start envisioning that future too. Unfortunately, they'd only just arrived in this world recently and didn't yet fully grasp its many intricacies. To put it simply, they lacked imagination. Still, that didn't stop them from fantasizing about a better future for Monstat. Even if they didn't yet understand what modern firepower, or unsheathing blades truly meant. If Monstat could follow in Liyue's footsteps and export cheap yet potent resources in mass, its economy would flourish. They didn't need to match Liyue entirely, even reaching half that standard would vastly improve the quality of life for every Monstat citizen. If Monstat could achieve a military strength equivalent to Liyue's current force, forget defending themselves. They could even strike back at the Fatui. They could storm into Fatui bases in Monstat, slap the local overseer across the face, and tell them, if you want to do business in Monstat, pay your protection fees first. Then, effortlessly wipe out every enhanced soldier stationed there. The enmity between Monstat and the Fatui runs deep. More precisely, the hatred between Monstat and the Harbinger known as the Doctor goes back a long time. Diluc would never forget. His father, betrayed and ambushed by the Doctor, perished beneath the claws of a corrupted dragon. Nor could he forgive the time the Doctor manipulated Monstat, stealing away countless children. In his travels across Teyvat, Diluc had found many of those missing children in various Fatui research bases. Those boys and girls, who should have bloomed like flowers, had instead been turned into cold corpses through inhuman experimentation. Some were even turned into war machines, blades now aimed at their own homeland. From that moment on, Diluc swore a vow. Family vengeance, national hatred, all upon his shoulders, even if it cost him his life. He would one day force the Doctor to kneel in Monstat for all eternity, repenting to the souls he had destroyed. The memories of those children came flooding back. Diluc's eyes grew bloodshot, and he clenched his fists tightly. Then, with deep sincerity, he bowed toward Ryan. Mr. Ryan, perhaps you don't realize how important this is to Monstat to me. You've given me hope for revenge. A chance to fulfill our dreams. From this day forward, if you ever need anything, whether it be from the underground intelligence network, or the Dawn Winery. We will spare no cost, sacrifice everything, to support you. Even if it means losing everything. Thank you. 158, 5 withers and returning home. Diluc seemed somewhat emotional. After speaking, he withdrew into the distance, standing alone, lost in thought. His sudden mood shift left Ryan a bit confused. Lowering his voice in curiosity, he looked at Jean and asked quietly, "What's wrong with him?" Jean sighed, her emotions conflicted. Senior Diluc, he must have thought of the doctor. Ryan suddenly understood. The doctor had killed Diluc's father. His reaction wasn't surprising. It's not just about vengeance for his father. Lisa sighed softly, her tone tinged with sorrow. To Diluc, the doctor is someone who absolutely must die. 1672. What? Jean looked at Lisa, puzzled. Lisa shook her head slightly and looked up. The night vision effect had worn off, leaving only the dim flicker of torchlight. Under the shadows and glow, Lisa's expression shifted between light and dark. Back then, the number of children the doctor took from Monstat was 1,672. Despite efforts from many sides, only 347 were rescued. Jean, you should remember Kale was one of those we saved from the doctor's base. Jean nodded in realization. Back then, she wasn't yet the acting Grand Master, but she had seen Kale, a shy, quiet girl who avoided interacting with others. Amber, however, had gotten along well with her. She'd heard that Kale was now serving as a forest ranger trainee in Sumeru. Lisa looked at Jean, unsure whether she should continue. But Jean had already sensed something was wrong. She looked at Lisa seriously. "Lisa, I'm the acting Grand Master of the Knights. You can't keep these things from me." Hearing this, Lisa pressed her lips together. It happened after the attack by Durin, the venomous dragon. The doctor ordered Durin to attack Mondstadt. Diluc's father fought to the death to repel it, and just then, the doctor arrived and casually killed the dragon. After that, you know what happened. The Fatui, or rather the doctor, made a deal with the Knights of Favonius upper ranks, and the Fatui were allowed to station themselves in Mondstadt. That's just the official story, the version passed around on paper. The real reason. Lisa paused, her gaze turning cold. The doctor came to Mondstadt, to gather experimental subjects. Experimental subjects, those children. Jean suddenly understood, clenching her teeth tightly. Lisa. That's right. Lisa closed her eyes, her demeanor drooping. The doctor ordered his men to take those children and soldiers to his lab, but they were intercepted by Diluc. Still, they only managed to rescue a portion. The doctor had already arranged for many of the children to be taken away in groups. Those children. Lisa didn't continue, but everyone already had a bad feeling in their hearts. Jean nearly lost her footing, but Lumen quickly supported her. After a long silence, Jean looked at Lisa with desperate hope. "Tell me, Lisa, those children, they're still alive, right? They're waiting for us to bring them home." Lisa turned her head away, unable to meet Jean's gaze. "The Hexenzirkel sent word, those children are all dead. And the ones still alive have already been modified by the doctor into Fatui soldiers, no different from being dead." It was like a bolt from the blue. Jean immediately fainted. Even Venti, who had seemed distracted all along, froze where he stood. Those once lively lives, people who should have enjoyed freedom, were now just cold numbers echoing in his ears. Venti staggered and leaned against the wall for support. "Why the doctor? How dare he? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm sorry." Venti clutched his head in agony, murderous intent erupting from him. He could ignore many things. Even if Mondstadt's people died while exploring the world, that was their choice, their freedom. But those children were innocent. 1,672 and only 347 were saved. Such young, tender lives, reduced to nothing more than lab material by the doctor's cold experiments. How much suffering had they endured? They could have had bright, beautiful futures. The doctor. The usually playful and carefree Venti now burned with killing intent toward the doctor. He wanted to rush out immediately and return all the pain those children had endured back to that man. How could the Cryo-Archon allow the doctor to do such things? And how could the Knights let him take those children? Venti glared coldly at Lisa, fury boiling in his eyes. He had been severely wounded and couldn't wake up. But did people of Teyvat really think that just because of that, Venti could no longer wield a bow? Back then, he could sweep away ice and snow with a single arrow. And now, was he truly so feeble? His wear and tear wasn't nearly as bad as Zhongli's. "Heh." From not far away, Diluc sneered and said quietly, "For someone like you who's always ignored Mondstadt, how would you know how rotten the Knights have become?" Venti fell silent. Indeed, he hadn't shown up 500 years ago, not during the dragon's attack, not when the doctor took the children. Even if he had his reasons, in the end it was his negligence. What right did he have to blame the Knights? Venti slumped to the ground in desolation. Thinking of the innocent lives lost, the usually cheerful bard wept like rain. "I'm sorry, I'm always too late." Seeing him like this, even Diluc sighed with complicated feelings. Though he resented Venti, he had never truly blamed him. After all, Diluc understood as a god. Venti might seem all-powerful, but there were still orders he could not disobey. About Kenria Akea, as Diluc's sworn brother, had spoken with him. Diluc had his own guesses about how badly Venti had been injured. He had indeed been asleep for 500 years, only recently waking. It has nothing to do with the cryo-archon. Diluc looked up and said gloomily. The doctor is a very mysterious person. As a harbinger, his relationship with the cryo-archon is one of mutual exploitation. He never cared about the cryo-archon. The Fatui have never been united, even the cryo-archon's control over them is limited. From what I've learned, everything back then was orchestrated by the doctor alone. But isn't that also proof of how decayed the knights had become? This was the first time Ryan and the others had heard something so shocking. For a while, everyone furrowed their brows in silence. Zhongli felt somewhat conflicted. He had already tried his best to deduce the relationship between the cryo-archon and the Fatui harbingers. But now, thinking about it again, he had clearly underestimated them. No matter what, even if the cryo-archon no longer loved humanity, she would never allow something so monstrous to happen. Especially when the ones the doctor laid his hands on were all children. Human experimentation, with children as experimental material, no matter the justification, it was something that had to be eradicated. Over the years, I joined an underground intelligence organization and have been using its power to track down the doctor. Diluc spoke slowly. The doctor is a complete madman, devoid of humanity, almost inhuman. He sliced himself into many parts, each part a full version of himself. I've always wanted to kill him. But the doctor is far too powerful. His strength may not even be inferior to that of the 7 archons. I've always been looking for an opportunity. And now, I see hope. So for me, everything in this world is important. I will make him pay. He will atone with his life for those innocent children and soldiers. I will do it. Diluc's voice was filled with an unprecedented firmness and seriousness. Jean slowly woke up as well. The usually gentle acting Grand Master now transformed into a lion roaring in silence. Her killing intent retracted, and she was uncharacteristically quiet. After a long pause, Jean asked softly, Senior Diluc, tell me, besides the doctor, who else participated in signing that agreement back then? I want a full list, including all the senior members of the Knights. Diluc curled his lip and replied, I'll give you a copy once we're back. As for the Knights, that's your own mess to deal with. Jean nodded in silence. She didn't like killing, nor did she favor internal strife. But these people had crossed her bottom line. This was no longer just about treason or seeking personal gain, this was about the principles all humans should uphold. Monstat would no longer be the Monstat of the old aristocracy, nor could it continue to be the Knights' Monstat. Not a single person involved in the tragedy of that year would be allowed to escape. Jean said nothing, but Lisa and the others could already feel the determination radiating from her. The slumbering lion of the south wind had awakened today, transformed into a true protector of the 4 winds of Monstat. Lisa, too, felt conflicted. They hadn't told Jean about these things before because she had been too weak, hadn't yet undergone her transformation. But now, it was different. With the main forces of the Knights on an expedition, this situation had been prepared for Jean by the Grand Master himself. The arrival of Ryan's world had given Jean the courage to overturn everything. The time had come for Jean to truly take charge of Monstat and lead it back to greatness. After a long silence, everyone tacitly moved past this heavy topic. Ryan said softly, There are still 4 wither skeletons left. Once we deal with them, it'll be time to head back. As for the beacon, tomorrow we'll build one here in this world, test its effects, and then decide if we should bring it over to Teyvat. Everyone nodded, smoothed out the mine cave, and returned to their original positions to wait for the wither storms. With prior experience, dealing with the wither storms was much easier this time. Still, maybe because they had just learned about Mondstad's tragic past, or maybe because they were projecting all that pain onto the withers, Jean and the others fought with increasing ferocity. It was almost as if they were venting their anger. Their elemental energy became more and more intense. This wither storm was soon wiped out. Ryan didn't strike the final blow. The news had been too shocking for Jean, better to let her unleash all that emotion. Otherwise, if she bottled it up, she might break. Ningguang and the others didn't stop her either. They, too, were furious at the doctor after hearing about the massacre in Monstat. But it was Mondstat's grudge. It could only be resolved by Monstat itself. Liyue could take action and suppress the doctor now. But if they did, Jean and her people might carry a mental burden. That wouldn't be good for future cooperation. That said, the wither storm really was a perfect punching bag. Sturdy and durable. With the team growing increasingly coordinated, each wither storm was dealt with faster than the last. When the sky had finally gone completely dark, the group left the mine cave. The atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Only, at this moment Jean seemed a little more composed than before. 159, Paimon the pig-slaying maniac. The group returned to the villa estate. Ryan naturally scooped up Nahida and Paimon into his arms. Whenever little Nahida was around, Ryan would usually carry her. And now, Paimon had joined the club. Ganyu didn't feel jealous about it. Ryan's whole demeanor was more like someone raising daughters, and it subtly influenced Ganyu as well. Even though she kept reminding herself over and over again that Nahida was the Dendro Archon. Still, more often than not, Ganyu forgot that fact. Perhaps it was because taking care of Nahida together with Ryan made it feel like they were a little family of 3. Ryan, how are you guys? Everything goes smoothly. No one got hurt, right? Paimon, now completely betrayed, snuggled into Ryan's arms and looked up at him sweetly. Don't worry, just a few wither storms, nothing difficult. Ryan grinned confidently, showing none of the tension he had felt earlier when facing the wither. In any case, he had dealt with the withers in the end. If it's solved, then it's not a big deal. Really? Paimon scratched her cheek and muttered. Then why does it feel like no one's really happy? Didn't we get the Nether Star? Shouldn't that be something to celebrate? Jean and the others' eyes flickered briefly. They said nothing about the doctor. Their hatred was buried deep within. Only when the time came for revenge would that hatred truly explode with full force. Right now, cursing him 1,000 times wouldn't make the doctor feel anything. Unless a knife was driven into him, words were useless. Suppressing their rage and hatred for now would help them unleash it more effectively later. Lumen noticed the change in Jean and the others. She rolled her eyes and, acting all huffy, marched over and pinched Paimon's cheek. You little traitor. You turned sides just because Ryan rubbed your belly. Paimon pouted, distracted by the scolding. But Ryan's massages feel so good. And unlike you, Lumen, he's not mean to me 24/7. Mean. Lumen exploded and grabbed Paimon. Who was it that pulled you out of danger? Who was it that took you around, letting you eat and drink non-stop? I've been out there doing commissions to earn Mora to feed you. You just tag along, and every time there's a fight, you disappear. You don't even do your job as a proper guide. All you remember is eating and drinking. Who's really the mean one here? Ugh, I haven't even thought of abandoning you, and you have the nerve to complain about me. Hearing that, Paimon got a little guilty, realizing she had been unfair. She clambered up onto Lumen's shoulder and rubbed against her face in a show of affection. Just joking, Lumen. Paimon has always been your best partner. Wherever you go, Paimon goes. How could I possibly ditch you just for Ryan's amazing massage skills? As she said this, Paimon sneakily turned her head and gave Ryan a wink. It was like she was silently telling him, this is just a little performance to calm Lumen down. I am still flying your flag. The whole scene was so ridiculous that everyone's mood lifted significantly. Lumen huffed but still looked a little annoyed. In that case, come explore with me tomorrow. I want to go hunt for lucky blocks. Paimon's face froze, and she nervously said, you know, Lumen, I don't really have any combat abilities. As she said that, she tried to sneak away, inching back toward Ryan. But Lumen was quick to grab her and smirked coldly. No combat abilities? Didn't Ryan share a quarter of his constitution with you? I'm pretty sure I saw you happily slaughtering pigs just a while ago. Paimon looked ready to cry and said weakly, Lumen, you really want me to fight? I'm so small, there's no way I can handle those monsters. Save the excuses. Lumen rolled her eyes and snapped. I'm just asking you to come help me find lucky blocks. We're not likely to run into monsters, and even if we do, it's broad daylight, no zombies or anything. If we do run into trouble, I'll help you escape, okay? Paimon still looked reluctant, so Lumen leaned in and added mysteriously. Sometimes, if you're lucky, lucky blocks can drop gold. Just one block could make us rich forever. Paimon seemed a little tempted, but then remembered she was already clinging to Ningguang's golden thigh. She'd never go hungry again. That kind of gold really didn't appeal to her much now. Lumen realized that too, so she changed her tactic. I also heard if you're really lucky, the blocks can drop tons of cake. Cake. Paimon's eyes lit up instantly, and she swallowed a bit of drool. Then she put on a proud face and nodded with mock seriousness. Well, since Lumen is so sincerely inviting me, as your loyal partner, I shall accompany you. It's definitely not for the cake. But if we do get cake, I'll gladly help you taste it, just to make sure it's good. Lumen sighed inwardly glutton. The two of them then started chatting in hushed tones again. This little episode helped everyone shake off the anger they had been harboring over the doctor. Jean removed her diamond armor and handed it back to Ryan. Ryan, here your gear. They had personally experienced the power of the diamond set that afternoon. It might look a bit ugly, but its strength was undeniable. Not to mention, it was fully enchanted with protection. A real lifesaver. But the more Jean realized how valuable it was, the more she felt she couldn't accept it so easily. However, Ryan had no intention of taking it back. He waved a hand and said softly, I gave it to you, so keep it. It's not some rare treasure, don't worry about it. But the enchantments. Don't worry about the enchantments either. Ryan smiled and shook his head, though his gaze remained fixed on Nahitha. That little expense. Ganyu could just open a lucky block and make it back. Jean stayed silent. After thinking it over, she finally put the items away. Stretching lazily, Ryan said softly, Alright, that's about it for today. Time to head back. Although Dailuk and the others were still full of energy and eager to continue exploring this world, the unfamiliarity of the place meant it was safer to move with Ryan and the others. The two-way portal began to form again, and Ryan gave them one last reminder. We'll be returning to Teyvat soon. You should all store your gear and supplies in your backpacks. Unless it's necessary, try not to take them out again. These items are incredibly heavy in reality. Without my physical enhancements, even lifting them will be exhausting. Diamonds, while lighter than iron or gold, still made a full diamond set weigh over 10 tons. Jean and Diluc could still wear them, and they could wield the weapons too. But Lisa's physical constitution made it hard for her to handle something so heavy. Even if she could wear it, she'd have to constantly use her elemental energy. Even with her abundant elemental power, that's just not practical. Everyone nodded, removed their diamond gear, and carefully stored their weapons. Seeing this, Ningguang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Actually, joining later isn't such a bad thing. When we first came into this world with Ryan, we couldn't even scrape together a full iron set. Let alone enchantments or alchemy potions. With the pace you're going now, you could catch up in no time. Jean opened her mouth to say something, but the portal was already fully formed. Ningguang stood up alongside Ryan with a smile. Let's go, back to Teyvat. We'll have dinner later at the Jade Chamber. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions. Perfect time to chat and clear things up. Hearing this, Jean and the others didn't say much more. They really did have many questions they urgently needed answered. Even though they had seemed to adjust quickly, entering in the morning and helping Ryan fight the Wither Storm by the afternoon. In truth, they were just like puppets on strings, doing whatever Ryan arranged. They had no real understanding of why they were doing anything. They hadn't even fully grasped how to build structures with blocks. Being directed in every action was vastly different from Ningguang and the others, who understood the world's mechanics and used them to plan strategically. They weren't just obedient Qianyan army soldiers or miners. Only by mastering the unique properties of this world themselves could they begin issuing tasks and establishing the Knights of Favonia's presence here. Though the Minecraft world now had quite a few permanent residents. Compared to Teyvat, it still felt rather quiet. Even near the relatively remote base of Mt. Tianheng, you could still hear the bustle of Liyue harbor. But at this moment, Jean and the others weren't paying attention to any of that. They clenched their fists, feeling a little out of place. Their elemental powers had returned, but the almost world-ending strength they once wielded had completely vanished. That loss left them feeling somewhat empty. Keqing understood exactly how they felt. She chuckled lightly. Feels weird, doesn't it? Going from such overwhelming power back to your original strength. You'll get used to it after a few more visits. Diluc nodded silently, though he couldn't help but imagine landing a punch with that kind of power on the doctor. There'd be nothing left of him, not even dust. Forget archons and their divine might. Pure physical strength pushed to its peak, capable of breaking through all forms of magic. That was the ultimate power. True strength meant ultimate destruction. And that rule held across all worlds. Let's head out now. Ningguang said softly. Any later and Baiwen will bring the food here instead. They didn't rest for long. Soon, the group departed with laughter and chatter, boarding the floating stones toward the Jade Chamber. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was being closely watched by the Fatui station near the entrance of Liyue harbor. The very same Fatui operatives that the Qianyan army had encountered when escorting Jean and the others into Liyue had indeed been keeping an eye on the base of Mt. Tianheng. Though warned by the Adepti, and with Tartaglia having forbidden further exploration, the adepts never said anything about watching from afar. Besides, it wasn't just the Fatui doing this. The Adventurers Guild and even the other 6 nations were all deeply curious about what lay beneath Mt. Tianheng. Anyone with a brain could see the changes in Liyue were somehow tied to that place. But knowing something and daring to investigate it were two very different things. Ningguang didn't bother with those watching eyes. As long as they didn't enter or interfere, they could look all they wanted. According to Liyue's rules, no one would stop them. That was something Tartaglia only learned after repeatedly hitting walls. He'd had people watching from afar this whole time. But until now, they'd seen nothing. The only ones going there were Ningguang and the others. But now, everything had changed. After confirming with certainty that it was Jean and her group they had seen, a Fatui operative quietly slipped away and discreetly returned to the Northland Bank. 160, child, tell Tor to get lost. 160, child, tell Tor to get lost. Second floor of the Northland Bank. Child was currently examining a new weapon in his hands. It was one of those elemental resonance weapons fresh off the forge in Liyue harbor today. Although his personal weapon wouldn't be ready for another month or so, that didn't stop him from taking a sneak peek. This particular weapon was a longsword, temporarily borrowed from a Snezhnyan merchant. Of course, borrowed was the key word here. If he actually kept it, that Snezhnyan merchant would be in serious trouble. If Child decided to withhold the sword for his own use and Liyue found out, that merchant might very well be marked as a collaborator with the Fatui. Child already possessed a divine weapon, Polar Star, a gift from the Tsaritsa. But that didn't stop him from being curious about these new weapons. Though 4-starred and not on par with Polar Star, elemental resonance weapons were still rare in Teyvat. At the very least, the resonance effect had real value for someone like Child. He was a master of all weapons, it didn't matter what he used. Lately, he just happened to prefer using the bow to test his own weak points. Child was a battle maniac, anything related to combat, he took seriously. But clearly, wielding a weapon and forging one were two different domains entirely. After flipping it around a few times and finding nothing special, Child quickly lost interest and casually tossed the sword to a nearby Fatui soldier. Return it. It wasn't that the sword wasn't strong. His full set of custom weapons would be ready in a month. That would be the real test. If this sword wasn't returned quickly, and Liyue caught wind of it, trouble would follow. In the dim firelight, Child's face remained calm as water. Confirmed. The kneeling Fatui soldier before him nodded solemnly. Yes, Lord Child. Our internal intelligence includes visual records of high-ranking figures from all 7 nations. The targets were definitely acting Grand Master Jean of the Knights, Diluc of Dawn Winery, and Lisa, the librarian. Child gave a faint nod. The librarian. I remember, wasn't she flagged as dangerous in our records? Yes, my lord. That Lisa is considered one of Mondstad's top combatants. Our internal assessment ranks her at demigod tier. Child raised an eyebrow, a flicker of fighting spirit in his eyes, but it quickly faded. Lisa was a wielder of elemental magic, a specialist in long-range, large-scale magical attacks. Not the type of opponent he was looking for. He craved close combat, blade against blade, not being kiked around by a mage. Besides, if Lisa was considered dangerous, it meant she had the power to threaten even the Fatui harbingers. Rumor had it she was affiliated with the Hexenzirkel. Child had no desire to get entangled with that crazy bunch of witches. That woman Signora, she's headed to Liyue, isn't she? Child suddenly asked an out-of-the-blue question. The Fatui soldier blinked in surprise, then quickly answered. Yes, Lord Child. Lady Signora has already secured the Inmo Archon's Gnosis, however. She suffered a setback at the hands of that Lisa woman, didn't she? Child let out a chuckle, tinged with amusement. That crazy woman. I told her not to be so arrogant. Did she really think that having the Tsaritsa's blessing made her superior? The soldier remained silent. This was a matter between harbingers far above his station, but being Child's trusted subordinate, he had heard bits and pieces. More accurately, he remembered the day Child burst out laughing after reading an internal report. Apparently, Signora had gone to Monstat intending to deal with the Storm Terror Dragon, only to run into Lisa, who was coincidentally handling business at the Four Winds Temple. The two had clashed, and Signora had come out slightly worse for wear. That was why Lisa had been able to hold her off alone while Jean and the others were elsewhere. Still, as his loyal subordinate, the soldier felt obliged to offer a word of caution. My lord, regardless. Lady Signora now has a Gnosis, and she's heading to Liyue. He looked worried, but Child waved him off nonchalantly. Let her come. She thinks having one Archon's Gnosis makes her invincible. Liyue's waters run deep. This isn't the little pond that is Mondstadt. If she dares stir up trouble here like she did there. Child's face turned amused. He was actually looking forward to Signora going on a rampage in Liyue Harbor. That way, he could get a clearer picture of just what kind of monsters were lurking beneath the surface. As for whether Signora could accomplish anything, forget it. Even if Child admitted she was slightly stronger than him, she was still far from Archon level. Even the Geo Archon didn't bother looking at her directly, just sent an Adeptus to deal with her. This was Liyue, after all. A place that could consume gods. Unless the Tsaritsa herself came, along with the top 3 harbingers, maybe then maybe something might happen. The gap between the top 3 harbingers and the rest was astronomical. Even if Child disliked both the Jester and Doctor, he couldn't deny it. Those two were among the absolute apex of Teyvat's powerhouses. Even the 7 Archons had to take them seriously. My lord, should we try making contact with the Monstat group? The Fatui soldier hesitated as he saw Child stay silent for a long moment. But Child only scoffed. Contact? How? Among the 7 nations, no one hates the Fatui more than Monstat. Signora's stunt there only made things worse. If we show up, they'll probably kill us on sight. This is Liyue, not Monstat. If anything happens here, the Adepti will suppress it immediately. That did remind the soldier of something. He sighed, clearly reluctant. But Lord Child, this is our best shot. The people who used to come and go from that place were either the Kixing or Adepti. We had no way to approach them. If we miss this chance. Child raised his hand slightly, cutting off the long-winded explanation. His voice was soft. I never said we wouldn't make contact. Just not with the Monstat group. The soldier paused, furrowing his brow in thought, then his eyes lit up. You mean, the Traveler? Child was silent for a moment, eyes falling onto the classified documents sent personally by the Tsaritsa. Information on Lumen, marked with the highest threat level. Child murmured. I'll handle the contact with the Traveler myself. Hearing that Child would take on this task personally, the subordinate was relieved. He paused, then added. My lord, there's one more matter. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Headquarters received a message from Lord Doctor. He says he's running low on experimental materials. Before he even finished, Child's expression turned cold. He slapped the table in annoyance. Tell him to get lost. Does he think this is his lab? This is Liyue. If he wants to die, fine, but I'd like to live, thank you very much. That damn lunatic. And if any more letters come from Doctor, burn them. All of them. The Fatui members immediately broke out in cold sweat and quickly lowered their heads in acknowledgement before hurrying away. Tartaglia let out a cold snort. His previously decent mood had now turned incredibly foul. It was only after becoming a harbinger and pledging allegiance to the Tsaritsa that he learned about the doctor's research. He had initially believed that most of those modified soldiers had volunteered, wanting to serve the Tsaritsa. But later, he realized the doctor was conducting human experiments by force, and even involved children. Tartaglia never claimed to be a good person, but he deeply loved his younger siblings, and he would never harm the weak or children. The doctor's experiments disgusted him, but since the Tsaritsa needed the doctor's strength, Tartaglia could only turn a blind eye. "You bastard!" With a furious slap, Tartaglia shattered the table before him. His delusion glowed with a sinister light. "When Her Majesty no longer needs you, I'll make you pay." Taking a deep breath to calm the fury burning in his chest, Tartaglia turned and looked toward the sky, where the jade chamber floated. After a long moment, he let out a faint sigh. "Fate is truly cruel. Chusser, if we had been born in Liyue, your big brother might have been a good brother." Jade chamber. Everyone had already started eating and chatting. Suddenly, Baishur walked in quickly and leaned over to whisper a few words into Ningguang's ear. "Is that so?" Ningguang waved her hand dismissively, clearly uninterested, and said lightly, "Don't bother with them. Let them watch if they want to. As long as they don't enter Mt Tin Heng, they can stare all they like." In the past, if she had learned the Fatui were monitoring their every move, Ningguang might have ordered a full audit. But now, watch all you like. What can you even do after watching? Bring in troops. Never mind getting past the Adepti. The 700 or 800 heavily armed cavalry and foot soldiers displayed alone would be enough to crush them. In fact, Ningguang rather welcomed someone trying to poke Liyue's tiger whiskers right now. Let Teyvat witness Liyue's true heritage. Baishur had clearly expected such a response. After all, she and the other two secretaries were Ningguang's most trusted aides. They could usually guess her thoughts with remarkable accuracy. She bowed slightly and quietly took her leave. Baishi's movements didn't draw much attention from the others. By now, the banquet had smoothly entered the phase of casual conversation. Paimon and Lumen were both full and now lay back in their chairs rubbing their bellies. Seeing this, Ningguang waved her hand to have the table cleared and replaced with tea and desserts to help with digestion. Of course, special cases get special treatment. Venti still needed his alcohol, obviously. Jean sipped her tea to moisten her throat, then looked at Ningguang and softly said, "Ningguang, I have some questions. Could you help me understand something about that world?" Jean nodded, then shook her head. "Today we went to Ryan's world, and we saw so many things. Abundant resources, magical equipment, powerful alchemical potions and enchantments. There was just so much so dazzling eye." Seeing Jean looking a bit lost, Ningguang smiled gently. "Overwhelmed by too much all at once, and not sure where to begin, is that it?" Jean nodded. "I understand. Reaching too far too fast could make us stumble hard. But I've thought carefully all of those things they seem to be treasures we truly need. Resources could strengthen Mondstadt's finances, equipment could arm our warriors, and potions could boost the knight's combat effectiveness. And all of this seems to be exactly what we're lacking." As she spoke, Jean gave a slightly self-deprecating smile. "In the end, it's because we're so far behind. Mondstadt's overall strength is too weak to the point where we need everything. But if we try to start everything at once, we don't even have enough people right now. I really don't know what to do." 161 Resolve the Wither, Plan for the End. Mondstadt is not like Liyue. Liyue, when exploring resources, actually values the added value effect brought by dumping those resources more than Mora itself. For example, increasing influence, gaining the advantage of resource monopolization, using resource exports to assert control. Therefore, Liyue's priority is to enhance the strength of individuals as a class. So their focus has always been on alchemy potions and enchantments. Plus, they arrived early and have been walking this path step by step with Ryan, jointly planning the world over a long period. Starting from nothing, Liyue laid down a solid foundation. But Mondstadt is different. The Grand Master's expedition took away most of the main force and Mora. The rampage of storm terror greatly affected commercial development. As of now, to be frank, Mondstadt is even short on food. Put simply, Mondstadt lacks everything. True, just as Ningguang said before, Mondstadt's entry into the world comes at a time when Ryan and Liyue have already laid the groundwork. Under these conditions, Mondstadt's development should be accelerating. But the problem is that Ryan and the others have already handled most of that world. At least, the nearby areas have been taken care of. The unique characteristics of that world now require Jean and the others to spend time mastering it. Moreover, although starting multiple projects at once can help with comprehensive development, they don't have the manpower to do it. Don't be fooled by how Liyue can deploy thousands of millilith and miners in an instant. Liyue has plenty of millilith and miners to begin with and they aren't scattered. Naturally, they can be easily mobilized. With the Geo Archon's direct orders, and the 7 stars at the peak of Liyue's authority assisting, they can commit wholeheartedly. As for Mondstadt, yes, the people of Mondstadt listen to Jean, but after all, it's a nation of freedom, unlike a nation of contracts. So what applies to Liyue doesn't necessarily apply to Mondstadt. For a moment, Jean was completely at a loss as to where to begin. Rationality told her that they couldn't be too greedy, but emotionally, she knew Mondstadt lacked everything they needed at all. Jean's expression grew increasingly lost and helpless. Ningguang gently shook her head. She didn't expose it directly, but instead guided her. Jean, in your opinion, what's most important to Mondstadt? Jean answered decisively and seriously. It's the countless people of Mondstadt. Ningguang's gaze showed a bit of satisfaction. Although Jean's political skills were still immature, her mindset was correct. Given time, Jean would naturally become the true Grand Master that the people of Mondstadt admire. But now, with Liyue and Mondstadt cooperating, Ningguang didn't mind helping Jean evolve a step ahead. Mondstadt's most important element is its people. So you must consider things from their perspective. What do they need most right now? Is it a sense of security? Jean asked curiously. She still operated under the mindset of leading from a military institution like the Knights of Favonius. The Knights are responsible for Mondstadt's law and order, but a nation can't rely on security alone. A leader can't think only about safety. Jean, you're the acting Grand Master, but you must not only act like the acting Grand Master. You can't just think like a knight. Ningguang, finding this quite enjoyable, patiently explained. I won't comment on Mondstadt's political system, but in any case Mondstadt is not just about the knights. All your civil departments working together, that is the real leadership of Mondstadt, and you are the one who must guide them and define the overall direction. Economy, military, livelihood, you must consider it all. From what I understand, after the dragon disaster, Mondstadt's trade routes were cut off. Food production plummeted. Many people can't even eat. And the news that you've resolved the dragon disaster hasn't spread across Teyvat yet. So in the short term, commerce is unlikely to recover. The economy is tied to the people's livelihood, and livelihood relates to overall national strength. So Jean, what does Mondstadt need most right now? Ningguang had pointed out the path. Jean, being sharp, quickly understood. Mondstadt needs economic sources, needs to ensure people's livelihood. Ningguang nodded slightly and chuckled. That's right. External security does give people a sense of safety. But if people can't even eat, and have no mora, even if you tell them Mondstadt is now strong enough to protect them when they go out, will they care? The urgent task is for Mondstadt to earn mora, build a name for itself, and solve the people's daily living issues. Once that's done, the economy will grow rapidly. And you can dump resources to quickly recoup capital. Once this supply line stabilizes, no matter what you want to do in the future, it will be much easier. Ryan once told me. Ningguang glanced sideways at Ryan, who was still gently rubbing Nahidha's belly, her gaze soft. With money in hand, the heart does not panic. As long as you have mora, as long as the people can earn mora and improve their quality of life, all your decisions, they will become your most loyal supporters. This principle applies to any nation, be it the free Mondstadt or the contractual Liyue. It's human nature. Jean deeply agreed and nodded solemnly, imprinting these words into her heart. Dailuk and Lisa also cast thankful glances toward Ningguang. Without a doubt, Jean was the one most suitable to lead Mondstadt. The knights had grown decayed. During this period, Jean must accumulate enough knowledge to continue leading Mondstadt. With Ningguang's guidance there could be nothing better. What I just said is only one aspect. Ningguang smiled and shook her head. Next, alchemical potions and enchantments. You don't even understand the features of this world yet. Naturally, you won't be able to make use of those things. So for you, resource dumping to earn mora is the best starting point at this stage. After this path stabilizes for a while, then you must start enhancing your own strength. If you lack strength and only have mora, you'll just become a fat sheep in someone else's eyes, ready to be slaughtered. As she spoke, Ningguang raised her head proudly and declared with confidence. Take Liyue for example, we have abundant mora. Combined with our resource exports, we gained even more mora. Everyone is speculating whether we've made some great discovery or profit, but no one dares to investigate. They have to trade under our rules. At the core of IDs, because they know they can't afford to provoke Liyue. Above us is the Geo Archon and the Adepti. Below us, the ever-growing Millilith. They dare not test us. Mondstadt needs both ways to earn mora, and the strength to protect it. These two may not be achievable at the same time for now, but in the future, you must have both. Jean fell into deep realization. Beside her, Lisa couldn't help but shake her head in admiration. Jean's previous thinking had indeed been a bit too rigid. After becoming the acting Grand Master of the Knights, Jean devoted herself solely to Mondstadt's safety. But in her adherence to the code of chivalry, she seemed to forget that Grand Master Varka wasn't merely the head of the Knights. As the pinnacle of Mondstadt's authority, the Grand Master needed to be aware of everything happening in Mondstadt, to guide the entire city's development. Protecting Mondstadt was only one of the many duties of the Grand Master. No wonder she's the Tian Quan of Liyue. Such composure and strategy. Our Jean still has a long way to go. Jean herself knew she couldn't compare to Ningguang in a short amount of time, but she didn't feel discouraged. Ningguang had climbed her way up from the very bottom, experiencing and witnessing far more than Jean ever had. How many years had Ningguang been managing Liyue? And how long had Jean served as acting Grand Master? This was a gap of both quality and quantity, only time could close it. I've made my decision. Jean's expression turned solemn as she declared. We'll start by settling 500 people to develop resources, collect lucky blocks, announce the reopening of trade routes to Teyvat, and restore Mondstad's livelihood as soon as possible. Then, we'll begin arming the Knights of Favonius. Senior Diluc, may I ask you to take charge of the commercial trade affairs? After a day full of shocks, Jean now exuded the presence of a true leader. The corners of Diluc's mouth lifted slightly. Had it been the old Jean or even the Grand Master himself saying this, he might have turned away coldly. But now, he saw in her the shadow of the Lion of the South Wind, protector of the Four Winds, a true roar that could lead Monstat to rise again. Nodding, Diluc responded in a low voice. I'll get in touch with the Underground Intelligence Network to assist. Jean then looked to Ningguang and asked gently, Ningguang, could you also distribute the alliance agreement between Monstat and Liyue? Ningguang smiled and nodded. The road from weakness to strength is harsh. Leveraging external power is a wise choice. Of course, I can. Putting other factors aside, even if the Fatui targeted Monstat due to the dumping of massive resources, just the joint defense agreement with Liyue would make them think twice. They might not care about Monstat, but they couldn't afford to ignore Liyue. Not to mention, this pact was signed by none other than Rex Lapis and Barbatos. Who could guarantee that if someone attacked Monstat, Rex Lapis wouldn't bring the Adepti to overturn the table? As for the detailed contract terms, Ningguang gently reminded, and Jean nodded. I understand. There are certain things that will remain undisclosed. Ningguang smiled kindly. You all should stay in Liyue for now. I'll grant you access to international teleportation. If you need to return, just notify us. Also, resource collection isn't something that can be achieved overnight. For now, you may purchase resources from Liyue at internal prices. As for the price at which you resell them, external lighthats for you to decide. Jean nodded gratefully. As for resale prices, though Ningguang said it was up to them, if they truly disrupted the market Liyue had built, she clearly wouldn't be pleased. Fortunately, Diluc would handle that. Jean herself wasn't skilled in business. In the meantime, our mission is to familiarize ourselves with the characteristics of that world, Jean softly mentioned. Ryan, who had been quiet, finally looked up and smiled. Not just that. You also need to learn how to apply those characteristics within Teyvat. Just like Lisa said, if you're lacking food, you can replace land with soil from that world, plant crops on a large scale, and with bone meal, you can quickly solve the food problem. There's also villager technology and essential survival tech. Things like iron farms and mob farms. You'll need to learn all of it. As for selecting a location to build Mondstat's base, Ryan paused, thought for a moment, then said softly, in the next couple of days, we'll be heading out. Once I place the beacon tomorrow and confirm its effectiveness, we'll continue our journey to locate the end portal. Along the way, you can scout for suitable locations to establish your camp and start planning ahead. 162 Redstone Cannon, bombing the Nantianmen. Ryan, we just dealt with the Wither, and now we're heading to explore the end already. Keking looked at Ryan curiously. In her impression, Ryan usually left some breathing room between such major milestones. Now they were jumping straight into the next one. That wasn't like Ryan at all. But Ryan only smiled and shook his head. Things are different now. We're all equipped with full enchanted diamond gear, and our combat power is more than enough. There's really no need to fear the Ender Dragon anymore. Even with all those Endermen in the end, you guys can handle them, right? At his words, everyone nodded in agreement. To be honest, Endermen were no longer a threat worth worrying about. Just a few days ago, Ningguang and the others had even asked Ryan if they could build an Enderman mob farm. Although the lucky blocks had yielded a good number of Ender Pearls, for large-scale collection, a mob farm would be much better. Also, Ryan paused and smiled lightly. We're not diving into the end just yet. We're just going to locate the end portal for now. Another main reason is that we haven't traveled to that world in a long time. This time, I also plan to help Jean and the others pick a suitable base site for Monstat over there. In a few days, the Rite of Dissension will begin preparations, and you'll all be busy. So while you still have some free time, let's deal with these small matters first. Ryan's timing was spot on. There was only 1 month left until the Rite of Dissension. No matter what, such a major annual event needed to be done well. What's more, Ningguang and the others planned to use this rite to show off Liyue's true strength in front of all of Teyvat. It would serve as both a formal answer sheet to the Geo-Archon and a clear statement to the other 6 nations of just how powerful Liyue had become. As a result, the original plan for this year's Rite of Dissension had been completely overhauled. Ningguang would redesign everything from scratch. Just as Ryan predicted, Ningguang's workload had doubled. Before long, she might not even have time to visit the MC world anymore. You've really put a lot of thought into this, Ryan. Jean nodded apologetically at him. It's no trouble. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Ryan waved his hand dismissively and added, before we head back later, borrow Keking's notebook. It has information on most of the monsters, as well as a lot of crafting recipes. As for the more technical stuff, it might be a bit tough for you all to learn now, but you can start picking it up gradually. You can study that world's tech after we get there. Having something to reference will help a lot. Upon hearing this, Jean and the others nodded seriously. Once they were full and satisfied, they didn't talk about serious matters anymore. After some idle chatter about the features of that other world, the topic shifted to the situations in the other nations. Liyue's intelligence division, led by Yellen, had easier access to information than most underground networks. Ryan had heard Ningguang mention Yellen many times. She was a very capable woman. Though she was officially Ningguang's subordinate, in reality, their relationship was more like a partnership. It was said that Yellen was currently clashing with a Fatui harbinger in another nation. Ryan guessed it was probably the Regrader. But with Liyue backing her, and the overwhelming influence brought by their recent resource exports, the Regrader's side was struggling. After all, Yellen never played by the rules. Through this conversation, Jean and the others also got a clearer picture of the state of the other nations in Teyvat. To be honest, Monstat was one of the better-off regions. Snezhnia, home base of the Fatui, didn't offer much benefit to ordinary people. The Cryo-Archon was entirely focused on rebelling against Celestia. While the Fatui were full of ambition, the everyday life of Snezhnia's people was far from easy. In Najima was even worse: war, exploitation, and misery everywhere. Plus, being close to the dark outer seas meant the monsters there weren't comparable to the hilly shurls of Liyue and Monstat. Though Orobashi was dead, the lingering remains of his divine power still tainted the land. Despite the seemingly numerous islands, the only truly habitable ones were Watatsumi Island and Narukami Island. The rest, either monsters or war zones. If any place had the right to complain, it was Inajima. As for Raiden Shogun's inaction, Ningguang and the others scoffed at it. But Venti and Zhongli understood the deeper issues and could only sigh quietly. Was Ei wrong? From the perspective of a younger sister, her elder sister had died, her closest friends had passed, and of all her old companions, only Ye Miko remained. Anyone would become reclusive after that. But as a god, she was still at fault. No matter how much pain she had suffered, she still had a duty to her people. A god's role is to ensure the prosperity of their nation, not let it fall into an apocalyptic state. Even if she was suddenly forced to take over, transitioning from a combat-oriented shadow warrior to the role of Archon, she was the Raiden Shogun. That was an undeniable fact. Venti admitted his own past negligence. Ei had no excuse either. Even if her personal reasons were emotionally understandable. Ruling a nation is not a game. Just like ancient emperors in Ryan's world, once you ascend that throne, you're alone, bearing the lives of countless citizens. An emperor can't kill thousands and then say, "Oh, I was just a child, I didn't know better. Please understand my feelings." Really now? She's just a kid, don't hold it against her. Why should the people be asked to understand the emperor when the emperor failed to understand the people who died? It was a cruel reality for Ei personally, but as one of the 7 Archons, she had to be rational. Every decision they made could shake the world. Still, this wasn't something Zhongli and the others could intervene in. They could only sigh in frustration. As for Sumeru, there wasn't much to say. At the mere mention of the Academia, the Immortals, Ningguang, and even Venti all wore expressions of disgust. That said a lot. Sumeru was far from peaceful. Natlan was too far away, and no one had clear information. However, the Crimson Sea of Silence lay within Natlan, and its Archon was known for a hot temper and love of battle. Rumor had it that there was war there too, though this couldn't be confirmed. The only thing they could guess was that of all Teyvat's regions, Natlan was the quietest and the least active in trade. That didn't mean it was peaceful. And Fontaine. Apparently, the current Hydro Archon was embroiled in a conflict with her predecessor. The people had even split into 2 opposing factions because of it. As for the Hydro Archon, she was also one of the most steadfast supporters of Celestia. Thinking carefully, among the 7 nations of Teyvat, it seemed that only Liyue remained peaceful now. That made Ningguang and the others quite happy. But Ryan figured that before long, Ningguang would have something to worry about. Liyue might be calm and peaceful for now, but that wouldn't last once Zhongli decided to make his big move. When the Geo Archon fakes his death and the Archons of old return to stir chaos, there would definitely be some unrest. Still, Ryan didn't think it would be too chaotic after all. Liyue's foundation was strong. On the side of the Adepti, Shao and Cloud Retainer had already agreed to help stage the performance, and would also guide those among the Adepti who didn't know the full plan. So all in all, it should be fine, right? As he thought, Ryan glanced at Cloud Retainer. At the moment, she sat beside Lumen with a stern expression, but in her eyes shone an indescribable light. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he was done for. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Lumen and Cloud Retainer be grouped together this afternoon. Looks like the Yandere true form of the Adeptus was about to emerge early. Having made up his mind, Ryan decided he'd make time to visit Wangshu Inn just in case Cloud Retainer made any more shocking remarks. He could intervene and minimize the damage. Suddenly, Lumen weakly raised her hand and looked toward Ningguang. Sister Ningguang, earlier Ryan mentioned that the Jade Chamber had been fitted with a lot of redstone cannons. Ningguang raised an eyebrow and smiled, nodding. That's right. I'm in the process of converting the Jade Chamber into an aerial war fortress. In the future, even if the Geo Archon is not present, the Jade Chamber should still be capable of suppressing a god. This idea was also one Ryan had shared with Ningguang. Having such a high-altitude mobile fortress and only using it as a symbolic structure, that was such a waste. If experts from Ryan's previous life saw how Ningguang originally planned the Jade Chamber, they would surely berate her for extravagance and waste. The fact that its strongest attack mode was self-destruction, what a joke. Thankfully, Ningguang now re-evaluated the Jade Chamber. A high-altitude fortress capable of wide-area bombardment truly did have immense strategic value. Recently, she had even asked Ryan multiple times about the heaven-based Dragon Slayer cannon, apparently considering installing one on the Jade Chamber, flying above Oziel and firing it off. Not entirely impossible. Lumen's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she grinned playfully. Sister Ningguang. Her sweet, syrupy tone made Ryan cringe a little. If Ningguang ever learned that the one calling her Sister Ningguang every day was actually an ageless girl over 1,000 years old, would she go into shock? I already saw through your little scheme. The moment you boarded the Jade Chamber, you wouldn't stop staring at the redstone cannons. Ningguang shook her head with an amused smile and waved her hand. Alright then, I'll let you witness the power of redstone technology with your own eyes. But the redstone cannons on the Jade Chamber are far too powerful. This isn't a suitable place to test them. She glanced around at the surroundings. On one side was the sea blasting. There might work, but what if the TNT triggered a tsunami and harmed the fishermen? Tianhang Mountain next door was out of the question. Ryan lived there. The Gailai Plain seemed like a decent choice, but Keqing had painstakingly renovated the area, so they couldn't destroy it again. How about the chasm? Keqing suggested softly and explained. The miners have already evacuated that area, and there's no Qixing garrison. Blasting a deep tunnel there shouldn't be an issue. Before Ningguang could respond, Zhongli already looked troubled. The chasm. He couldn't believe Keqing actually said that. That area had the thinnest leyline structure in all of Liyue. Not to mention, it housed some things that should never be seen, along with the black sludge from 500 years ago. Zhongli had assigned 2 adepti to guard that location long-term. Forget whether the TNT might blow something out of hiding. Even if it didn't, the adepti were following orders and maintaining a secluded vigil, and they'd be hit with a few cannon blasts out of nowhere. Wouldn't they be furious? He quickly shot Ryan a look, and the latter barely suppressed a laugh. We can't bomb the chasm. The ley lines are too fragile there. Besides, the 7 stars seal was just reinforced recently. Let's pick another spot. Keqing scratched her cheek awkwardly, realizing her oversight. But to be honest, she really wanted to witness the redstone cannon too. Due to the danger, it had been deployed but never fired. No one knew how powerful it really was. This was the perfect chance to record some data. After thinking for a moment, Ryan suddenly spoke. I actually have a good place in mind. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned toward him. Ryan looked at Zhongli with a meaningful smile. Let's go blow up Nantianmen. 163 Zhongli, fire at the Dragonkeller tree. 163 Zhongli, fire at the Dragonkeller tree. Nantianmen. This place had always been one of the least explored areas of Liyue. After all, it was far from Liyue Harbor, and reaching it required passing through Tiankaya Valley, where an important ruin lay and monsters were countless. Moreover, according to legend, the Geo Lord Moryx had sealed a demon god here. The monsters in this area were even more powerful. Liyue wasn't like Monstat, which pursued freedom. A place with no real value or profit. People rarely came here throughout the year. At Nantianmen stood a towering tree. Crystals of all kinds shimmered along its trunk, as if elemental energy surged within it. But from its shape, it looked less like a tree and more like a tail. This was the Dragonkeller tree. Beneath it stood a young girl dressed in Liyue attire that was Geo, or rather, the memory avatar of Azdaha. Today, Geo or Azdaha, as always, extended a thread of power through the crack in the seal, condensing into Geo. Usually, Azdaha could only emerge briefly to glimpse the world. And each time, the first thing he'd shout was the same as it had been for 1,000 years. Moryx, how do you plan to repay a grudge a millennium old? Moryx, I slap your ancestors. This was Azdaha's classic, resentful tirade. But truly, no one could blame him. The mighty Dragon King Azdaha had been sealed by his old boss, the Geo Archon Moryx, and stuffed headfirst into Nantianmen. With his butt facing upward for centuries, Azdaha had a right to feel threatened. Yet the people of Liyue even gave the tree formed from his tail a proud name, Dragonkeller. Azdaha would rather not have known. If that tree became famous, wouldn't more and more adventurers come to investigate? Wouldn't that make his situation more dangerous? With such a strong sense of crisis, how could Azdaha not become mentally twisted? The young girl Geo, speaking in a deep, ancient tone as steady as rock, stood beneath the tree and unleashed a barrage of angry curses at the nearby hatchling Geo Vishaps. Moryx, cold-blooded and heartless. Moryx, I slap your ancestors. He'd shouted lines like that countless times before. Unfortunately, the little Vishaps weren't intelligent enough to understand. They could only sense their superior's bad mood, and so they trembled in fear. Ever since being sealed by Zhongli, Azdaha spent his days worrying about the safety of his rear end, and the rest of his time thinking about better ways to curse out Moryx, and how to someday destroy Liyue to make Moryx suffer. Usually, this strange calm would not be broken. But today, high above Nantianmen, Jade Chamber came flying in. Through Gio's eyes, Azdaha saw it all, and he sensed that Morix's eternal obsession was aboard. Instantly, Azdaha flew into a rage. Morix, Morix. How will you repay a 1,000-year grudge? Morix, I'll cut off your limbs, shatter your soul, chop apart your filthy body, slice you, hack you up. Morix, come face me. I'll show you darkness. The curses Azdaha had rehearsed over centuries erupted all at once. Sadly, the Jade Chamber was flying far too high, and he hadn't used Gio to shout them aloud. All he could do was squat angrily in the sealed space, impotently furious. Come see me, Morix. He pounded the ground madly. But the seal was unshakable, and though his blows caused tremors, they only made golden light ripple across the stone. And yet the Jade Chamber seemed to have heard his call. It calmly stopped in the skies above Nantianmen. Its position just so happened to be right over Azdaha's butt air, the Dragon Keller. A powerful sense of crisis surged up. Azdaha froze. Moments later, he exploded again, though his words had slightly changed. Morix, get lost, get out of here. Morix, don't come near. Through the cracks of the seal, Azdaha's emotions burst forth, and the remnants of his divine power poured out violently, changing the color of the skies and winds. The hatchling Vishaps on the ground howled upward in response. Finally, one of Azdaha's deep growls managed to escape and reach Zhongli's ears. Morix, I slap your ancestors. On the Jade Chamber. Zhongli, who had originally intended to persuade Ningguang and the others to leave, instantly darkened. That furious cry of I slap your ancestors. Not just Zhongli Xiao, Cloud Retainer, Venti, Ryan, and Nahida all heard it loud and clear. Xiao and Cloud Retainer looked deeply embarrassed, quickly averting their eyes to avoid meeting Zhongli's gaze. But Venti and Ryan had no such restraint. The two of them exchanged a glance, then simultaneously bent over the table, clutching their stomachs in silent laughter. Zhongli's face turned even darker. Now this was thoroughly humiliating. Not only had his two subordinates heard that crisp insult, but the gods Venti and Nahida had heard it too. More importantly, Ryan had also heard it clearly. Utterly humiliating. And with Venti's love for making up exaggerated bard tales. What if decades later, a ballad about the Geo Archon and Azdaha spread throughout Teyvat, featuring the iconic line, I slap your ancestors. That would be a massive social death. Ryan, Venti, what are you laughing at? Ganyu asked innocently. The two immediately felt the heat of Zhongli's nuclear gaze and straightened up. Nothing, we weren't laughing. But I just saw. You saw wrong, Ganyu, Ryan said with a straight face. We've been rigorously trained. No matter how funny something is, we won't laugh. Venti solemnly nodded. Unless we really can't help it. The two of them struggled to cover their mouths, shoulders shaking. Since Ryan refused to explain, Ganyu didn't press further. She only voiced her concern. Ningguang, this is where the Archon sealed Azdaha. Isn't it a bit dangerous to test the redstone cannon here? Ningguang hesitated for a moment, opened her mouth to reply. But Zhongli spoke first, his voice calm, with just a hint of simmering rage. It's fine. The Geo Archon seal cannot be easily broken. This is the best location for the test. But Ganyu still wanted to argue, but Zhongli pointed at the ground beneath their feet and said gravely, there are too many juvenile Geovishaps gathering here. If we don't act quickly, they could pose a serious threat to the adventurers. At his words, everyone looked down at the howling beasts. Indeed, they were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. These weren't some low-tier monsters. If they all charged at once, even Liyue's current Millilith would suffer heavy losses. Still, Ganyu wanted to protest. After all, dropping explosives here would practically be slapping the Geo Archon in the face. But if we conduct an experiment here, the Lord of Geo might. The Lord of Geo wouldn't be bothered by such trifles, Zhongli said flatly, eyes calmly fixed on the teacup before him. Ryan and Venti exchanged glances, both realizing Zhongli was, in fact, very much bothered. Struggling to hold back a laugh, Venti nodded at Ningguang. It's fine, the old man isn't that petty. We're just testing the power of the redstone cannons, after all. He'd be delighted to see it, I'm sure. He even winked at Zhongli as he spoke. Zhongli's face was composed, but the aura he gave off clearly said stay away. Normally, Xiao and Cloud Retainer would try to dissuade them. Detonating explosives here wasn't exactly reasonable. But first, the area was indeed swarming with enhanced monsters, empowered by Azdaha's residual strength. Even Xiao found it troublesome. Second, everyone had heard that one clear sentence, I slap your ancestors. If it were just Xiao and Cloud Retainer, they could have pretended not to hear it for Zhongli's sake. But Venti, Nahida, and Ryan were here too. This grudge Zhongli would never let it slide. Ningguang glanced at Venti and Ryan, who kept exchanging knowing looks, and then at Xiao and Cloud Retainer, both maintaining an expression of complete indifference to the world. Smart as she was, she had a pretty good idea of what had happened. That big guy sealed below must have said something truly offensive enough to disgrace Zhongli. She found it amusing but responded seriously. Then let's just test the TNT duplicator here. Only the TNT duplicator. Don't we also want to test the redstone excavator and the redstone aerial bombardment cannon together? Zhongli asked lightly. Ningguang went silent. She really wanted to ask Zhongli outright, what exactly did Aztaha say to make you this dead set on blowing him up? But considering the consequences of asking, she forced a polite smile and gently replied, the redstone excavator can level mountains in that other world, it's far too dangerous here. As for the aerial bombardment cannon, it's way too destructive. One misfire and we could flatten this whole area. Better not. Zhongli took a deep breath, calming the storm inside. TNT couldn't kill Aztaha. Or rather, as long as Liyue's ley lines persisted, Aztaha would not truly perish. Even if his consciousness faded, his body would remain. He lived and died with the ley lines. So, Zhongli had no qualms about using the most ruthless means to remind Aztaha. He, Morex, was born of the primordial. He has no ancestors. He, Morex, was the one who enlightened Aztaha, making him his elder. Zhongli would make sure Aztaha knew what could and could not be said, especially in front of others. Ningguang turned and walked outside. The TNT duplicator, like the other redstone cannons, hung off the edge of the jade chamber. To be honest, duplicating TNT like this only worked thanks to the world's special rules. As Ryan had put it, aside from causing chaos, it was basically used for vertical mining. Unlike the other cannons or bombers, this device dropped payloads in a fixed spot. Which meant, to avoid blowing a bottomless hole through MT Tianheng, Ningguang had to reposition the jade chamber manually. She grasped the control core of the jade chamber. While at it, she also attached a lever to the TNT duplicator. Turning back to face the eager crowd, Ningguang smiled lightly. Alright, then I'm starting now. With that, she yanked the lever. The sound of TNT igniting rang out. Several TNT blocks launched from the dispensers. Before anyone could react, the blocks plummeted downward in droves. A thick, unrelenting stream. For a moment, even Ningguang was stunned. She hadn't expected the TNT to deploy that rapidly. By the time she recovered and moved the jade chamber, it had already dropped several stacks. Quickly, Ningguang maneuvered the floating palace over the juvenile Geovashaps. Then, the first earth-shaking explosion erupted in the stillness of MT Tianheng. Immediately after, a thunderous voice equal parts furious, indignant, and oddly aggrieved boomed up toward Ryan and the others. Morex. What the hell is wrong with you? I slap your ancestors. 164, Aztaha, Morex, I slap your ancestors. 164, Aztaha, Morex, I slap your ancestors. A relentless barrage of explosions echoed non-stop. All of Nantianmen trembled violently. Waves surged in the lakes, mountains quaked and shuddered, and boulders rained down in chaos. The juvenile Geovashaps that had been roaring to the sky moments ago were now thrown into complete disarray, scrambling for their lives in a panic. They had no idea why the massive floating structure overhead was dropping things that caused such devastating destruction. A single TNT block landed beside 3 Geovashaps, blasting them into ashes on the spot. One nearby Geovashap saw this and hastily burrowed underground, but unfortunately, it underestimated the sheer destructive power of TNT in this world. A massive crater, dozens of meters wide, was blasted into the earth. The Geovashap, fatally wounded, was buried in dirt and soon turned to smoke, vanishing from existence. The jade chamber now hovered in the sky like an all-powerful aerial sovereign, leisurely dropping explosives on the fleeing Geovashaps. It had practically become a flying bomber. Wherever it flew, devastation followed, leaving no grass behind. In Ryan's eyes, this had already evolved into a modern-era strategic strike operation. Encounter an enemy. First, call in air support for fire coverage. Then sweep in to mop up. And even better than real-world warfare, the Jade Chamber had a TNT duplication machine running non-stop. The bombs just kept coming. What was once a horde of juvenile Geovashaps had now been reduced to a pitiful few. Only those that fled deep into the mountains survived. That was because Ningguang and the others had chosen not to bomb the mountains as they held special significance for Liyue. Out of environmental consideration, those lucky few Geovashaps were spared. The remaining ones, unable to retreat further into the mountains, had no choice but to charge headlong toward the Dragonkeller tree. In their minds, only the great being beneath that tree could save them now. But the mindless beasts couldn't hear Aztaha's enraged roars. Get lost. All of you, scram. Don't come here. Go away. Get out. Aztaha was livid. Just moments ago, a dozen TNTs had exploded near the Dragonkeller tree and it had clenched its metaphorical but in terror. Heaven bear witness, even though Aztaha was sealed in a separate space, it was indeed sealed here by Zhongli all those years ago. The Dragonkeller tree was his tail. Just imagine tail pointing up, and bombs going off around it. Forget Aztaha, even Zhongli would wince at that. Though the explosions hadn't physically hurt him, the psychological terror was overwhelming. What if a TNT accidentally landed directly on the tree? He was a giant sealed underground. Where was he supposed to find a colorectal specialist? But the panicked Geovashaps couldn't hear any of this. The surviving dozen soon gathered under the Dragonkeller tree, burying their heads into the ground like ostriches in a desert. Damn you all. Get out. I'll kill you, tear you to shreds, dice you up. Once, these Geovashaps had been Aztaha's loyal minions, guarding his precious tail and keeping adventurers at bay. Now, The adventurers hadn't even arrived yet, and the Geovashaps had already betrayed him by camping under the tree. Helpless and unable to move, Aztaha was nearly driven insane. Worst of all, that massive aerial menace was slowly drifting this way. And then, it hovered right over the Dragon Keller tree. Aztaha's nearly eroded consciousness suddenly snapped into clarity. A powerful sense of doom suppressed his frenzied rage. Wait, Morax. Leave this place. We can talk. Anything can be discussed, Morax. Don't you dare bomb this place. His divine power slipped through the seal and whispered into Zhongli's ears. But Zhongli's expression remained unmoved. He had already taken over Ningguang's control of the redstone duplication machine. If Aztaha had said this earlier, Zhongli might have stopped. At most, he would have just cleaned up the Geovashaps. But that furious, heartfelt roar earlier had shattered Zhongli's last shred of dignity. He, Morax, had been publicly slapped through time, and right in front of the other Adeptshan Venti. Twice. Even ancient rock has its breaking point. Zhongli slowly raised his hand and placed it on the machine's lever. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Ningguang's temple as she urgently spoke. Mr. Zhongli, isn't that enough? We've already bombed so much today, the landscape around Nantianmen is nearly destroyed. The Dragon Keller tree is sacred. We can't keep bombing like this. Zhongli fell silent for a moment. His anger cooled slightly, and he considered backing off. The remaining corrupted Geovashaps could be left to Shao. But just as he was about to release the lever, Venti spoke up, solemnly. Indeed, Zhongli, these are just some small fry Geovashaps. Is this really necessary? It's not like they committed some unforgivable crime. He looked sincere but Zhongli could see it. That guy was holding back laughter, his shoulders shaking. I slap your ancestors. That piercing, passionate insult replayed in Zhongli's mind like a haunting melody. He turned and so Orion and Nahida had turned away, their shoulders trembling with laughter. Shao and Cloud Retainer stood nearby, awkward and speechless. Zhongli was once again seething. He yanked the lever. The sky lit up with fire. TNT ignited and fell in a massive wave. Morax. Aztaha, cradling his rear in the sealed space, screamed in terror. ISL. Boom. The roar was cut off mid-curse as a thunderous explosion erupted. The last of the Geovashaps were annihilated, and the shockwave at the base of the Dragon Keller tree made Aztaha howl in pain. It might not have damaged his core, but that tail, linked to the sealand to his senses, felt everything. And worst of all, Aztaha couldn't even move. The bombardment lasted a dozen seconds. Only then did Zhongli finally let go of the lever. Aztaha's voice vanished. No more screaming. No more I slap your ancestors. Zhongli peered into the sealed realm. That towering beast, Aztaha, was now curled up on the ground, cradling his head, trembling. His terrifying face was now full of bitterness and humiliation. Heaven bear witness. Being sealed upside down all these years was torment enough. And now, he'd been bombed in the butt with TNT. Aztaha's figure radiated a sense of resentment. After a few rounds of bombardment, Aztaha had completely shut down. Zhongli felt refreshed and content. He removed the lever and handed it back to Ningguang before returning to his seat. Noticing the strange looks from everyone around him, Zhongli calmly took a sip of tea. I simply felt that, since we could eliminate all those juvenile Geovashaps in one go, there was no need to trouble the Conqueror of Demons to make a special trip. Wouldn't you agree, Conqueror of Demons? At that, Shao's face froze slightly. He quickly regained his composure and replied stiffly. Mr. Zhongli is absolutely right. Thank you for your concern. Ningguang put the lever away and shook her head. To activate the redstone duplicator, you only needed to place the lever at the designated spot. However, Ningguang would never allow the redstone cannon to remain in a state where it could be freely triggered at any moment. The lever must be removed after each use. Sensing the odd tension between Zhongli, Shao, and the others, Ningguang cleverly shifted the topic. She directed the Jade Chamber to quickly leave the area. Jean and the rest didn't fully figure out what Zhongli was up to. They were still immersed in the shock brought on by the TNT duplicator. To be honest, from the first wave of explosions to the end of the second, excluding travel time, the entire bombing operation lasted only 2 to 3 minutes. And in those few minutes, hundreds of high-level monsters juvenile Geovashaps were effortlessly wiped out. The entire Nantianmen was flattened by the blasts. The once spacious Nantianmen had been forcibly turned into a barren plain. Originally, the area had been open, overgrown with weeds and scattered with rocks due to the lack of visitors. But now, the entire place had been overturned. Where the juvenile Geovashaps once gathered now lay a fresh basin. It was horrifying to behold. That was the only way Jean could describe it. Imagining this version of the Jade Chamber deployed in a real battlefield, what kind of scene would that be? It would calmly float overhead, and all enemies below would be reduced to rubble, and what kind of power would that require? Just a few people to operate the redstone cannons, while Ningguang handled the navigation. Jean had thought it through. No matter how strong the Knights of Favonius were, they'd be destroyed in minutes facing this Jade Chamber. Even the Archons wouldn't be exempt. At least Jean didn't believe she could survive that kind of dense bombardment. You had to understand, those in Teyvat with aerial counter-strike abilities were extremely rare. And the Jade Chamber? It flew hundreds of meters in the air. How could anyone attack that? even if someone could fly up to confront it. Did they think the area-covering cannons and mountain-splitting cannon were just for show? In just a short time, Jean had figured it out. The redstone duplicator was used for wide-area ground bombardment, and the coverage-type redstone cannons. In terms of weapons from Ryan's past life, they were like close-in defense cannons. Once they activated, the entire Jade Chamber would become like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, releasing TNT in all directions, overwhelming everything below. No one could get close. And if a powerful enemy did launch an aerial attack, there was still the mountain-splitting cannon for precision targeting. All around, no blind spot attacks. The strongest spear, and the strongest shield. This was Liyue's ultimate trump card. In peacetime, it symbolized Liyue's power and governance. In wartime, it was a war fortress suspended high in the heavens, a deterrent to all enemies harboring ill intent. The Jade Chamber flew off, but compared to when it arrived, the atmosphere on board now was eerily silent. Only after this terrifying fortress had left Nantianman did a man cloaked in thunder-armored light quietly emerge from the ruins in the distance. It was Tartaglia. He had noticed the Jade Chamber's sudden movement away from Mt Tianheng and deduced something big was happening. He immediately activated the first phase of his delusion and pursued it. After much effort, he finally witnessed the Jade Chamber's bombardment. Staring at the wasteland before him, Tartaglia broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that just a few minutes ago, this place had hosted over 100 powerful monsters and endless plain. And now, it was a basin. The monsters had completely vanished. Recalling the overwhelming rain of explosions from earlier, Tartaglia suddenly felt that those so-called modified soldiers of the Fatui were laughably weak in comparison. Mass assaults? That was child's play to the Jade Chamber. Even if thousands of modified soldiers came, the Jade Chamber could turn them all to dust in minutes. Tartaglia didn't even think he could survive such a bombardment. Liyue, just what have they discovered? In that moment, a sliver of fear surged in Tartaglia's heart. He wasn't afraid of battle, nor of death. But a completely one-sided, crushing defeat like that. Tartaglia couldn't see it as honorable for a warrior. He was afraid. 165, Tartaglia is stunned. What on earth is Liyue doing? 165, Tartaglia is stunned. What on earth is Liyue doing? Walking through the utterly ravaged basin, Tartaglia was surrounded by the remains of juvenile geovashaps. These materials could fetch a good price even in Liyue harbor. After all, they were excellent for forging weapons. But Tartaglia didn't dare take a single piece. This destruction had clearly been caused by a bombing from the Jade Chamber. Someone would definitely come to collect the remains. And if even a little bit went missing, the Fatui would instantly be suspected. Why, you ask? Because in Liyue, even if a Liyuean adventurer dies while exploring their own land, the General Affairs Department could find a way to blame the Fatui. There's nothing to be done. Atari blatantly targeting you. What the hell, what is that thing? Tartaglia clenched his fists tightly, pacing back and forth through the devastated land. Recalling that explosion like the sky collapsing, he felt a chill of fear. He had no idea how many Fatui troops could have possibly survived such a blast. Liyue's true strength. A small glimpse of it was finally revealed before Tartaglia's eyes, but he would rather never have seen it. Liyue was already terrifyingly powerful, with the Geo Archon, the Adepti, and the mysteriously empowered Millilith. And now, they even surpassed the rest of the world in technology. How is anyone supposed to compete with that? Everyone had been chasing the power of the vision system, pursuing personal strength. Now Liyue had flipped the table, telling the world, sure, go ahead and strengthen yourselves. You'll still be turned to ashes in a single bombing run. For a combat fanatic like Tartaglia, this was a devastating blow. His faith shattered. Like barrels of explosives. Were they dropped from the sky? Tartaglia shook his head. No way. Even Hilishiro berserkers are hard to kill with explosive barrels. But this wiped out juvenile geovashaps like nothing. And why were there so many? He stood in place for a long time, eyes flickering with deep thought. This information needed to be reported to the Tsaritsa. Tartaglia, who knew her sad wish and was willing to sacrifice everything for her cause, understood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could get Liyue on board with resisting Celestia, their odds of victory would immediately increase several times over. But Tartaglia wasn't sure if this was truly the right move. The Fatui were not united. He trusted the Tsaritsa, but he didn't trust the Jester or the Doctor. There was no telling what they might do with this information behind the scenes. Snezhnia could no longer afford to provoke Liyue. At the very least, they certainly couldn't now. If that lunatic doctor decided to stir up trouble in Liyue like he had in Monstat, there was no telling. The Jade Chamber might march directly into Snezhnia, backed by a strengthened Millilith army, the Adepti, and the Geo Archon himself. In that case, forget about fighting Celestia. They'd be lucky just to survive Liyue. Tartaglia slammed his fist into a nearby towering tree. Damn it, what the hell is going on? What happened to Liyue? The massive tree shed a flurry of leaves under the impact. This infuriated Azdaha even more. He had already been seething in his sealed space after being bombarded for no reason. Now, with Morix's presence having vanished, some slightly powerful human dares touch his tail. with a mighty slap to the ground. Azdaha sent a wave of divine power through the crack in the seal. Human, how dare you insult me like this? The immense divine force slammed into Tartaglia without warning. He was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. 3 ribs snapped. Gritting his teeth, Tartaglia raised his head with difficulty to look at the Dragonkeller tree. Just a moment ago, it had seemed like any other giant tree, just unusually tall. Now, it was shrouded in the power of 4 different elements. Its presence, comparable to the Cryo-Archon. Damn it, another god-level being. What kind of cursed place is Liyue? Tartaglia instantly lost the will to fight. The other party hadn't even gone all out. They had merely vented a bit of divine power, and yet it had already left him gravely injured. Tartaglia wasn't stupid. He could tell this was an opponent he could not fight. Forcing himself to stand, he spoke in a low voice. My apologies, Elder. I have offended you. I shall leave immediately. He dared not hesitate. Regardless of how loudly Azdaha roared behind him, he pushed his wounded body to call upon elemental power and fled at full speed. Only after escaping the domain of Nantianman did Tartaglia collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. He recalled the divine aura he had just felt. 4 elements. Nantianman. So it was the Lord of Vishaps, Azdaha. Relief washed over Tartaglia as he gave a bitter smile and shook his head. No wonder I couldn't fight back at all. So it was his sealing ground. If he had been humiliated by some nameless powerhouse, he'd have died from shame. He considered himself not much weaker than the 3-eyed 5 manifests Adepti. But if it was Azdaha, then everything made sense. This being was no ordinary Adeptus. He was a life-form born from the ley lines, a creature born of Teyvat itself, with power rivaling that of top-tier Archons. Even among today's Teyvat powers, Azdaha stood near the top. Not to mention, even if it were the Jester or the Doctor taking that divine hit, they wouldn't fare much better. This was the same dragon once personally enlightened by Morax himself, who had followed him into the Archon War and earned eternal fame. His power was only slightly below that of the Geo-Archon, and back then, in order to seal Azdaha, Morax had summoned many Adepti. All of the 3-eyed 5 manifests were involved. At that time, Liyue's immortals hadn't been reduced to their current small number. Tartaglia realized. He and Azdaha were simply not on the same level. Thinking this way, Tartaglia suddenly felt much better. Strictly speaking, that Lord of the Vishaps, Azdaha, was even a senior to the Cryo-Archon. Back when the original 7 gathered, Azdaha, though not a ruling Archon himself, could still sit and debate philosophy with the 7. The god of dust, Gizhong the god of stove, Marshosius the god of salt, Havria and this Lord Azdaha. Tartaglia took a deep breath and shook his head with resignation. No wonder Morax was hailed as the god of war. As he sighed in awe, a faint sound suddenly came from the shadows. Tartaglia glanced over lazily, then sneered coldly. What's this? Just because I'm injured, even Hillyshurls think they can provoke me. A blade of water, sharp as could be, formed in his hand as he stood up cheerfully. His icy gaze swept over the dozens of Hillyshurls surrounding him. I'm still far from dying. As his voice fell, brilliant water light burst forth. A streak of azure light slashed through the Hillyshurl horde. Tartaglia needed to vent. To vent the shock he felt from Liyue, the grief of being grievously injured by a single divine strike from Azdaha. And these Hillyshurls. Unfortunately, they just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sumeru. Lately, Sumeru had been in serious turmoil. The Matra and even all units of the Eremites affiliated with the Academia had been fully mobilized. It seemed they were searching for something on a wide scale. Combined with the economic pressure from Liyue's commercial blockade, the Academia had been forced into a frugal survival mode. The Grand Sage who oversaw the entire institution hadn't shown himself in a long time. All this had left many within the Academia feeling increasingly uneasy. However, this chaos also gave certain individuals the perfect cover to act more freely. A dark, windy night. At the foot of a small hill outside Sumeru City, Al-Haytham stood silently, gazing into the distance at Sumeru City. A nation of wisdom, yet in his eyes now, it seemed steeped in decay. This was not the Sumeru of his ideals. Suddenly, a deliberate footstep came from behind. Al-Haytham withdrew his thoughts and said calmly, "You finally came. If I remember correctly, the Academia's current guard presence is quite thin. With your abilities, you shouldn't have taken this long." From the darkness, Sino slowly emerged. "I went to the Grand Sage's office." "Oh." That piqued Al-Haytham's interest slightly. "Find anything?" Sino shook his head, speaking in a low tone. "He's not absent, just refusing to see anyone. Also I could smell it. His condition is terrible, like rotting meat about to spoil." "Figured as much." Al-Haytham nodded lightly, his expression unchanged. "A few days ago, he was having people scour Sumeru for antidotes. I suspect that strange creature from before had something very wrong with it." Sino remained silent, then after a brief pause, added with some confusion, "Did you know he's been secretly transporting prisoners from the cells?" That made Al-Haytham frown. "Not a single one has come back out once they're taken in." Sino added, and Al-Haytham seemed to realize something terrible. For some reason, the night wind suddenly turned cold and mournful, sending a chill down Al-Haytham's spine. The two fell silent, tacitly agreeing to drop the subject. After a while, Sino said gravely, "After I left there, I went to the confidential archives and found detailed files about you. Typical of them. If you dig a little deeper, you might even find your own file." Al-Haytham didn't seem surprised at all and sounded almost uninterested. "Besides that, did you find anything else?" Sino was quiet for a long moment before slowly speaking. "It seems many sages are involved in Azar's plan, but I can't yet determine what the true purpose of that plan is. However, I saw a document detailing the extraction process of divine canned knowledge." Al-Haytham's expression tightened into a deep frown. "It's already gone that far. I see. Thank you for your effort." Watching Al-Haytham's back, Sino opened his mouth as if to ask something, but no words came out. He turned and prepared to return to Samuru City. Suddenly, Al-Haytham's light voice drifted behind him. "Be prepared, Sino. Just like I told you before. One day, when you realize what the Academia is truly doing and you can no longer tolerate it, then you will become their target. When that time comes, I hope to see you in the desert." Sino paused for a moment, then continued walking into the darkness. "I don't need your reminder. I'll find my own answers. And by the way, be careful. A sage has already set their sights on you." The two parted ways. Al-Haytham remained behind, quietly gazing out over everything. Was he reminiscing, or hoping for something? After a while, Al-Haytham turned and left without hesitation. Now that the Academia was in disarray, it was time for him to make preparations. The first task was to head to Gondorville for a chat with a certain forest ranger. 166, look, I have a dream redstone technology. 166, look, I have a dream redstone technology. In Ajima, on a small island beneath Yashiori Island, amid the constant, unrelenting storms, a small tent had been set up. Surrounding it were crew members of the Alcor. While they appeared to be resting, in truth, their eyes were sharp and alert, vigilantly watching everything around them. Inside the tent, a rather unbelievable meeting was taking place. Within were Baidu, Kakamai, and Kamasato Ayaka. The three of them sat facing each other. If Kyujao Sarah were to witness this, she would undoubtedly fly into a rage. Not only were the shogunate's lady Kamasato Ayaka and the leader of the Sangonomiya resistance Kakamai peacefully sitting together, but this location was deep behind Narukami Island. How on earth had Kakamai managed to get here? Of course, if Kyujao Sarah were to ask, Baidu wouldn't mind laughing it off and giving an explanation. The Alcor roamed the seas, and naturally had its own tricks. With a bit of cooperation from the Yashiro Commission, escorting Kakamai all the way into Inajima City would have been no problem at all. However, at this moment, the three women clearly weren't in high spirits. Baidu was somewhat gloomy, taking large swigs of alcohol. Kamasato Ayaka and Kakamai looked on, visibly concerned. "Miss Baidu, how are things?" Over in Liyue, Ayaka couldn't hold back any longer. While she could already tell from Baidu's expression that things hadn't gone well, she still clung to a sliver of hope. Baidu slammed the bottle down on the table and said in a deep voice, "Ningguang refused." "She refused?" Ayaka exclaimed in shock. "Miss Baidu, I understand that we currently don't have much leverage to negotiate with Liyue, but we have ley line materials. Can't we use those to make an exchange? Even if Liyue raises the price, we can still accept it." Kakamai seemed to have thought of something and let out a quiet sigh, lowering her eyes without speaking. Baidu rubbed her temples, clearly irritated. "It's not about the price. Ningguang won't allow Liyue to openly interfere in the internal affairs of another nation. And alchemical potions, they won't be sold." Ayaka wanted to argue further. Liyue's supplies were far too important for the resistance. Their last major victory had pushed the front lines forward by 100 kilometers. The resistance's outlook was very promising. But now, Liyue was backing out. Not to mention, if it weren't for Baidu's continuous smuggling of food and resources, and the Yashiro Commission quietly supporting the civilian population, the people of Inajima would be suffering even more. "Miss Baidu, could you try negotiating again? Inajima really needs these things. If the Vision Hunt decree continues, the entire nation will be doomed." Before Baidu could respond, Kakamai gently interjected. "Ayaka, there's no need to say more." She sighed softly and murmured, "If I'm not mistaken, the reason the Tianquan Ningguang refuses to act, is because it's the Geo Archon's will, right?" Baidu slowly nodded. Kakamai gave a bitter smile. "I figured for the Geo Archon, who strictly adheres to contracts, interfering in another nation's domestic affairs is absolutely forbidden. In any case, we are still deeply grateful for your help, Miss Baidu. Without you, we really wouldn't have been able to hold out." Kakamai bowed slightly and said no more. Seeing this, Baidu couldn't help but recall the civilians still suffering under war's torment. She clenched her fist. "Ningguang keeps a tight hold on alchemical potions and treasures. I really can't help you there. But when it comes to iron ore and food, she's willing to turn a blind eye. So don't worry. The trade of those materials is proceeding normally. The prices are the same as before. They won't go up." To be honest, doing business in Inajima didn't make Baidu much money. She only earned a bit in shipping costs, just enough to give her Alcor crew a fair report. At the end of the day, Baidu simply couldn't bear to watch innocent people suffer. They reminded her of her own childhood. This much is enough, Kakamai said, adjusting her mood. It's just that the resistance doesn't have much mora. We'll have to pay you in raw materials. That's fine, Baidu shook her head, unwilling to say more. Suddenly, she recalled the group she had seen the other day, Jean and the others. Something sparked in her mind, and she said, "Before I left, I saw acting Grand Master Jean from Monstat's Knights of Favonius. It seems Ningguang had invited her to the Jade Chamber for a deal. If you all..." Mid-sentence, Baidu paused. She had thought of Inazuma's situation, shook her head, and said no more. She could move freely in Inazuma's waters only because the Alcor was powerful enough, and the divine power of the Geo Archon lingered on her ship. Even the Raiden Shogun, as a puppet operating by a set program, had to give face to the Geo Archon. But for Kakamai and Ayaka that wasn't the case. Even bringing them aboard the Alcor wouldn't be enough. The divine barrier left by the Raiden Shogun wasn't so easily bypassed. Forget it. Let's drink. Baidu sighed lightly and said, "Go check the supplies in a bit and take them back with you. As for the mora, I'll handle that before I leave. No rush. Also, I specially brought a good amount of lapis resources this time. It's a mineral that resonates with elemental energy. Study it. You might be able to forge new weapons." Ayaka and Kakamai let go of their earlier worries and began chatting with Baidu. Listening to her describe the changes in Liyue, the two felt as if they were hearing of a whole new world. That Inazuma, battered by war and hardship, now looked across the sea to see a thriving Liyue. Liyue had become so powerful. Its people could live such prosperous and joyful lives. Undeniably, this was one of Kakamai's greatest motivations to keep fighting. She too wanted to restore Inazuma to what it once was. Peaceful, prosperous, and happy, like Liyue. The banquet at the Jade Chamber had ended. Or rather, it had already ended the moment they witnessed the TNT duplicator. Jean and the others were left speechless in shock. Naturally, the banquet couldn't continue after that. After telling Jean and the rest that the courtyard on that side would be completed in a few days, Ningguang had someone escort them back to their temporary residence. However, unlike Ningguang and her group who simply went to bed, Jean and the others ended up gathering in the conference room without saying a word. An awkward silence filled the room. No one knew what to say. After a while, Lisa finally spoke with a soft sigh. "I originally thought that TNT was nothing more than dropping barrels of gunpowder from the sky, but I never expected this." The power of TNT had far exceeded Lisa's imagination. Just a single cubic meter of TNT had an explosion radius spanning over 100 meters. Even within a 40-meter radius, it was considered the epicenter. Any living being caught within it would die instantly. The juvenile Geovishap, a high-level monster that was only slightly weaker than the rock shield wall Mitakirl, had been blown to pieces effortlessly. This was something gunpowder barrels could never achieve. What's more, the amount of TNT was far beyond what Lisa could have imagined. "Yeah." Diluc sighed, gazing out the window toward the Jade Chamber. His eyes burned with longing and passion. "As long as you place the lever and press it, you can launch TNT endlessly. There's practically no difficulty in operating it. Doesn't that mean such a war fortress could be easily controlled by just a dozen people? Even ordinary people with no experience could use it at any time. Redstone technology, just as Ningguang and the others said, it's terrifying. If only we had such a war fortress too." Diluc's blood boiled at the thought of piloting a war fortress and bombing a Fatui base from the sky. The legendary feat of Alice blowing up Storm Terror's lair, perhaps it could be recreated today. Klee would definitely love the Jade Chamber. Lumen joked with a cheerful grin. As absurd as the Jade Chamber was, Lumen somehow found herself oddly accepting of it. Although much of her memory was unclear, she had a vague sense that she had seen something like this before. In another world, there were also machines capable of aerial bombing, just none as ridiculous as the Jade Chamber. "I wonder how much floating stones cost, and how long it would take to build one." Jean shook her head and sighed helplessly. There was no point thinking about alchemical potions or weapon enchantments to increase base strength anymore. Give Mondstadt a Jade Chamber, and they could drive the Fatui out of Mon territory altogether. But obviously, this wasn't something that could be built so easily. At the end of the day, Liyue had deep foundations. They could absorb these things much more easily. And with their already immense power, they had the luxury of time to master even more strength. They didn't need to worry about as many things as Monstat did. Let's put the Jade Chamber aside for now. In the short term, neither redstone technology nor the Jade Chamber are things we can control. Recalling what Ningguang had said to her earlier, Jean calmed her thoughts and prepared to take things step by step. What's urgent now is that we need to quickly familiarize ourselves with the special traits of this world and acquire enough knowledge. Only then can we bring in the Knights of Favonius to take residence tonight. I'll copy Keking's notebook. Lisa, who was flipping through the notebook nearby, nodded in agreement with a sigh. We really do need to take this notebook seriously. It contains synthesis methods for many tools, even the recipe for TNT. In addition, it has annotations on some basic technologies. Once we master what's in this notebook, our progress will speed up significantly. Looks like I'll be busy conducting some experiments tomorrow. With that, Lisa closed the notebook and handed it to Jean with a playful smile. So then, Captain Jean, what's your plan? Jean's eyes flickered briefly before she softly replied. Of course, we proceed step by step. First, we master this knowledge. Then, we bring in Klee to open the lucky blocks, assemble the knights, and resolve Mondstad's civilian issues. After that, we expand. Liyue has already provided us with a feasible path, all we need to do is follow it. Her well-organized plan made Lisa and the others nod in approval. But, that wasn't the answer Lisa was looking for. In fact, it wasn't even close to the heart of her question. Jean was deliberately avoiding a certain topic. Lisa waved her hand, then looked toward Venti and asked softly, Lord Barbatos, what do you think? Was that the answer you were hoping to hear? Venti blinked and smiled slyly. Hey, well actually. Before he could finish, a sudden gust of ominous wind blew in from outside the window. Xiao floated silently outside, gave the group a small nod, then fixed his eyes on Venti. Lord Barbatos, the Geo-Archon has summoned you. Venti's face froze. Crap. Looks like that petty old dragon Zhongli wants to have a chat about that whole slap your ancestors comment from earlier. TCH. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have laughed so hard. 167. Jean seized into power, following Xiao through the skies. Venti was finally taken to the summit of Mt Tianheng. Zhongli had already prepared wine and refreshments there. But the moment Venti saw this, he gulped nervously and spoke awkwardly. Old man, this isn't necessary, right? I didn't mean to overhear anything. There's no need for a kill and silence situation, is there? Zhongli raised his eyes and glanced at Venti. Xiao had already slipped away the moment Venti said that. He wouldn't dare stay when Zhongli was in a bad mood. If someone said, slap your ancestors, to anyone else, Xiao might not care. But if it was directed at his own Archon, hearing someone badmouth his boss in front of him, that's a problem waiting to happen. Zhongli gestured for Venti to sit, which only made Venti more anxious. Come on, old man, why come after me and not go after Azdaha? I swear I won't breathe a word of this. Zhongli set down his teacup and said softly, we've been friends for thousands of years. In your eyes, am I truly that petty? No way, no way. How could you possibly be petty, old man? Obviously, he's a petty dragon. Venti gave a dry chuckle, divine power quietly stirring ready to bolt at the slightest sign of trouble. Zhongli looked at him calmly and then suddenly said, with meaning, I trust your character. But you should also know, the nature of bards is to exaggerate and sing of things far and wide. That's other bards. Venti patted his chest seriously and said with a straight face, you know me best, old man. I'm such a reliable guy, how could I ever exaggerate things like that? I've got standards. Zhongli didn't comment. This guy, standards? Does he even know how to spell the word? He stole the Cryo-Archon staff and replaced it with a Hilishirl's torch, tampered with his contracts, drank and slept in Fontaine's courtroom, the symbol of justice and fairness, poured water into Natlan's sacred volcano calling it fire prevention. If this guy has standards, then Zhongli might as well let Azdaha really slap his ancestors. Still, as old friends, Zhongli was willing to let him save some face as long as Venti returned the favor. Strands of divine power gathered, and a dazzling contract manifested in the air. I trust you, Zhongli said as he sipped his tea, but I trust contracts more. Some matters, some words, are best left to rot in your gut under the seal of a contract. Don't you agree? Zhongli wore a benevolent expression, but divine power was already wrapped tightly around Venti. If he dared say one word of protest, Zhongli would dig up every ancient transgression he ever committed. Venti swallowed hard. A divine power contract. Old man, you really. He was about to complain, but seeing Zhongli's gaze, he instantly changed tone. As expected of the god of contracts. Such integrity I pale in comparison. To show my utmost respect, I'll sign. With a look of despair, Venti signed his name. There went the most important stanza in his bardic ballad of the tragic feud between Azdaha and the Geo-Archon. Zhongli, satisfied, tucked the contract away and brought out a bottle of fine aged wine. At the sight of it, Venti instantly forgot all his gloom, happily hugging the bottle and drinking away. After all, Zhongli rarely drank during times like this. This was clearly hush money. And Venti had no intention of being polite. They'd been friends for thousands of years. If anyone knew how vast Zhongli's wine collection was, it'd be him. It's just that he didn't dare to steal from it. Then Zhongli suddenly asked in a quiet voice, what do you think of the Lion of the South Wind? Is she fit to lead Monstat now? Venti's smile faded slightly. Jean, I believe in her. She's still a bit green, but she's growing fast. No one is more suited to guide Monstat. He gave a self-deprecating smile. But what right do I, the derelict god of wind, have to evaluate her? I couldn't even protect my own people. Thinking of the doctor again, Venti's eyes flared with killing intent. Don't think that just because the god of freedom cherishes peace, he won't kill. During the Archon War, many perished by his hand. The first generation of Fatui harbingers, none of them were easy to deal with. They all clawed their way to power through blood and fire. But that was then. Time had worn them down. You were gravely wounded and in slumber, yes. But dereliction is still dereliction. Zhongli gently shook his head, his gaze turning sorrowful. But it's not just you. I too made a grave mistake. Perhaps to the people of Liyue, Zhongli had no choice back then. He had to go. They understood. But as an Archon, as a god who loved his people, Zhongli couldn't say he was blameless. He had failed. The Adepti suffered grievous losses. Bosasius was trapped and died. The Millelith were nearly wiped out. Countless civilians perished. Even if he had 1,000 reasons, failing to protect his people, just that one reason was already unforgivable to him. His decision to step down now was not without guilt for the past. The two of them sat in silence. Shame for their people. Hatred for Celestia. Had it not been for Celestia's destruction of Kenria 500 years ago, forcing them into a doomsday struggle, would the Archons have suffered so? Would the 7 nations have been overrun with dark beasts? Kenria was guilty, but Celestia was the true architect of tragedy. The two didn't speak further. They simply drank tea and wine in quiet understanding. Jean, that's not the answer I wanted to hear, the one everyone else is hoping for. Face the question directly. Jean's gaze flickered, and she shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. It's late. I'll go transcribe my notes. You all should rest. Seeing that Jean still refused to speak openly, Lisa raised her voice slightly. If you don't say it, Jean, I'll leave Mondstadt. I'll take up permanent residence in Liyue and continue researching that world from there. Jean froze, silently turning her back to Lisa and the others. Jean, I don't want to pressure you. Lisa let out a soft sigh. But I'm in Mondstadt because you're my friend and because it's my homeland. Jean, Mondstadt needs a leader who truly understands and cares for her. It needs a Knights of Favonius dedicated wholeheartedly to this city. And only you can do that. You are the Lion of the South Wind, one of the destined 4 winds. You were always meant to shoulder the burden of the Knights and carry Mondstadt forward. Even if we take a huge step back, do you think Ningguang and the others will ever agree to cooperate with a chaotic, unstable order like our current Knights? Beside her, Diluc's eyes lit up slightly. He quietly gave Lisa a look of approval. Diluc disliked the Knights of Favonius. Perhaps even despised them. That hatred stemmed from the rot festering within the upper ranks. But if Jean was truly willing to become Grand Master, to take full command and purge the corruption from within, Diluc would give her his full support. Even if he still thought Jean's methods were a bit too soft, he knew deep down, only with Jean at the helm could Mondstadt begin to heal. Because Jean was the one who truly, selflessly devoted her life to Mondstadt. She loved this land more than anyone. You already know how corrupt the higher-ups are, Lisa continued. There's no way Ningguang and her allies would agree to work with them. But the contract's already been signed. You're the one officially guiding Mondstadt now. If the corrupt leadership returns to reclaim their power, how can we guarantee Liyue won't be enraged? How can we be sure they won't step in and suppress Mondstadt by force? Jean clenched her teeth and said coldly, I will deal with the corruption one by one. Those behind what happened back then, I'll make them atone for the lives of those children. That's not enough. Lisa's voice rose sharply, firm and decisive. You must become the true Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. You must take control of Mondstadt. Only then can we prevent more tragedies from happening. At her words, Jean suddenly turned around. Lisa, Mondstadt is a nation of freedom. No one has the right to interfere with that freedom. So unrestrained freedom can that really make Mondstadt stronger? Diluc stood up, locking eyes with Jean. Look at what's become of Mondstadt these past few years. We cling to freedom, and our people live in hardship. We cling to freedom, and the Grand Master led the main force away on an expedition. We cling to freedom, and we let the Fatui move in without resistance. We cling to so-called freedom, and we can't even muster the strength to clear out monsters. This is the happiness brought by freedom. Why is it that despite clinging to freedom, Mondstadt's people can't even live 100th as well as Liyue's? Is this freedom or is it just indulgence? The Mondstadt I see is a city of overgrown infants who only know how to take. Jean remained silent. Seeing this, Lisa added, Jean, freedom is not wrong, but freedom isn't the same as indulgence. No one should be pulling the reins too tight, but someone must walk ahead and lead the way. Mondstadt can't continue weakening like this, and you're the only one who can stop it. Jean lowered her head, emotions twisting inside her. After a long silence, she turned wearily and walked toward the door. I'll think it over carefully, but those rotten leaders, I will destroy them. Mondstadt owes that to the children who died. Watching the normally composed and responsible acting Grand Master looking so defeated, Lumen couldn't help but worry. Lisa, will Jean be all right? She'll be fine. Lisa shook her head, a hint of sadness in her voice. There's an old Liyue saying grave illness requires strong medicine. Things are different now. Jean will come around. Only she can truly carry Mondstadt forward. She paused, then smiled teasingly. You're an honorary knight now, Lumenia, part of the knights. So tell me, who do you think is more qualified to lead Mondstadt? Jean, or Grand Master Varka? Of course it's Jean. Lumen answered without hesitation. Jean cares deeply about Mondstadt. That so-called Grand Master just ran off on an expedition out of hot-blooded idealism. No matter how you look at it, Jean is more suited to be our guide. Lisa chuckled and gently patted Lumen's head. Exactly, seems that's the general consensus in the knights too. And the people of Mondstadt, though they value freedom, they're not blind. They know who truly deserves to lead this city. The only one who doesn't see it is Jean herself, or maybe she's just too rigid to allow herself to think that way. Lisa paused, then said softly, "And right now we don't have time to wait. She needs to make a decision. This is our best chance." Lumen more or less understood what Lisa and the others were aiming for, but still voiced a concern. But can Jean really stand against Mondstadt's main expeditionary force? At that, Lisa chuckled and shook her head. Never underestimate Monstat. 168. The rite of dissension approaches, returning once more to the MC world. Is Monstat weak? Perhaps. Compared to today's Liyue and Snezhnia, it is indeed quite weak. The main forces are still out on the expedition and unable to return, but that doesn't mean Monstat has no powerful protectors. Lisa, freed from her curse, can influence the tide of a battle on her own. Klee has always been cared for by Jean like her own child. And little Klee's strength is nothing to scoff at. Not to mention Klee's mother, Alice, possesses the raw power of an actual Archon-level being. If Jean were to seize power, Klee would surely stand behind her, and wouldn't that mean Alice might support Jean as well? Even if Alice doesn't intervene. What about Albedo? As the perfect creation of gold, Albedo's strength is unfathomable. And as Klee's older brother, standing on the same side as her, lending Jean a hand would be a simple matter, wouldn't it? Kea, Rosaria, Amber, and the others. Maybe not all are extremely powerful, but each one is still a formidable vision wielder. Lisa is confident if she were to ask them whether they support Grand Master Varka or Jean, they'd pick Jean without hesitation. Jean also has a sister Barbara. That means the church would naturally side with Jean as well. It's true that the current station members of the Knights of Favonius aren't particularly strong, but that's the present. Once they officially cooperate with Liyue and start drinking the alchemical enhancement potions, it's a whole different story. The people of Mondstadt also overwhelmingly support Jean over Grand Master Varka. And on top of all that, Venti clearly favors Jean, the Lion of the South Wind, with legitimacy and strength both secured and with support from Liyue, plus the righteous cause of settling past grievances. It can be said, so long as Jean agrees, seizing power would succeed in mere minutes. Even Varka himself might be hoping Jean takes control during the expedition. After all, he's never liked the duties of a Grand Master. Being an adventurer suits him much better. The foundation for a successful power shift has never been the issue. The only real obstacle is Jean herself. She's too upright. A knight who strictly upholds chivalry, Jean would find it hard to accept such a move. In the past, Lisa believed Jean would eventually take over naturally, so there was no need to rush. But now things have changed. Mondstadt has caught up to Liyue's rapid pace. It must act swiftly. Lisa knows all too well the faces of Mondstadt's upper council. If Jean doesn't become Grand Master, they'll find a way to interfere. By then, Liyue won't entertain any excuses. Their army might just march in instantly. And there's no guarantee that Ryan won't get angry when he sees those people's faces. If it ends up like the sages of Sumeru, and he throws a punch, will Mondstadt even survive? So, even though Lisa knows it puts Jean in a difficult spot, she has no choice. Mondstadt is out of time. The meeting ended somewhat on a sour note. That night, none of the Mondstadt group could sleep. At dawn the next day, everyone gathered again and headed to Ryan's courtyard. No one brought up the previous night's topic. A single push is enough. Too much pressure, and the effect could backfire. At the very least, from the way Jean looked, Lisa was sure she had begun thinking seriously about it. That was enough. The rest could come gradually. The expeditionary force wouldn't be returning for a while. In the meantime, Diluc and Lisa would begin preparations. More and more Knights of Favonius members would enter that world, and their fates would increasingly tie to Jean's. Jean would be eager to improve the lives of Mondstadt's people, and in doing so, she'd gain enough public support. At that point, even if Jean still didn't want the position, all of Mondstadt would forcefully place her on that seat. Mondstadt may value freedom, but its people aren't fools. They know who can lead them toward a better life. The group chatted and laughed as they walked, completely casting aside last night's tensions. Before long, they arrived once more at Ryan's courtyard. Next door, wooden blockhouses were already being constructed. It looked like they'd be done in a few days. They didn't pay it much attention, and Jean and the others quickly stepped into the small courtyard. It seemed Ningguang and the rest had already arrived and had been waiting for quite some time. Even Venti, who didn't return yesterday, had shown up early. Upon seeing everyone, he grinned and waved cheerfully. "Good morning, Ryan." Jean gave a nod to Ryan, then turned to Ningguang and the others. "Do we have any plans today?" Ningguang leisurely sipped her tea. "That depends on Ryan. Everything in that world follows his schedule. We just need to follow along with his arrangements." At that, Ryan, who was currently feeding Nahitha, rolled his eyes. "Can't you at least help me think of something? You are the Tianquan star, after all." Ningguang chuckled softly and blinked. "So what? I still don't understand much about your world. Besides, with the rite of dissension coming up, I'll be busy soon. Can't I sneak in a little break?" Ryan shook his head with a smile, then asked quietly, "How long until the rite of dissension?" "From today exactly 1 month." Hearing that, Ryan nodded thoughtfully. 1 more month. By then, Zhongli will be doing a high-altitude bungee jump without a rope. In just one more month, Ningguang and the others would be using the Jade Chamber to bomb Ozil from afar. At that time, Liyue would likely display its full might. Teyvat might once again be shocked to its core. Don't underestimate a single month. Given the pace of development in this world, Ryan estimated that within a month, Liyue could completely upgrade all the Millilith's equipment. Once the beacons are activated, the Millilith drinks their alchemy potions, and the enchanted gear is equipped. TSK. Anyone who knows the truth will say Ozil attacked Liyue. But those who don't might think Liyue was simply on an overseas expedition, encountered a demon god, and casually wiped it out along the way. Ryan never doubted whether Liyue could crush Ozil. Take Xiao, for example. Wearing full enchanted diamond gear, boosted by alchemy potions. That's solidly a demon god level combat power. He could solo Ozil without issue. Besides, Ryan still had 5 wither skeletons left to farm in a month, didn't he? Once the new mod was activated, who knew what ridiculous stuff might appear next? This is the Minecraft world, after all. Ryan sighed with a touch of sentiment. Once the MC world started going full force, everyone had to ride a rocket to keep up. He picked up a napkin and gently wiped Nahidha's mouth, then softly said, "After we finish eating, we'll go take a look at the nether. I'll also introduce it to Jean and the others, none of them went yesterday. Then we'll set up the beacons and check their status." Seeing Ryan still not mention the end, Venti couldn't hold back anymore. He scratched his cheek and asked, "What about the end portal? Didn't you say we'd go looking for it today?" For some reason, Venti was quite interested in the Ender Dragon, even though they hadn't met. He just had a feeling that there was some sort of unique connection between them. Maybe raising a dragon could help him reclaim the pride that Zhongli had squashed. "I said we'd look for it in the next couple of days." Ryan shook his head. "The end portal's easy enough to deal with, but we don't know how long we'll be gone. It's best to prepare ahead of time." Noticing Ningguang about to say something, Ryan reassured her. "Don't worry, we'll head out within these few days, before you get too busy. Even if you do get swamped, we can always bring you back instantly." He snapped his fingers and summoned the bidirectional gate, then casually took out a bucket of milk. It was breakfast, after all. Nutrition had to be balanced. Milk in the MC world didn't just remove all negative effects, it was excellent for nutrition too. At the very least, Nahidha was still growing, so she definitely needed it. Watching Ryan casually lift a massive iron bucket weighing several tons and pour everyone a cup with ease, Lisa couldn't help but click her tongue. "I feel like Ryan's strength is a bit too over the top." As she spoke, she cast a thoughtful glance at Ganyu, who was positively glowing with happiness. Now aware of Ryan and Ganyu's relationship, Lisa understood Ganyu had clearly been very pleased yesterday, though Lisa hadn't eaten pork herself. As the head of Mondstad's restricted library archives, she'd read plenty of such books. Those books indeed said this kind of thing was a natural beauty treatment for women. However, with Ryan's sheer strength, was Ganyu really okay? Lisa had always kept that doubt in her heart. Until much later, when she personally experienced Ryan herself, she finally understood Ganyu's suffering. Ryan's strength was just too much. It really wasn't something a person could casually withstand. No wonder Ganyu chose to turn a blind eye. Having Ryan all to herself could actually be dangerous. Seeing the bidirectional gate materialize, everyone downed their milk and stood up to follow Ryan through. Only this time, compared to yesterday's bewilderment, Jean and the others now walked with anticipation and excitement. Lisa didn't close her eyes either. She carefully observed the moment of spatial shift. Aside from the instant suppression of elemental power, she did indeed feel an unfamiliar law settle upon her body. Lisa now had a faint understanding. The reason elemental power was widely suppressed in this world came down to one thing: the world itself had no elemental energy. In Teyvat, vision holders channel elemental power from the world via the vision, which is an external magical organ. But in this world, they could only use the elemental energy stored inside the vision. Lisa suspected this was also why Venti and the others couldn't use their godly powers. The laws of this world simply didn't listen to them. Still, it wasn't a major discovery, so Lisa kept it to herself. After a moment of thought, Ryan's body-sharing ability activated again. This delighted Diluc and the others, who clenched their fists with satisfaction. Although in this world, that power only allowed them to wield tools and till the land. Being able to experience that surging strength still felt great. Let's first check the villager trading center, then restock materials for the alchemy potion production line. Ryan chuckled, hands on his hips as he looked up at the floating island above. After that, we'll take a walk up there before heading to the nether. Just then, a member of the Millilith appeared, seemingly right on schedule. It was Captain Dashi of Squad 1, currently overseeing the 3 station teams in this world. Though typically, he still acted alongside Squad 1. Spotting Ryan and the others from afar, Dashi's face lit up with joy and he rushed over. "My lords, I was just about to report the progress of the 3 squads this past week." Hearing this, Keking was surprised. A whole week already? Feels like no time passed at all. So the group settled at the table in the courtyard, awaiting Dashi's report. 169 Monstad, welcome to hell. Team 1 has been busy building a new city on the plains. They've started repairing the foundation. Based on their manpower, it'll take another 2 months to complete the blueprint design. Team 2 returned last night with a variety of materials and 8 wither skeleton skulls. However, they didn't find the ancient ruins that Lord Ryan mentioned. Team 3 is also progressing smoothly. They're becoming quite familiar with this world and are preparing to expand toward the area surrounding the snowy mountain. Also, Lord Ryan, Team 3 asked me to check with you, do you want them to explore the desert. As for the lucky block harvests, nothing particularly noteworthy was obtained. This week, we've collected a total of 13,500 tons of resources, including iron ore, coal, wood, lapis lazuli, and so on. They've all been stored at base number 1. The wither skeleton skulls are being carried by me personally. With that, Dashi solemnly took out the wither skeleton skulls and handed them to Ryan. He didn't know what they were used for, but Ryan had mentioned they were very important. Just last night, Ningguang also emphasized that the wither skeleton skulls must be centrally stored, and absolutely none must be left loose. Dashi took that to heart, carefully checking everyone in Team 2's backpacks. Even though he trusted them not to hoard anything, this way, at least he could report with confidence. Ryan accepted the skulls and casually stored them in his backpack. 8, looks like one more week should do it. He murmured softly, then looked up and said, got it. Tell Team 3 there's no need to explore the desert, keep expanding around the snowy mountain. Once they finish there, have them help Team 1 with city construction. The desert was being saved for Monstat's outpost. From there, they could watch over Team 3 on the snowy mountain, and support each other when needed. Also, Ryan paused and asked softly, anyone want to go back and rest for a bit? I can still send people out right now. Dashi scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, I already asked them about that. But everyone's still super motivated right now, no one wants to leave. Ryan chuckled and shook his head, but didn't press the issue. He simply reminded Dashi to make sure everyone didn't forget about the disconnect between the laws of the two worlds. Otherwise, it might lead to disorientation upon returning. With that, Dashi left. Team 2 had just returned from the Nether and was still resting at base number 1. Even though they said they were fine, the Nether was a harsh environment not suitable for long stays. They'd need at least a day's rest before heading back to mine resources again. Jean and the others watched Dashi's back as he left. Even though they'd learned yesterday that Liyue had 3 teams operating in this world, hearing a full week's report today still made them feel envious. In fact, they understood very well. Those impressive results were despite the fact that Liyue hadn't even begun large-scale resource extraction. Team 1 was building a city, Team 2 was collecting mob drops from the Nether. These two teams mostly gathered resources like iron in their spare time. Team 3 was steadily mining more traditional resources. And yet, they still managed to haul in over 10,000 tons in just 7 days. No wonder Ningguang and the others always looked so casual when talking about resources. Still, it was just a bit of envy. After all, they were now on board too. Once they became more familiar with this world, Monstat's people would join in. Then, they too could harvest resources on a large scale like Liyue. They followed Ryan to the villager trading center. Thanks to repeated trades, the villagers' profession levels had maxed out. And with Ganyu's intervention and luck buffs, they'd managed to obtain quite a few great items again today. The enchanted books were all highly practical. After organizing the manor villa with Ryan, Cloud Retainer took her leave to continue shaping the mountain. From the villa's perspective, the mountain already bore some resemblance to Jueyun Karst. Now came the hardest part, refining the details. But Cloud Retainer seemed to enjoy it. She even mentioned building a statue of herself. This one was a true hardcore player currently. She probably had the deepest understanding of this world among Ningguang's group. After saying goodbye to Cloud Retainer, Ryan led the group to Sky Island. Yesterday had been a rushed visit. Jean and the others had still been dazed and confused at the time. They had only glanced at the mob farm before heading back. Today, Ryan took the time to explain the workings of automatic farms like the iron farm, using the mob farm as an example. Judging by their expressions, they probably didn't fully understand it yet, but Jean didn't mind jotting it all down anyway. Once Monstat settled in, they could just copy the designs. It would take a while to fully grasp this world's unique characteristics. The group chatted as they walked toward the Nether portal. The eerie purple-black shimmer made Jean and the others frown slightly. Even without your warning, I can already feel that this place is extremely dangerous, Lisa remarked as she casually examined the portal structure. Just obsidian, looks simple, but I wonder if there's more to it. Ryan noticed her curiosity and smiled as he explained. Place obsidian in a 45 arrangement, then light it with flint and steel. That'll open a Nether portal. Oh, and I almost forgot, obsidian is one of the strongest materials in this world. This stuff can withstand TNT blasts. You can't make tools with it, but it's extremely practical. That's why it's a priority target for Team 3. Jean recalled last night's TNT explosion that ripped up the ground, and clicked her tongue. This stuff can withstand TNT. That's some terrifying hardness. Definitely the best material for city construction. Upon hearing this, Ningguang chuckled softly and shook her head. It's not just about city building. Besides, this material doesn't have the best appearance, and it's a bit troublesome to collect. It's not really suitable as a construction material. However, for now, our plan is to use obsidian for sealing and reinforcement. For example, in the chasm, it's always been sealed with the power of the Kixing. If we use obsidian to reinforce the seal, the effect might be far stronger than our traditional Kixing seal. Regarding the situation at the chasm, Jean and the other higher-ups were naturally aware. That was the main battleground during the invasion of the dark monsters 500 years ago, and it had remained a dangerous place ever since. But hearing Ningguang's suggestion, Jean also felt that it made perfect sense. If nothing else, back when they subdued Dvalin, if they had just used obsidian to seal off that high tower directly. Dvalin flapping his wings, the sky-shattering dragon, let's see him try to shatter obsidian. If he didn't crash into it and give himself a massive bump on the head, then obsidian wouldn't deserve its title as one of the most durable materials. Obsidian. Jean committed it to memory. She quickly jotted down obsidian in her notebook and circled it heavily for emphasis. But Ningguang's reminder also sparked more ideas among Jean and the others about how Minecraft world materials could be used. If, back when they were dealing with Dvalin, they had used obsidian platforms suspended mid-air to counter his platform-shattering attack, Dvalin's dive might have just snapped his claws instead. While Jean was deep in thought, Ryan had already called everyone to head into the nether. Jean had to temporarily suppress those ideas, planning to consult with Ningguang later once they got back. The nether portal was different from the bidirectional portal Lisa could tell as soon as she stepped through. The bidirectional portal didn't have such an intense spatial distortion. But this nether portal, even though Lisa shared part of Ryan's physique, was still overwhelming for someone with her weaker constitution. The bizarre, twisted visuals made her nauseous. As soon as they arrived in the nether, Lisa turned pale and leaned against the portal frame, dry heaving. A large hand gently patted her back. When she looked up, she saw Ryan smiling warmly at her. Feeling awful, right? Because of the curse, your body is already weak. Even with my enhancement, the spatial distortion still affects you. But you'll get used to it after a few times. Lisa didn't respond directly. As for her physical condition without elemental support, she couldn't even match a regular Knight of Favonius soldier. After all, she was a mage. Plus, due to the curse, her vitality had been severely diminished. She had only just broken the curse a few days ago and was still recovering. After a moment's rest, Lisa straightened up and smiled at Ryan. You really are a considerate man. Girls are totally weak to this type. Seeing she still had the energy to joke, Ryan chuckled. Then, do you count as a girl? Lisa raised an eyebrow and gave Ryan a meaningful look. No matter the age, a girl is always a girl, you know. No matter the age. Ryan glanced sideways at Lisa. With this lazy and seductive witch, who knows whether she meant her age or her proportions. But with Ganyu still watching, Ryan didn't plan to start discussing any driving techniques with Lisa. Instead, he turned and scooped up Nahida and Paimon. The two little ones also seemed a bit uncomfortable. Watching Ryan's retreating figure, Lisa's gaze flickered, deep in thought. A moment later, as if sensing Ganyu's wary stare, Lisa smiled sweetly and nodded at her before looking away. She began surveying the surroundings. They were surrounded by the same pale concrete-like material used in Ryan's villa. Warm lights hung from the ceiling. It looks just like your villa. Is this really the nether? No, no. Before Ryan could answer, Hu Tao earnestly raised a finger and wagged it. This is hell. Hell. Jean was puzzled, looking around. Aside from the portal's slightly sinister vibe, everything else looked like a warmly lit, elegant villa. Directly ahead was a long corridor stretching into the distance, its end unknown. There was a door at the side, seemingly leading to a platform. If anything felt off, it was probably the lack of wide glass windows in the hallway. No matter how you put it. Jean pursed her lips and muttered. The atmosphere here still feels just like a villa. You sure about that? Ryan smiled mysteriously and beckoned everyone forward. Soon, they reached the large door. For some reason, what lay beyond the door gave Jean and the others a strange sense of unease. Ryan turned and grinned at them, then with a dramatic flourish flung the sealed door open. A wave of intense heat hit them in the face, followed by the distinct smell of molten lava. Blood-red light instantly flooded their vision. Ryan spread his arms, standing with his back to the crimson world, a playful look on his face. Welcome to hell. 170 Venti, Gasts. I'm a pro at badminton. 170 Venti, Gasts. I'm a pro at badminton. Jean and the others never expected this. Separated by a door, divided by a wall. Inside and outside were completely different worlds. Within the wall, all was well. The white walls and floors gave everyone a cozy and comforting feeling. But outside the wall, the stench of sulfur was nauseating. Overhead wasn't the sky but a hellish expanse of blood-red netherrack. Below was a vast, seemingly endless sea of lava calm, yet radiating a sense of deadly threat. This was a world dyed in blood. If Jean had to describe this place with a word, hell. Indeed, Hu Tao was right. This place was hell. It might even be said that the word hell exists because of this place. This was undoubtedly a forbidden zone for any form of life. Once her eyes adjusted to the blood-red glow, Jean slightly widened them, gazing into the distance. An even more bizarre scene unfolded before her. Amid the scalding lava that could instantly devour any living thing, a few strange creatures leisurely moved along. To them, the sea of lava seemed no different from a swimming pool. On a distant blood-colored mountain, swarms of zombified piglins roamed restlessly. Above the lava sea, several ghasts drifted aimlessly, letting out haunting, mournful wails from time to time. Unlike the overworld, where you could see flowers, plants, boars, bulls, and chickens, here, everything was lava. Every creature wanted you dead. Calling this place hell wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest. Wah! Paimon was so frightened that she immediately shut her eyes, burying her head tightly into Ryan's chest. It's so scary, Lumen. It's terrifying. I wanna go home. Lumen, also stunned by the sight, was snapped back to reality by Paimon's cry. She looked at her helplessly. You're clinging to Ryan, stop calling my name already. Though she was scolding Paimon, the shock in Lumen's heart hadn't faded. She'd traveled through many worlds and could confirm even with her hazy memory. No place in any world was as hostile as this. This was a place where life simply shouldn't exist. Or perhaps, if life was born here, that would be a tragedy beyond words. I was just scared. Paimon pouted pitifully. Ryan, close the door already. This place is horrifying. Ryan exchanged glances with Ningguang and the others, then laughed silently. Still, they completely understood how Paimon felt. To be honest, even Ningguang was secretly nervous the first time she came to the Nether. This place was just that terrifying. So, no one mocked Paimon for being afraid. After all, she was literally staring hell in the face. Ryan gently patted Paimon and said softly, don't be scared. I'm here. You're safe. This path is the safest route, stick to it and we can avoid most Nether mobs. The Nether. Before Paimon could respond, Lumen stared at Ryan in disbelief. You're still calling this place the Nether. Saying, hell, sounds unlucky. Ryan shrugged. Paimon was still trembling in his arms. If she could phase into subspace, she'd be long gone by now. Of course, Ryan had a very effective way of distracting Paimon. He cheerfully pointed toward some nearby zombified piglins. Look over there. Paimon kept her eyes tightly shut, but Jean and the others had calmed down a bit and looked in the direction Ryan pointed. Are those zombified piglins? So, Lumen casually commented, but then her expression shifted. Rubbing her eyes and staring at the dozen or so piglins, she was stunned. Why are those guys all decked out in golden gear? Gold. At the mention of that word, Paimon immediately perked up. She snapped her head around and stared at the piglins. For real. Lumen, so much gold. Her lust for treasure instantly lit up her eyes, making her forget the terrifying environment around her. Lumen, go beat them up. They're using gold weapons, such a waste. I want that gold helmet. Lumen, go get it. Paimon's shameless whining made Lumen's face darken. Glancing at the lava sea below, she huffed. You greedy thing, do you even know where we are? Paimon froze, instantly falling silent again. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. Zombified piglins aren't that strong, but we really shouldn't fight them. If you attack even one, the entire horde will swarm you, so it's best not to provoke them. If you don't hit them, they usually won't bother you. Oh, and don't fuss over gold. That stuff's everywhere in the Nether. As he spoke, Ryan pointed to a mountain of netherrack nearby. Tiny glimmers of golden ore caught everyone's eye. See that? Ryan turned to Jean and the others with a smile. Those gold ores refined properly, each one becomes an ingot, and each ingot weighs over 2 tons. Jean was stunned. She began counting the gold visible on the mountain. Rough estimate, at least a dozen. Nearly 30 tons of gold, just lying there, untouched. Even though lucky blocks gave out tons of gold, Jean still couldn't help but feel it was wasteful. Ryan shut the large door behind them. These doors were spaced regularly, each connecting to a stone platform. As for why, just look at where they're placed. All of them hover above lava seas, perfect spots for Team 2 to play shuttlecock, to fight ghasts. As for why such pathways were built in the Nether, the reason was simple. The environment was just too harsh. If Team 2 had to constantly mine resources in such conditions, they might end up developing psychological issues. Besides, this path led straight to a Nether fortress. Convenient and safe. Ryan continued leading Jean and the others forward. Along the way, he explained the important things to know about the Nether, especially how to deal with certain monsters. Most things weren't too bad, but when he got to how to kill ghasts, Venti suddenly perked up. Play badminton. Venti looked at Ryan with great interest. Ganya nodded from the side. That's right. Among the milliliths stationed in the Nether for mining, a few are excellent at badminton. They're specially trained to fight ghasts. They're really good at it. Ihihi. Venti lifted his chin proudly. No matter how great your skills are, can you really outshine me, the inventor of badminton? Humph, I've been playing for thousands of years. Never missed a shot. But before Venti could revel in his pride for too long, the silent Diluc coolly interjected. Indeed. Inventing badminton and participating in millennia of matches, that might be one of the few serious things you've done since becoming the Inmo Archon. Venti's expression froze, shooting a glare at Diluc. Are you mocking me, Master Diluc? No matter what you say, badminton is useful. That's true, Diluc replied calmly. From that perspective, you were rather forward-thinking. It seems your millennia of carefree experience is finally coming in handy. Hey. Venti shrugged with a mischievous grin. Well, it is a good thing, isn't it? Hey, want to go fight some ghasts later? Also, isn't Mondstad's Windbloom Festival coming up soon? In about 3 months, Jean answered after briefly calculating the festival schedule. Indeed, Monstat was known for its many festivals, but the Windbloom Festival was undoubtedly the most grand of them all. 3 months, by then, Monstat will likely be stronger and more prosperous. For once, Venti seemed serious, speaking with rare sincerity. Ryan, when the time comes, you've got to visit Monstat. Let's have a real badminton match. Ryan naturally wouldn't refuse. He had always wanted to experience the festivals of Teyvat's many nations firsthand. He nodded and then his eyes fell on the massive iron gate ahead. We've arrived, Ryan said softly. Beyond this door is the Nether Fortress. There's a blaze spawner inside. It didn't take much to convert it into a fully functioning blaze farm. In addition, there's an abundance of nether wart growing here. It's the primary material source for alchemical potions. Wither skeleton skulls also spawn here. Pulling the lever, Ryan opened the heavy iron gate. The group stepped onto the outer platform of the Nether Fortress. There hadn't been much renovation here, just a circular walkway built around the structure. Once they left the concrete passage, their boots touched the true ground of the Nether. Looking back at the brightly lit, man-made corridor, Jean and the others felt a brief sense of disorientation. But Jean quickly regained her composure and asked quietly, Ryan, how many Nether fortresses are there in this region? That question gave Ryan pause. Frowning slightly, he thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure, but probably only this one. The Nether isn't like the overworld. It isn't infinite. Jean felt a bit troubled upon hearing that. This fortress had clearly already been claimed and developed by Liyue. It felt awkward to propose that Monstat take part as well. But this was a critical source of potion materials. Sensing Jean's dilemma, Ningguang smiled gently and said, It's all right. You're free to mine and harvest from this fortress too. Really? Jean's eyes lit up, but soon she looked hesitant again. But this fortress was discovered and developed by your people. We didn't contribute to its exploration. Ningguang simply shook her head, still smiling. It's fine. We're allies, aren't we? Besides, the Qianyan army and our miners don't harvest from the fortress continuously. You can't sleep in the Nether, but going too long without rest causes phantoms to spawn back in the overworld. So, for their health, we generally only mine here every other day. If Mondstat's forces make use of the time in between, it ensures the resources aren't wasted. Since Ningguang had said that so openly, Jean no longer hesitated. After all, this was a vital resource hub and one they very much needed. Also, Ningguang added, Ryan has people scouting the Nether for ancient ruins. Those ruins contain netherite, a resource even stronger than diamond. She paused, then looked seriously at Jean. In the future, your people will need to work alongside ours to search for netherite. Larger numbers are safer in the hostile Nether, but that's a discussion for later. For now, your main force should focus on developing the overworld. The Nether is still a step ahead for your team. Our people only began exploring it once we'd made iron gear commonplace. Jean nodded earnestly and began scribbling notes in her notebook. With Ningguang's experience guiding them, there was no doubt this was the right path forward. 171 building 6 max level beacons? Totally worth it. As for the Nether, there really wasn't much that required a detailed introduction. Aside from the Nether fortress, there were the typical magma cube farms, piglin towers, and such. Magma cream, after all, was still a decent resource. If they had discovered an ancient ruin, then that would have been something worth talking about. Unfortunately, the Nether wasn't like the overworld. Even the last to arrive Team 3 in the overworld had the courage to expand in all directions from their base. But in the Nether, expansion required constant vigilance. It was simply too dangerous here. Each Qianyan army soldier and miner transported into the Minecraft world had taken a lot of time and effort to train and acclimate. Other than that, there were some special minerals. Most notably nether quartz, which held a unique place in redstone technology. As for gold, at first, Lumen and Paimon had been very enthusiastic. Unable to dissuade them, Ryan had taken them out to mine some gold ore. Then, they gave up. The gold was practically endless. Just after finishing one vein, another massive deposit appeared right ahead. And along the roadside, zombified piglins stood around, dumbly holding golden swords. Lumen even saw several completely decked out in full golden armor. What had initially seemed like a precious resource quickly became mundane. Lumen now felt that gold was hardly worth mentioning. Even the ever-greedy Paimon lost interest and returned to Ryan's arms for a nap. After spending the morning surveying the Nether and briefing Jean and the others on its current state, the group soon retraced their steps back to the overworld, arriving once again at the Sky Island. Staring at the strange-looking Nether portal behind them, Lisa couldn't help but shake her head. A true dead zone. Stay here too long, and you might just develop a mental disorder. Diluc nodded slightly beside her. Everyone had started referring to it as the Nether, thanks to Ryan saying hell sounded too unlucky. No one argued with him. But in Diluc's heart, this place was hell pure and simple. Still, it was a perfect place to imprison criminals. He found himself thinking once the doctor was captured, locking him in the nether and letting him suffer might just be the perfect punishment. As for whether the doctor would find a way to exploit the nether's resources for profit, that was laughable. His power would be heavily suppressed, unable to manipulate the laws of this realm. How could he possibly survive, let alone thrive, in the nether? Did he really think netherite was easy to mine? Instead of returning to the manor, Ryan teleported everyone to Base 2. Even though it was already noon, Base 2 was still mostly deserted. The Qianyan soldiers and miners were restless types clearly off exploring the surrounding terrain. Only the mob grinder and iron farm remained in operation. 2 iron golems wandered outside the fence, and packs of wolves lounged within the walls. Construction here was already quite complete. This time, their destination was Ryan's underwater villa. It had just been completed a few days ago, made entirely of glass and lit up by glowstone, giving it a distinct, elegant vibe. Outside the glass, a variety of fish swam lazily, and a few drowned zombies floated nearby, staring in at the group through the transparent walls. There were no beds in the villa. At best, it was more like a tea room with a view. Pouring everyone a glass of milk and handing out some cake and steak, Ryan chuckled. Let's have a peaceful lunch here in the underwater villa. After some rest, we'll head out in the afternoon to place the beacons. Hearing that, everyone smiled and nodded in agreement. Lisa glanced around the villa's structure and said with admiration, "A fully sealed underwater vacation house. Ryan, you sure know how to enjoy life." Ryan shrugged. "Resource gathering doesn't require my direct oversight, and the main infrastructure is already in place. Naturally, it's time to enjoy life a little. Once things on your end are running smoothly too, we can go hunting on the plains every day and you can explore all sorts of fun builds. Like remodeling the clouds and peaks around Mt. Aakang the way Cloud Retainer did." At that, everyone recalled Cloud Retainer's passionate infrastructure plans and couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued. Not to mention, the idea of rebuilding Monstat in a 1:1 replica within this world. That was pretty tempting. By the way, did you all see the blueprint Cloud Retainer drew for her own statue? Keqing asked, barely holding back a laugh. That prompted a round of chuckles from Ningguang and the others. You mean that rigid, blocky crane? I'm honestly wondering if she ever actually builds it, will she get so embarrassed she blows it up herself? Ningguang shook her head, then continued with a soft laugh. Actually, she also sketched out a design for a statue of the Geo Archon. And, Venti leaned forward eagerly, glancing now and then at Zhongli's face. Seeing Zhongli's expression darken, Venti instantly guessed the blueprint must have been something else. I don't know the full story, Ningguang said, but after she showed it to the Archon, she came back muttering that he had no sense of aesthetics. That sent everyone into another burst of laughter. Zhongli, however, didn't look amused. He remembered all too well that crude, boxy drawing of a dopey-looking dragon. He swore, he had never seen such an ugly concept sketch in his entire life. He had rejected it on the spot. And if Cloud Retainer dared to build that monstrosity, he'd sneak in at night with a redstone-powered mountain shatterer cannon and blow the whole thing sky-high. Amid laughter and small talk, lunch in the underwater villa helped Jean and the others quickly grow more comfortable in this new world. During the meal, Ningguang also began explaining some basic alchemical crafting recipes. After all, they'd now been to the nether and had encountered plenty of alchemical-based materials. It was about time they started learning synthesis. Lisa took particular interest, and Ningguang promised to copy the full list for her to study later. Ningguang had high hopes. Though Lisa's alchemy couldn't match Albedo's, she was still among the top alchemists in all of Teyvat. Moreover, because of her past affliction, Lisa had focused much of her research on various types of alchemical potions. There was no telling what breakthroughs she might make with this new set of ingredients. After a while, Ningguang's expression turned serious as she looked toward Ryan. Back to business. Ryan, where do you plan to place the first beacon? At the manor. Ryan shook his head. Beacons aren't of much use to us personally. The manor doesn't need any resource boosts either. I plan to place the first one near the new city on the plains. There's a large concentration of Qianyan soldiers and miners there. With the beacon's buffs, their work will go much more smoothly. He accepted the handkerchief Ganyu offered and dabbed his mouth, continuing gently. Just so you know, beacons have different levels, and the level of the beacon depends heavily on the type of blocks used in its base. Generally speaking, the base for a beacon can be made using iron blocks, gold blocks, diamond blocks, emerald blocks, or netherite blocks. As soon as he said that, Keqing immediately grew curious and asked, "You mean material blocks, not individual materials?" Hearing that, Ryan nodded seriously. "That's right, so building a beacon consumes a lot of resources." Ningguang and the others nodded in agreement. Resources weren't a major concern after all, they had plenty. But the problem was that they weren't just building one beacon, which meant a massive resource requirement. Looks like we'll have to open a few more lucky blocks after all. Keqing shook her head slightly. Relying solely on the Qianyan army and miners to gather materials could take forever. Resources aren't the problem, Ryan waved it off. In the next few days, we're heading out to look for the end portal. There'll be lots of lucky blocks along the way, just let Ganyu open them. Everyone nodded. No one doubted Ganyu's luck. Usually, if she just thought about what she wanted while opening a lucky block, she'd get it. But one thing to note is that beacons can be either active or inactive. Ryan looked around at everyone. Inactive beacons only provide lighting. To activate a beacon, you need to build the proper base using those materials. The beacon's buff effects are heavily influenced by the size of its base. To get a fully powered beacon, the base must have layers of 99, 77, 55, and 33 blocks, from bottom to top. This way, the beacon can provide 2 long-lasting effects, health regeneration, and 1 primary effect boosted to level 2. This piqued everyone's curiosity again. Ningguang furrowed her brows slightly and said thoughtfully, "If I recall correctly, you mentioned the beacon can provide buffs like speed, jump boost, fire resistance, haste, and strength. So these are manually selected buff effects?" Ryan nodded lightly. "Yes, a beacon can only apply 1 active effect." Hearing that, Hu Tao pouted slightly in disappointment. "Only 1, huh? I thought each beacon could give all the buffs. But even 1 is enough. As long as it keeps giving us strength, we'll become much stronger. At the very least, even without your help, we'll be able to use this world's tools and equipment." Ryan chuckled and flicked Hu Tao's forehead. "And where's the clever and witty hall master who I know? Why are you acting so silly now? Rude. Want to taste my shooting skills, huh?" Hu Tao puffed up her cheeks and glared at Ryan, her face turning red either from embarrassment or anger. Ningguang just laughed softly and shook her head. "What Ryan means is that a single beacon only gives 1 buff, but what if we had multiple beacons?" Everyone froze, their brows gradually furrowing in thought. Ryan gave Ningguang an approving look. "Exactly. Beacon effects can be stacked. If you want all the beacon buffs, then you'll need 6 beacons." Ryan held up his index finger and said seriously, "6 fully powered beacons will give us 5 level 2 buffs and level 1 regeneration." At that, Ningguang and the others frowned a little. The resource cost of 1 beacon might not bother them, but 6 fully powered beacons, that was astronomical. Even using just iron blocks, they'd need over 8,000 tons. Even with an iron farm, it would take at least a week to gather, and that's not even considering supplying Liyue as well. Moreover, the core item for activating a beacon is the Nether Star, dropped by the Wither Storm. Wither skeleton skulls are already hard to obtain, and the Wither Storm isn't easy to farm either. All things considered, it would take about a month to build the number of beacons Ningguang envisioned. A month. Didn't sound that long, actually. Ningguang gave her head a light tap, feeling a bit helpless. In Ryan's world, everything progressed so fast that skipping a single day meant missing something major. She had started thinking a month felt like an eternity. Raising her head to meet Ryan's gaze, Ningguang said seriously, 6 fully powered beacons, let's do it. 172 The strategic significance of the beacon. Seeing Ningguang's expression, as if she were ready to make a noble sacrifice, Ryan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Actually, we don't need 6 fully upgraded beacons." Ryan took a slow sip of milk. The taste of this one was far inferior to the ones Ganya used to feed him every day. Still, it was decent. "I understand what you're thinking. You want to place the beacon on the Jade Chamber to turn it into a mobile, wide-range power amplifier, right?" Ningguang nodded. She had already mentioned this yesterday while dealing with the Wither Storm. A stationary beacon at most functions as a powerful area buff for defense. But if you placed one on the Jade Chamber, wherever it went, the buff would follow. Now that was a true trump card. Speed, jump boost, fire resistance, strength. Ryan put down his cup and said quietly, "Those 4 effects are the most important power buffs for you. On the other hand, in this world, the mining boost is far more useful. So, if you plan to install a beacon on the Jade Chamber, there's no need for 6 max level ones. 5 or even 4 should be more than enough." Ningguang nodded thoughtfully. "Besides, these active effects can be changed anytime. If you need the mining boost, you can always reconfigure the beacon. If we're trying to save on materials, I'd say even 2 beacons would do." Ultimately, nether stars were just too hard to come by. If not for that, Ryan wouldn't even care about materials like iron blocks. Seeing Ningguang and the others deep in thought, Ryan stood up and took a bunch of iron blocks out of a nearby chest. Indeed, this rarely visited underwater vacation villa still held plenty of resources. Just Ryan's habit. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Worst case scenario, even if something unexpected happened and his manor was destroyed, these supplies stored here would let Ryan get back on his feet in no time. That was one of the main reasons Ryan loved building houses. As for the other reason, building houses is fun. And now that the Minecraft world had been pretty much fully developed, building had become Ryan's greatest source of joy. He called everyone to teleport with him to the new city under construction in the grasslands. Under the blazing sun, the Millilith and miners were enthusiastically working on building the city. However, the weather in the MC world was never too hot or too cold. Take the base in the snowy mountains for example. Even the Millilith wore short sleeves without ever feeling cold. Maybe it had something to do with Ryan's physique. Dashi was overseeing the project from afar with a blueprint in hand. When he saw Ryan and the others arrive, he immediately led a group over. "Lord Ryan, do you have any tasks for us?" Ryan smiled and nodded. Just setting up a beacon. Grab a few people, and we're good. Dashi nodded and called over a few nearby Millelith soldiers to follow Ryan. Taking the blueprint Dashi handed him, Ryan examined it briefly before asking, "The empty space in the center, do you have any plans for that?" Dashi froze, then scratched his head in embarrassment. "Actually, that area was reserved for statues of you and the other honored ones. We were planning to build your statue over there." Ryan's face darkened. He suddenly remembered Cloud Retainer's sketch of the statue of herself and Zhongli. "Let's forget about the statue, it's just..." Ryan was about to say too stupid, but considering their kind intentions, he rephrased it. "Too embarrassing. This area is perfect. Let's build the beacon here." Dashi naturally had no objections. He nodded and led the way to the city center. Along the way, they passed by many miners already constructing outer buildings. Upon seeing Ryan and his group, everyone enthusiastically greeted them. Keking nodded frequently. The Millelith and the miners may not have had any innovative ideas, but they followed plans and executed their tasks well, which was already admirable. "At this pace, we'll probably have the basic framework completed in half a month. Then we'll move on to the more troublesome details. Also, we'll need to send someone to Liyue Harbor to buy furniture. This world has plenty of resources, but strangely, almost no proper furniture." Keking shook her head in mild disappointment. Ryan, however, only smiled mysteriously and said nothing. "No furniture? Sure, the vanilla Minecraft world didn't have much in the way of functional furniture. But there were mods, weren't there? With modern furniture mods, they were bound to be blown away." Before long, the group arrived at the central zone. There were hardly any people around, and the ground was still a plain stretch of grass. Clearly, construction hadn't reached this area yet. Ryan handed a few stacks of iron blocks to the Millelith and pointed to the ground. "Right here. The base layer is 99, then 77, 55, and finally 33. Just stack the blocks accordingly." The Millelith responded in unison and began building with practiced ease. It was a bit monotonous, but they were no strangers to construction and were quite adept. Jean and the others were still new to the place, curiously watching the beacon platform being assembled. Before long, the pyramid-shaped base was complete. "Next is the beacon." Ryan pulled out a nether star and turned to Ningguang and the others. "To craft a beacon, you need 3 obsidian blocks and 5 glass blocks, with the nether star placed in the center. And then it's done." He took the beacon from the crafting table. Lisa shook her head with a sigh. "In Teyvat, forging any tool or equipment requires an extremely lengthy process. But with you just arrange the materials and bam, it's complete. You really are challenging my common sense every moment." Ryan shrugged with a chuckle. "That kind of operation is just common sense in this world." With that, Ryan climbed to the top of the platform, holding the beacon. Everyone turned to him with eager eyes. Ryan didn't waste time, he placed the beacon right on the top. A wave of energy spread across a 100-meter radius, followed by a brilliant pillar of light shooting into the sky. Even in broad daylight, the brightness lit up the area noticeably. At night, it would probably rival the sun. "Almost forgot." Ryan patted his forehead and spread his hands. "The beacon's light is one of the brightest in this world. So if anyone gets lost, just head toward the beacon." Ningguang pursed her lips, clearly a bit exasperated. "That might be a problem. Are we going to have several never-ending beams of light shining from the Jade Chamber?" Just imagining 5 towering light pillars shooting into the sky in the middle of the night from the Jade Chamber. Ningguang couldn't help but think that the Jade Chamber might not be the best place to rest anymore. And besides, isn't that beacon way too eye-catching? Not far away, even the Qianyan army and the miners seemed to have noticed the light emanating from the beacon. From a distance, the sound of hurried footsteps could already be heard as many people rushed toward them. Keking spoke softly. "Tell them everything's fine. No need to come over." "Yes." A Qianyan soldier responded immediately, then quickly turned and ran back to inform the others. Ryan waved his hand, signaling everyone to step onto the beacon's base. "Can we choose the buff effects now?" Ningguang asked curiously as she looked at Ryan, who gestured for her to place her hand on the beacon. At once, a strange interface appeared before Ningguang, something akin to a personal status panel. "See that empty slot at the bottom?" Ryan whispered near Ningguang's ear. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she nodded. "Place any mineral the interface suggests into it, then select the effect you want. That will trigger the beacon's buff." Ningguang steadied her focus, nodded again, and placed a stack of iron ingots into the slot, selecting the movement speed buff. In an instant, everyone present felt their bodies grow lighter. Turning his head, Ryan looked at Dashi and said, "Move outward. Let's see the range of the buff you received." Dashi nodded excitedly and took off running. At that moment, his speed was obvious to everyone. It was equivalent to drinking a basic speed potion. Ningguang slightly furrowed her brows and turned her attention to another symbol on the interface. In addition to one representing health regeneration, there was a unique mark. "Speed 2. She murmured, tapping the symbol on the right and casually reselecting the jump boost on the left. Visibly, Dashi's speed increased further. Even his jumping height rose. "So the buffs currently in effect are Speed 2, Jump Boost I, and Health Regen I." Ningguang nodded thoughtfully, lost in analysis. Just then, Dashi came to a sudden stop in the distance and shouted back, "Lord Ryan, the buff ends around here." Hearing this, everyone looked over and began estimating the radius range. About 100 meters. Lisa frowned slightly. Only a 100-meter radius. Even the Jade Chamber flies higher than that. No one questioned the beacon's strength, but the effective range of its buffs felt disappointingly short. It wasn't realistic to install beacons across all of Liyue. Minerals were one thing, but nether stars? There weren't that many wither storms for them to go around hunting. Just as Lisa and the others were beginning to feel troubled, Ryan shook his head calmly. The world's laws are different. Lisa's eyes lit up with realization and a bit of suspicion. You mean? Remember how high a jump potion lets you leap in this world? Seeing Ryan's confident expression, Lisa had a sudden epiphany. So you're saying that since the laws of this world are different, the buffs provided will also differ and their effective range might change too. A jump potion in this world barely lets you leap an extra meter. But in Teyvat, when the Qianyan soldiers drank it, they could easily jump more than 10 meters. If this amplification effect holds true, then the beacon's buff range in Teyvat should easily exceed a kilometer. Its power-enhancing effects would also scale accordingly. Still, they'd have to go back and test it firsthand to be sure. As they thought this through, excitement began to bubble among the group. Ryan, should we head back and test the beacon's effects now? Keking looked at him eagerly. This world was important, yes, but their foundation still lay in Teyvat. If they could grow stronger there, it would make developing the Minecraft world all the more convenient. Seeing everyone looking at him with anticipation, Ryan shrugged. I don't have anything else to do. Since you're all eager to test it, let's head back and see. 173, Ender Dragon drop the dragon egg. 173, Ender Dragon drop the dragon egg. To be honest, ever since everyone moved into the MC world, it was rare for them to return to Teyvat in the middle of the afternoon. Still thinking about the beacon, everyone quickly boarded the Jade Chamber. Under Ningguang's control, it set off toward Gailai Plains. That area was far from Liyue Harbor, so even if the beacon's light shot straight into the sky, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. There were also Qianyan army soldiers stationed at Gailai Plains, making it convenient for testing. Ningguang and the others weren't afraid that the beacon's sudden burst of light would arouse suspicion. In Ningguang's words, even if all of Teyvat knew Liyue was up to something big, would they dare risk angering Liyue just to investigate? What Ningguang and the others were concerned about was merely causing too big a stir too suddenly, making it hard to explain to the people of Liyue Harbor. The Jade Chamber hovered silently 500 meters in the air. At the edge of the Jade Chamber's deck, a max-level beacon base had already been built. It was still constructed from iron blocks. At the very least, for now, iron was abundant enough to be used generously. In fact, with a piglin farm, gold could be produced endlessly as well, but Ningguang felt that would be too conspicuous. After all, the Jade Chamber still occasionally hosted guests. If someone saw the entire platform covered in gold, it might give them quite a fright. Ryan stood on top of the beacon base, holding the beacon in hand. Almost at the same moment the base was finished, Xiao returned to the Jade Chamber riding a gale of wind. Mr. Ryan, the Qianyan army has been notified. Ryan nodded and got straight to the point, placing the beacon without delay. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, the beacon erupted in a column of light far stronger than what they'd seen in the MC world. It pierced the sky with unstoppable force, dispersing the clouds. The dazzling beam made it look like the Jade Chamber was suspended on a pillar of light. It was almost as radiant as the sun. Everyone instinctively squinted their eyes. As expected, the beacon is even more powerful in this world. Keking happily clenched her fist. After adjusting to the glare, Ningguang stepped onto the platform and opened the beacon interface as usual. Just as she was about to select the enhancement effects, she suddenly froze. Ryan, do beacons apply buffs to all humanoid creatures? At her words, Ryan paused, frowning slightly before replying. I'm not sure. This thing is still quite mysterious. Technically, it should apply buffs to all friendly units. How about when you choose the effect, you focus your thoughts on who should receive the buff? Ningguang went silent, then gave Ryan a helpless look. A world this rigidly programmed, would it really have such a subjective mechanic? Still, she went along with Ryan's idea and focused her thoughts on the people who needed the buff. She selected Strength 2 and Speed I. The next moment, a gentle light swept over everyone present. Jean and the others exchanged glances, feeling a surge of power flow through their bodies. Though not as potent as Ryan's buffs, it was enough for them to wield MC World tools without relying on elemental energy. Xiao, please go check if the Qianyan soldiers below receive the buff. Ningguang spoke calmly, having accepted this new power. She turned toward Xiao. He nodded, then disappeared in a gust of wind. Moments later, Xiao's voice returned with surprise carried on the breeze. The Qianyan army has received the buff. I knew it. The effect really did improve. This is great. Keking punched the air hard in excitement. At this point, the Jade Chamber was hovering at an altitude of around 500 meters. If even from that height the Qianyan army could receive the buff, it meant the beacon's effective radius was at least 500 meters. That radius might not sound like much, but beacon buffs applied in all directions, no blind spots. A 500-meter radius meant a coverage area of at least 78 hectares. On a battlefield, that could shift the entire tide of a war. Moreover, since the Jade Chamber could float and apply buffs from 500 meters up, it was beyond the reach of most conventional attacks in Genshin. The strategic value of the beacon was now undeniable. Even if the beacon's range capped at a 1-kilometer diameter, Ningguang and the others were already very satisfied. The next step was to build enough bases and beacons to turn the Jade Chamber into a flawless war fortress. Raise the Jade Chamber higher. Suddenly, Ryan spoke in a calm tone. Ningguang nodded, took out the Jade Chamber's core, and began raising the altitude further. Meanwhile, Xiao continued reporting back. 600 meters. 700. 800. Only when they reached a distance of 1,000 meters from the ground did Xiao report that the buff had cut off. So, the final confirmed buff radius is a full 1,000 meters. Ningguang's mouth opened slightly in disbelief. A full kilometer radius. The horizontal area covered was now 314 hectares. That was nearly half the size of Liyue Harbor. This level of coverage didn't even need further explanation. Once activated, the beacon could enhance at least 10,000 Xianyan soldiers across a massive area. In that scenario, never mind small-scale skirmishes, the Jade Chamber alone could steer the direction of an entire war. And that's not even counting the redstone cannons. Zhongli's pupils reflected his astonishment. If such a Jade Chamber had existed during the Archon War, with redstone cannons providing blanket fire from above, and the beacon enhancing personal strength, even if thrown into the fiercest battles between gods, it would have swept through with overwhelming force. Bring the Jade Chamber back down to 500 meters. Ryan exhaled in relief, clearly satisfied with the beacon's performance. The beacon's power in Teyvat had far exceeded his expectations. 500 meters is more than enough for you all. At that height, it's nearly impossible to attack and ideal for precision targeting with redstone cannons. It also allows for wide-range combat buffs. Nearby, Dailuk looked at Ningguang with a hint of envy. Congratulations, Sayuvi obtained a true war fortress. Upon hearing this, Ningguang couldn't help but smile happily. This is just the beginning. As Ryan continues to unlock new mods, I believe the Jade Chamber, and Liyue, will only grow stronger. As she spoke, Ningguang turned to Jean with a soft smile. The same will happen for you all. I've already sent people to purchase floating stones. When the time comes, you can transport them back. Jean was visibly touched and whispered, "Thank you." Xiao also returned to the Jade Chamber, staring at the beacon radiating a dazzling white light. The beacon gives a strong boost to us Adepti as well. We need more beacons. Ryan flipped his hand and pulled out an iron pickaxe, smiling at the others. Beacons create too much of a spectacle. Unless necessary, it's better not to activate them casually. Remember to use an iron pickaxe to dismantle the beacon. That's the only way to retrieve it intact. Saying that, he handed the dismantled beacon and the remaining 3 nether stars to Ganyu. These things were a bit heavy. Ningguang and the others might not be able to carry them. Keep these with you. Get the pedestals built in advance. When you need to use a beacon, you can just install it directly. Ningguang nodded, but then glanced at Ryan with a slightly troubled look. We only have 5 nether stars in total. Are you sure you don't want even one? Ryan chuckled. Honestly, beacons had beneficial effects, but they weren't all that important to him. In the Minecraft world, even with the full effect radius of a beacon, what was he going to boost? The Manor Villa. The beacon's range couldn't even reach the front gate of that place. Besides, to Ryan, beacons were really just for marking the way home when you got lost. Now that he had teleportation points, he didn't need that either. As for the strength or speed buffs a beacon provided, why not just drink a potion? Much more effective. Besides, Ryan had the blade sword in his left hand, the lifesteal staff in his right, and an AK-47 on his back. If none of those 3 weapons could deal with an enemy, then a beacon's buff wouldn't help much either. Beacons truly shone in Teyvat, not here. But Ryan didn't bother explaining. He just smiled and shook his head. I don't need them. All I care about is killing a set number of wither storms. Since he said that, Ningguang didn't press further. She just nodded and sighed with a wry smile. My Jade Chamber, it was originally just a private garden. Now, with all these modifications, it's become a war fortress. If you don't like it, you could always sell it to Monstat. Lisa teased with a grin, and Ningguang rolled her eyes. No, what I mean is I think I need to expand the Jade Chamber. I get the feeling there'll be even more modifications in the future. Everyone shared a laugh, steering the Jade Chamber back in the direction of Mt Tianheng. Xiao couldn't sit still. He grabbed some iron blocks and began building the remaining 3 pedestals atop the Jade Chamber. To be fully upgraded, the Jade Chamber needed at least 4 max-level beacons. Ningguang and the others didn't think it was urgent. Resources on the Jade Chamber were limited, after all. But for Xiao, items that could boost combat performance across a wide area were best brought into use as soon as possible. Everyone understood. After all, he was the main combat adeptus. Ryan took a sip of tea, gently rubbing Nahitha's head as he said softly, "Earlier, Dashi brought me 8 wither skeleton skulls. That means 3 more wither storms. Let's head to the usual spot around dusk and take care of them." No one objected. Had they not known what beacons did, they might have told Ryan to slow down. But now, the fact that they weren't urging him to go hunt more wither storms right away, that was them showing restraint. As for tomorrow, Ryan paused, then continued quietly. We'll search for the end portal and along the way, find a suitable base location for Monstat. He had already mentioned going to the end several times over the past few days, so everyone was mentally prepared. Though Ryan said he wouldn't slay the Ender Dragon this time, things could always change. Who knew what might happen? What if he suddenly got the urge to kill the dragon? Ryan. Ganyu tilted her head, looking at him curiously. I remember you once said the Wither Storm and the Ender Dragon are both considered final bosses. Ryan nodded. At least in the vanilla game, those two were the ultimate bosses. Seeing him confirm it, Ganyu became even more intrigued. Then the Wither Storm drops nether stars, which are key components for beacons. What does the Ender Dragon drop? At this, Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Ender Dragon, it drops a dragon egg. 174. Venti wants to become an Ender Dragon rider. Dragon egg? An Ender Dragon egg? For some reason, Venti exploded with excitement far beyond anyone else. In an instant, he turned into a breeze and rushed to Ryan's desk, eyes gleaming with fervor. A dragon egg can hatch into an Ender Dragon, right. I can ride the Ender Dragon, right. Seeing how thrilled Venti looked, Ryan didn't answer him directly. Instead, he rolled his eyes and complained. You really care that much about the Ender Dragon? If Teyvat's Dvalin finds out, he's definitely going to get jealous. Hey. Venti waved it off with a grin and joked. It's fine, Dvalin wouldn't care about such a small thing. He'd be happy I found him a new friend. A textbook example of a scummy response. Ryan rolled his eyes again and retorted. Don't get your hopes up. The dragon egg is just a decorative item at least for now. Without any mods, it's purely ornamental. At that, everyone sighed in disappointment. No matter how you looked at it, being a dragon rider sounded incredibly cool. Lumen was still reminiscing about how majestic it felt to soar through the skies on Dvalin's back. If Venti hadn't insisted on Dvalin having his complete freedom, she would have definitely tried to convince him to travel together. Riding a dragon, how awesome would that be? But then again, Ryan suddenly changed tone, smiling as he looked at everyone. Hatching an Ender Dragon egg isn't actually that difficult as long as you have the Dragon Rider mod. Dragon Rider mod? That's... Venti blinked, his eyes lighting up with hope again. Exactly. It's a mod that lets you hatch the Ender Dragon egg, and even grants the dragon special attack abilities. But, it's still far away for us. For now, let's focus on the Wither Storm. Upon hearing that, Venti didn't press further. Instead, his eyes flickered with mischief, and he backed off cheerfully. The Ender Dragon is a tough opponent, at least in the end. It's no easier than the Wither Storm. But honestly, the loot it drops isn't that great. Right now, the main thing worth collecting is Dragon's Breath. That's a key ingredient for lingering potions, so we'll need to prepare a lot of empty bottles when the time comes. As for how to defeat the Ender Dragon, Ryan paused, then shook his head and said, it's a bit complicated to explain. Just remember, take out the end crystals first and follow my commands. Our true goal in the end isn't the Ender Dragon, at least not for now. We're going there to find the End Stronghold. There are many useful resources there, and it's the only place we can gather the main materials needed to craft shulker boxes. Shulker boxes are special containers. You can think of them as a kind of portable pocket dimension. You can store items in them, and when you break the box, the entire container drops without spilling its contents. For you all, the biggest benefit is that it lets you carry way more items. Upon hearing that, everyone nodded thoughtfully. Even if the Ender Dragon's loot didn't compare to the Wither Storm, the end itself was a worthwhile destination. Not only were there shulker boxes, but they could also build Enderman farms and collect Ender Pearls. Those things are great for teleportation. Hey, then what are we waiting for? Venti grinned innocently at Ryan. Let's go deal with the Wither Storm now. The sooner we handle it, the sooner we can relax. We're heading to the end tomorrow, after all, and I can't wait to meet the Ender Dragon. Sounds perfect, but... Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that Venti was up to something. Still, the Wither Storm did need to be taken care of quickly, and Ryan was also looking forward to unlocking the next mod. He casually opened the dual portal, waited a moment for it to stabilize, then brought everyone back with him. But just as he was about to retrieve the Wither skeleton skulls, Venti suddenly equipped a full set of enchanted diamond armor and bolted toward the Sky Island. The sudden move left everyone confused for a moment. After a while, Diluc seemed to realize something and said angrily, "That guy, he definitely went to the Nether." Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Venti had looked so obedient earlier. This guy. He tricked Ryan into bringing him in, then dashed off to farm Wither skeletons. Seems like he really can't suppress that desire to ride an Ender Dragon. But, even Ryan wasn't sure what the next mod would be. How was Venti so confident? Still, Ryan didn't mind. Everyone had already explored the Lucky Block mod thoroughly, opening a new one was fine now. Let's go. Ryan turned toward the Sky Island. We're going to the Nether to hunt Wither skeletons. Beside him, Jean looked a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head slightly and said apologetically, "Ryan, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Venti to just." It's fine. Ryan put an arm around Ganyu and smiled. We only need a few more wither skeleton skulls. If we rely on Ganyu's luck tonight, we should be able to unlock the next mod soon. Hearing that, Jean sighed in relief, though she still felt a bit awkward. Still, I really am sorry. No need to be so formal, Jean. Ryan smiled, then turned and took the elevator to the Sky Island. Venti was long gone and must have entered the Nether already. Even though they knew he was playful, seeing it in action felt a bit too much. Ryan wasn't angry about him running off script, but this world wasn't like Teyvat. Venti didn't have much self-protection here. That was something Ryan needed to talk to him about seriously. Otherwise, if this guy got too excited and decided to sleep in the Nether with just a bed, well, that would be fun. It was still bright outside, not yet dusk, so Ryan didn't waste time. He led everyone back into the Nether. As soon as they arrived, they saw Venti standing there with a huge smile. Hey, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone in the Nether. Ryan rolled his eyes, but before he could say anything, Liyue coldly snapped. We still don't understand this world very well. Everything has to be taken step by step. If your antics cause someone to get hurt, what then? Beside him, Lumen nodded in agreement and added. You're still as unreliable as ever. Venti just spread his hands and grinned. Don't be like that. I'm just doing my part to help out in this world. According to Ryan, we only need to kill a few more wither storms to unlock the new mod. I just wanted to help Ryan out. Lumen rolled her eyes. You obviously just want to activate a new mod and see if it's fun. Hey, you saw through me, but let's not say it out loud, okay? Over his thousands of years of freedom, be it begging for wine by playing the poor, sneaking into Dawn Winery cellar, or singing bardic poems in broad daylight, Venti's skin had long been tempered to the point where not even the heavens could pierce his defenses. Naturally, he wouldn't feel embarrassed by their accusations. Besides, Venti had already thought this through. After Ryan and the others had explored the Nether, it was quite safe now. On top of that, from Ryan's words, it was clear just a few more wither skeleton skulls were needed to unlock the new mod. Venti cared a lot about these new mods. Monstad had missed out on the initial benefits of the lucky blocks and vein mining mods. By the time they joined in, most of the mines had already been cleared out, and the lucky blocks around the mansion and villa had all been used up too. Venti wanted to unlock the next mod early so Monstat could catch up and reap the early benefits. Moreover, all the beacons were now in Liyue's possession. Jean and the others couldn't really say anything. After all, the wither skeleton skulls were gathered by Liyue, and even if they gifted them a beacon, Jean would absolutely refuse to accept it. So by helping out today with collecting wither skeleton skulls, Venti could at least gather some for Mondstad's own use. Let's go, to the Nether Fortress. Ryan shook his head and chuckled, scooping up Nahitha and Paimon before heading deeper into the tunnel. He could more or less guess Venti's little scheme. That guy wasn't as carefree and brainless as he looked. After living for thousands of years, even a fool would have become a genius. Ryan, how many more wither skeleton skulls do we need? Ganyu asked curiously. Ryan thought for a moment and replied. 7 more. Together with the 8 skulls delivered by the Millilith today, that's just enough for 5 withers. At that, Ganyu looked a little concerned. 7? But the Millilith worked hard for a whole week just to gather those 8 skulls. Ryan didn't stop walking. He turned his head and glanced at her with an amused look. Ganyu, why would you think your luck is the same as theirs? The Millilith might need to kill 4 or 5 wither skeletons just for 1 skull to drop. But you. He gestured toward the diamond sword in Ganyu's hand, enchanted with looting. With your luck, plus a looting enchanted diamond sword, you'll probably get a skull from every single wither skeleton you kill. What we really need is just to find a few more wither skeletons. Besides, the Millilith didn't really take a week. To be precise, they spent 3 days since they only go to the Nether Fortress every other day to gather resources. Hearing her beloved praise her luck with such confidence, Ganyu couldn't help but feel a little giddy inside. Still, she hesitated. But what if my luck? There's no what if. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. I've always believed in you, Ganyu. Your luck is truly this world's greatest treasure. This wasn't just sweet talk out of affection, it was the truth. Until now, Ganyu had never let him down. She had opened hundreds of lucky blocks, and not once did a zombie or any bad resource come out. At worst, she got some redstone components. And the drop rate for tridents, which was normally heartbreakingly low. Whenever Ganyu attacked a drowned, it was practically guaranteed that the trident would drop. Xiao could testify to that better than anyone. He now had 7 tridents all farmed by Ganyu. And to be precise, those 7 tridents came from exactly 7 drowned she had defeated. Maybe Ganyu was worried that everyone was expecting too much from her, and she'd feel guilty if she failed. But everyone wasn't placing hope on her. They had complete confidence in her success. 175, 175, just about to head to the end, and a Dragon Knight mod gets activated? Wither skeletons are indeed a real nuisance in the early game. After all, that withering effect is a major headache. But once you have a shield and a full set of enchanted diamond armor, the only troublesome thing about wither skeletons is their abysmal spawn rate and the ridiculously low drop rate of their skulls. However, Ryan and the others had a secret weapon. Ganyu was stepping in. Right after entering the nether fortress, they were immediately greeted by 2 wither skeletons. No one else made a move, they just protected Ganyu from a distance, ensuring she wouldn't be in any danger. With a looting enchanted sword in hand, Ganyu swept across with a few clean slashes. The 2 wither skeletons collapsed instantly, and at the same time, 2 wither skeleton skulls dropped to the ground. This kind of drop rate, if the Qianyan army saw it, their entire belief system might collapse. Those Qianyan soldiers who'd fought for long periods in nether fortresses had never seen something so outrageous. Usually, it took a whole day of grinding just to get a few skulls, but for Ganyu, she started off with 2 right away. From the time they entered the nether, not even 30 minutes had passed, and most of that time was just spent searching for wither skeletons. Jean and the others looked at Ganyu in a daze, then looked down at the diamond swords in their own hands. An inexplicable sense of shame made them quietly sheathe their weapons. Luck, really, is the most precious treasure in this world. Lisa's emotional sigh voiced what everyone else was thinking. In fact, Jean was now even more eager to bring Klee over here. The spawn rate of wither skeletons was already painful enough, but perhaps Ganyu's sheer will was influencing the laws of luck. It only took 3 hours to gather all the skulls needed, but Ryan and the others stayed in the nether fortress for a full 5 hours. As for the remaining 2 hours, Hu Tao and the others just couldn't accept it. Watching Ganyu collect 7 skulls from 7 skeletons gave them a dangerous idea. If she can do it, so can I. Led by Hu Tao, with Lumen and Venti as her assistants and Jean's group joining in, they took turns hunting down 11 wither skeletons. The final result? Absolutely nothing. Even with all their looting enchanted diamond swords, their inventories were completely empty. Ganyu's luck didn't just leave the Qianyan army in silent seat, made Lumen and the others start questioning life itself. Ryan, who had long expected this outcome, simply watched with a smile and turned to plant a kiss on Ganyu's cheek. As expected, Ganyu really is my greatest treasure. He said it with genuine emotion, and Ganyu shyly hid behind his back. No matter what, for Ganyu, not disappointing Ryan was the best reward she could ask for. Seeing Venti still unwilling to give up, clearly wanting another shot at testing his luck, Ryan rolled his eyes. Alright, that's enough. Are we activating a new mod or conducting a luck challenge here? Hearing that, Venti begrudgingly stowed his weapon, muttering in frustration. I mean, I am the Inmo Archon, how could my luck be this bad? Zhongli, who had been silent the entire time, cast a sidelong glance at him. So what if you're an Archon? He, a 6,000-year-old dragon, still had horrendous luck. Back when he and Ryan competed at fishing, 8 out of 10 casts for him would reel in rotten flesh, while Ryan would get no more than 5. But now, maybe it was because Ryan was with Ganyu, her luck seemed to be rubbing off on him. He hadn't pulled up any rotten flesh since. So, clearly, living a long time doesn't guarantee good luck. With those thoughts, the group packed up and returned to the overworld. By now, the sky had turned completely dark, and visibility beyond 300 meters was minimal. But standing atop the sky island, looking out toward the grasslands, the beacon's radiant beam shone even more brilliantly than the moonlight. It looked like a miniature sun had fallen to the earth. Now the others understood why Ryan said that in this world, the most important use of beacons was so he wouldn't get lost. With light like that, even in the darkest of nights, you could spot your home from tens of thousands of meters away. Imagining what kind of chaos a beacon would cause in Teyvat, Ningguang figured that maybe it was better to only place beacons when necessary. Otherwise, Liyue Harbor might never see night again. The group returned to the manor villa for a short rest. This time, Ryan didn't even need to give instructions. Someone went to fetch alchemy potions, another brought back soul sand. Within minutes, they were ready once again. Even Jean's group had fully integrated into the team. Maybe they didn't quite understand all the unique mechanics of this world yet, but at the very least, they could work as a team. After the trip to the end, it might finally be time to officially announce Monstat settlement here. After waiting a few minutes, everyone regrouped and headed back to the mine where they had fought the Wither before. That place had already become the go-to spot for dealing with withers. Compared to last time, Ryan didn't say much. Everyone was experienced in combat. Once they'd fought a wither once, they knew what to do from then on. For withers were swiftly taken down in under an hour. Now, only one remained. As Ryan placed the soul sand and the wither skeleton skulls, Ningguang and the others were filling in the damage left behind in the mine from earlier battles. Ryan quietly said, "At this pace, we might be able to make it back in time for dinner." Ningguang looked up at him with a smile. "Maybe not. Once we finish off this wither, we'll probably trigger a new mod, right? We might need some time to get used to whatever the new content is." Speaking of which, Ryan, what kind of mod do you think it'll be this time? Everyone turned curiously to look at him. Ryan shrugged and said softly, "Who knows? The mod system never gave any advance notice, not even Ganyu could influence what the system decided. But there was one thing Ryan could be sure of. The next achievement challenge would be even harder. At the very least, it wouldn't be easier than killing 10 wither storms." Before long, everyone had finished handling the wither summoning area in the mine and took their positions. Ryan also took out the final wither skeleton skull. He felt a little emotional. This was the last wither they needed. After this, a new mod would be unlocked. From Ryan's personal standpoint, he was hoping for either the Firearms mod or the Katana mod. His AK-47 and Ganyu's Barrett were both incredibly powerful weapons. Unfortunately, they'd been used quite a lot lately. The AK-47 only had about 20 rounds left, and the Barrett had barely over 10. As for the Katana, even though Ryan had used it carefully, a quarter of its durability had already worn down. Only by unlocking those two mods could he repair or restock his weapons. Lately, Ryan had been reluctant to use either of them and instead relied on the vampire staff. That thing didn't lose durability, true, but its biggest flaw was that it couldn't harm powerful beings like the Wither or the Ender Dragon. In terms of Teyvat, the vampire staff might affect Archons, but using it on them as if they were regular enemies? Not a chance. Zhongli had once told Ryan. In Teyvat, the vampire staff gives me a sense of danger, but it's not the same as the lethal threat of the katana. Ryan quickly shook off his scattered thoughts and placed the final Wither skull. The familiar, suffocating pressure descended. Ryan immediately turned and ran back into the mine. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the explosion to come. Ganyu raised her Barrett again, aiming at the forming Wither storm in the distance. But Ryan gently pushed her weapon down. Save your bullets, we don't have many left. Upon hearing this, Ganyu obediently lowered the gun. Soon, the Wither storm's invincibility glow faded. A flurry of attacks instantly bombarded it. This time, Ryan and Ganyu didn't make a move. They simply stood deep in the mine, watching the others methodically deal with the Wither. Ryan. Ganyu looked at him curiously. Ryan chuckled softly and shook his head. We have something more important to do. As he spoke, Ryan gently pulled Ganyu into an embrace. Let me borrow a little of your luck, Ganyu. Huh. Ganyu widened her eyes shyly, and seeing no one was paying attention, she tiptoed up and kissed Ryan. Ryan, you can have as much of it as you want. Her gentle whisper echoed softly in the dark cave, blending with the occasional explosions and the sound of attacks from outside. The two of them lost themselves in the moment. Luckily for them, Ningguang and the others were too busy to notice what was going on. If she had seen this, Ningguang would have surely been furious. While the rest of them were fighting tooth and nail, these two were off having a romantic moment. Soon, the Wither's HP dropped to the bottom. With one final sword slash from Diluc, the Wither froze mid-air, its body bursting into dazzling, radiant light. A moment later, it exploded into purple-black starlight. A brilliant nether star floated gently to the ground. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. That was the last one. Ningguang sheathed her nearly broken diamond sword, her expression calm and unconcerned. It was just diamond, she could always make another. Even if it had enchantments, the village trading hub could provide replacements at any time. These 4 nether stars, Jean, you take them. She pulled 4 nether stars from her backpack and handed them to Jean. Jean hesitated, somewhat uneasy. She opened her mouth. But, no need to fuss over something so trivial. Ningguang smiled and shook her head. Beacons are crucial. We'll keep farming Withers later. The Jade Chamber already has 4 max-level beacons ready. You all should start preparing early too. For you, beacons are invaluable resources. They'll quickly raise your strength. Jean pressed her lips together. Ningguang had hit the nail on the head. Liyue was already powerful. Beacons were just the icing on the cake. But for Monstat, beacons were a vital necessity. A life-saving gift in the middle of a storm. With them, Monstat city would be well protected. They would finally have the strength and confidence to drive out the disruptive Fatui. Seeing Ningguang's sincerity, Jean stopped hesitating. She accepted the nether stars and said seriously, "Thank you, Ningguang, this really helps a lot." Ningguang simply smiled, saying nothing. Venti, who had been waiting for their conversation to finish, suddenly chimed in excitedly. "Where's Ryan? Where is he? The new mod's unlocked, right? What is it? Let us see." His words reminded everyone. Looking around, they noticed Ryan wasn't in sight. Just as they were wondering, Ryan emerged from the depths of the mine, hand in hand with Ganyu. His face was full of smiles. It was clear he was very pleased with the new mod. Ryan, the mod. Keking had just opened her mouth when Ryan nodded with a faint chuckle. It's unlocked and it's going to be extremely helpful for what comes next. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Ryan said slowly. The new mods are Dragon Knight and Firearms. 176, Vix Modern Warfare and the Dragon Knight mod. 176, Vix Modern Warfare and the Dragon Knight mod. Ding, Wither Manor. Achievement completed. Reward, 3 new hone coordinate markers, hot weapon, RPG and 10 special rockets. Mods unlocked, Dragon Knight Vix Modern Warfare. Next stage achievement mission, it's over once again. Objective, kill and resurrect 50 Ender Dragons. This was the system's response after completing the Wither Manor achievement task. It had to be said just as Ryan expected, the next stage was highly difficult. Kill 50, then resurrect 50. Resurrecting Ender Dragons requires End Crystals. They're not hard to craft, and Ryan could make plenty even now. However, killing them, then resurrecting them, and then killing them again, it just felt like he was desecrating the corpses. But this time, Ryan didn't complain to the system spirit. Back at the Manor Villa, while the others went to organize their supplies, Ryan sighed deeply and said from the bottom of his heart, System spirit, you do have a conscience. Compared to the task of slaying 50 ender dragons, Ryan felt that the system had truly been merciful this time. Although the rewards weren't particularly extraordinary, and the RPG was just average. But just look at the mods it gave this time. Not one, but two mods. One being Dragon Knight, which perfectly aligned with Ryan's upcoming plans. Once he obtained dragon eggs, he could hatch a whole bunch of dragons. Then, here Ryan would become the legendary Dragon Knight himself. And if Dragon Knight wasn't badass enough, Vic's Modern Warfare. That was badass, right? This was the mod once hailed as the gunfight dream of 300 million MC players. It contained an endless variety of firearms, pistols, shotguns, SMGs, rifles, sniper rifles, RPGs, grenades, and more. Basically, any hot weapon you could imagine was included in the pack. Except for airplanes and tanks, almost all kinds of firearms were present. There were even some purely fictional energy weapons. What's more, this mod even included vehicles, something extremely rare in Minecraft mods. Even if they were just basic sedans or sports cars, they were still cars, right? However, there were a few troublesome parts about the Vic's Modern Warfare mod. It introduced many special mob types. Things like bandits, rippers, lickers, and even monstrously powerful creatures like Deathclaws, not any weaker than a Wither Storm. Of course, those monsters weren't that easy to encounter. Then there was the problem of crafting recipes. Vic's Modern Warfare had too many crafting recipes for Ryan to remember. He'd have to build a weapons workbench later and experiment with crafting slowly. There were also many new and exotic orsilicon, graphite, tin, and so on. Explaining these was a hassle too, and they couldn't be obtained from auto iron farms or the like. Ryan figured he'd need Ningguang and the others to recruit more people to head back into the mines and collect resources again. Still, those were minor details. The main thing was the guns. Ryan's dream was finally coming true. Now that the hot weapons mod was enabled, who even needed an AK-47, M249 in one hand, M79 grenade launcher in the other, M41A slung across his back, with dozens of frag and gas grenades strapped to his waist. Fully armed, Ryan would charge out straight to Sky Island, slap Celestia awake, and hold the grenade launcher to its head. So you're the damn, heavenly principle, huh? Granted, hot weapons might not pose much threat to beings above Archon level, but what man could resist being decked out in an arsenal of modern weaponry? Never mind whether the damage was high or no, at least it looked cool. And when paired with the Dragon Knight mod, while others rode dragons shooting arrows or slashing with diamond swords, Ryan would just strap a Gatling gun to his Ender Dragon and spray death in all directions. In his previous life, he had dreamed of combining the Dragon Knight and hot weapon mods, reading dragons while unleashing gunfire. Unfortunately, his old PC couldn't handle such a massive mod fusion. But now, everything could finally become reality. However, thinking about the massive scale of Vic's Modern Warfare, Ryan couldn't help but sigh and suppress his excitement for now. Hot weapons were great. Heck, Ningguang and the others could probably use just this one mod to perform dimensional superiority strikes on other nations. But it was way too complicated. Let alone Ningguang and her team, who didn't understand the mod at all. Ryan himself wasn't confident he could fully master it. With his current level, at most, he could craft a few guns for personal use. But to teach an entire nation like Liyue how to master this mod, that wasn't something he could accomplish in a month or two. On the other hand, the Dragon Knight mod, whether it was the simple original or the newer Dragon Knight IE, was much easier to grasp. Of course, since the system didn't specify Dragon Knight 2, it was most likely just the original mod. That meant there were only 8 types of dragons, the Dragon Knight I version. For Ryan, that was actually good news. While Dragon Knight 2 had more dragon types and stronger power levels, it also introduced many powerful monsters. Adding that on top of Vic's Modern Warfare would drastically slow down their exploration progress. Whereas the original Dragon Knight was honestly more than enough. Getting dragon eggs was simple and direct, and the dragons were powerful once hatched. So for now, we'll focus on Dragon Knight. But no matter what system spirit, you really came through this time. Ryan sighed with heartfelt emotion. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the others had already returned. They were all curiously staring at him. Ryan, what exactly are the new mods? Keking couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Ryan pulled himself together and smiled, nodding. There are 2 new mods, Dragon Knight and Vic's Modern Warfare. Vic? Who's that? Venti scratched his cheek curiously as he looked at Ryan, who shrugged and said, "Why is your curiosity always focused on weird stuff like this?" He. Venti lifted his chin proudly. "It's precisely because of my overflowing curiosity that I became the best bard in all of Teyvat." Self-proclaimed. Lumen rolled her eyes at him. "It's real talent." Talent. Venti protested, then turned to Ryan with an eager look in his eyes. He didn't care much about the firearm, she was only thinking about the Dragon Knight mod. However, Zhongli was more concerned. "Ryan, this newly added Vic's Modern Warfare, could it contain that peace bomb you once mentioned?" Ryan immediately understood Zhongli's concern. After a moment of thought, he chose not to mention that there was a small peace bomb called Fat Man. He shook his head and replied, "Relax. It only adds lots and lots of firearm crafting, and many special ores and such. Nothing that dangerous. Even if there were, I wouldn't share the crafting recipes. In fact, I'm not even planning to let others handle the crafting of firearms. At least, not in the short term. Hearing that, those like Ningguang, who understood how powerful firearms could be, let out a sigh of relief. If something like a peace bomb really existed, they wouldn't even know how to respond. That kind of thing went beyond trust issues. Even if the Qianyan army were utterly loyal to Liyue, Ningguang and the others would never let them access such weapons. In fact, they would insist again and again that Ryan must never reveal the crafting recipe for the peace bomb, not even to them. Before long, Ningguang's expression shifted to a more cheerful one as she looked at Ryan. You said a lot of firearms, like the guns you and Ganyu use. Ryan smiled and nodded. That's right. And many of them are even stronger than what the two of us currently have. Then Keqing was just about to speak when Ryan waved his hand. For now, I'm not letting any of you get involved with them. Upon hearing this, a bit of the light in everyone's eyes dimmed. Ryan explained. Don't overthink it. It's not because I don't trust you. It's just that the Vic's Modern Warfare mod is too complex. It adds tons of powerful monsters, ores, and crafting components. I haven't even figured everything out myself yet, let alone teach you all how to use it. Ningguang quietly let out another sigh of relief, then gently asked. So, what's your plan? Ryan shook his head, rubbing his temples with a hint of frustration. For now, I haven't fully decided. But these new minerals can't be farmed like iron, they have to be mined. My initial plan is to gather materials, craft a few weapons, and get familiar with the recipes. At the very least, each of us needs to have some firearms and ammo. Ganyu and I are already running low. There are over 1,000 types of guns that I know of. Each one has a different recipe and uses different materials. This is going to be a long process. For the time being, don't set your sights too high. Hearing Ryan's explanation, the group couldn't help but be astonished. Over 1,000 firearms. Just copying the crafting recipes would take days. Instantly, the others pushed the whole firearms mod to the back of their minds. This wasn't something they could dabble in right now, better to wait for Ryan to figure it out first. So, what about that Dragon Knight mod? Venti was still fixated on the Dragon Knight thing. As for firearms, even though he was intrigued by Ryan's strange gun, she didn't want to overthink it. By contrast, the Dragon Knight mod was something he was willing to put brainpower into. That's actually what I want to explain in detail next, Ryan said with a smile, speaking gently. The Dragon Knight mod is very low in difficulty. Basically, as long as I explain and demonstrate it once, you'll all be able to learn it. This is the main direction we'll be developing next. Perfect timing, Tori planning to go to the end, kill the Ender Dragon, and get a dragon egg to hatch our own dragons. At that, Lisa rested her chin on one hand, smiling playfully at Ryan. Well, that's a stroke of luck, but you mentioned these dragons have special attributes. Mind sharing a bit? Of course. Ryan nodded, while Jean and Ningguang efficiently pulled out their notebooks. Unless something changes, the Dragon Knight mod allows dragons to be born with 8 possible attributes. They are the vanilla Ender Dragon, Ether Dragon, Fire Dragon, Grass Dragon, Ghost Dragon, Ice Dragon, Nether Dragon, and Water Dragon. The others hurried to write it all down, while Venti seemed a little disappointed. I thought they'd be the Ender Dragon plus the 7 elemental dragons, but still. He blinked, then said with growing anticipation. Ether Dragon, Ghost Dragon, Nether Dragon, just the name sounds super cool. Ryan, can I raise all of them? Ryan rolled his eyes. If you're willing to go back to the end again and again to kill the Ender Dragon and get more eggs, then sure, raise as many as you want. Just the Ender Dragon, huh? Venti proudly lifted his head. For the sake of giving Dvalin some brothers and sisters, this little task is my sacred duty. 177, Venti, me. A professional Dragon Knight. 177, Venti, me. A professional Dragon Knight. Actually, the 4 elemental dragons might be the most important for all of you. Ryan shook his head slightly and looked at Ganyu, speaking gently. For example, Ganyu, if she has a bow enchanted with flaming arrows, she can trigger a melt reaction by herself. Ganyu can also hatch a water dragon. The breath of a water dragon carries hydro, which, when combined with her cryo abilities, allows for constant freeze reactions. Moreover, while the hatched dragons may be significantly weaker than the Ender Dragon, they're still a formidable combat force in Teyvat. Add to that the fact that your dragons can communicate with you telepathically and move at your command, it's easy to gain aerial superiority. So, owning a dragon doesn't just mean gaining a powerful and loyal ally. It also gives you the ability for high-altitude strikes and superior aerial maneuverability, combined with elemental reactions. Ryan clicked his tongue, once again feeling envious of everyone's vision powers. Pairing a dragon with one's own elemental powers basically meant becoming a living sonic fighter jet. Sure, there were only 4 types of elemental dragons, but just look at which elements they were. Pyro, Hydro, Dendro, Cryo. These 4 elements were arguably the most important ones in Teyvat's elemental reaction system. Thinking that way, whether or not there were Electro, Geo, or Enmo dragons wasn't such a big deal. Ningguang and Jean clearly realized this too and began making notes in their notebooks. Dragons like those, ether dragons, might sound elegant and classy on the surface, but in terms of practicality, elemental dragons were far more valuable to them. Each dragon's incubation method is different, but I remember them all, so there's no issue. Of course, the hatched dragons still need to be tamed and trained repeatedly. We'll talk about that once we actually get our hands on some dragon eggs. As he spoke, Ryan stretched and snapped his fingers, summoning the double portal again. Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow, we head for the end. To slay the Ender Dragon, right? Ningguang put down her pen and looked at Ryan with a smile. He shrugged. My original plan was to take it step by step, cautiously laying a foundation for others to settle in that area later, but now. Ryan chuckled and raised his hands. Since we've got the Dragon Rider mod already, of course we have to slay a dragon. Take care of your tasks over the next few days. Unless something unexpected happens, we'll be searching for the end and slaying dragons. Once we each have a dragon, we'll return to Teyvat. Instantly, everyone became excited. They nodded eagerly in agreement and returned to Teyvat. If no new mods appeared, Ningguang wouldn't have minded gathering everyone at the Jade Chamber for a good meal and some conversation. But, right now, everyone was clearly focused on the Dragon Night preparations. Ningguang and the others also had to organize their affairs in advance to ensure Liyue remained stable during their extended trip. Dragon riding. Among everyone present, only Venti had experience with that. Even for someone like Zhongli, riding a dragon might be an extraordinary experience. They said goodbye to Ryan and went homesome to make preparations, others to rest and recover. It was only 9 p.m., and Ryan had already coaxed Nahida to sleep. Then, he went back to find Ganyu. His time was very tight. Though dragons were his top priority, Ryan still wanted to explore the Vix Modern Warfare mod a little. Firstly, to familiarize himself and be better prepared to teach Ningguang and the others in the future. Secondly, now that they had Vix Modern Warfare, and had even opened up several mining caves, it was time to start achieving his personal goals early. Energy weapons weren't on Ryan's radar just yet. But wielding a shotgun in his left hand, a light machine gun in his right, a Desert Eagle on his hip, grenade strapped to his vest. Now that was a man's romance, wasn't it? If I remember right, wasn't there a grenade launcher called Fatui? Ryan mumbled to himself as he worked. Thankfully, Ganyu had her head buried in the pillow and didn't hear a word. It fires tiny peace bombs, I think. TSK. He shook his head. While Ryan was quite fond of the name Fatui for a mini peace bomb launcher, he had no plans to use it anytime soon. Otherwise, wouldn't he be destroying the world or becoming some kind of ultimate supervillain? This wasn't that experimental island from his past life. But for now, his priority wasn't to fulfill his action hero dreams, it was to settle Ganyu first. With that thought, Ryan picked up the pace again. Xinyu Kiosk. This was the third night since Jean and the others had arrived in Liyue. Reflecting on the past 3 days, Jean couldn't help but feel that everything had changed so quickly. She hadn't been mentally prepared at all. They had originally come to discuss trade with Liyue, hoping to include alchemical potions. But unexpectedly, they ended up forming a life-and-death alliance with Liyue and joined Ryan's pioneering efforts in the other world. At first, that world just seemed rich in resource and excellent backup option. In a blink, they had discovered alchemical potions, enchantments, and even outrageous things like beacons. Before the shock of those discoveries had even faded, a new mod was activated: Dragon Riders and Modern Firearms. Although Jean and the others didn't fully understand what modern firearms were, they only pictured the muskets used by the Fatui. Seeing how serious and tense Ningguang and the others looked, they could vaguely tell these firearms must be incredibly powerful and dangerous. However, for Jean and the others, what concerned them most was still the Dragon Knight. Have we really only been here for 3 days? Lumen looked at Jean in a daze and mumbled. Why does it feel like these 3 days have been more fulfilling than all my years of traveling the world? Lisa leaned lazily on her hand, eyes half closed as she dozed off. Her curse had been lifted, so technically she no longer needed to sleep to slow the pace of her life force's decay. But it had already become a habit of hers. Or rather, it could be said that Lisa simply enjoyed sleeping. What was different now was that when Lisa's rest was disturbed, she no longer summoned thunderbolts in a rage. With the curse gone, her morning temper had mellowed out too. Seems like our little cutie never encountered such a wondrous world even throughout her long travels. But we really have only been here for 3 days. Lisa stretched out her fair hand and gazed at it, her eyes tinged with emotion. 3 days, to be exact. 2 days were enough to resolve the curse that had plagued me for decades. Honestly, it's hard to wrap my head around, but isn't it a good thing for us? At the very least, we managed to join this round of mod development before Liyue pushes that world into the late stages. For Monstat, this was the best decision. That contract we signed a few days ago was totally worth it. Jean nodded in agreement. She no longer felt the anxiety she had when the contract was signed, only anticipation for a bright future ahead. Only by witnessing that bizarre and fantastical world firsthand could one understand what kind of brilliance it might bring. Even if she didn't yet have great power, Jean now had the confidence to face any mighty force head-on. All thanks to my brilliant idea. Venti lifted his chin proudly and said smugly, I noticed long ago that Ryan is very capable, but he's just too, cautious and overly steady. Even though he's already strong, he insists on moving at a slow, step-by-step pace. If I hadn't suddenly jumped down to the nether this afternoon to try opening a new mod, who knows how long it would have taken. At this, everyone who had nearly forgotten about Venti's reckless move earlier was reminded, and Jean's expression turned stern again. Venti, you were far too reckless this afternoon. Even though he was a god, Jean still reprimanded him seriously. The nether is so dangerous, and you went in alone, dragging everyone with you to fight the wither. We're lucky Ryan didn't take offense. What would Liyue think of us otherwise? Venti scratched his head and shrugged. How can you scold me like that? I told you if not for my sudden inspiration, how would we have caught this mod launch window so quickly? You're still trying to justify yourself. You just wanted to ride a dragon, didn't you? Lumen rolled her eyes and called him out without mercy. Ehehe. Venti gave an innocent shrug. Paimon was livid. What's with the ehehe? You little rascal. Diluc, standing nearby, shook his head with a helpless sigh. Though he was impulsive, the results turned out well. We may not have mastered that world's unique systems like Ningguang and the others, but at least we're now familiar with the basics, like simple crafting and synthesis. We do need to pick up the pace and strengthen Monstat as soon as possible. For instance, take the beacon. We have one now, sure, but how do we build it? We don't exactly have that many materials. Venti nodded enthusiastically. See, Lord Diluc understands me. He's truly my soulmate. Diluc's face darkened. I don't understand you. Rushing off to the nether may have accelerated the mod development, but it was still over the line. That world belongs to Ryan, after all. So, when are you paying back the wine that you owe me? Almost as soon as Diluc finished speaking, Venti turned into a breeze and vanished from sight. When it came to skipping out on a tab, he had experience. Diluc might seem cold on the outside, but he was warm-hearted. He probably wouldn't bring it up again tomorrow. But the bigger issue was, Venti had drunk over 10 bottles of Diluc's finest wine worth tens of millions of mora. Where could he possibly get that much money? Borrow from Zhongli? He might end up getting handed his own mountain of unpaid debt instead. Diluc snorted but, just as Venti had expected, didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he turned toward Lumen. Traveler, I've received word that the Fatui seem to be targeting you. Be careful over the next few days. Try not to act alone. If you're heading out, join up with us or someone from Liyue. This made Jean and the others instantly serious. Paimon, on the other hand, immediately protested. Those stinking Fatui dare target us. Unforgivable. I'm gonna find Ryan and have him teach them a lesson. As she spoke, she waved her tiny fists, muttering a string of complaints filled with righteous indignation. Paimon was no longer the same as before. She had a powerful backer now. But why would they target Lumen? Jean asked, confused. 178, Ryan's Great Firearm Enterprise fully armed. 178, Ryan's Great Firearm Enterprise fully armed. Not hard to understand. Lisa lazily lifted her witch's hat, revealing her bright, charming eyes. Although what our little cutie has been doing in Mondstadt hasn't spread yet due to the timing, the Fatui have their own intelligence gathering system. Our little cutie is already on their radar. Besides, don't forget those Fatui stationed in Liyue have long been suppressed for wanting to explore the area around Mt Tianheng. But those rats just won't give up. Lisa hinted subtly, and Jean suddenly understood. You're saying. Diluc took over the conversation, his voice cold. These past few days, while we haven't exactly made a big show of it, we've repeatedly descended from the Jade Chamber to Ryan's private residence. Besides Ningguang and her group, we're the only ones who've gone in. Given how seriously the Fatui regard that place, of course they'd notice. They're constantly trying to figure out what's going on there. But they also know that Monstat and the Fatui are in a state of irreversible hostility, so there's no point in trying to get information from us. So instead, they've shifted their focus to the Traveler. If I'm not mistaken, that Harbinger Childia is going to try and orchestrate a coincidental meeting with the Traveler next. Diluc's intelligence network had well-documented information on Tartaglia. Whether it was from the private intelligence of the Dawn Winery or underground informants, all sources agreed Tartaglia was a muscle-bound battle fanatic. But if you think he's just brawn and no brain, you're in for a nasty surprise. To travel all of Teyvat in search of worthy opponents, strength alone isn't enough. Intellect is also essential capital. After all, none of the Fatui Harbingers are fools. So they want to use Lumen to get information on Ryan. Jean responded with a tone of certainty. Diluc nodded, saying nothing more. Those evil Fatui. Paimon huffed with arms akimbo. When we see Ryan tomorrow, Paimon the Great will definitely make him punish them hard. Hearing that, Jean and the others couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. They were all perceptive enough to see clearly. Ryan held no strong ill will toward any faction except for the doctor from the Fatui, toward whom he had openly shown hostility. Other than that, he was indifferent. And besides, Ryan was the master of a world. Why would he involve himself in petty power struggles? If he did get involved, it would be on the level of directly dealing with the Tsaritsa, like Zhongli and Venti. Simply put, the Fatui aren't even worth Ryan's attention. He wouldn't bother doing anything about them. Little cutie, just be careful during this time, Lisa murmured idly while toying with her hair. The Fatui may not dare cause trouble in Liyue, but it's still best not to fall into their schemes. As long as you stay with us or Ningguang's group, even a harbinger wouldn't dare act rashly. Lumen wasn't foolish, she quickly understood the stakes. Even if she didn't belong to any particular faction, she still had her preferences. And to her, Monstat, where she had many friends, was naturally far better than the Fatui. She nodded slightly and began to think silently. In that case, let's spend the next few days exploring the end with Ryan and the others. Once we hatch a dragon egg, we'll return to Mondstadt and mobilize our people to settle in Ryan's world, Jean said with a deep breath, visibly pleased at the thought of Mondstadt flourishing there. Indeed, getting a dragon right now would be a direct and powerful boost to our strength. Diluc nodded slightly, speaking softly. I suspect Ryan intends to help each of us get our own dragon egg this time. As he spoke, the excitement in his heart was evident. Lisa raised an eyebrow and smiled playfully. Looks like Lord Diluc already knows which dragon he wants to hatch. Diluc nodded without hesitation. For me, an ice dragon is the best choice. With our mutual understanding, I can fully command it and trigger elemental reactions at will. His words stirred excitement in everyone. While Liyue might not feel too strongly about dragon knights, Mondstadt was different. Back when they dealt with Dvalin's curse, Jean and the others had briefly flown with him. There was no denying it, dragon riding flight was the ultimate dream of any knight. Now, they were finally close to achieving it. For a moment, everyone began pondering what kind of dragon they wanted to hatch. Compared to their lively discussion, Ryan's side was much quieter. To sneak away unnoticed by Ganyu, Ryan had used every trick he'd learned in his previous life. Ganyu had passed out from exhaustion. Satisfied, Ryan gently tucked her in, covered her with a blanket, and quietly slipped out of the room. Opening the interdimensional gate again, Ryan was visibly excited. The moment the gate finished forming, he charged through. Modern firearms, here I come. Suppressing his excited cheer, he disappeared into the gate, which then closed again. Liyue Harbor fell into the quiet of the night. Back in the Minecraft world, Ryan wasted no time and rushed straight to the basement workshop of his estate. This was where he stored most of his important materials. Dozens upon dozens of chests were stacked high. That was the benefit of having helpers to mine resources. Ryan hadn't gathered any of this himself, it had all been sent over from Liyue. So, he was long past the beginner phase of struggling with basic materials. First, the weapons and armor workbench, if I remember correctly, 4 iron ingots and 1 crafting table. Then, the ammo press, 4 iron ingots, 1 steel ingot, 1 crafting table. Steel ingot. Ryan paused. He had clearly overestimated his memory. The Vix Modern Warfare mod had thousands of crafting recipes. Many were highly complex without a guide. It was like groping around in the dark. Even a year of guesswork would get you nowhere. Completely blanking on how to make a steel ingot, Ryan muttered. System, you're a good guy, right? Ding. Crafting guide for Vix Modern Warfare mod added. Hearing that, Ryan let out a satisfied laugh. I knew it. You're a good guy, system. Alright, now you can buzz off. Showing classic scumbag energy using it and tossing it, Ryan eagerly opened the crafting guide. The next moment, hundreds of pages of crafting recipes filled his screen. Ryan's scalp instantly went numb. System, the crafting guide should have a search function, don't you think? Once again putting on a warm and enthusiastic smile, Ryan looked completely sincere. System, you're the best. Ding. This time, the system responded with only a weak chime. Ryan examined the holographic synthesis menu in front of him. As expected, there was now a dedicated index section at the top. Nice. He nodded in satisfaction. Alright, system, scram. The system didn't respond. After all, it was a rigid program. But to Ryan, the system was still his best friend. Even if it was dumb, brainless, and lacked intelligence. At least it gave him good stuff and had always stayed by his side. And most importantly, it had never issued any punishment quests. So when Ryan said the system had a conscience, he wasn't joking. Steel ingots. He furrowed his brows and began checking the crafting recipe for steel ingots. As far as he remembered, steel ingots didn't require any special ores introduced by the mod. If they actually did, then he'd have to run a few mining trips tonight. Though with his current gear, he didn't really have anything to worry about. Found it. Smelted from steel powder, what a pain. Steel powder. Ryan ran his hand through his hair in frustration, but then carefully looked into how steel powder was made. Thankfully, it wasn't hard to produce. 4 pieces of coal and 1 iron ingot could synthesize it. And those materials? He had tons of them in stock. Without hesitation, he crafted 5 batches of steel powder, then tossed them into the automatic furnace to smelt into steel ingots. Once the first ingot came out, he finally managed to craft the ammo press. With that, he now had the essential tool for making bullets. Now let me think. Ryan opened the firearm crafting menu and carefully picked out the weapons he wanted to use. Desert Eagle, Benelli Super 90 shotgun, M249 light machine gun, fragmentation grenade. As he muttered to himself, he pulled the selected weapons into a separate crafting tab. A handgun, a shotgun, a machine gun, and grenades. Adding that to the AK-47 and RPG launcher he already had. Basically, he now had what he needed to craft a solid arsenal. Wait a second. He paused and checked his equipment menu. I still need scopes and magazines, a set of body armor, and a tactical combat knife. Honestly, when a man's shopping urge kicks in, it can be just as intense as a woman's. In just a few minutes, Ryan had compiled a massive list of gear to craft. Only when he snapped out of it did he realize that he probably didn't have enough materials for all that. So, reluctantly, he pared everything down to just the essential weapons. He forced himself to close the drool-worthy Firearms interface. Taking a deep breath, Ryan opened the Desert Eagle's crafting recipe. It required firearm-grade metal plates and plastic plates. As expected, the shotgun and machine gun required the same materials just in different amounts. With mixed feelings, Ryan clicked into the crafting menus for the metal and plastic plates. Instantly, his scalp tingled. The plastic plate needed synthetic plastic, which required carbon fiber and synthetic polymer composite. Carbon fiber required carbon composite materials. The firearm-grade metal plate was the same story. Nesting recipes. This was absolutely a nesting doll of crafting trees. Ryan cursed internally. He had expected crafting guns to be hard but not this hard. Let alone teaching Ningguang and the others. Even with the indexed recipes in front of him, he was starting to struggle. Expecting them to grasp all the crafting formulas in a short time, Ryan decided it would honestly be more practical for them to just form a dragon unit instead. And that didn't even include the basic gun modifications. With that factored in, Ryan figured that nobody could even reach the beginner level without at least half a year to a full year of training. With a sigh, he jotted down the basic ores needed for crafting the metal and plastic plates. He'd have to mine them himself later. Then, he turned to examine the ammo types compatible with the weapons. .50 AE, 12-gauge shotgun shells, 5.56mm, my AK-47 7.62mm rounds, and RPG rockets plus Ganyu's .50 BMG rounds. Ryan braced himself and searched the required materials for these bullets. Gunpowder and copper ingots. Gunpowder was no problem, he had at least a dozen chests full of it. But copper ingots. This wasn't the useless vanilla Minecraft copper, it was a newly added ore. Copper ore, graphite ore, sulfur ore, tin ore. Ryan sighed again, suited up in his enchanted diamond gear, and swapped in his weapons and tools. Taking advantage of the night, he plunged headfirst into a long-overdue mining expedition. This was going to be a sleepless, non-stop work night. Even without Ryan's enthusiasm, the crazy number of crafting recipes alone would have kept anyone wide awake. As for this mod, Ryan would personally crown it the king of nesting recipes. The only blessing, fragmentation grenades weren't nearly as complicated to make. Just steel plates, steel ingots, gunpowder, and a flint. The main material he lacked was steel, which, before leaving, Ryan had already loaded into the automatic furnace. Once he got back, he was definitely crafting a batch of grenades first. 179 me. Ryan, an arms tycoon. The morning sun rose again. Liyue Harbor welcomed a brand new day. However, for the people of Liyue Harbor and even the merchant caravan stationed there, today wasn't a particularly notable day. The clearance sale held by the Ministry of Civil Affairs had just ended a few days ago, and today still wasn't a market day. So, for most people, it was a perfect day to simply enjoy the peaceful daily life of Liyue Harbor. And with the Rite of Dissension approaching, more and more people were flocking to Liyue Harbor. As a result, the changes happening in Liyue were quickly spreading across all of Teyvat. However, since all 7 nations currently faced internal issues of their own, even if they were curious about Liyue's transformation, they didn't have the capacity to investigate. That wasn't something Ningguang and the others needed to worry about, anyway. After having breakfast early in the morning, she gathered Jean and the others and headed to Ryan's small courtyard. But unlike usual where Ryan would always be waiting in the courtyard sipping tea, today, only Ganyu and Nahida were there. The dimensional portal next to them shimmered brightly, but Ryan was nowhere in sight. Ganyu and Nahida both looked a bit uneasy. Upon seeing Ningguang and the others arrive, they quickly stood up and came over. Finally, you're here, Ningguang. Ryan seems to have gone to the other world by himself. Seeing Ganyu's anxious expression, Ningguang furrowed her brows slightly and asked softly, what happened? When did Ryan leave? Ganyu pursed her lips and shook her head. I'm not sure, I went to bed early last night, so I didn't hear any movement. But when I woke up this morning, he was gone. Just before you came, the dimensional portal activated. I was about to go in and look for him. Hearing this, Zhongli exchanged a glance with Venti. The latter nodded in understanding and closed his eyes to sense Ryan's presence with divine power. A moment later, Venti scratched his head in confusion. Ryan's aura seems to have disappeared since last night. So he rushed back to that world alone last night and hasn't returned since. Keqing paused in thought and said softly, could it be he discovered some kind of issue and didn't have time to notify us? That only made Ganyu even more anxious. Don't worry, Ganyu. Cloud Retainer patiently patted her shoulder. Ryan understands that world far better than we do. He won't run into any trouble. If he didn't call us last night, that means he had some personal matters to deal with. Besides, he just opened the portal, didn't he? That means he's safe. We'll just go in and take a look. Hearing that, Ganyu finally relaxed a little. She didn't even bother with breakfast and quickly pulled Nahida with her through the portal. Ningguang and the others followed right behind. They returned once again to the Minecraft world. As everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves inside the mansion estate. But Ryan was nowhere in sight. Ganyu immediately became flustered. "Ryan, we're here. Where are you?" She called out for a while, but there was no response. Everyone began to grow concerned. Xiao stood up immediately and said seriously, "I'll go call the Qianyan army to help search for Mr. Ryan." Just as he was about to head out, suddenly, the wall behind them slowly lowered with the sound of a redstone mechanism activating. Ryan stepped out, looking slightly tired. Seeing Ganyu and the others stunned, he chuckled and said, "You're here this early." He snapped his fingers to shut the dimensional portal. "Ryan." Ganyu instantly threw herself into his arms, her voice full of worry. "Where did you go last night? Why didn't you say anything to me?" The others also looked him over carefully and, seeing no injuries just some fatigue, they finally relaxed. "So you noticed?" Ryan sighed helplessly. "It's nothing major. I just came back to make a few things. No need to bother you." As he spoke, he let out a weary yawn. With his constitution, honestly, even going a whole month without sleep wouldn't affect him much. But what he worked on last night was mentally exhausting. Complex material synthesis, chaotic or processing. Ryan had kept his mind in a state of intense focus the entire time. Now that he had completed the first stage of his hot weapon manufacturing plan, it was only natural he felt worn out. But compared to what he gained, the fatigue was nothing. Last night, Ryan had been gulping down alchemy potions and clearing out 4 separate mines on his own. They were all previously marked as fully mined. As he suspected, those old mines had respawned with a large quantity of mineral resources. All of it was smelted and processed by him, leaving only less than 2 chests of raw materials. Considering the materials required for weapons and various types of ammunition, it wasn't enough to craft too much. Even so, the haul was immense. He crafted the Desert Eagle, Benelli Super 90, and M249 light machine gun. As a bonus, he made a few simpler submachine guns from steel plates like the MP5. Ammo was also well stocked. He even made half a set of RPG rockets, 3 stacks of fragmentation grenades, 2 stacks of Desert Eagle bullets, 2 stacks of shotgun shells, and 5 stacks of light machine gun rounds, plus 3 stacks of AK-47 7.62mm rounds and a full set of .50 BMG rounds for Ganyu's Barrett. Basically, Ryan had spent the entire night either mining or becoming an arms tycoon. As for other firearm components, they were just too complicated. He had overworked his brain and didn't have the energy to continue for now. But Ryan had already completed his small goal. Fragmentation grenades at his waist, Desert Eagle strapped to his thigh, shotgun in his left hand, light machine gun in his right, and an assault rifle slung over his back. Aside from still wearing a full diamond set, which was a bit unreasonable, he could otherwise be considered a top-tier soldier. "You don't look too well." Ningguang's voice was gentle, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Ryan. Ryan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Yeah, a little, I guess. What I made last night was mentally exhausting, but it won't stop us from exploring the end today. No rush for the end." Lisa folded her arms and looked at Ryan with a teasing smile. "You can rest first. Heading out when you're not fully alert could be quite troublesome, you know." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing that. Ryan pursed his lips and said softly, "Then I'll take a nap later. We'll head out this afternoon. Besides, there are a few things I need you and the others to handle this morning, Ningguang." He let out a yawn, fatigue growing even stronger. "Didn't we install a new mod yesterday? The ores in the caves have been refreshed. Have the Qianyan army and miners team 1 pause construction, and from team 2, pull out half of the manpower. Send them back into those caves to collect resources." Ryan took out a resource map with marked priorities and handed it to Ningguang. "These are the essential ores for the Firearms mod. I wrote detailed collection info on it. These resources can't be duplicated like an iron farm. So our focus from now on should shift towards cave mining. Also, I collected surface level ores from caves 1 through 4 last night. The deeper levels haven't been touched yet. Send someone to check them out." Taking the mineral map and seeing the 9 new types of ores marked in detail, Ningguang couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Just from the ore descriptions alone, it was clear this would be an extremely complex project. Understanding now, Ningguang pondered aloud. "So, last night, you were mining those ores to craft firearms." Ryan forced a nod and joked. "Guess you'll have to start calling me the arms tycoon from now on. You still have the energy to joke around." Ningguang shook her head, exasperated, and carefully put away the mineral map. "I'll take care of all this. You go get some rest." Ryan rubbed his eyes. "There's still something else. Xiao, this Firearms mod introduced a lot of powerful new monsters, many of them even come armed with firearms. If you run into unfamiliar monsters, don't attack first. Avoid them. Once I wake up, I'll give you a new bestiary. Study it carefully. Be aware, some of these monsters are as powerful as the Wither Storm. Be extremely cautious. And make sure the Qianyan army stays safe too. Xiao nodded seriously. Then, Ryan pulled out a set of Barrett bullets and handed them to Ganyu. You're almost out of ammo for your Barrett. I made these last night. From now on, no need to conserve shots. As he said it, Ryan found it a little funny. Most people give their girlfriends flowers or jewelry, and I'm out here giving Ganyu weapons and bullets. Ganyu shook her head earnestly. Not at all. I love it. As long as it's from you, I'll treasure anything. Ryan smiled and patted her horn, stretched, and said, Alright, I'm heading up for a nap. You guys go look around and wait for me to wake up. Then we'll head out to find the end. Remember, if you encounter unfamiliar monsters, avoid them. Don't rush into battle. Stay safe. If you absolutely must fight, don't engage in close combat. Use bows and crossbows from a distance. With that, Ryan yawned again. Maybe because Ganyu was holding him, and he felt completely safe, the drowsiness hit him all at once. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he muttered, When I wake up this afternoon, I'll give you guys some good stuff. And just like that, Ryan fell asleep while standing. Seeing Ryan, usually so energetic, now showing rare exhaustion, Ganyu felt a deep ache in her heart. She gently picked him up and carried him upstairs. Watching their silhouettes disappear, everyone fell silent, slightly emotional. The Ryan they were used to was always full of energy and enthusiasm. Although his lifestyle leaned toward Zhongli's retired and health-conscious phase, he had a unique vitality. Now, just from crafting a new mod, he was this exhausted. It was easy to imagine. Letting out a faint sigh, Ningguang shook her head and said, Looks like this new mod we installed is a tough one. Keqing and the others nodded, helplessly adding, We've installed all kinds of mods before, but we've never seen Ryan look this stressed. Seems like we won't be able to get into the Firearms mod anytime soon. Ningguang pulled out the mineral map and studied it again, her brows furrowing more tightly. 9 new ores, and Ryan specifically marked a few of our older resources for mass collection too. Sigh. Shaking her head, Ningguang sat down at the table, took out her notebook, and began copying. Let's record all this first. Then we'll instruct the Qianyan army. Judging by Ryan's state, he'll probably sleep until the afternoon. This downtime is a good chance to teach Jean and the others about more advanced resource applications. Jean and the rest were naturally very willing. However, they still didn't quite understand Ningguang and the others' fascination with firearms. Ningguang. Lisa pursed her lips, clearly a bit concerned. Could you explain to us what exactly these firearms are? Ningguang paused, then slowly looked up at Lisa with a complex expression. Firearms are terrifying weapons capable of changing the outcome of large-scale wars with ease. To put it simply, remember the peace bomb we mentioned yesterday? It could easily destroy all of Liyue Harbor. 180, everyone has a hot weapon. Downstairs, Ningguang was enthusiastically explaining the power of hot weapons to Jean and the others, but Ganyu didn't care. No matter how shocked they were, Ganyu had no interest in finding out. Right now, she was simply lying beside Ryan, holding him in her arms. Ganyu gazed at him as if she were gently looking at her entire world. To Ganyu, as long as she had Ryan, everything else was irrelevant. It was rare for Ryan to sleep this soundly, like a child. Even when asleep in the past, Ryan would always be hugging Ganyu, giving her an immense sense of security. But now, their roles had reversed, and Ganyu found great joy in it. These private moments for the two of them were the perfect time for Ganyu to reminisce. Thousands of years' worth of memories came flooding back, but for Ganyu, most of what she had seen, heard, and experienced had blurred with time. In this endless span of life, there wasn't much she could clearly remember. Like the Archon War of old, like the time she choked a god to death. Or 500 years ago, the battle against the dark creatures, and the blood and tears Liyue paid. These were the only memories still vivid in her mind, never forgotten. As for the people she had met and the things she had done over the past millennium, Ganyu could hardly remember. Her life was so long that she had to forget a lot just to keep on living with a sound mind. But ever since the past half-year everything had changed. Her memories with Ryan were etched deeply into her soul, without any effort. From the very first time they met, when Ryan was still a little naive in his greeting, to every conversation, every heart-to-heart talk over these past 6 months, to the moment not long ago when they officially got together. Compared to Ganyu's long lifespan, half a year might be insignificant. But the weight of these memories far outweighed all the others combined. Even better, she and Ryan still had a long future ahead, more beautiful memories to be made. They would get married, they would have children, and those children would have children. At some point, Ganyu's feelings began to shift. The once unshakable importance of Liyue in her heart had dropped to second place. Now, what she valued most was her future with Ryan. What would their children look like? Would they have horns, too? What should they name their child? If they only had a daughter, would she be too lonely? As these thoughts ran through her mind, a happy smile bloomed on Ganyu's face. Unknowingly, she had already begun envisioning an even farther future with Ryan. But soon, a hint of worry crept into her heart. We didn't really take any safety measures. Could Miss Inger have been wrong? Why hasn't anything happened yet? Could it be that Ryan and I aren't physically compatible? A maiden in love is always full of ever-changing thoughts, especially one with a beloved by her side. Of course, Ryan knew none of this. He was dreaming. In the dream, he stood high and proud atop a cosmic battleship built using the modular system of the Universe Battleship mod. Behind him stood a vast and dense army. On one side were soldiers wielding all kinds of energy weapons, on the other side were cultivators shrouded in mystical auras, gripping unsheathed swords. To Celestia, he was Teyvat's #1 dark force rampaging across the land with his battleship every day. But to the Seven Nations, he was an absolute savior. In this dream, Ryan had Ganyu on his left arm, Ningguang on his right, and a crowd of uniquely charming women around him. He wore a pure white grand cape, dark sunglasses, and a cigar between his lips. At his command, the peace bomb was launched, its target a sunset tia fruit in front of him. Firing high-caliber cannons at mosquitoes? That was child's play. Ryan wanted to roast a sunset tia with a peace bomb. That was the style of Teyvat's top villain. But perhaps because this dream world was strange, even after being blasted by the peace bomb, the two sunsetias remained completely unscathed. Ryan was furious. In his dream, even Celestia had to pay tribute yearly under the might of his worship. And now he couldn't even destroy two sunsetias. What a humiliation. Without hesitation, he decided to personally deal with the rebellious fruits that dared to defy him. In the dream, he was domineering beyond compare. Unfortunately, it was poor Ganyu, who was peacefully resting beside him, that suffered the consequences. On a beautiful morning, the group didn't follow their original plan to explore the end. Instead, Ningguang and the others spent some time explaining hot weapons to Jean and her group. Diluc listened with blood boiling in excitement. This alone proved there truly wasn't a single man who could resist the charm of firearms. And indeed, the potential of hot weapons was incredibly high. Even the most basic guns like the AK-47 that Ningguang and her group had seen far outclassed the muskets used by the Fatui. Sure, powerful beings like vision holders, Archon followers, or even gods might not care about these weapons. But the point was ordinary people could use them. When a flood of steel was gathered, who dared say these weapons weren't strong? For someone like Diluc, who had long viewed the Fatui as enemies, he was already picturing using firearms against them. Muskets? Just children's toys. Real men use RPGs. Give him 3 RPGs, and Diluc would charge the doctor's research base and bombard it directly. The romance of a true man is always in smoke and battle. While chatting, they copied down mineral schematics. Soon, Ningguang had completely finished transcribing a full set. It was just around noon by then. Judging by the way Ryan and Ganyu looked, they clearly had no plans to come down for lunch. So, Ningguang led the group to gather the Millilith and the miners once again to assign tasks. Aside from dividing half of Team 2 to continue working in the Nether and search for ancient ruins, the remaining 1,000+ Qianyan army soldiers and miners all returned to the mine. And now that they were fully outfitted in iron armor, many of the Qianyan soldiers even had enchanted gear. They were allowed to radiate outward from the base in a 50-kilometer range to search for and develop new mines. However, due to the terrifying monsters Ryan had previously mentioned, they were grouped into larger teams for safety. Neither the Qianyan soldiers nor the miners raised any objections. After all, going into the mines was work they were more than familiar with. In fact, they even found it enjoyable. Or rather, in this world, even if they were just sitting and staring at the sun, they wouldn't feel bored. With everything arranged, and still no sign of excitement from Ryan, Ningguang and the others decided to bring Jean and her group down to the mines to experience mining firsthand. This was probably the last piece Monstat was missing. Because they had joined late, most of the mine resources had already been thoroughly cleared, so going down previously would have yielded little. Ryan had never told them to visit the mines before either. But now that there were new ores, it was a good chance to supplement their knowledge on what to be cautious of down there. Ryan, still asleep, didn't wake up until past 4 in the afternoon. But this was arguably the most comfortable sleep he'd had in the past 6 months. Although the beds in the MC world weren't as cozy as those in Teyvat, they were without a doubt the best option for restoring one's energy and spirit. Stretching lazily, Ryan turned his head toward Ganyu, who was beside him. She looked at him with a face full of grievance, making Ryan a little awkward. He had slept well and dreamed pleasantly, but never expected Ganyu to be right next to him, which meant she had truly suffered, tormented by him into a strange, uncomfortable state neither here nor there. Sorry, Ganyu. Ryan scratched his cheek, just about to say something, when Ganyu suddenly pounced on him like a hungry tiger. Judging by the look in her eyes, she was clearly feeling quite unwell. But Ryan quickly grabbed her wrist and whispered, "These walls aren't very soundproof. It's fine. Everyone's out." Ganyu cut him off without hesitation, looking utterly desperate. Clearly, she couldn't take it anymore. "This is all your fault, Ryan. You have to make it up to me." She pouted angrily, and Ryan couldn't help but feel helpless. Still, a bit of exercise after waking up did sound like a decent idea. Ganyu initiated a battle. Ryan gladly accepted. Ganyu was defeated in the first round. She charged again. Defeated again in the second round. Now unable to rise. Ryan smugly patted her and looked as if he stood atop a snowy peak. "You really need more training, Ganyu." She snorted, turning her head away in frustration. Ryan, having gotten his win, didn't tease her further. He glanced out the window. The sky was darkening. Clearly, the day was drawing to a close. After letting Ganya rest a bit, the two tidied up and went downstairs. Just as they reached the first-floor living room, Ningguang and the others returned, chatting and laughing. Seeing Ryan looking so refreshed, Ningguang's expression softened considerably. "Did you sleep well?" Ryan stretched contentedly. "That was the best sleep I've had in half a year. I guess a bit of exhaustion isn't a bad thing after all." He paused, then added, "But let's try to avoid that kind of workload again in the future." Hearing this, everyone perked up. Hu Tao leaned in, her face full of curiosity. "What kind of work could have worn you out that much?" Ryan shrugged, looking a little helpless. "Don't ask. I spent all night stacking Matryoshka dolls." "Matryoshka dolls? What's that?" Hu Tao scratched her cheek, murmuring, "I think I heard that word in Liyue harbor once. Isn't it some kind of toy?" Zhongli, standing nearby, added in his calm tone, "It's a specialty toy from Snezhnia. A Matryoshka doll is a ceramic doll that contains many smaller ceramic dolls inside it." Ryan raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Exactly. My task last night was pretty much like that, mentally exhausting." "Ryan, you promised to give us something good." Paymon's eyes sparkled as she clung to Ryan's leg like a cute little gremlin. Ryan lightly tapped his own head. "Almost forgot, come with me." Turning around, he walked over to the wall and pulled a lever, revealing a hidden door and leading everyone inside. This was the first time Jean and the others had been in here. Though Ningguang had described it before, since it was Ryan's personal treasure vault, they had never treated it as a tourist site. Now, seeing the tidy and secure passageway, they were all genuinely surprised. Descending deeper, they soon arrived at the workshop where Ryan had crafted guns the previous night. Several workbenches had been pushed together to form a large table. The vast room was packed with countless storage chests. This left Jean and the others astonished. According to Ningguang, not a single chest in here was empty. Suddenly, Lumen pointed excitedly at a nearby workbench. "What is that? What is that?" Looking over, they saw something completely different from an ordinary crafting table. Laid out neatly on it were over a dozen pitch-black, gleaming weapons. Cold steel shimmered under the light. As everyone stared in curiosity, Ryan stepped forward with pride, picked up one of the submachine guns, loaded it, and chambered a round. The crisp click of the mechanism rang out. "This is your new gift, a modern firearm, the MP5 submachine gun. 181 beyond 7 steps, the gun prevails." For those who had witnessed the power of firearms before, seeing so many submachine guns neatly laid out like this was a tremendously powerful visual shock. For those who hadn't, it was even more so. Although they didn't quite understand how these things worked, that didn't stop them from having a good impression of the submachine guns. With a thought, Ryan summoned the detailed information of the MP5 in front of his eyes. He also began explaining it calmly to the others. Model, MP5. Rate of fire, 800 rounds per minute. Standard magazine capacity, 15 rounds. Ammo type, 9mm. Can be equipped with sights, foregrips, suppressors, extended magazines. Of course, I haven't installed any of those. It's hailed as the AK-47 of submachine guns, not necessarily the strongest among them, but definitely one of the most famous. This was one of the only few weapons Ryan had found last night after hours of research that could be made with just steel plates. Sure, the 9mm bullet didn't deal immense damage, but it was good enough. Not all creatures could withstand the universal truth of modern firearms. At the very least, if you used this gun to deal with hillishurls or even berserker hillishurls, a single burst would be enough to riddle them with holes. As for the so-called Fatui modified soldiers, fire lances versus MP5, that was a hellish joke akin to cavalry charging a tank. Seeing everyone staring at him in curiosity, Ryan tapped a button beside him. A moment later, several armor stands suddenly popped up on the nearby open ground. 5 sets of iron armor, completely covering the frames. Ryan raised an eyebrow and smiled cheerfully. "Watch carefully." As he spoke, he deftly pulled the charging handle and shouldered the weapon. He pulled the trigger. In the next moment, bullets burst out like an endless string of firecrackers, crashing into the iron armor with sharp whistling sounds. Visibly to the naked eye, the armor, which had been perfectly intact moments ago, was riddled with countless holes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the first magazine was empty. Ryan smoothly pulled out another from his backpack, reloaded, and fired off another burst. All in all, it took less than 10 seconds for Ryan to empty 3 magazines. And the armor sets? They were already in tatters. Waving the submachine gun in his hand, Ryan smiled and said, "How does it feel?" However, the others only stared at him blankly, seemingly still trying to process what they had just seen. Zhongli was the first to recover, giving a small nod. The power of this weapon is indeed considerable. However, against stronger beings of Teyvat, it likely wouldn't pose much danger. The implication being this gun was more than sufficient for clearing out most monsters, but it would have difficulty injuring true powerhouses. Still, that was enough. After all, true high-level beings of Teyvat and even their followers were capable of reshaping the terrain with ease. Jean could summon howling winds across hundreds of meters. Lisa could call down thunderstorms. And the Archons? They were born with the power to rewrite heaven and earth. Ryan never expected such a weapon to be effective against Archons anyway. Using an anti-air gun on a mosquito made sense. Using it on Godzilla? That was just ridiculous. This kind of weapon is a basic, conventional firearm. It's not too difficult to manufacture, so it can be mass-produced. If it were truly capable of threatening the powerful, I wouldn't have made so many of them. Ryan chuckled and didn't explain further. In modern warfare like Vic's world, firearms were primarily meant to equip the lower ranks. But to say there were no weapons that could threaten strong individuals, now that would be a joke. If submachine guns didn't work, what about machine guns? A dozen machine guns firing at once could produce a storm of steel capable of tearing down city walls. How could it not kill a person? And if even that didn't work, just bring out the RPGs. 100 RPGs firing in unison. If even one hit near a powerful enemy, they'd definitely suffer for it. If push really came to shove, Ryan could always build a small peace bomb later. A true instrument of equality. The others finally snapped out of their daze. Liyue, in particular, was gazing at the firearm with burning eyes. The smoky scent from the fired bullets was sharp, but to Liyue, it carried a distinct kind of masculine romance. True, the weapon's firepower was limited to someone like him. He could even block the bullets with his sword. But imagine it, thousands of Knights of Favonius members, each wielding an MP5. The real strength of firearms didn't lie in individual damage. It lay in mass deployment, the unstoppable tide of steel. In other words, this weapon was designed to be deployed to lower-tier combatants. Individually, it couldn't shift the battlefield of the strong, but it could shift the tide of low-level conflicts. Sure, those blessed by the gods could withstand bullets, but could ordinary soldiers? To beings without supernatural power, this was divine retribution from the heavens. Ryan, is this weapon intended to equip regular soldiers? Keking suddenly asked softly. Ryan nodded. Exactly. The firearms in the module aren't hard to use and can be mass-produced. So, yes, they're meant for regular troops. That's what firearms were originally designed for, to empower the common soldier. He added quietly, then continued. However, forging this gun required a fair number of iron ingots. It's quite heavy. To use it effectively, you'll need to drink alchemy potions or use beacon support. But since it uses more material, that also means its power in Teyvat will rise by a level. Upon hearing that, Ningguang and the others nodded slightly. Weight wasn't an issue. The fully upgraded beacons on the Jade Chamber could be activated at any time, and alchemy potions could be supplied in bulk. Of course, at this stage, these firearms are hard to mass-produce. The crafting process is still too tedious. Recalling the nested doll journey of last night, Ryan rubbed his forehead with some frustration and said softly, I only made these for now to let you all see them and also to give us a layer of assurance for our upcoming journey. After all, with the new module activated, many powerful enemies are appearing along the way and most of your powers are still suppressed. Next, we'll still focus primarily on the Dragon Knight mod. After speaking, Ryan waved his hand, signaling everyone to come forward one by one and collect a set of bullets and an MP5. Even Ganyu got a set that Ryan had specially prepared for her. The Barrett sniper rifle was still for long-range attacks, but with an extra MP5, close-range combat would be much more complete. As for the ammunition, they would definitely encounter new mobs from the mod along the way like bandits. At that time, replenishing bullets would be easy. Everyone was quite interested in these firearms. Until now, only Ryan and Ganyu had been seen using them, standing steadily in place, aiming at enemies and unleashing a barrage of bullets, cool and commanding. Now, they could finally use them too. Ryan went over to each person to teach them how to use the guns. For example, how to reload, how to chamber a round. In the game, you could just press a button and start firing. But in the real world, that was completely unrealistic. Reloading would still generate a fresh magazine, which helped solve the chambering issue. However, the reloading steps and firing process couldn't be skipped. While teaching Hu Tao how to use the gun, Ryan reminded everyone. One more thing I need to stress: no matter what world you're in, even in Teyvat, where you might be strong enough to ignore bullets, you must never point the muzzle at your allies. Understand? Everyone, especially Ningguang and the others, remembered this very clearly. After all, the time Ganyu had accidentally aimed her Barrett at Xiao and nearly gave him a heart attack was still fresh in their minds. Jean and the others nodded decisively. I understand. Never point your weapon at an ally. This is a fundamental rule in the Knights of Favonius. As she finished, everyone turned to look at Venti. Caught fiddling with a submachine gun, Venti froze, then placed his hands on his hips in annoyance. Why are you all looking at me? Am I really that untrustworthy? From a general statistical standpoint, yes, Zhongli replied calmly. Venti belonged to the chaotic, troublemaker type. If you didn't warn him ahead of time, who knew what kind of mischief he'd get into? Hey. Venti wasn't actually angry. He smiled and shrugged. Relax. You can trust me with this kind of thing. Seeing his sincere expression, everyone simply shook their heads and said no more. The group also experimented with the weapons on a suit of iron armor. Even though they had seen Ryan demonstrate it earlier, trying it themselves was a whole new experience. Despite being mentally prepared, they were still shocked. especially when everyone started firing at one seat was like a mini metal storm. Though the walls remained untouched, the armor had been shredded with holes. At that moment, Xiao suddenly felt his trident wasn't quite so impressive anymore. I feel like if we prepare one of these for Barbara, it could really help her defend herself better. Jean was still concerned about her sister and now brought up arming Barbara. Indeed, Lisa nodded gently. Barbara isn't strong in combat, and she often goes off to remote areas to gather herbs. Having a firearm like this would be quite helpful. And perhaps, while you're at it, you can repair your relationship with her too. Lisa teased Jean with a soft smile. No one knew better than Lisa about the cracks in Barbara and Jean's relationship. The problem was, the two sisters had completely different thoughts. Jean believed she had neglected Barbara and that Barbara was mad at her. But in truth, Barbara felt she was too weak to help her hard-working sister, the acting grandmaster. Each misunderstood the other and neither opened up to talk about it honestly. That was the main reason for their growing distance. Giving Barbara a weapon might boost her confidence, and maybe, she'd finally have a heart-to-heart with Jean. Ryan chuckled and said, "In my hometown, there's a saying, beyond 7 steps, the gun wins." Hearing that, Lumen curiously leaned in. What about within 7 steps? Ryan grinned and patted her head. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. Everyone wanted to roast him for that line, but seeing the sorry state of the iron armor, they had to admit he was true. For any being without powerful supernatural protection, all life is equal before firearms. And among firearms, the peacekeeper bullet shows no favor to anyone. Ryan gave Lumen's shoulder a friendly pat and turned to walk out. Alright, enough for now. We'll worry about this stuff later. It's time to move out. Everyone perked up. Suddenly, Venti noticed Ryan hadn't taken an MP5 himself and asked curiously, "Ryan, aren't you bringing one? What will you use?" Ryan straightened up, turned with a smile, and replied, "No need to worry about me." Then, he quickly pulled out his own gear from his backpack. Right hand, Super Benelli M4 shotgun. Left hand, M249 light machine gun. Strapped to his leg, Desert Eagle. Around his waist, a belt full of fragmentation grenades. With a calm expression, Ryan said, "These should be enough for me." 182 wireless cameras, Skynet system. Venti never expected that Ryan would gear himself up so heavily. And the worst part, he still looked so modest about it. Staring at Ryan, now fully armored in iron plating, Venti was bursting with things to complain about but didn't even know where to start. "You're basically a humanoid hot weapons system at this point. What the heck, man?" He looked at the MP5 in her own hands, then at the massive array of weapons strapped to Ryan. Especially that heavy-looking M249 light machine gun. Just the sight of it gave Venti a strong sense of danger. After a moment of silence, realization struck him. "I get it now. You were totally up all night crafting this stuff, that's why you were so exhausted. These SMGs, you just made them on the side." Ryan looked at Venti with a calm, friendly smile. "What are you talking about? I don't get it." Looking at the machine gun in Ryan's hands, Venti fell quiet. After a beat, he let out a nervous chuckle. Well, SMGs are great too. You worked so hard, thank you." Then, scratching his cheek with a pout, he mumbled, "You really went all out. I wish I had a cool loadout like that too." Ryan turned to continue walking. "If you want one, make it yourself. These weapons are top tier, and crafting them is complicated. The material consumption is huge too. But if you're serious, I can teach you." Upon hearing that, Venti instantly perked up. "Really? Then teach me." Ryan raised an eyebrow and grinned. "No problem. But before that, I can show you how to craft the materials used for these weapons." With that, Ryan stopped in place. As Ningguang and the others pulled out notebooks, he cleared his throat and began. "To forge an M249 light machine gun, you need 3 plastic plates and 3 firearm metal plates. First, to make the firearm metal plate, you need 6 firearm metal ingots, which are smelted from firearm metal mixtures in a furnace. To make the firearm metal mixture, you'll need 3 copper ingots and 3 tin ingots. As for the plastic plates, they require 3 synthetic plastics, which are made from 3 carbon fibers and 3 synthetic polymer composites. Carbon fiber comes from smelting carbon composites, which are made from graphite blocks and slime balls. Then there's the synthetic polymer composites. Ryan had completely mastered all these steps last night during a mentally exhausting session, but the effort it took. Even someone like him, with his enhanced physical constitution, was so drained he had to crash into bed afterward. Let alone people like Ningguang and the others, who had never even heard of things like graphite blocks before. Venti's eyes were already spinning, and Ningguang and Jean also lowered their pens, clearly overwhelmed. But Ryan wasn't done. "After making the weapon, you'll need ammo, right? Bullets are easy, they just require copper ingots and gunpowder. But their arrangement matters. You have to place them in the right pattern. If not, the bullets won't meet the standards and can't be used. There are nearly 100 types of bullets." Seeing that Ryan was still going on, Venti sheepishly raised his hand. She looked at Ryan with a weak smile and whispered, "I think the MP5 is pretty great already." Ryan quietly let out a breath of relief. This was already the part he'd practiced the most last night. Anything more, and he'd have to open the recipe book and read it aloud. That's what I'm saying. For now, let's stick to the Dragon Knight mod. Hot weapons are just too hard to handle for now. Don't stress about it too much. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just hearing about the ingredients needed to craft the weapon materials, and the materials for those materials. The endless loop of nested recipes gave everyone a major headache. In an instant, their enthusiasm for mass-producing firearms completely vanished. No wonder you said you spent all night trapped in a nesting doll, Hu Tao muttered, shaking her head to clear Ryan's technical sermon from her brain. This kind of overly complicated stuff, there's no way a genius like me is wasting brainpower on it. From now on, you'll be the one making my weapons, Ryan. She gave him a cheery pat on the shoulder. Ryan rolled his eyes at her. You still have to learn it. Once we're done with the Dragon Knight mod, I'm going to force you to learn this stuff. To think, the Lord of the World, had to do such meticulous and tedious work. It was just embarrassing. In the future, he'd definitely assign a special team to handle gunsmithing in this world. There were plenty of masters in Liyue's forging division. He could just copy the recipe book and let them figure it out on their own. You worked hard, Ryan, Ganyu said softly, gently holding his arm with a caring gaze. It's not bad once you get used to it, Ryan replied with a smile, keeping the rest to himself. Worked hard? Last night's ordeal went beyond the tight, was practically torture. He hadn't put in this much effort since studying for his college entrance exams. After passing through the redstone mechanism door, the sky was still tinged with the glow of sunsetite hadn't fully darkened yet. Ryan asked Cloud Retainer to watch the house as usual, and once Ningguang picked up 2 stacks of ender eyes, the group finally set off. Ryan had already told them how to find the end. Just throw an eye of ender and follow its path. So, this time, no one rode horses, they simply walked on foot, following the direction of the eye of ender. What surprised Ryan was that Lisa, of all people, was actually very interested in the gun crafting process. This was perfect for Ryan. If someone was willing to learn and could help once they mastered it, it would significantly reduce his workload. Ryan, do all firearms require gunmetal plates and plastic plates to forge? Lisa wasn't holding a notebook. For her, her mind was the best memory tool. That was the confidence of a genius. Ryan shook his head. Indeed, most weapons can be crafted using gunmetal plates and plastic plates, but that's not absolute. For example, the MP5 I gave you only needs steel ingots, small steel plates, and steel plates, along with a few other components. It's just the arrangement that's different. Lisa's eyes lit up and she murmured, steel. That's right. It's a material far harder than iron. Combine 4 coal with an iron ingot to get steel powder. Smelt the powder in a furnace to get steel ingots. 2 steel ingots make a small steel plate, and 6 make a full steel plate. Much simpler compared to complex gunmetal plates. And the materials are easier to obtain. As he said this, Ryan sighed helplessly. Lucky blocks don't drop these materials, so we have to go into the mines to collect them. Otherwise, I could have made more weapons last night, even the components. Ningguang, walking to the side, said softly, I've already arranged for people to go mining again today. By the time we return, we should have enough resources. Then, I'll join you in learning how to make firearms, so you don't have to carry the burden alone. Ryan didn't refuse. Although recreating them wouldn't be difficult once familiar, mechanical tasks were still tiring. Having help was naturally welcome. Don't underestimate these crafting materials either, Ryan said softly. Take steel for example, it's a material countless times stronger than iron. Whether used for weapons or armor, it's far superior to iron. I'm not just talking about this world, the same holds true in Teyvat. Hearing this, both Ningguang and Lisa fell into thoughtful silence. Ryan continued. Besides that, this mod includes a lot more than just firearms. That's not the only thing worth our attention. In fact, if applied in Teyvat, many materials could have unique advantages. For example, synthetic plastic and gunmetal plates, if enhanced with your local technologies, they'd be extremely useful. Or, you could use these materials in entirely new ways. As he spoke, Ryan suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, almost forgot this mod includes a tool of immense strategic value to you. Tablet computers and wireless cameras. These two, when combined, allow real-time surveillance across all of Liyue. Install wireless cameras in every alley and street, and you could sit in the Jade Chamber and still oversee all of Liyue. No movement would escape your eyes. This kind of tech was widely used in my previous world, we called it Skynet. Ningguang couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Skynet, huh? If it truly works like that, the name is fitting. With that, the movements of all major factions in Liyue Harbor would be under our watch. That's undeniably a powerful advantage. She imagined herself sitting high above in the Jade Chamber, watching every move in Liyue Harbor. No matter how secretive the Fatui's schemes were, she would know them all. Perhaps it wouldn't directly provide combat strength, but its strategic value was second to none. In addition to that, there are even vehicles included. You probably don't know what vehicles are, Ryan added. But all you need to know is that they can completely change transportation and travel in Teyvat. In the short term though, I don't know how to make them yet, so don't worry about it too much. Hearing this, Ningguang chuckled and gave Ryan a helpless look. So, you're bringing it up just to tease us. You got it. Ryan grinned and nodded. Vehicles, huh. He couldn't be the only one longing for something out of reach. Others had to share in the tragedy too. He glanced at the sky. It had turned completely dark by now. It had been another 3 to 4 hours since they set out. At this point, only torches could provide light in the surroundings. But perhaps thanks to Ganya's good luck, they hadn't encountered any monsters on the way, and they had opened quite a few more lucky blocks. Still, after witnessing things like dragon riders and firearms from the new mod, their enthusiasm for lucky blocks had cooled a bit. Ryan estimated the distance, then turned to look. The distant beacon light was still faintly visible, though now barely noticeable. He clapped his hands and said softly, "That's it for today. Let's camp here and rest." Same routine. Some people set up the fences while the rest of us build shelters. Don't forget to place torches. 183 First enemy attack with firearms. The construction of the temporary base proceeded without any major trouble. Even after the torches were planted all over the place, not a single monster showed up. This absurd situation made Ryan a little puzzled. But for Jean and the others, although they felt relieved, they weren't exactly happy. The reason was simple. The firearms in their hands still hadn't been fired even once. All around them, a number of stone houses had been piled together. They didn't look very nice, just like a bunch of matchboxes. But since this was an exploration mission, there was no need to be too picky. Stone was also much safer than wood. They sat around the campfire. Nahida and Paimon were nestled on either side of Ryan, dozing off in his arms. Although both of them were technically older than Ryan, even Paimon's loose change in age was probably more than Nahida's entire age. They didn't show any signs of maturity. In their daily lives, they acted and thought like children. Nahida might try to maintain some composure in front of others, but once she stuck to Ryan, she reverted to being a carefree little girl. Ryan often joked that he was a king of children. Jean looked on enviously and whispered, "Ryan is really well liked by children." Children. Lisa's sweat dropped slightly. Since when did Jean judge age based on appearance? One was a 500-year-old Lesser Lord Kusanali. The other likely predates even the founding of Monstat. And these were considered children? But oddly enough, Ryan fully agreed with Jean's comment. Maybe I really am the king of children. Hearing that, Jean sighed a little sadly. Maybe I've been too busy all the time. I haven't had much chance to care for Barbara and Klee. They're not very close to me. Klee even seems a bit afraid of me. As she spoke, Jean lowered her head in guilt. That's not true. Lisa smiled and shook her head. Barbara and little Klee still really like you. It's just that you haven't had the time to spend with them. I went to the confinement room once, and guess what I saw little Klee drawing? Take a guess, Jean. What do you think she was drawing? Lisa's words piqued Jean's interest. Klee had been entrusted to her by Alice. Since becoming acting Grand Master, Jean hadn't had much time for Klee. But her concern for Klee hadn't lessened. In fact, it had increased, probably out of guilt. Seeing the hopeful look in Jean's eyes, Lisa stopped teasing and chuckled. Klee spent a long time drawing Lady Alice, then she drew you, Albedo, and herself. She said it was her family portrait. Klee has always seen you as her family, Jean. Then Lisa feigned a hurt expression and said dramatically, I mean, I care about Klee too, but she only added me to the picture after someone reminded her. Jean's emotions were complicated. Klee has always thought that way. And I kept locking her up in solitary just like that. Jean bowed her head sadly. This was like asking someone to give up their bus seat, only to realize that the person in need was blind. Jean was definitely going to have a sleepless night after this. Lisa smirked, amused inside. Little Klee's sister Lisa has done all she can for you. Let's hope you don't cause too big a ruckus this time. That's right. Lisa had done it on purpose to make Jean feel guilty. Of course, everything she said was true. Klee had drawn Jean in the family portrait. However, Lisa had embellished a few minor details. In the original portrait, Lisa was already included. So were Kea, Amber, Barbara, Noelle, Diluc. Even Lumen and Paimon, who Klee had only recently met, were there too. To Klee, as long as they were good friends, she considered them family. She was pure and innocent, a truly lovable little girl. As for why Lisa did this, now that Jean wasn't in Mondstadt, Klee had turned into a wild little pony. And Kea, who was left in charge, could barely be trusted to not encourage Klee's antics. Jean was still going to be away for a while. And knowing Klee's personality, there was no telling what chaos she'd cause. Fishing with explosives? In a few days, it might be more than just fishing. With the same explosive talent as her mother Alice, Klee might blow up Starfell Lake, the Mondstadt Bridge, or even Windrise. And who knows, maybe poor Bennett would be out adventuring and suddenly hear a heave-ho. Lisa couldn't bear to see little Klee locked up for too long, so she planted this guilt seed in Jean early. That way, when Jean returned to see the aftermath of Klee's mischief, as long as Klee showed her that family portrait, half of Jean's anger would probably melt away. 7 days of confinement might turn into just 3. In short, Lisa had been crafting Klee's get-out-of-jail-free card all along. If I had known we'd be out here this long, I should have brought Klee along. I wonder if she's feeling lonely in Mondstadt by herself. Upon hearing this, both Venti and Diluc twitched at the corners of their mouths. Klee, lonely? That might be true for most kids, but Klee was happiest when she was alone. Diluc was already worried about whether his tavern would get blown up. With that rotten scoundrel Kea around, who knows if he'd trick Klee into blowing open the wine cellar just to sneak a few drinks. You can bring Klee next time. Ryan smiled warmly. I can help take care of her. I love looking after kids. Having a daughter like that around was like a real-life version of an angel came down to me. If he could, he'd bring in Kakai, Diana, Seu, and Yao Yao as well. Ryan would fully evolve into the ultimate king of children. Surrounded by so many adorable little girls, even just sitting and sipping tea every day would bring him joy. Klee's luck is also a rare gift you all could use. Besides, my world is big and empty. She could blow things up to her heart's content. Seeing Ryan fawn over Klee before even meeting her, Lisa could only shake her head helplessly. Still, bringing Klee over might be a good thing. This world was vast, and Klee's bombs carried elemental energy so the destruction wouldn't be too extreme. To Klee, this place might just be a natural amusement park. Letting her indulge her explosive urges here might mean she'd stop wreaking havoc on Monstat in the future. Ryan, should we check the loot from today's lucky blocks? Ganyu leaned in, gently resting against Ryan's shoulder. Feeling Ningguang's envious gaze, a trace of smugness bloomed in Ganyu's heart. Lucky blocks, huh? Ryan sighed. We didn't get a totem of undying or anything, did we? If not, then there's no need to check. It's unnecessary. Ganyu obediently nodded, yawned, and said no more. Venti's eyes sparkled mischievously as he chuckled. Ehehe, looks like everyone's getting sleepy. But this is my first journey in another world. It needs a memorable ending. Jean and the others were also reminded that they were spending the night in Ryan's world. They couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Just a few days ago, who would have imagined they could embark on an interworld journey like Lumen? Venti reached to his waist, and his wooden lyre derfling appeared in his hands. How about letting the greatest bard in this mortal world offer you a most beautiful ballad? Lumen, off to the side, curled her lips but still acknowledged Venti's boasting. At the very least, she had never met a better bard than him. Propping her chin up with her hands, Lumen said lazily. Venti, have you ever thought about writing a new bard's tale based on the work we're doing now? Once Ryan's world develops further, it'll surely be sung across all of Teyvat. Venti blinked and smiled. I have. I've already started working on it. Really? Really? Hu Tao's eyes lit up with excitement. Did you include the Wangxing funeral parlor in it? I've got a brand new marketing strategy, Obsidian family tombstones, premium luxury golden coffins. You've got to add all that in. Venti's face froze. He suddenly imagined himself performing ballads all over the land, repeatedly mentioning funeral parlor coffin ads. For some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. After a moment of silence, he carefully sidestepped Hu Tao's topic and gently plucked the strings. The crisp, soothing notes of the lyre carried a calming strength that resonated in everyone's hearts. The story I want to tell is very, very long. Venti's expression softened. Compared to being the Inmo Archon, he was truly a professional bard. When he sang, that was when he was his truest self. We'll write that tale slowly, in time. But for now, what I want to say is... He cast a subtle glance at Lumen. Then he sang softly. The wind carried the seeds, and time made them sprout. As the song flowed, everyone's hearts gradually calmed. Perhaps what Venti sang of was the destined cycle they had all glimpsed before. A story that could not be spoken aloud. But now it didn't matter. The foreign wind might carry seeds that could change the mortal world. Yet the foreign soil and sky had already, silently, begun to overshadow Teyvat. That night, perhaps because of Venti's singing, everyone slept soundly. Even Ryan, who'd already had a nap earlier that day, didn't stay up late with Ganyu and went to bed early. Venti truly was the best bard in the mortal world. Even without divine power in this realm, he could still sing songs that touched the heart. If he were a woman, Ryan would have surely captured him and made him sing lullabies every night. What a shame. The next morning, sunlight tore through the darkness. At the edge of the vast grasslands, the sun slowly rose. Shao had already gotten up early. He was going to deal with the monsters that had gathered outside the fence overnight, a task he usually handled during travel. But this time, someone else joined him. Good morning, Conqueror of Demons. Seeing Diluc walking out from the neighboring building, Shao gave a slight nod. He drew a diamond sword and said, use an enchanted diamond sword to clear out the monsters gathered outside the fence. Many of the drops are quite useful. Hearing this, Diluc nodded and quietly drew his own diamond sword. You seem quite familiar with this process, Conqueror of Demons. Shao's expression remained calm as he walked toward the outside. During past excursions, we've often had to camp out overnight. When we return to Liyue Harbor, I'll give you a monster guidebook to copy. Diluc had been about to bring this up himself. Hearing Shao mention it first, he accepted graciously. Much appreciated. Just as Shao was about to respond, his gaze suddenly fixed on an unfamiliar creature outside the fence. It was unlike any monster they had seen before. Clad in strange clothing, it wandered about holding a dark, menacing weapon. It looked more like a villager-type entity than a monster. Strangely, apart from these beings, not a single zombie or skeleton-type monster was present. Just as Xiao was still pondering this, the creature abruptly turned its head and looked straight at him and I look. The next moment, they raised their weapons. Xiao got a clear look. They were firearms, similar to the hot weapons used by humans, but slightly different. An intense sense of danger surged. Xiao swiftly pulled out a stack of obsidian blocks and placed them on the ground. Bang! We're under attack. 184, open fire. Open fire. RPG. Early morning is the best time for sweet dreams. But suddenly, a gunshot jolted everyone awake. Enemy attack. They have firearms. The enemy has guns. The shouts of Xiao and Diluc echoed through every room. Ryan's eyes snapped open, his expression turning serious. Beside him, Ganyu also got up, intending to run out with him. Ryan pressed her down and said softly, "Ganyu, stay inside and protect Nahitha. Use the Barret to scout for enemies and provide long-range support." Ganyu also understood her role in battle. She nodded decisively and whispered, "Be careful." Without saying more, Ryan grabbed a light machine gun and a shotgun, then opened the door. The gunfire outside had already become extremely intense. It sounded just like firecrackers going off during the new year. The constant bang 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 of gunshots filled the air. From the sound of it, Xiao and Diluc were already engaged with the enemy. Judging by the density of gunfire, they were likely being suppressed. Ryan activated the comms and started speaking. "Xiao, how many enemies are there? What's the situation? Everyone else, hold position. Modern warfare is different from cold weapons. Your powers are suppressed. Without supernatural protection, a single stray bullet can be fatal." Everyone clearly understood what this meant. Even without the communication device, the smell of gunpowder and the bullets flying past the door were enough to tell them what to do. "Mr. Ryan, there are over 20 enemies, all armed with firearms and dressed in standard black outfits, like villagers. No other monsters spotted. Diluc and I are still relatively safe. We're retreating behind obsidian cover." Ryan frowned slightly. "Bandits. Bandits." Ningguang's voice suddenly chimed in over the comms. Ryan responded. "They're hostile mobs from the firearms mod, fully armed with guns. Not sure if they have RPGs, so be cautious." The situation was a bit complicated. If it were just 20 zombies, Xiao could handle them easily. But these were bandits armed with modern firearms. With elemental powers largely suppressed, this was much harder to deal with. One wrong move, and you'd be riddled with bullets in seconds. The only bit of good news, everyone had at least 3 totems of undying on them. Still, the bullet-ridden battlefield ignited a fiery excitement in Ryan's heart. It felt like he was back in his previous world, living through an action movie gunfight. He took out an RPG, positioned himself behind an obsidian wall, and looked into the distance. Xiao and Diluc had already fought their way back nearby while retreating. The bandits weren't clustered together. Instead, they were firing continuously from behind fences. More than 20 firearms fired aimlessly, making for a spectacular sight. Bullets whizzed past Ryan's ears, only making him even more fired up. "Everyone, build defenses with obsidian and aim forward. Zhongli, give everyone shields. Once I fire the first shot, open fire. Make sure you don't hit our own people." After receiving everyone's confirmation, Ryan carved out a block from the obsidian wall. Shouldering the RPG, he aimed it at a group of 4 or 5 bandits ahead. "Taste this." Ryan smirked and lightly pulled the trigger. The rocket streaked forward, trailing sparks as it sped toward the bandits. A thunderous explosion rang in everyone's ears. From a distance, the entire section of fence was obliterated. The bandits at the edge turned to smoke and vanished. The ground looked like it had been hit by several blocks of TNT, leaving a huge crater. The effect was fantastic, but it also blew open the fence. The bandits started charging toward the base. "Open fire!" Ryan shouted, whipping out an M249 light machine gun and laying down suppressive fire from the gap in the obsidian. Everyone else also pulled out their submachine guns and began firing from a distance. In that instant, the air erupted with gunfire and smoke. The deafening sounds shook everyone's ears and hearts. Stray bullets flew everywhere. No one dared to move carelessly, only firing from behind cover. Glass windows shattered all around. Paimon shrank into a corner, clutching her gun tightly with her eyes squeezed shut. The bandits had stronger firepower and greater numbers, but their aim was terrible. Meanwhile, on Ryan's side, even if not everyone was a long-range expert, they all had solid combat experience. Their accuracy far surpassed that of the bandits. Plus, Ryan had given them ample ammo, and they hadn't fired a single shot yesterday. So today, everyone was going all out. One by one, the bandits were gunned down, turning to smoke. Everyone gradually became more accustomed to hot weapon combat. It was truly a completely different experience from the battles they were used to. Cold weapons required getting up close. Apply that combat style to firearms, and you'd be shot full of holes the moment you showed your face. But still, this new kind of battle left everyone feeling pumped with adrenaline. Ryan glanced at the bandits. Only 7 or 8 remained. He put away his light machine gun and pulled a grenade from his waist. Biting out the safety pin, he hurled it forcefully toward the remaining bandits. Another explosion rang out. 2 more bandits fell. But the rest of the bandits had already reached the house. The situation was quickly turning into close-quarters combat. Unfortunately for them, Ryan had a surefire weapon for close quarters fighting. He pulled out a shotgun and shouted, "Don't spray wildly. Reduce firepower. I'll finish off the last few." With that, he dashed out from behind cover, protected by Zhongli's shield. The moment he showed himself, the bandits finally locked onto a target, their guns aimed at Ryan. But Ryan wasn't about to give them the chance to shoot. He racked the shotgun and fired in reverse. A dense spray of pellets burst forth in a wide arc. That single shot killed 2 bandits on the spot. Only 2 remained. Ryan turned his gun toward them, ready to fire again. Suddenly, a massive blast echoed from the house behind him, like a grenade had gone off. In an instant, the final 2 bandits were obliterated by the explosion. All enemies had been neutralized. Ryan lowered his weapon and turned to look back. He saw Ganyu holding her Barrett sniper rifle, smiling sweetly at him. "Nice shot." Ryan gave her a thumbs up. After scanning carefully and confirming no more enemies were around, he called out, "All clear. Let's clean up the battlefield." At his words, everyone cautiously emerged from cover. Seeing that the threat was indeed gone, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the ground was a mess, pitted and cratered from grenades, RPGs, and Ganyu's Barrett blasts. It was hard to even walk without tripping. Everyone regrouped around Ryan. Paimon immediately flew into his arms. "That was so scary, Ryan. These modern weapons are terrifying. All those bangs and boomsets too dangerous." She hadn't fired a single shot, crouching inside the house with her hands over her head. Still, the shattering of glass from bullets had terrified her. "Are we going to have to fight like this from now on? It's too scary." Paimon looked at Ryan with teary eyes. She was truly frightened. And to make matters worse, this world wouldn't even let her return to subspace. Ryan gently patted her head and comforted her. "It's okay, isn't it? We're all fine. Don't worry, bandits don't usually gather in large numbers. It's manageable." Ningguang also looked at Ryan with concern. She hadn't expected large-scale firefights with modern weapons to be this devastating. Naturally, she began to worry about the Qianyan army and the miners. Ryan understood her concern and said softly, "The miners and Qianyan soldiers should be fine. Didn't we already tell them to stick to long-range attacks when facing enemies? With proper distance and cover, and given the number and combat skills of the Qianyan army, the base won't be in danger unless there are over 100 bandits. Besides, it's rare to encounter 100 at once." Hearing that, Ningguang finally felt somewhat reassured. Still, she spoke up. "When we return to the manor, I want to start learning how to manufacture firearms. The enemies have such weapons, while the Qianyan army only has bows and arrows. That's just too disadvantageous for them." Ryan didn't object. After all, they could kill a few more dragons in the end dimension and begin experimenting with firearm mods. Hee. Venti chuckled, completely unfazed. He looked down at the weapon in his hands, beaming with joy. "Who knew these things were so fun to use? Didn't you guys think that battle just now was kind of exciting?" For a moment, no one knew how to respond to Venti's eccentric enthusiasm. But thinking back, the battlefield filled with flying bullets and smoke really did get the heart racing. There was a certain thrill after the fight. Organized use of firearms really is way more powerful than individual ones. Diluc pondered quietly and said, "And this was just 20 or so bandits. Including us, the total number of combatants wasn't even 50. Yet it caused so much destruction. If the Knights of Favonius could all be armed with firearms." Unbidden, Diluc imagined a 1,000-strong army armed with guns, advancing in unison. That kind of force could wipe out everything in its path. No monster would stand a chance. Guns didn't just bring destruction, they brought absolute truth. With that thought, he also remembered that many of the weapons these bandits had were even better than their current SMGs. He immediately asked, "Should we clean up the battlefield now? A lot of these bandit weapons are ones we've never seen before." Ryan shrugged. "Of course. I think we've gained quite a haul this time. You guys can see if there's anything you like, but remember, match the ammo types." Almost before he finished speaking, Venti dove into one of the craters and began rummaging through the weapons. He probably hadn't even heard the part about matching ammo. The others also began cleaning up the battlefield. Ryan shook his head, looking at the sky with a helpless expression. All this had started just from a bandit attack this morning. Honestly, facing over 20 bandits with modern weapons alone would have been dangerous. But with this many people, and once everyone got familiar with guns, even just 4 or 5 could wipe out a squad. Bandits were never the biggest threat in modern warfare, not in Vic's world. Thankfully, everyone was quickly getting used to the firearm mod. After they developed a bit more, if necessary, Ryan would form a dedicated team to carry RPGs and hold off those monsters. 185, Monstat's first stronghold, edge of the end portal. The battlefield cleanup progressed quickly, and in no time, everyone had finished. This time, the loot from over 20 bandits was quite impressive. Besides a large variety of bullets, the rest consisted of all kinds of firearms. 4 Colt pistols, 5 Remington shotguns, 2 Thompson submachine guns, and 2 AKM assault rifles. To everyone, these weapons were far superior to their MP5s. In fact, in the spot where Ryan had originally used an RPG, they even found a VSS suppressed sniper rifle. That really felt like a stroke of luck. Thanks to the RPG clearing the way earlier had that bandit with the sniper rifle joined the fight, it wouldn't have been good news at all. After distributing the loot, they set off once again. What surprised Ryan was how much more interested everyone was in the shotguns. As Diluc put it, these things save ammo, pack a punch, sound loud, carrying one just feels more badass. Since Ryan didn't particularly need the guns, he just let everyone take what they wanted. With careful use, the ammo would last them a day or two. When they had set out yesterday, each person only carried one firearm. But now, everyone had at least 2 guns slung across their bodies. Even Paimon carried a small pistol in each hand, which gave her a strangely comical cowboy look. Though to be honest, the pistols were just decorative for Paimon. Ryan never expected her to actually fight. She didn't dare to engage zombies in melee before, let alone a battlefield filled with flying bullets. Bullets don't discriminate what if she got hit. Today's journey was relatively smooth. Along the way, they encountered herds of sheep and cattle, even a few creepers. Everyone took the opportunity to test their firearms and came to a clear conclusion. Against enemies without guns or powerful elemental protection, firearms were a dimensional advantage. The enemies couldn't even get close. If someone had Ganyu's marksmanship, enemies would be wiped out from hundreds of meters away. For lower-tier combat units, large-scale use of firearms was absolutely the right choice. As long as an individual's strength hadn't reached a qualitative breakthrough capable of altering war on a grand scale, firearms were the deadliest tools. To Archons, their current arsenal meant little. But for Genshin characters who still retained many human qualities, thousands of firearms would be a deadly threat. A small-scale firefight against bandits completely reshaped everyone's views on combat and warfare. Now, all that was left was large-scale distribution. Ryan also talked to Ningguang, asking her to summon reliable members of the forging division. From now on, advanced firearms like energy weapons, Barrett rifles, and grenade launchers would still be made by him. But standard-issue weapons for the Qianyan army and Knights of Favonius should be produced by the people of Liyue and Monstat themselves. The Qianyan army had over 10,000 soldiers, and there were still thousands stationed in the Knights. Ryan couldn't be expected to stay locked in a room crafting weapons forever. Following the Eye of Ender, they had been traveling for nearly a full day. Everyone was fast on their feet, and thanks to lucky blocks, aside from the bullet consumption, their supplies like food and iron had actually increased. Every time Ganyu opened one, it was at least iron blocks, often diamonds and emeralds too. Her luck was frankly outrageous. Venti, unconvinced, tried opening a block himself and promptly triggered an obsidian trap. Luckily, everyone was nearby. He wouldn't have died, but he might have lost a totem of undying. Chatting and laughing along the way, it was nearing noon when the Eye of Ender finally led them to a wide-open view. The sound of waves echoed softly in their ears. Crossing a jungle and climbing a mountain, they finally reached the peak and looked ahead. A vast, endless azure sea spread before them. Though the waves roared below, the sea itself stretched out in tranquil peace. Sunlight shimmered on the surface, and fish could be seen swimming below. No islands in sight, only the deep blue filling their vision. The sky and sea seemed to meet at the horizon. The view was so breathtaking it left everyone feeling at ease. Ningguang pursed her lips and whispered, if Baidu saw this ocean, she'd be thrilled and probably rally her crew to sail immediately. To her, this sea would be a brand new adventure. Ryan raised an eyebrow at her words. Captain of the Alcor. You know her? Ningguang asked curiously, then quickly realized, I forgot. Baidu's tale of slaying the sea monster is quite popular among storytellers. Ryan shrugged, offering no denial. By the way, aren't you and Baidu good friends? It's been so long you never brought her to this world. At that, Ningguang's expression grew a bit complicated. After a pause, she turned her head and said softly, that woman is as stubborn as they come. She's completely set on her own goals now, not paying much mind to Liyue. She really loves being the big sister who wants to shelter the whole world. There was a trace of discontent in her voice. Ryan could only guess what that meant. Baidu had most likely already gotten involved with matters in Inajima. She was probably with Sangonomiya Kakamai and the others right now. So, with Inajima under total lockdown and unable to send trade caravans to Liyue to purchase supplies, Baidu ended up taking on that role instead, going to Inajima to sell goods. Ryan shook his head and didn't pursue the matter further. He looked down and spotted a village not far away. It wasn't as big as the village near the snowy mountains. This one looked like it only had 7 or 8 houses. It didn't even have any iron golems. One could say it was just as poor as the very first village Ryan had once stationed himself in. Although it had a blacksmith, library, and farm ready-made, Ryan knew that a village without even an iron golem wouldn't yield much benefit. But the one upside was that the villagers themselves were ready resources. According to the usual method, if he locked them all in a single room, they'd eventually multiply, and then the villager tech could start rolling. Turning his head, Ryan looked at Jean and chuckled. Jean, what do you think about using this place as Mondstad's first outpost? Jean, who had been admiring the scenery, hadn't expected Ryan to say something like that so suddenly, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Ryan thought she was simply thinking it over, so he cheerfully pointed down at their feet. The village is by the sea. While it's not very large, you could expand it by filling in the sea with magma, maybe even build a floating island. Space won't be an issue. It's a bit far from the manor villa, but with a teleport point set up, distance won't be a problem. Besides, we'll be locking up the villagers soon. It won't take long for them to multiply enough to get the villager tech going. It's backed by a mountain, so there should be plenty of resources. And there's a forest nearby too, so there should be no shortage of wood or mines. Perfect spot, really. In the future, when we start sailing, this place can serve as a port, making departures easier. I should have mentioned it before. This world is endless. Across the ocean, there's bound to be bigger continents. We'll have to go explore them eventually. There are even sunken ships and treasure under the sea. All in all, I think this is a great choice for an outpost. After Ryan finished his lengthy explanation, Jean finally came to her senses and quickly said, "No, it's not that I'm unhappy with this place. I just didn't expect we'd be establishing a base for Monstat so soon." She took a deep breath, looked at Ryan, and said softly, "This region is indeed great, plenty of resources, rich in minerals, and close to the sea. As for the land issue, there's nothing to worry about. Keking and I have discussed using magma and water to reclaim land for Liyue harbor. So we're aware of how to expand the usable area." She pursed her lips and gave a slight bow. "I know I've said it many times already, but Ryan, thank you." Ryan smiled and shook his head, stopping Xiao from tossing out another eye of ender. "Let's go handle this village first. Once we set up a teleport point, we can resume searching for the end portal. I have a feeling we're close to finding it." With that, Ryan leapt down first. His elytra unfurled, and he glided through the air swiftly and freely. A firework appeared in his hand, propelling him toward the village. That's the difference between elytra and wind gliders. Wind gliders couldn't be powered by fireworks, but elytra could. That said, with the Dragon Knight mod activated, Ryan didn't care much for elytra anymore. Once he could ride a dragon and bombard targets with RPGs, wouldn't that be way cooler than just gliding? Soon, the others followed Ryan and landed on the ground. The villagers were still wandering the village aimlessly, seemingly unaware of their presence. One glance told Ryan all he needed to know. He shook his head with a bit of resignation. As expected, this village only had 3 professions: librarian, farmer, and blacksmith. The other 4 villagers were all unemployed. There was no point in checking what they had for trade. Ryan simply rang the bell on the village well. All 7 villagers rushed into their respective houses. Tie them up with leads and herd them into one room. Place about 4.4 beds, then just wait. Ryan gave his instructions, then added, "None of these villagers have professions, but don't worry. Once we have more villagers, you can just build a villager trading hall." Hearing that, Jean and the others nodded seriously. They had already mastered the art of capturing villagers with leads. In no time at all the villagers had been herded into a single room. They also took the opportunity to harvest all the village's materials. Although it was poor, at least there were 4 emeralds. Once everything was settled, Ryan set up the teleport point. The group reconvened at the village entrance. Ryan pulled out an eye of ender and smiled. "With this, the foundation is set. As for the rest, wait until your people arrive. For now, let's continue searching for the end portal." With that, Ryan raised his hand and threw the eye of ender. But unexpectedly, the eye didn't fly far. It only moved forward about 4 meters before gently falling to the ground. Ryan raised an eyebrow and walked to where it landed, tossing it again. This time, the moment it flew up, it immediately dropped downward. "Ryan, is the eye of ender broken?" Ganyu asked curiously. But Ryan's eyes gleamed with a smile. "Noon, the contrary. We've found the end portal. 186, heading to the end. Dragon slaying." Ryan never expected that after searching all day for the end, it would turn out to be right outside the already chosen Monstat base number 1. That saved a lot of effort. He had originally planned that if he found the end portal, he would just set up a teleportation point there and have Ningguang's team come build a proper base. Now, that wasn't necessary anymore. Even though he still had a lot of teleportation points in reserve, the fewer he used, the better. The MC world was boundless. Who knew how many teleportation points Ryan would need to place in the future? Using a wooden fence, he marked the location, then turned around and set up a crafting table. "Ryan, aren't we going down to slay the dragon now?" Keking asked curiously. Ryan shook his head. "We are, but we need to be well prepared and also clear out our backpacks. This time, we'll be killing at least 13 dragons. We'll need quite a few end crystals to respawn them, and we also need backpack space to store the dragon eggs. Let's get everything ready before the afternoon." Hearing this, Paimon counted on her fingers, then mumbled after a moment. "Ryan, if we're getting 13 dragon eggs, shouldn't we bring one back for Cloud Retainer?" "Of course she gets one. Otherwise, would she have guarded the house for nothing?" Ryan chuckled at Paimon. Everyone agreed that Cloud Retainer had done a good job guarding the base, but calling it hard work was definitely an exaggeration. There had been no communication from Cloud Retainer today, but Ningguang and the others knew full well that she was probably busy designing her own jade chamber in the sky. If she had actually encountered bandits or new monsters, she would have sent word immediately. "Fine," Paimon shrugged. "But Ryan, don't you want a dragon egg?" Of course I do. Ryan rolled his eyes. I've already made up my mind I am going to hatch an ether dragon. No way I'm giving up my dragon egg. Then who aren't you giving a dragon egg to? Paimon asked, scratching her head. But then she caught Ryan looking at her with playful eyes. Paimon froze and pointed at herself in disbelief. Me. Exactly. Ryan nodded without hesitation, rubbing her cheek as he said with a grin. Paimon's so tiny, she'd probably get flung off if she tried riding a dragon. Besides, don't you already fly in Teyvat? You don't fight, you stick to Lumen all day. What do you need a dragon for? Perfectly logical, but Paimon wouldn't accept it. She puffed up her cheeks and stomped her foot hard. Big Mina. Why can't Paimon ride a dragon? I can ride one. Why does everyone get one and I don't? I can help Lumen fight too. Ryan sighed and shook his head. You're just too small to handle a dragon. Then how come Nahida gets one? Ryan, you're playing favorites. Paimon doesn't like you anymore. The completely innocent Nahida turned to look at Paimon with a blank stare. Sure, she was short but there was no rule that lolis couldn't ride dragons, right? And Paimon wasn't just short, she barely even reached Nahida's waist. Plus, this little thing already flies around Teyvat on her own. Did she really need a dragon? Still, seeing Paimon all puffed up and sulky she even refused to eat the cake Ryan offered. He finally gave in. Alright, I'll give you one. Happy now? Paimon's eyes lit up instantly. Her tiny body suddenly exploded with energy as she jumped straight into Ryan's arms, rubbing up against him with a sweet giggle. I knew it. Ryan would never leave me out. You're my favorite. Don't worry, I'll take good care of my dragon. The way she flipped her mood was flawless. Ryan shook his head and muttered. Let's just hope the dragon doesn't accidentally eat you with how small you are. No way. Paimon tilted her head with a cheeky smile. If that happens, I'll just ask Lumen to take care of it for me. Lumen, suddenly burdened with another responsibility, rolled her eyes. But honestly, she didn't mind raising another dragon. One ice dragon, one fire dragon. That way she could trigger elemental reactions all by herself in the future. As for what kind of dragon Paimon wanted, who cared? As Paimon's emergency food guardian, Lumen had the right to decide for her. Just like how red envelopes always got taken by parents with the line, "You're too young, I'll save it for you." After settling things with Paimon, Ryan said quietly, "This time we're crafting 2 sets of end crystals. You all should pay attention to how to make them. There'll be plenty more dragon fights in the future. Also, once end crystals are placed, don't touch them. They explode just like TNT. To craft an end crystal, you need an Eye of Ender, a gas tier, and some glass. Once crafted, you place them in specific locations in the end to summon the Ender Dragon again." As he explained, Ryan's hands were already busy. In no time, he had crafted enough end crystals. He even built a chest nearby to store miscellaneous materials from his inventory. Then Ryan turned to the others. Put your stuff in here. Bring 1 stack of building blocks, 1 stack of empty glass bottles, a diamond sword, a diamond pickaxe, and your enchanted bow. Hearing this, Ganyu asked curiously. Ryan, Endermen are immune to ranged attacks. What about the Ender Dragon? Ryan paused to think, recalling how to kill the Ender Dragon. When it's flying in the air, it's not immune to ranged attacks. But when it lands at the end portal to rest, you can only melee it. Anyway, you won't get a clear idea just from hearing it. Once we're inside and see the dragon, I'll explain everything. Killing the Ender Dragon wasn't much harder than defeating the Wither Storm. The main thing was to avoid getting hit in the face by the dragon's breath. Otherwise, even diamond armor wouldn't hold up for long. Oh, right. Just as Ryan picked up his shovel to start digging, he suddenly turned back. Everyone must bring a stack of glass bottles. We're collecting dragon's breath. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were already prepared. Ryan continued. Zhongli, dig down with me. Go straight down, and remember to place ladders. Once I get down and confirm it's safe, I'll call the rest of you. With that, Ryan started digging on the spot. Zhongli followed, placing ladders as they descended. Neither of them spoke, silently digging their way down. After who knows how many blocks, Ryan's foot suddenly slipped and he fell into a wide, open space. The distinctive clattering of skeleton bones echoed in his ears, prompting Ryan to immediately plant torches around the area. After surveying the surroundings, he observed that they were in an abandoned mineshaft. There were signs of past mining activity, and spider webs were spread across all directions. Zhongli had also arrived beside Ryan. After a moment of caution, they realized there were only monster sounds, but no actual monsters in sight. Ryan whispered, "Don't move just yet, stay on guard. I'm going up to call the others." Zhongli gave a small nod, then pulled out a diamond sword and began harvesting the surrounding spider webs. Ryan climbed back up using the ladder Zhongli had placed earlier. All in all, it took no more than 2 or 3 minutes. He waved down to the group, signaling for everyone to descend into the mine one by one. After a brief inspection, Ningguang commented with some interest. "An abandoned mineshaft? Are there treasure chests and other resources here too?" Ryan nodded with a smile. "There definitely are. This place can be mined as well, but let Jean and the others handle that later. For now, our priority is still finding the end portal." Back in the day, Ryan and Ningguang's group were the type to never leave a single resource behind. They absolutely would have cleared the whole mine before moving on. But now, resource gathering wasn't their concern anymore. The Qianyan army and the miners would take care of it naturally. Once they returned from this expedition, who knows how many new materials they might discover. Ryan, where do we look for the end portal? Ganyu asked softly. Before Ryan could answer, Zhongli pointed ahead and said, there seems to be a passage that way. If there's a portal, it should be in a special room, correct? Ryan nodded and swapped to his shotgun, taking the lead. We'll just have to search. The end portal should be nearby. The group followed close behind, weapons in hand, remaining alert as they ventured deeper, placing torches along the way for markers. At a bend in the path, the sounds of skeletons and zombies grew louder and clearer. Ryan raised his hand and fired. The deafening blast echoed even louder in the narrow confines of the mineshaft. But the 4 or 5 monsters in front of him were all taken out in a single shot. Venti glanced at the shotgun in his hand and scratched his head in confusion. Why does your shotgun seem so much stronger than ours? Ryan chuckled and shrugged. Why else do you think it's called the Super Benelli? With a bit of playful teasing, the group moved onward. Before long, they noticed a bright red glow coming from a small room ahead. The unique scent of lava also reached their noses. Found it. Ryan said with joy, quickening his pace. Everyone hurried after him. Beyond the door was a slightly larger chamber. Floating in midair were some strange-looking structures, with a large hole in the center. Below it was a pool of lava. Seeing this, Lisa raised an eyebrow. This is the end portal. Please don't tell me we have to jump into the lava to get to the end. Ryan let out a helpless laugh and stepped forward, casually plugging the lava pool. No matter what, they'd have to jump into the hole shortly, and having lava beneath it was just pushing their limits too far. Hold the Eye of Ender, place them onto these structures, and we'll be able to teleport to the end. He explained briefly, then quickly tiptoed up and began inserting the Eyes of Ender into the portal frames. Just like the Nether portal's formation, a spatial ripple spread as the end portal formed instantly. Unlike the Nether's portal, which exuded an ominous aura at first glance, the end portal looked like a starry sky embedded within the frame. It was strikingly beautiful. The end portal does look way prettier than the Nether one. What a gorgeous trap, Lisa said with a playful smile as she stepped forward to inspect it. Ryan nodded in agreement. Compared to the Nether, the end may not have lava, but it's just as dangerous if not more. Then he turned to everyone with a smile. Double-check your backpacks. Make sure you've packed everything we're about to teleport. Ehehe. Venti grinned, arms akimbo. Ryan, you're always so reliable when it counts. Ryan simply shrugged. Staying alive is the most important thing. Seeing that no one needed to re-prepare, Ryan turned around and smiled. Alright, I'll go first. Stay close behind me. We head to the end to slay the dragon. 187, the Great End Dimension stage got a gun? Then come on. 187, the Great End Dimension stage got a gun? Then come on. That familiar dizzying sensation surged again. But everyone, having frequently traveled to the Nether these past few days, had already grown used to the feeling. They just shook their heads and quickly recovered. However, as they began observing their surroundings, a trace of tension returned. This was a fully enclosed space from all directions, and most importantly, unlike the Nether, there was no return portal after teleporting here. They were trapped. Everyone's expression turned a little grim. Ryan, however, had anticipated this and said calmly, "Don't panic. This is normal. Once you arrive in the end, if you want to go back, you have to get to the Ender Dragon's area. So, once you're here, you're committed to slaying the dragon." Then he turned and teased Venti. "So if you had come alone earlier, you'd definitely be stuck here for good. That's why we came together." Venti replied cheerfully. Ryan didn't continue teasing him. Instead, he pulled out a pickaxe and said, "Let's dig through these blocks. We've probably teleported to the outer islands of the end. We'll need to bridge over. We'll be coming to this world often in the future." In a few swift moves, he dug through the blocks. The next moment, the view of the end spread out before them. The ground was a milky white color, while the sky and the bottomless abyss below were pitch black. Oddly enough, although the area didn't emit any light, it wasn't necessary to place torches. They could still see clearly. In the distance, they seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Purple flashes, the signature teleportation lights of Enderman, flickered all around the realm. Endermen were everywhere. At a glance, Ningguang and the others spotted 7 or 8 of them. This number was already somewhat dangerous. Even though everyone had learned how to fight Endermen, in the end, they were still few in number. Ryan took out some blocks to start building a bridge and gave a quick reminder. "Remember not to look Endermen in the eyes. We're not here to fight them. Starting a side battle is too troublesome. If you're really unsure, wear a carved pumpkin. That way, even if you look straight at them, it won't be dangerous." Hearing this, Venti shook his head with an expression of resistance. "Pumpkin heads? No thanks. They're uglier than diamond helmets and block your vision. I'd rather not." Ryan said nothing, just gave him a meaningful look. Talking big now, but once he sees what's up ahead, he'll definitely be the first to put it on. Calling over a few of the guys, Ryan and the others began constructing a wider pathway. Ningguang and the rest took charge of placing fences on the sides. If Ryan had come alone, he would have just built a narrow one-way sky bridge. But since they planned to develop the area in the future, might as well build it properly from the start. The distance to the main island wasn't far. Before long, they completed the bridge and arrived at the end. A few steps forward, and everyone froze on the spot. No torches at all, yet the end appeared slightly lit. Not far ahead stood 10 obsidian pillars of varying heights. The area was swarming with Endermen. Just a rough glance revealed hundreds of them. If it were any other monster, no one would care. Now armed with firearms and Ryan's RPG, they could easily crush 400 to 500 enemies. But Endermen were immune to ranged attacks. So many clustered together, never mind accidentally provoking them and getting swarmed. Even if the Endermen just stood still and let them attack, their arms would go sore from swinging. High above, the Ender Dragon soared through the air, beams of light extending from the Ender crystals on its body. It roared past, kicking up violent winds. Unlike Dvalin, it had only one pair of wings and a jet-black body. Its eyes gleamed with a deep violet glow. Slightly smaller than Dvalin, perhaps. But the danger it radiated far exceeded Dvalin. Majestic and fearsome. But at the moment, no one was focused on that. Venti swallowed hard and took out a pumpkin head. I think the pumpkin isn't so bad after all. And promptly wore it on his head. Seeing this, Ryan smirked and leaned close to Ganya's ear, whispering, "Told you, he'd be the first to wear one." Then he took out a few more pumpkins and distributed them to the group. Even Lisa, who hated ugly outfits the most, didn't say a word this time. Beauty could wait. This was a matter of survival. Hundreds of Endermen attacking all at once. Not even a full netherite armor set and a dozen totems of undying would save you. Sometimes, survival comes first. With pumpkins now on their heads, the group exchanged glances. Somehow, they all felt the others looked a bit ridiculous. Then again, they realized they were probably just as ridiculous themselves. Everyone fell silent. This trip to the end might go down as the single most embarrassing, image-shattering moment for all these once handsome and beautiful people. Unanimously choosing to ignore the pumpkin aesthetics, everyone turned their eyes to the Ender Dragon. The mighty dragon's roars echoed in all directions. It truly was a sight to behold. But thinking about the chance to ride such a magnificent creature, their anxiety started turning into excitement. Hee. Venti rubbed his hands in anticipation. I can already picture myself riding the Ender Dragon across Mondstadt. Dvalin will be so happy. Ryan rolled his eyes. Happy? Seeing his old friend abandon him for a new dragon, riding the Ender Dragon around every day. If Dvalin could take on the Ender Dragon, he'd definitely beat it up when Venti wasn't around. Aren't you supposed to be hatching a nether dragon? How'd it become an Ender Dragon now? Diluc crossed his arms and asked coldly. The classic cool guy pose looked oddly comical with a pumpkin on his head. Thankfully, everyone's attention was on the dragon, so no one noticed. Venti kept his eyes locked on the Ender Dragon and said righteously, "Don't you think the pitch-black Ender Dragon looks cool? It's a black dragon, and it breathes some kind of non-elemental dragon fire. Way cooler than Dvalin." At that, everyone mentally rolled their eyes. As expected, all bards are basically the same charming, unfaithful rogues. Still, Ryan understood Venti well. After all, he too was the type to chase after new things even while having something in hand. Venti sought freedom, and he wanted others to be free as well. That's why he never tried to restrain Dvalin. He let him enjoy true freedom. But that didn't mean Venti didn't like dragons. Back during the Archon War, he had ridden Dvalin into many great battles. If anyone could be called Teyvat's #1 dragon knight, it was none other than Venti. But now that Dvalin was truly free, Venti could no longer force him to carry him through the skies like in the past. Though Dvalin was willing, Venti had a principle he refused to break. The dragons hatched in this world were different. They lacked much intelligence. Even if Venti were to set them free, all they could do was squat there in a daze. So what were they? Perfect mounts, of course. Teyvat's #1 dragon knight, Venti, had found his beloved steed once more. Alright, focus. Let me explain how to deal with the Ender Dragon. Ryan clapped his hands, pulling everyone's attention back. After organizing his thoughts, he first pointed to the 10 obsidian pillars surrounding them. See those pillars? The end crystals are on top. To slay the dragon, we first need to deal with those end crystals. Otherwise, the Ender Dragon will keep healing. Some crystals are surrounded by iron bars. We'll need to climb up and dismantle them, but listen carefully, don't attack the crystals directly, or they'll explode. We have Ganyu. She can shoot them from a distance once the cages are removed. Seeing everyone nod in understanding, Ryan continued. When the Ender Dragon is flying, use ranged attacks. It's not ideal, but I trust all of you are capable. So, while it's airborne, hit it hard with firearms. The Ender Dragon will also breathe dragon's breath at use. It deals very high damage. Do not try to tank it. After dodging the breath, Lisa and Ningguang, you're in charge of collecting the dragon's breath in glass bottles. It's vital for crafting lingering potions later. Again, never try to tank the breath directly. Don't think that enchanted diamond armor can save you. This is one of the strongest enemies in this world. Its damage is beyond imagination. Make sure to carry multiple totems of undying. And don't be stingy with golden apples. Use one as soon as your health drops. After a short pause to let the information sink in, Ryan pointed to the central pool not far away. That's the final pool. The Ender Dragon will dive into it like Dvalin does, and the dive attack is very powerful. When it lands on the pool, it becomes immune to ranged attacks. That's when we need to go in for melee. If you're too far, use Ender Pearls to close the distance. Also, while it's perched on the pool, it breathes dragon's breath straight ahead, so we need to attack from the sides or rear. That's pretty much everything important. He turned toward Nahida and Paimon, then pulled out some obsidian and quickly built them a small hut. You two stay in here and behave. We'll be done soon. Paimon was more than happy to stay in the safe zone. She wasn't going to fight anyway, maybe fire off a few random shots for moral support. Whether she hit or not, Ryan and the others didn't mind. She was so tiny, just joining them in the end was brave enough. Nahida, however, looked at Ryan with a pout. Does Ryan really see me as a little kid? I can fight too. But letting you fight would be my mistake. Ryan patted her head. No matter what Nahida said, in his eyes she was just a little lowly. He wasn't nearly heartless enough to let her swing a diamond sword at a dragon. Be good. I'll hatch a dragon for you when we get back. Nahida gave a soft hum and quietly tugged on his hand. You be careful. Ryan smiled, said nothing, and gave her cheek a pinch before leaving the hut. The obsidian was incredibly sturdy, even the Ender Dragon couldn't break it. They would be safe inside. He took out the telescope he had crafted earlier and surveyed the end crystals. After confirming that 2 of them were encased in iron cages, he pointed in their direction. Xiao, Zhongli, I'll need you two to climb up and dismantle the cages. Be careful, and do not damage the end crystals. We'll distract the Ender Dragon for you. The two nodded solemnly, then quietly moved into position. Ryan pulled out his light machine gun and aimed it at the Ender Dragon in the sky. The others got ready as well. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. Moments later, as the Ender Dragon let out another roar and soared past, Ryan suddenly raised his gun. Open fire. The endless sound of gunfire echoed through the silent, barren end like a chain of firecrackers on New Year's Eve. 188 bedrock? What kind of absurd block is that? The bullets carved fiery trails in the pitch-black end sky, weaving a blazing net. The Ender Dragon, like a giant sea beast caught in a fishing net, struggled fiercely to break free. Although everyone wasn't as pinpoint accurate as Ganyu, their aim was still remarkably good. A large portion of the dense barrage found its mark on the Ender Dragon. Unfortunately, just as the Ender Dragon's health dropped by a fifth, it swooped past an end crystal and fully regenerated. Ryan quickly pulled out an RPG and shouted over his shoulder. Ganyu, take out the 8 end crystals that aren't caged in iron bars first. Ganyu's eyes sharpened. Kneeling on one knee, she raised her rifle and aimed. She didn't even need to think. Once an end crystal entered her field of view, a single shot was enough to blow it up. Ganyu worked swiftly, destroying 4 crystals in the blink of an eye. Just as she was reloading to continue, the Ender Dragon changed direction and dove straight at them. Its jaws opened slightly, gathering radiant violet particles, beautiful, yet laced with a chilling aura of death. Dodge. Ryan tossed an Ender Pearl and teleported to another location. Glancing back, he saw that everyone had safely dodged the dragon's breath. The ground was now littered with the residue from the Ender Dragon's breath. Lisa and Ningguang put down their guns and rushed forward with glass bottles to collect it. Draw its aggro. Ganyu, keep targeting the end crystals. Ryan shouldered the RPG and kept pulling the trigger. 4 or 5 rockets streaked toward the Ender Dragon. Only 2 found their target, but even that was enough to make the dragon flinch in pain. In that brief moment, Ganyu fired another 4 shots. She precisely destroyed 4 more end crystals. With only 2 crystals left, the dragon's healing rate dropped drastically. But now it turned and flew toward Zhongli and Xiao. Don't let it get near them. At this moment, the Ender Dragon was already close to Xiao, almost perfectly aligned for a direct hit. Ryan didn't dare fire more rockets, switching instead to a light machine gun for suppressive fire. This kind of life-or-death crisis was nothing new to Xiao and Zhongli, who had experienced countless such battles over the millennia. Calm and composed, they focused on breaking through the iron cages. Bullets whizzed past their ears, but neither turned to look. Veterans of many wars, they knew that at moments like this, trusting your teammates was the best course of action. And Ryan's group didn't let them down. The intensified firepower redirected the dragon's attention, and it once again dove toward them. But by now, everyone was used to this trick. With a toss of ender pearls, they scattered instantly. Another wave of dragon's breath rained down, and Ningguang and Lisa rushed back to collect it again. It's open. Zhongli and Xiao's voices rang out in unison. After using ender pearls to teleport several times, they rejoined Ryan and the others. Eat golden apples to recover health, Ryan instructed. Then he called out, Ganyu. No sooner had he spoken than 2 gunshots rang out. The last 2 end crystals exploded in a flash. Venti cheerfully stowed away the VSS sniper rifle he had used earlier. Kidding me? I'm a long-range expert too, alright. He proudly wiped his nose, then turned around only to see the ender dragon bearing down on him, jaws wide open. Venti bolted. Damn it. Ganyu took down 9 crystals, I only took 1. Why target me? Can luck even affect battles like this? A rocket exploded on the Ender Dragon's body, finally pushing its HP down to half. The dragon stopped chasing Venti, instead soaring high and diving toward the end fountain. Cease fire. Switched to swords. Ryan put away his machine gun and drew an enchanted diamond sword. As the dragon dove into the end fountain, he threw an ender eye and closed in. The others weren't far behind, rushing in to surround and hack away at the dragon's tail. It seemed this ender dragon would get along well with as Dehani had its butt slashed by swords, the other was blown up by TNT. But clearly, Ryan wasn't thinking about that now. With everyone playing their part and drawing from their rich battle experience, the dragon's HP plummeted rapidly. Then the ender dragon breathed out a final burst of dragon's breath and soared into the air once more. Without needing Ryan to give the order, everyone raised their weapons and took aim. But before they could fire, the ender dragon suddenly changed course and dove straight for Ryan with its jaws wide open. "Ryan, get out of there!" Ganyu shouted. But Ryan calmly reached for a grenade at his waist. Just a sliver of health left. Staring down the incoming ender dragon, he hurled the grenade with all his might. "Take this!" The grenade flew straight into the dragon's mouth, detonating just before it could unleash its breath. A violent explosion went off inside its body. The ender dragon froze. The light in its eyes slowly faded. Its massive body floated upward into the sky. From within, an explosion of dazzling white light erupted like fireworks. Ryan raised a hand, signaling everyone to hold fire. Casually, he wrapped an arm around Ganyu's shoulder and said softly, "Ganyu, let me show you some fireworks." The next moment, the ender dragon exploded in a thunderous blast, scattering brilliant violet lights like falling stars. It looked like it was raining stardust. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Ryan gently pinched one of Ganyu's horns. Ganyu closed her eyes, smiling with joy. She nodded vigorously. "Very beautiful." Beside them, Zhongli twitched at the corner of his mouth, clearly disapproving of Ryan's PDA in the middle of battle. With the ender dragon's death, the entire end seemed to be renewed. The end fountain now shimmered with starlight, just like the end portal once had. It looked like a lake mirroring the night sky. At the center of the end fountain, atop a block of bedrock, a pitch-black dragon egg rested silently. Everyone regrouped at the fountain. Diluc, uncharacteristically, cracked a joke. This version of the end fountain suits the name, Lake of Falling Stars, much better. Everyone chuckled, then turned their fiery gazes to the dragon egg. The oval-shaped, pitch-black egg exuded no unusual aura, but it held the promise of a rideable dragon. That was the true goal of their journey to the end. To soar through the skies on Dragonback, that dream was now within reach. Ryan glanced at Ningguang and Lisa. Like the others, their eyes were fixed on the dragon egg. Ryan waved a hand in front of Lisa. "How much dragon's breath did we collect?" Lisa snapped out of it and checked her inventory. She replied softly, "I have 13 bottles." "I have 16, Ningguang added. Ryan nodded. "Still a bit few, but that's okay. We'll keep collecting more later." Just as he finished speaking, Venti couldn't hold back any longer and eagerly pulled out a diamond pickaxe. "Dragon's breath or whatever doesn't matter. What's important now is the dragon egg. Should I mine it with the diamond pickaxe? Or should I just climb up and take it?" Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Ryan in unison. He shook his head. "You can't mine the dragon egg. The moment you touch it, it'll teleport away. If you want to get it, you have to dig the block underneath and make it fall using a torch." "Got it. Dig out the block, right? I'll do it." Excited, Venti got on his toes and leapt up, aiming straight for the bedrock. Seeing this, Ningguang and the others had odd expressions. They'd seen people with hard heads before, but never anyone this stubborn. This guy seriously wanted to mine bedrock. Ryan rolled his eyes and stopped Venti. "Alright, enough. You can't mine bedrock." By now, Venti had swung his pickaxe a dozen times, but not even the slightest crack had appeared on the bedrock. Venti was baffled. Even obsidian would have shown some cracks after that many hits. And he was using a diamond pickaxe with efficiency. Scratching his cheek, Venti muttered, "Is the diamond pickaxe not enough? What kind of pickaxe do I need?" Ningguang chuckled and shook her head softly. "No pickaxe will work. Bedrock simply can't be mined or destroyed." "Can't be mined or destroyed? What do you mean?" Jean frowned slightly, puzzled, and looked at Ningguang. "Exactly what it sounds like," Ningguang replied, shaking her head. "Ryan once said that every block in this world can be destroyed except bedrock. It can't be mined, can't be destroyed, not even with a peace bomb. It won't budge. It's an absolute rule, indestructible. Even if you had divine power and dug for a whole year without rest, you still couldn't break it. We originally thought bedrock would make the perfect ceiling material, but we can't get any of it." Jean and the others fell silent. They gazed at the dragon egg resting atop the unmoving bedrock, feeling a bit dejected. "So," Lisa looked at Ryan with a bit of a headache. "We worked so hard to kill the dragon, and now we can only stare at the egg." Ryan chuckled and stepped forward. "I got it. Just watch how I do it." With that, he tiptoed into the air and gently touched the dragon egg. Like an Enderman teleporting, the egg instantly appeared on the bedrock platform of the end fountain below. Ryan jumped down and tapped the egg again. This time, the egg landed on a diggable part of the end island. Leading the others over, Ryan dug beneath the egg and placed a torch 2 blocks below it. Then he broke the block supporting the dragon egg. The egg fell, landed on the torch, and transformed into an item that could be picked up. At last, the dragon egg was in hand. Pocketing the egg, Ryan turned to the others with a smile. Learned how it's done. Lisa said thoughtfully. You take advantage of the egg's teleporting behavior and dig it out to make it drop. Doesn't seem too hard. Ryan nodded. Exactly. If you understand it, even better. But you don't need to overthink it, just make sure you're able to pick up the egg. Seeing how easily Ryan obtained the dragon egg, Venti's eyes sparkled, and he sidled up with a cheeky grin. Hee, Ryan, I learned it too. How about you put the egg on the ground and let me try? His expression was sincerely innocent, but his thoughts were clearly devious. The more Venti acted like this, the more Ryan knew exactly what he was planning. Obviously, he was just waiting for Ryan to set down the egg so he could snatch it. Ryan rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Cut it out. Don't play those little tricks with me. It's not like we're done killing dragons yet. Besides, even if I gave you the egg now, you can't hatch it anyway. We'll get it later. It's not like the egg is going to run off." Exposed for his sneaky plan, Venti wasn't embarrassed in the least. With a playful hee, he backed off to the side. Do we need to use end crystals to revive the ender dragon? Ningguang asked, taking out a set of end crystals and looking at Ryan. He raised his hand and pointed toward the nearby end fountain. Place 4 over there. Let's summon the ender dragon. 189, Sky-based dragon-slaying cannon, the pinnacle of redstone technology. To summon the ender dragon, one must place 4 end crystals atop the bedrock blocks at the end fountain. After that, it's just a matter of waiting a short while before the ender dragon reappears. Following Ryan's instructions, the end crystals were placed properly. The bedrock beneath them suddenly ignited in flames. As the flames lit up, the end crystals began to spin rapidly. At the same time, the previously destroyed end crystals atop the obsidian pillars began to regenerate. Everyone's personal interface suddenly showed a progress bar. Though the bar advanced slowly, it was clear that it wouldn't take more than an hour for the ender dragon to be fully summoned again. Seeing this, Ryan temporarily gave up on his original plan. He had originally thought that if the ender dragon's summoning took a long time, it would be a good opportunity to lead everyone to explore the end a bit. Perhaps even check out the end city. But since the summoning was so fast, it seemed no one was in the mood to go adventuring elsewhere. Instead, they set up a table and sat down to rest. Xiao, however, couldn't sit still. He grabbed a boat and went off to find more endermen. He intended to wipe them all out before leaving the end. Although the lucky blocks had given everyone quite a few ender pearls, one could never have too many of those. Besides, many people now needed ender pearls, so it made sense to gather more. During the recent battle with the ender dragon, they'd all seen firsthand how useful ender pearls were. For such a teleportation item, everyone remained very enthusiastic. Ryan didn't stop him. Clearing out the endermen would help keep the battlefield clean for their next dragon fight. They could finally remove their pumpkin helmets. Besides the aesthetic, those pumpkins really hindered visibility. As Ryan watched the light from the end crystals above him converge and weave the form of the dragon, he felt a bit of regret. If only I had brought redstone with me this time to the end, I could have built the most destructive weapon in all of redstone tech. This statement immediately piqued Ningguang's interest. To her, anything involving redstone was directly connected to the Jade Chamber. She still felt that the upgrades to the Jade Chamber weren't perfect enough. She turned and silently stared at Ryan, her gaze full of curiosity and desire to learn more about this redstone creation he spoke of. Ryan chuckled softly and said, "The sky-based dragon-slaying cannon." Sky-based. This strange term made everyone curious. Ryan nodded and looked at Ningguang. You all probably understand that due to the relationship between height and gravity, even just dropping a huge rock from the Jade Chamber onto a monster below can cause massive damage. The concept of sky-based first originated in my previous world. Someone proposed a theory to send tungsten rods into space. Then, when needed, allow the tungsten rods to fall freely from space, like artificial meteors, plummeting from hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky. The damage it would cause could even surpass that of a nuclear bomb. This was a theoretical, ultimate weapon that still only existed in science fiction. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Teyvat's research in science was still in a very primitive stage, perhaps due to Celestia's restrictions. In any case, given their understanding of combat power, they could imagine the kind of damage such a weapon could deal. But understanding the principle behind it was a different matter. Not that Ryan expected them to understand. He continued. The so-called sky-based dragon-slaying cannon is a massive redstone platform built high above the ender dragon. Using TNT boosting and biomechanics, it accelerates arrows to their maximum possible speed in an instant. With such extreme speed comes extreme power. The energy generated in that moment, even though the ender dragon is constantly regenerating health through the crystals, is still enough to completely negate any healing and instantly wipe out its entire HP bar. This is an extraordinarily complex, yet equally terrifying weapon. As of now, there's virtually no living creature that could withstand a single blast from it. Ryan wasn't wrong. Without mods like Titans installed, in the base Minecraft world, the ender dragon is practically one of the toughest mobs by raw health. If even it could be one-shot, what other mob could possibly survive? However, hearing Ryan's explanation, Ningguang couldn't help but become fascinated. If the Jade Chamber could be equipped with such a sky-based dragon-slaying cannon, against ordinary monsters, deploy redstone bombers. Against powerful monsters, unleash the sky-based dragon-slaying cannon? Could the Jade Chamber be manually upgraded into a mechanical war god? Ryan immediately saw through Ningguang's train of thought and smiled wryly. I'd advise you not to consider installing the sky-based dragon-slaying cannon on the Jade Chamber. Ningguang raised an eyebrow, curious. Why? Is it really that dangerous? Dangerous. Ryan thought for a moment, then shook his head. To the enemy, Shurite's absolutely dangerous. This thing could probably one-shot even a not-so-powerful god. Even Morix himself might not be able to dodge it and would be gravely injured in an instant. Ningguang became even more puzzled. Then why not let me install it? Don't worry, I wouldn't just fire it whenever I feel like it. Ryan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. It's not a matter of danger. He sighed and began explaining patiently. The sky-based dragon-slaying cannon takes advantage of too many world and block mechanics. You wouldn't be able to understand it completely without spending several months studying it. Besides, the construction is immense. Even if I knew every step by heart, it would still take over a month to successfully build one. And the material cost is enormous: beacons, redstone, TNT, timers. A full sky-based dragon-slaying cannon requires nearly thousands of blocks, and its structure is almost half the size of the Jade Chamber. With that thing installed, how would the Jade Chamber even fly? Not to mention, this isn't just some simple redstone cannon. If you want to replicate the sky-based dragon-slaying cannon on the Jade Chamber. Ryan paused, then continued explaining. From my perspective, it can only be placed beneath the Jade Chamber. I'm not even sure if the Jade Chamber's power source can move it. Besides, your Jade Chamber hovers above Liyue Harbor every day. A space-based dragon-slaying cannon capable of leveling cities or nations, aimed daily at Liyue Harbor. Aren't you the least bit concerned? You know, this thing can instantly kill the Ender Dragon. If it's fired on Liyue Harbor, it could probably flatten half the city in one blast. If Morix found out, would he even allow you to install such a thing? After saying this, Ryan glanced sideways at Zhongli. The latter gave a subtle nod, his gaze offering tacit approval. Zhongli wasn't too worried about the redstone cannons on the Jade Chamber. Regular TNT, he could block with his shield. Even a large amount wouldn't cause major damage. After all, Liyue Harbor was protected by multiple Immortal Sand himself. But the space-based dragon-slaying cannon was different. It could one-shot an Ender Dragon. Zhongli doubted even his own defenses, or those of the other Adepti, could withstand it. As powerful as it was, it really didn't need to be mounted on the Jade Chamber. And besides, the Jade Chamber no longer lacked redstone weaponry. Something as excessive as a space-based cannon. Better if it didn't appear at all. Ningguang snuck a glance at Zhongli. His face was calm, but from his eyes, she could tell he clearly disapproved of installing that cannon on the Jade Chamber. So she didn't push it. The Jade Chamber, as it stood now, was already a formidable war fortress. Seeing Ningguang's somewhat disappointed look, Ryan thought for a moment, then said softly. If you're really keen on further arming the Jade Chamber, we can look into the modern weapons mod once we get back. I think there's an automated turret system in there. Once it's installed, any unidentified enemies that approach the Jade Chamber will be automatically targeted and struck. But I don't really remember how to make it. I'll need to research it when we get back. Automated turrets? Not just Ningguang, Jean and the others perked up at that. Ryan didn't bother explaining further. He didn't even know the crafting recipe himself. Best to go back and study it first. As they chatted, the Ender Dragon above gradually reached its final phase. Everyone stood up, gazing toward the sky. The ever-playful Venti's eyes lit up mischievously. With a cheeky grin, he said, "Say, don't you think this counts as desecrating the Ender Dragon's corpse?" His odd thought made everyone pause for a moment. But then Lumen responded, "More than that. We killed the Ender Dragon, took its egg, then summoned it again just to kill it again and take another egg. And then we're going to hatch those eggs, raise the dragons ourselves, and make them fight under our command. When you think about it like that, yeah, we're definitely the bad guys. But," Lumen blinked playfully and glanced at Ryan. "It's all Ryan's fault. He's the one who talked us into slaying dragons and collecting dragon eggs. If the Ender Dragon's ghost wants revenge, it should go after Ryan." Ryan chuckled and deliberately put on a serious face. "If that's how you feel, then let's spare one dragon. I'm sure kind-hearted Lumen wouldn't want to kill a dragon and take its egg." Lumen froze, her face stiffening. She puffed up angrily and glared at him. "Ugh, I was just joking. Ryan, you petty jerk." "I'm petty. Well, actually. Fine, I am petty. Your dragon egg's gone." "What?" "Ryan, I said I was sorry." Compared to their first dragon hunt, everyone had become far more experienced. The Ender Dragon was indeed powerful, but its attacks were just the same old tricks. Even a few seasoned Millelith soldiers could beat it, let alone this group. Zhongli and Xiao, as always, prepared to climb the obsidian towers and take out the iron bar cages. The others didn't need any orders from Ryan. They took their positions automatically. As the Ender Dragon reappeared, it let out a thunderous roar, asserting its dominion over the End. A well-aimed RPG sailed right into its mouth. TCH. I'm getting better at this. Ryan grinned and swapped in his light machine gun. As he opened fire, the group's assault became fierce once again. The End, silent for half a day, once again echoed with unrelenting gunfire. Meanwhile, Ganya nimbly sniped down the End crystals without iron cage protection. This time, Ryan gave no instructions, no warnings. There were no rallying cries, only the sound of gunfire drowning everything else out. 190 base under attack. With the experience from the first time, the process of slaying dragons became much simpler. Without Ryan needing to remind them, everyone took up their roles and steadily followed the established procedures. Ningguang and Lisa were in charge of collecting dragon's breath, while Zhongli and Xiao dismantled the cages. The others drew aggro and launched attacks. Perhaps it was because Venti had been carelessly hit by a wither blast last time that he learned his lesson. This time, everyone followed the plan strictly, making no unnecessary moves. After slaying a few more dragons, everything settled into a routine. Dragon slaying was only full of excitement and novelty the first time. Anyone, stuck in the dark and endless End realm, repeating such mechanical combat day after day, would eventually grow bored. After all, not everyone was like Tartaglia, who thrived on battle. If it weren't for the allure of the dragon eggs, they would have longed to leave already. The Manor Villa. At this moment, in the overworld, it was already dusk, the time when Ryan and his team had departed. Cloud Retainer had finished a day's work and returned to the villa to rest. With Ryan away, she couldn't return to Teyvat either. But for Cloud Retainer, that didn't really matter. Just in terms of rest, the beds in this world were actually more comfortable. All day long, Cloud Retainer had continued her struggle with the mountain behind the base. After repeatedly revising her blueprints and rebuilding, the area had started to resemble Jueyun Karst. However, starting today, her progress would likely slow down significantly. The Qianyan army and the miners had all been redeployed to excavate the mine, leaving her without help. Relying on herself alone, it would take a lot more time. Cloud Retainer also gave up her plan to build a statue of herself. It was just too ugly. After hastily eating dinner, she wanted to check on Ryan and the others' progress. But after thinking it over, she figured they were probably already fighting dragons. So she gave up on that idea. With nothing else to do, Cloud Retainer decided to collect various pieces of tech from around the villa. She even went up to the floating island to inspect the mob farm and similar constructions. Once she was done, she planned to get some sleep. However, just as she lay down, a communication link from the Qianyan army came through. Annoyed, Cloud Retainer sat up. She had just started feeling drowsy. But before she could complain, deafening gunfire blared from the other end of the call. True Adeptus Cloud Retainer. We're under attack. Dash's panicked voice, mixed with an overwhelming barrage of gunshots, instantly made Cloud Retainer shudder and fully wake up. Without Dash needing to say more, she understood they were under enemy attack. And the attackers had firearms. The Qianyan army had no modern firearms, so this dense volley of gunfire meant there were a lot of enemies. Cloud Retainer immediately jumped to her feet, grabbed the guns and ammo from a storage chest, and ran downstairs. Dash's voice came through again, but before he could say much, Cloud Retainer barked. Everyone, stay where you are and hide. Block the doors with iron blocks. I'm on my way. With that, she instantly teleported to base number 2. After confirming everything there was fine, she quickly contacted Ryan. Moments later, the call connected, but before Cloud Retainer could speak, the sound of gunfire came from Ryan's side too. Cloud Retainer immediately felt a headache coming on. Ryan, are you guys in combat too? Ryan fired a shot at the Ender Dragon, then retreated. We're slaying a dragon. What is it? No time to explain. Base number 1 is under attack. The enemy has firearms, and from the sound of it, a lot of them. Ryan's expression tightened. He threw an Ender Pearl and left the battlefield. Go to the tulip flower pot. There's a lever there, use it to enter my storage room. The large chest to the right of the workbench has 5 MP5s and a batch of grenades. Take the ammo and head to base number 1 to support them. We can't come back just yet, we won't be done until early tomorrow morning. Don't engage the enemy directly. Have everyone hide and check if any enemies are carrying RPGs or sniper rifles. If there's an RPG, take them out fast. If it's a sniper, stay hidden. Hold out until morning. Cloud Retainer quickly agreed and ended the call. She rubbed her brow in frustration. She had expected the base might come under attack eventually, but she hadn't thought it would happen this soon. Just yesterday before they left, Ryan had personally scouted the area within a 50-mile radius to ensure it was safe. Looking at the others who were still unaware of what had happened, Ryan pressed his lips together, choosing not to tell them yet. They were in the final stage of dragon slaying. As long as the base was only defending, with redstone cannons and block building skills, they should be okay. If not, he'd ask Cloud Retainer again later. If she could handle it, they'd finish off the dragon first. If she couldn't, he'd return personally. After all, the teleportation point had already been set. With those thoughts, Ryan rejoined the fight. Far away, Cloud Retainer followed Ryan's instructions and found the weapons. Beside them was a batch of grenades. Luckily, she'd seen Ryan use them before, so she decisively armed herself, transformed into a crane, and flew toward base number 1. It wasn't far, and driven by urgency, she arrived quickly. But she didn't dare land immediately. Not only was the front gate surrounded, but the sides and rear were also swarmed by strange creatures. There were hundreds of them. Gunfire filled the air, and bullets streaked across the sky. If she forced a landing, she might be riddled with bullets. With her weakened adepti power, Cloud Retainer couldn't guarantee she'd survive a concentrated volley from so many firearms. Even in Teyvat, that would be dangerous. High in the sky, she circled and observed carefully. Many Qianyan soldiers were already wounded, collapsed near the houses, bleeding, their armor blown apart. A squad of Qianyan soldiers rushed around the base, hurling healing potions non-stop. Perhaps it was because of this that there had been no casualties yet. But the miners weren't doing well either. They held up shields, trying to patch up the gaps in the barricades while bullets flew wildly. But it was basically a futile effort. The shields couldn't withstand the power of the bullets that any hit would blow a large hole through them. Still, they only needed to hold out briefly. The rest was up to the iron armor to take the brunt, so they wouldn't be knocked down directly. A team of 700 to 800 people was being completely suppressed by the 100+ bandits armed with hot weapons. They couldn't even lift their heads. It was frustrating, but there was nothing they could do. They could try to counterattack with bows and arrows, but no one dared to expose themselves. Otherwise, they'd be easily hit by the stray bullets flying everywhere. At this moment, base number 1 had taken on a tragic tone. The iron golems stationed outside had already been blown to bits by gunfire. Base number 1 had become a lonely island. Cloud Retainer didn't dare waste time and quickly contacted Dash. Dash, I'm here. Look above you. Dash, who was commanding the miners to plug the last gap, was overjoyed when he heard this. He wiped the blood off his face. True Lord Cloud Retainer, what should we do? Cloud Retainer took a deep breath and calmed down completely. After all, she had survived the War of the Archons. Her combat experience was beyond seasoned. Though the situation was dire, at least the enemy hadn't breached the walls. They could still protect themselves for now, but they couldn't remain trapped here forever. After a brief moment of thought, Cloud Retainer looked toward the front gate. Have someone activate the redstone cannon. Blast the enemies directly in front. I'll enter from there. Dash didn't hesitate. He summoned a dozen Qianyan soldiers, had them equip fresh iron armor and shields, and cautiously made their way over. At this point, the walls were already reinforced with 2-block-high stone barricades. Though debris flew as bullets struck them, they were at least holding for now. He waved his hand to signal the team to activate the redstone cannon. In the next instant, a barrage of TNT whistled through the air, catching the bandits at the front gate completely off guard. The gunfire paused briefly. Cloud Retainer seized the opportunity and dived down, weaving around stray bullets as she spiraled into the base. Dash and the others quickly returned inside as well. After the brief lull, the gunfire around them grew even more frenzied. They didn't use the redstone cannon again. The enemies were too close now, almost face to face, and it would be hard to hit them with it. Cloud Retainer returned to human form and glanced around. Although everyone was covered in blood and many of their iron armors were in tatters, their spirits were still high. Dash rushed forward to report. True Lord Cloud Retainer, we were ambushed by these bandits on our way back. They caught us completely off guard. Many brothers didn't even have time to react. Seeing Dash's grief-stricken face, Cloud Retainer frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "What's the casualty count?" Dash quickly shook his head. "Many are injured, but none dead. We weren't far from the base at the time, and healing potions were used constantly. It's just..." The Qianyan soldiers around them all lowered their heads, their eyes red. "Our wolves, they all died protecting us. Out of 242 wolves at the base, only 23 were rescued and survived." Cloud Retainer pressed her lips together, not uttering any ill-timed remark like, "They can be raised again." To these people, the wolves had fought by their sides through countless battles, had ventured with them into dark mines. They had risked their lives to protect them. To them, the wolves were comrades in arms. And now, over 200 wolves had perished, leaving only 23. One could only imagine their sorrow. This isn't the time to dwell on that. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Cloud Retainer sighed inwardly, looking up at the dense bullet marks above. For a moment, even she felt at a loss. If she still had her immortal power, while she couldn't tank bullets head-on, she could at least summon a raging wind to blow all those enemies away. But now, True Lord Cloud Retainer, we've never seen enemies like this before. Seeing her remain silent, Dash grew anxious. The weapons in their hands are terrifying. One bang, and even with iron armor, we end up with a hole in us. If this keeps up, things will only get worse. Even the stone walls won't hold much longer. They even shattered the iron golems made from pure iron. Hearing this, Cloud Retainer snapped back to focus and said solemnly, "I know, these are hot weapons. 191, full-scale gunfire counterattack. Hot weapons." Dashi was stunned for a moment. He seemed to recall hearing Ningguang and the others mention something about this. It must have been yesterday in the mines when it was brought up. These are newly developed weapons with immense power. With cluster-based combat, a few hundred can annihilate a cold weapon army of several thousand. So, don't feel bad. It's normal that you couldn't win. Cloud Retainer explained casually, then handed 4 MP5s to Dashi and the others. These were hot weapons Ryan made before he left. Originally, we planned to arm everyone in bulk after the dragon was slain, but then this mess happened. They won't be coming back just yet. Before she could finish speaking, Ryan's voice came through her communicator. Cloud Retainer, what's the situation? The gunfire on Ryan's end had already ceased, must have finished off the dragon. Cloud Retainer sighed. Though we were all injured, luckily there were no casualties. Most of the wolf pack has been wiped out. As long as everyone's safe, can you hold out? Do you need me to come back with weapons? Cloud Retainer glanced at the situation around her and replied with a wry smile. Even if I wanted to say we're fine, there are over 100 enemies outside wielding hot weapons. The Qianyan army built stone barricades, but they keep getting blown apart under the gunfire. Do you have any solutions? Ryan paused in silence for a moment, then spoke with a somewhat calmer tone. So, for now, defense is still manageable, right? Cloud Retainer affirmed. A moment later, Ryan said softly, Cloud Retainer, we're still slaying dragons over here at 06. I'll guide you remotely to craft the simplest hot weapons. The mine at the base should have plenty of materials. Now's the perfect time to make some for a counterattack. But the manufacturing process for hot weapons must not be widely shared. Have the Qianyan army and miners synthesize the materials. You'll craft the weapons personally. Launch the counterattack. Cloud Retainer understood Ryan's intention and agreed. Then she turned to the Qianyan soldiers before her. Mobilize everyone capable of moving. Set up 100 crafting tables, and activate 10 automatic furnaces. Bring out coal and iron ingots. Place 1 iron ingot in the center, surround it with 4 coal on all sides to make steel powder. Smelt the steel powder into steel ingots in the furnace and hand them to me. Move quickly. Everyone else, craft bullets on the workbenches using copper ingots and gunpowder. With that, Cloud Retainer passed along Ryan's instructions to Dashi and the others on how to craft MP5 compatible bullets. In the next moment, the entire base kicked into high gear amidst the rain of gunfire. A continuous stream of iron and coal was transported out, processed into steel powder, and smelted into steel ingots. Cloud Retainer built her workstation on site and began crafting small steel plates and full plates from the steel ingots. First layer, 1 steel ingot in the center. Second layer, 2 small steel plates and 1 steel ingot. Third layer, leave the first slot empty, place 2 steel plates in the second and third slots. Following Ryan's instructions precisely, a freshly made MP5 was quickly completed. Did you memorize that? Ryan asked again. Cloud Retainer replied. All good. You guys focus on the dragon. I'll guard the base. Thanks. If it becomes too much, hold out until morning. We'll return at dawn. With that, Ryan ended the transmission and resumed summoning the Ender Dragon. Bring me 100 skilled ranged attackers. Cloud Retainer shouted, and soon 100 elite Qianyan soldiers lined up before her. They were silent, eyes bloodshot. It was obvious they had all lost their wolves, and were burning with hatred, ready to let it loose. Materials poured in non-stop, and before long, Cloud Retainer had crafted 100 MP5s. She signaled the miners to stop making steel powder and left only the bullet workshop to keep producing. Looking at the armed soldiers in front of her, Cloud Retainer spoke calmly. Everyone, build obsidian cover structures for shelter. Fire at the enemy from behind the barriers. Remember to poke your heads out, and don't worry about running out of bullets. When you're out, come back and get more. One last warning, no one is to point their gun at an ally. Violation will be judged as a threat to Liyue's public order. Understood. The Qianyan soldiers responded in unison. Yes. Cloud Retainer wasn't good at rally speeches, and this wasn't the time anyway. She waved her hand. Counterattack. Free fire. The soldiers dispersed in unison, each accompanied by 2 miners. One dismantled the old cobblestone wall, while the other replaced it with obsidian. They were burning through supplies quickly, but at least obsidian could be replenished. The only real loss. The bullets. Once fired, they were gone for good. Moments later, gunfire erupted not only outside but now also inside the base. The Qianyan soldiers fired at the bandits with deep, seething hatred in their eyes. And honestly, it was justified. The bandits had slaughtered their wolves and used 100 gunmen to suppress their 700,800-strong force all day. Calling it a blood feud wouldn't be an exaggeration. The stench of gunpowder filled the entire base in an instant. This kind of battle had never been seen before. Everyone was a little shocked by it. But no one had time to care. At first, the Qianyan soldiers struggled to land their shots. But as experienced warriors, they quickly adapted to the mechanics of the new firearms. Soon, bandits outside began to fall one by one. The main gate was the first to be cleared. Dashi put down his weapon and rubbed his shoulder, numb from the recoil. He looked in wonder at the MP5 in his hands. To him, this was far more effective than a spear. Standing at a distance, aiming, pulling the trigger, a few shots, and the enemy dropped. Wasn't that much safer than melee combat? Still, the war wasn't over, and now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Dashi waved his hand and shouted loudly. Squads 1 and 2, open the gates and collect the spoils of war. Squads 3 and 4, flank and encircle them from the sides. The rest, maintain suppressive fire. As soon as the words fell, 60 men with hot weapons quickly gathered at the gate. When a nearby miner pulled down the lever, the redstone mechanism door opened with a thunderous boom. The group surged out in an instant. Half of them ducked their heads to ambush the bandits, while the other half scrambled to pick up the weapons scattered on the ground. Though not combat tasks, they were enthusiastic about it. The intense battle earlier had awakened their desire for hot weapons. Although these bandits weren't as strong as the Qianyan army, they had all kinds of firearms far more diverse and effective than just MP5s. The Qianyan soldiers weren't fools either. These powerful weapons that could kill with just a twitch of the finger, since Ningguang and the others hadn't authorized them, clearly couldn't be mass distributed anytime soon. The danger was simply too high. So, with that in mind, they decided to make the most of this chance to get in more fighting. With this mindset, the tide of battle shifted. Where once the bandits had suppressed the Qianyan army through superior firepower, now whenever a bandit so much as peeked out, a hail of bullets would follow. It was as if everyone feared they might shoot too slowly and miss their target. The large-scale firefight didn't last long, but as the number of enemies dwindled, gunfire became increasingly sporadic, and the battle dragged on. The Qianyan soldiers were thrilled by the firearm battle, but they also understood. If a bullet could kill the enemy, it could just as easily kill them too. Some of the bandits had hidden in the distant forest and were taking potshots from cover. So, the miners moved out, digging tunnels right where they stood, leading the Qianyan army into the forest to flush out the hidden enemies. Soon, fire lit up the surrounding forest. By around 2 or 3 in the morning, the last hidden bandit was finally eliminated. After clearing the battlefield, everyone returned to the base. Without Cloud Retainer needing to say a word, they voluntarily handed over their firearms. The Qianyan army and the miners worked through the night without rest, repairing the walls and the damaged ground. Many also went out to look for the wolves who had died earlier. When the first light of dawn broke, everyone gathered once more. Before them were several large crates filled to the brim with bones. All that was left of the wolf packs. The Qianyan soldiers and the miners lowered their heads, many quietly wiping away tears. The attack had come suddenly. If not for the wolves who rushed in and stalled the enemy, some of them surely would have died. In other words, their lives had been traded once again by the wolves. Those who had been here the longest, like Dashi and the others, were especially affected. They were the first to settle here, and the first to encounter the wolf pack. That original small group of wolves, they were the ones who domesticated them, cared for them daily, and watched them grow in number. To them, these wolves were their children, and now only 23 remained. The loss of 420 units of resources wasn't worth crying over, but the destruction of the wolf pack kit was as if the sky had collapsed. Maybe they could raise more wolves in the future, but to them, the wolves were never just lifeless programs. They wagged their tails happily when patted on the head, circled around excitedly when fed meat. They charged at enemies fearlessly, fighting to the death. They were comrades in arms, trustworthy enough to entrust one's life to. And now they were all gone. Dashi clenched his teeth. A man in his 30s, who hadn't cried out even when a bullet tore through him earlier, now stood with head bowed, tears dripping one by one from his face. The memories of joyful days spent with the wolves were like knives piercing his heart. Cloud Retainer collected the weapons, then looked around at the base filled with grief and sighed softly. She was not someone good at comforting others. True Lord Cloud Retainer. Dashi wiped his tears and said in a deep voice, I have a presumptuous request. I know, the bones could be useful to Liyue, and they could be used to breed new wolves. But these bones, they are the last things our wolves left us. They died protecting us. We can't use their remains for something like that. Dashi knelt on one knee, and said solemnly, True Lord Cloud Retainer, please let us keep these remains of our wolves. They deserve the honor of heroes. Let them be buried in the soil of Liyue. The other Qianyan soldiers and miners also knelt in unison, pleading, Please, True Lord Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said, This immortal agrees. These wolves protected you. They are indeed heroes. And Liyue has never mistreated its heroes. I will speak with Master Hu of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Your wolves will be given the proper funeral they deserve. A funeral for Minecraft wolves without much intelligence. It might sound absurd, but at least to the Qianyan soldiers and the miners. These wolves had used their lives to protect them, never once betraying their loyalty. They were not mindless programs. They too, deserved respect. 192 hatching the dragon egg, soaring through the skies. The end. Staring up at the dragon exploding into a dazzling pillar of light above, Ryan murmured softly, This should be the last one, right? Beside him, Ganya shook her head in a daze, her expression a little weary. Everyone else looked the same. A full night of high-intensity, mechanical combat had worn down everyone's enthusiasm for slaying dragons. No matter how exciting a fight may be, when it drags on for too long, it just becomes dull. If it weren't for the lure of dragon eggs, they would have retreated after killing the 7th dragon. Keqing still seemed relatively energetic. Staying up late wasn't unusual for her. After thinking for a moment and recalling their progress, she nodded. Yes, this is the last one. So, what's the plan after this? Are we heading to the end stronghold? Looking at Keking, who despite her fatigue still had a strange energy about her, Ryan smiled wryly and shook his head. Forget it. Everyone's already exhausted though you somehow still have energy. Keking tapped her head and smiled. I used to work non-stop. I'm used to it. Technically, Ganyu should be as well. She glanced regretfully at Ganyu. Back then, she and Ganyu were kindred spirits when it came to overtime. When it came to working late, nobody could outdo them. Unfortunately, after Ganyu got together with Ryan, her lifestyle gradually returned to a more normal rhythm. And now, she was even affected by just one night of staying up and fighting. Love really is a terrifying elixir. Keking sighed in her heart and turned to look at Venti, pointing toward the dragon egg atop the end fountain. Why haven't you gone to collect the dragon egg? Weren't you super excited about it earlier? Venti's face stiffened. With a mournful look, he replied. Spare me. I've been fighting all night and already gathered over a dozen dragon eggs. I'm exhausted too. Damn it. Even during the Archon War, I wasn't this worn out. Ryan really doesn't know how to respect the elderly. Hearing this, Ryan casually glanced at him. An elderly person wearing white stockings? Aren't you worried about cold legs? Venti looked a little embarrassed, then began muttering things the others couldn't understand. You don't get it, this is fashion. A bard doesn't get cold legs. Ryan wasn't in the mood to drag things out. He stepped forward and quickly collected the last dragon egg. Only then did he turn back to the others. The last dragon egg is secured. Let's head back. Ningguang perked up and asked softly. Back to Teyvat. Ryan shook his head, then turned to pick up Nahida and Paimon. The two little ones were thoroughly exhausted. Sleeping in the end was impossible. Beds exploded, so they had spent the night wide-eyed in a room of obsidian, dazed and sleepless. They really had it tough. We'll head to base 1 first. It was attacked by raiders last night. Attacked? Immediately, Zhongli and the others' expressions changed. Keking asked anxiously. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ryan smiled bitterly. You were all busy enthusiastically slaying dragons. We couldn't exactly leave. Seeing that Ningguang and the others were still worried, Ryan gently reassured them. Don't worry, Cloud Retainer was there. I guided her remotely to make some thermal weapons. She hasn't contacted me since. So I assume things are under control. Upon hearing that, everyone finally relaxed a little. Still, Ningguang sounded a bit anxious. Then let's quickly teleport back to the overworld and check on base 1. Also, what about base 2? Base 2 is fine. Only base 1 was attacked. Ryan replied, then jumped into the end fountain first. The others followed closely behind. Back in the overworld, they immediately teleported to base 1 without delay. As they opened their eyes and looked around, everything seemed more or less normal. Although the walls had been repaired, there were still noticeable signs of patchwork. The air in the base was thick with the smell of gunpowder. The Qianyan army and miners were all present. Many of them had bloodshot eyes, and blood stains were visible on their clothes. It was clear a major battle had taken place. Cloud Retainer was stationed not far away, her gaze fixed on a box in front of her. Ryan quickly stepped forward and called out. Cloud Retainer, we're back. What's the situation? Cloud Retainer turned around. Seeing that Ryan and the others were fine, albeit exhausted, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. How did the mission go? Ryan nodded and said with some helplessness. It went okay, but is now really the time to discuss that? Cloud Retainer pointed to the box in front of her. The Qianyan army and the miners didn't suffer any major losses. The wounded recovered quickly. But they were ambushed on the way. To protect them, the wolf pack was nearly wiped out. Only 23 wolves remain. Hearing this, Ningguang breathed a sigh of relief but shook her head. At least the people are safe. We owe the wolves a great debt. Cloud Retainer sighed softly. Yes, those wolves were truly loyal guardians. It's such a shame. Then she looked at Ningguang and said gently. These wolves gave their lives for the safety of others. They're heroes. So I promised them their remains won't be reused as bone meal or materials for breeding new wolves. I'll entrust them to Wangxing Funeral Parlor for a proper burial. Ningguang nodded firmly. No problem. These wolves deserve a hero's burial. They protected hundreds of Liyue citizens. The General Affairs Office will cover the funeral costs. Cloud Retainer nodded and said softly. Then, Master Hu, I'll leave the wolves' remains in your care. For once, Hu Tao, usually so lively and cheerful, sighed and solemnly nodded. Wangxing Funeral Parlor will give them the hero's farewell they deserve. Hu Tao indeed walked the line between life and death and had a rather open view of it. But that didn't mean she was completely indifferent to death. What's more, just the lingering scent of gunpowder was enough to reveal how intense the battle had been. That the Qianyan army and the miners could return safely to the base and await Cloud Retainer's reinforcement. These wolves were definitely the greatest contributors. Burying heroes was perhaps the most heart-wrenching kind of funeral. After this, gather everyone from base 1 and let them return to Liyue for a bit of rest, Ryan said softly. They went through such a brutal fight and lost their beloved wolf companion. Some time to unwind would do them good. Ryan had seen how Dashi and the others treated those wolves like their own sons. Wolves who were truly cared for, who gave their lives to protect their masters. It was a moving story. But for those who experienced it firsthand, it was an unbearable pain. No wonder the whole base was shrouded in such a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. Cloud Retainer then pointed toward a few large crates on the side. These are the resources they mined while you were away these past few days, she said. And the spoils from killing those bandits last night, plus the firearms and bullets you taught me to make, they all here. Ryan nodded slightly and said quietly, this raid has definitely served as a wake-up call. All the firearms dropped by the bandits last night, combined with the MP5s, you may distribute them all. Arm 3 full teams. That way, we'll be prepared for future enemies from the firearm mod. However, gun circulation must be strictly regulated. Every user must be bound to their firearm. And no one is allowed to privately bring firearms into Teyvat. As he spoke, Ryan looked at Ningguang and said softly, you're the expert, arrange this matter. Also, transfer a few reliable members from the forging department. Let them handle future firearm production. Ningguang nodded. She didn't think Ryan was overreacting at all. Everyone had seen the power of firearms with their own eyes. Don't be fooled by the fact there were only a little over 200 weapons brought into Teyvat. That number could easily trigger a massive upheaval. A disturbance even the Adepti and Zhongli might not be able to resolve. Firearms were not something to be taken lightly. In fact, if last night hadn't happened, Ningguang and the others had planned to learn how to make guns themselves and keep the knowledge from spreading. Weapons that could overturn Teyvat's entire power structure weren't to be taken lightly. Ryan opened the crates and glanced through last night's spoils. Mostly shotguns, submachine guns, and rifles, not a single sniper or light machine gun. He didn't feel like checking further and simply asked Ningguang and the others to document everything properly. Then Ryan gathered the Qianyan soldiers and miners, asked them to take the wolves' remains, and returned to Teyvat. He gave them a week's vacation to relax and recover. At the same time, he had the Wangxing funeral parlor choose a site for the burial of the wolves' bones. Hu Tao, always prepared for anything, had even planned to build a dedicated wolf graveyard in advance. In the future, should any loyal, master-protecting wolves perish, they would be buried there, giving the Qianyan soldiers and miners a place to remember them by. Base 1 was now emptied. Ryan and the others transported the supplies back to the manor in batches and headed to Base 2 to distribute firearms to the stationed Qianyan soldiers. He showed them how to use the weapons and made sure they each signed and registered before returning to the villa. By the time they finished all this, it was already noon. Everyone was exhausted, but knowing what needed to be discussed next, they forced themselves to stay awake. Ryan looked around at the group and said gently, from our end exploration, we collected a total of 15 dragon eggs, enough for each of us to have one. So our next task is to hatch them. Venti asked, a little too eagerly. Ryan nodded. That's right. Do you all want to start now, or rest up and come back later? Hatching them takes some time. Everyone had stayed up last night. Ryan and the others had fought dragons in the end all night long. Cloud Retainer had spent the night crafting firearms. So energy levels weren't exactly high. But Ryan clearly underestimated everyone's enthusiasm for riding dragons. If we can start hatching now, there's no reason to wait. If it takes a while, we can just begin and rest later, Ningguang said softly. Then she added, curious. Ryan, is the dragon egg hatching process complicated? What do we need to prepare? Ryan stretched and forced himself to focus. It's not too complicated, but each dragon requires a different environment. Let's start by figuring out which dragons you all want. Then we'll start the hatching process together. There's now a new offer for eager readers over at my Patreon. 193, Soaring with Dragons, The Funeral of the Wolf Pack. Ningguang held a notebook, recording the type of dragon each person desired. Unsurprisingly, dragons associated with the 7 elemental powers were the most popular choices. After all, it meant adding another element to one's arsenal. However, Ryan, Zhongli, Venti, and Ningguang didn't choose elemental dragons. Ryan had been fixated on the ether dragon for a while Venti, having experienced last night's grand dragon slaying operation, found the ender dragon particularly cool. As for Zhongli and Ningguang, the elemental reactions involving Geo were far less effective compared to other elements. So for them, choosing an elemental dragon wasn't a necessity. They hadn't yet decided what kind of dragon to hatch, planning instead to wait and observe the others first. Taking the notebook Ningguang had filled out, Ryan stood up and walked toward the door. Let's go. You all should also take notes on how to hatch each type of dragon. They walked all the way to the edge of the estate's villa, where a vast open space stretched out. Originally, Ryan had planned to turn this area into a modern firearms shooting range. But since he hadn't gotten around to it yet, it conveniently made a great spot for dragon raising. Casually tossing an ender dragon egg onto the ground, he gave it a light pat. Instantly, purple snowflake-like particles began to swirl around it. The others looked on, bewildered by this strange action. Venti scratched his head. Is that hatching already? Ryan shrugged and smiled. What else? As long as you see those purple snowflake particles, it means the egg is incubating. It usually takes about a day to hatch into a baby dragon, and then you'll need to wait a bit more for it to grow up. Placing the egg directly on the ground like this initiates the default incubation process for an ender dragon. Venti fell silent for a moment before giving a sheepish smile. Is it really that simple? No special environment or elaborate process? I mean, aren't eggs usually kept in a nest at a controlled temperature or something? Ryan raised an eyebrow, catching on to Venti's thoughts and teasingly replied. Then how about, you lie on top of it to hatch it? Venti went quiet again, giving Ryan a dead-eyed stare. Ryan just chuckled and waved it off. Don't worry, the incubation method might vary, but the dragon's strength is the same regardless. The differences are mostly in appearance and attributes. For those of you with elemental powers, especially those who can trigger elemental reactions, elemental dragons are definitely stronger. But if you're not aiming for elemental reactions, then just go with whichever dragon appearance you like. With that, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him forward. Generally speaking, if you want to hatch a certain kind of dragon, you need to create the corresponding environment. For example, a fire dragon needs a 33 lava pool, with the egg placed next to it. An ice dragon requires a 33 ice patch, and a grass dragon needs a 33 area filled with plants. The more special ones are the ghost dragon and the ether dragon. To hatch a ghost dragon, you need to place the egg in total darkness at least 60 meters below sea level. Its entire body is skeletal, which is why it's also called the phantom or bone dragon. The ether dragon, on the other hand, needs to be placed more than 100 meters above sea level. It's also called the celestial dragon. Reaching the center of the open area, Ryan pointed at the ground and asked softly, "You all know how to hatch the dragon you want now, right?" Ningguang nodded thoughtfully and said softly, "Sounds like it's not too hard. Ryan, I'll hatch an ether dragon with you." Ryan smiled. "Up to you. Then it's settled. Ether dragon it is. Geo reactions with other elements don't really matter to me anyway." Ningguang gave a light chuckle and stood beside Ryan. Most of the materials were readily available. Buckets of water, lava, and plants were all on hand. Only the ice blocks were a bit tricky, but Ryan had Frostwalker enchantments. He asked Hu Tao and the others to pour a bucket of water, then walked over it to form ice blocks. Watching everyone start incubating their dragon eggs, Ryan also got ready to hatch his own ether dragon. Typically, the eggs will hatch by this time tomorrow. Then, you can use raw fish to tame them. After taming, just place a saddle on their backs to ride them. Also, just a heads up, dragons can get hurt. Feed them raw meat to recover their health. Once hatched, dragons will normally follow you around. If you don't want them to, use bones to command them. Seeing everyone nod seriously and take notes, Ryan turned and headed toward the Sky Island. He was already at a high altitude, and with the added elevation of the floating island, it was more than sufficient for hatching the ether dragon. Once he reached the floating island, he placed the dragon egg and began incubation. He and Ningguang then returned to the villa. Everyone was still buzzing with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue. Still, Ryan opened the two-way portal with a grin and said, "If there's anything else, save it for later. Rest up, and come tame the dragons tomorrow. Thanks for your hard work these past few days." Venti blinked and smiled mischievously. "Actually, I could stay here and watch over the dragon eggs for you." "Don't even think about it." Ryan rolled his eyes. "With your shamelessness, if we left you alone here, we'd come back tomorrow and you'd have tamed all 15 dragons yourself." Venti, though exposed, didn't act embarrassed. He feigned heartbreak. "So that's how little you trust me." Ryan paused, gave Venti a long, careful look, then nodded with certainty. "That's right. Ehehe, you really have no sense of humor, Ryan." In these past 2 days, the Minecraft world had gone through some major events. The modern Firearms mod had gone live, and so had the Dragon Rider mod. Ryan had created guns and launched a full-scale dragon-slaying operation, which escalated into a modern weapon war. He'd ended up with 15 dragons. Meanwhile, at Base 1, the toughest battle so far had taken place. Over 200 wolves had died in the fight. As Ryan had expected, the Qianyan army soldiers and miners who returned to Liyue had fallen into depression. They shut themselves in, as though doing penance. Thankfully, the chaos hadn't reached Liyue harbor itself. As always, Liyue harbor enjoyed days of prosperity and peace. It had been 5 days since the dragon egg hatched. The dragon successfully emerged and was tamed by everyone. 1 day to hatch, 1 day to grow, certainly quite a marvel. Still, in a world as colorful and diverse as this one, such things weren't exactly unacceptable. Since the dragon hatched, flocks of dragons had been circling above Ryan's estate every day, especially Venti. That guy had stopped doing anything else, he just flew around on dragons all day. Though, it was obvious he truly loved riding dragons. Interestingly, Zhongli had hatched a ghost dragon. Like a massive dragon skeleton, it didn't unsettle him at all. Even Hu Tao, as the director of the Wangxing funeral parlor, was reluctant to approach the ghost dragon. Zhongli's taste really was unique. The hatched dragons weren't quite as large as the ender dragon, but their combat strength was by no means inferior. Ningguang and the others had quietly run some tests back in Teyvat. At present, even a Geo child Lawachurl couldn't withstand a single breath attack. And that's without accounting for the elemental attacks from Ganyu and the others. As Xiao put it, these dragons possessed power no weaker than the Adepti, in other words, comparable to divine familiars. Of course, even the Adepti had their own hierarchy. Xiao and Cloud Retainer were undeniably among the strongest of them. With the addition of elemental energy and adeptal power, they were indeed stronger than the dragons individually. But trying to kill one of these dragons in Teyvat? Not a simple task. All in all, Liyue now had a sizable addition to its top-tier combat force. However, for now, Ningguang and the others weren't planning to reveal the dragons publicly. Even thermal weapons weren't allowed to leave the MC world. These were Liyue's trump cards at this stage and naturally couldn't be shown casually. In this regard, Liyue was quite similar to Ryan's country in his past life. One batch would be demonstrated, another kept in reserve, and another under development. What the world saw was always the fully mature and mass-producible technology. For example, alchemy potions and enchantments. Over the past few days, Ningguang and her team had been holding meetings, discussing whether to open the sale of alchemy potions and enchantments. Chances were, there would be another major move before the rite of parting. 5 days passed. The Wolf Pack cemetery Hu Tao requested had been completed. No materials from the MC world were used, only those from Teyvat, built entirely by the people of Liyue. It had progressed quickly because many in Liyue had heard about what the wolves did. In the face of an unprecedented large-scale monster attack, over 200 wolves gave their lives to protect everyone. As a result, not a single miner or Millelith soldier died despite the overwhelming number of monsters. To the people of Liyue, this was a story worth singing for generations. In fact, it had already begun spreading among the storytelling stalls. Loyal wolves had always been beloved in Liyue, and after this event, the people felt both sorrow and admiration. Many came voluntarily to help with the construction, and thus the cemetery was completed in just a few days. Today, a light rain was falling from the overcast sky, casting a heavy mood over all who came to pay their respects. The cemetery was located at the foot of Mt Tianheng, a bit on the outskirts. Each wolf had its own dedicated gravestone. Hu Tao had done this part very thoroughly. Though it must be said, the Wangxing funeral parlor had earned quite a bit from it too. At the very front stood those who had taken part in the battle that day, all silent, quietly staring at the gravestones. Buried there were the wolf packs they had raised and cared for. Scenes of fighting side by side with the wolves, of the wolves charging into bandit fire just days ago, came flooding back. Their emotions, barely recovered, sank once again. Outside stood many other Millelith soldiers and Liyue's citizens, even many foreigners. Low murmurs of conversation drifted among the crowd, filled with sorrow and regret. Ryan, Ganyu, and the others stood nearby, quietly observing. This was Ryan's first public appearance in Liyue. Moreover, Ningguang and the others occasionally exchanged glances with him. Naturally, many people noticed, especially Tartaglia, who was hidden among the crowd. But he merely etched Ryan's face deeply into memory. He had no intention of approaching Ryan. He wasn't stupid. Seeing both Liyue and Monstat clustered around him, with even the great Yiksha standing at his side, you didn't need brains to realize Ryan was likely tied to all the recent changes in Liyue. In that case, it was practically impossible to get close to Ryan. So the best point of entry was Lumen. Eyes flickering, Tartaglia withdrew his gaze and quietly watched Hu Tao, who was making preparations in the distance. It was unclear how much time had passed when Hu Tao raised her staff of Homa. The auspicious hour has come. Let the souls pass on. There's now a new offer for eager readers over at my Patreon. 194, Liyue never forgets. Ningguang sighed softly, nodded to Ryan and the others, then walked up beside Hu Tao. This funeral was arranged entirely according to the Grand Hero's rites. No matter what, those wolves had protected so many Liyue's citizens. Even if they lacked much intelligence, they deserved this honor. Liyue never mistreated its heroes. Quietly scanning everyone below, taking in their varied expressions, Ningguang began slowly. Recently, many people have said that Liyue is overly extravagant, holding such a grand funeral for some wolves, that it's unproductive and a waste of resources. Many also said, they're just beasts, why treat them this way? But others don't understand, and the people of Liyue, you should know. Ningguang paused, then raised her voice clearly. 5 days ago, 800 Xinyan guards and miners were ambushed. The enemy was over 100 high-level monsters comparable to juvenile rock dragons. They attacked when everyone was at their most relaxed, catching all off guard. At this most critical moment, the wolves mobilized. 200 wolves charged bravely, unafraid of death. They used their lives to buy time for the 800 to return safely to base and await rescue. The Xinyan guards who fought that day stand before you. Ask them, without the wolves, how many would have been lost facing those monsters? Without the wolves, how much precious resource would Liyue have lost? Over 200 wolves were carefully raised and nurtured by them from young, they were their children. And on that day, those wolves risked their lives to secure their safety. These wolves defended the homeland and saved lives with their own. They are heroes, and Liyue will never neglect heroes. Even if they lack great intelligence, they have always remembered loyalty to their masters, facing death without fear. So they deserve a hero's honor. Hearing Ningguang publicly recognize their wolves this way, the Qianyan guards and miners' eyes reddened again. Maybe to others, those wolves were mere beasts. But in their hearts, the wolf packs that fought alongside them were reliable comrades, partners to entrust their lives to. At least everyone present here fully agreed with Ningguang's words. The Qianyan guards fought alongside the wolves, wiping out countless monsters. Wolves patrolling the streets and alleys of Liyue were also among the locals' favorite animals. Even many foreign merchants here had been saved by the wolves. They completely understood Liyue's emphasis and preferential treatment of the wolves. After all, the wolves truly traded their lives to secure everyone's safety. A monster tide of over 100 juvenile rock dragons. What does that even mean? In the past, multiple top-tier archons plus over 1,000 Qianyan guards would have to be deployed to wipe out such a terrifying monster swarm, at heavy casualties. That the 800 guards and miners survived unharmed was truly thanks to the wolves' selfless protection. For a moment, everyone was deeply moved. Standing quietly in an inconspicuous corner, Tartaglia glanced at a crouching wolf nearby. Sighing softly, he whispered, "A pack of loyal, protective wolf monsters, quite rare. But such monsters, truly, are the most dependable partners for a warrior. TCH, where exactly did Liyue find these monsters? Makes me want to raise a few myself." It was clear Tartaglia also liked these wolves very much. Ningguang observed everyone's reactions, then declared loudly, "The Seven Stars Council has decided to rename this place the Wolf Pack Cemetery, to be cared for by the Wangxing Funeral Parlor, granting eternal peace to the heroic wolves." With that, Ningguang stepped down from the platform and let Hu Tao complete the final rites. Watching Ningguang return, Ryan chuckled lightly. "You really know how to stir people's emotions." Ningguang shook her head. "First, those wolves deserve respect. Even if they aren't very intelligent, they did save our people. Second, this is also a chance to show the people of Liyue that the city will never neglect any hero who sacrifices for it." Ryan said no more, turning to Jean and the others. "Today you all will set off to return to Monstad, right?" Jean nodded slightly, a bit regretful. "We'll leave right after the funeral. It's a shame we haven't fully mastered the tech in your manor yet. Still, it's only a temporary departure. No big deal." Ryan comforted her, but Lisa blinked. "I heard that Keking also thought there was nothing urgent and went to exchange land at Gailai Plains. When she came back, a new mod had opened, and you even went to the Nether. Besides, it seems a lot has happened recently. It's been a while, but..." Lisa lazily twirled a strand of hair. "Counting from when the new mod opened, the dragons hatched, and hot weapons arrived, it probably hasn't even been a week since we entered that world, right? So much happened in such a short time. It's hard to believe you when you say it's no big deal." Ryan smiled wryly but was also thinking over this. Though it felt like a long time had passed, the MC world was nearly mature, but it had really only been a bit over 2 months. Every day brought rapid changes. Jean and the others, when they left, took Klee with them, met Albedo, arranged Monstat affairs, and found suitable people to enter that world. At fastest, they returned just before the celestial invitation ceremony. After all, those people needed time to travel. Ryan wasn't sure the MC world would remain the same after such a long time. The Ender Dragon's defeat was no longer a problem, and opening new mods only required a bit of effort. Ningguang had already chosen personnel suitable for learning hot weapon forging. The next step was large-scale production. Counting all this, Ryan couldn't say the MC world hadn't developed at all while Jean and the others were away. At least hot weapons would definitely be mass-produced soon. "Lisa." Jean awkwardly tugged Lisa's sleeve, then said seriously, "Ryan, don't overthink it. Just follow your own progress. When we return, we can take more time to get familiar. Regarding our understanding of that world, we've also built some foundation, so I don't think we'll fall behind too much." Ryan nodded lightly. "For now, I probably won't open the new module. The next step is just forging some heat weapons and such. In any case, we'll talk more after you return. By the way, is Lumen staying in Liyue?" At this, Lumen smiled brightly and nodded. "Of course. I still need to ask the Geo Archon about my brother's whereabouts. Going back takes too long." Hearing this, Ryan quietly glanced at Zhongli, who stood calmly with his hands behind his back, observing the surroundings as if he hadn't heard a word. "I've already sent out your brother's missing person notice through Liyue's intelligence channels." Ningguang smiled, gently rubbing Lumen's head and softly said, "With Liyue's intelligence system, it shouldn't take long before it spreads across all of Teyvat. You don't need to worry." Lumen's face lit up with joy as she happily hugged Ningguang. "I knew it. Ningguang's sister is the best." After some casual chatting, Hu Tao finished the funeral ceremony. Next, it was time for the Kixing guards to say their farewells to the wolf pack themselves. Hu Tao walked leisurely over to Ryan, hands behind her back, playfully tapping his shoulder with a grin. "What were you guys talking about?" Ryan turned his head, looking at her delicate and charming face nearby, teasing. "We were talking about how our leader who surprisingly didn't advertise the Wangxing funeral parlor this time. There are so many people gathered here now, you wouldn't waste this chance, right?" Hu Tao's pretty face puckered in annoyance, glaring at Ryan indignantly. "In your eyes, am I just someone who only does advertising? I do have some integrity, thank you very much. Then her expression softened as she looked back at the Liyue people saying goodbye to the wolves. She whispered softly, "Anyway, today is the funeral for those heroic wolves. I really don't want to spoil the atmosphere of such a meaningful ceremony." Ryan was momentarily stunned and gently patted Hu Tao's head. This young lady, though she seems carefree, is actually the most careful person. But because she constantly walks the line between life and death, she has to have a strong and optimistic heart. Thinking about it this way, it's truly tough for Hu Ta so young, already having to see through life and death, bearing such a heavy responsibility. Are you feeling sorry for me? Hu Tao giggled mischievously, blinking with a playful sparkle, then leaned close to Ryan's ear and whispered, "Humph." This time the General Affairs Department gave the Wangxing funeral parlor lots and lots of mora. I made a big profit. And just now, Ningguang openly said that this funeral is organized by the Wangxing funeral parlor, mentioning it in front of so many merchants from various countries. With Ningguang's influence, the name of Wangxing funeral parlor will soon spread throughout Teyvat. This is natural advertising, way better than me just shouting and hustling myself. After that, Hu Tao pointed toward the densely packed tombstones nearby. Besides, this cemetery needs regular upkeep, and that job has also been entrusted to Wangxing funeral parlor. This is steady, ongoing income. Wangxing funeral parlor really made a killing this time. Ryan looked at Hu Tao somewhat surprised and didn't expect her to have such a shrewd side. Shaking his head, he sighed helplessly. You'd be wasting your talents if you didn't go into business. Hee, what's so great about business? Hu Tao puffed out her chest proudly, full of ambition. I will definitely expand Wangxing funeral parlor all across Teyvat, surpassing all previous leaders' achievements. Ryan had no comment on Hu Tao's somewhat terrifying ambition. Expanding Wangxing funeral parlor all over Teyvat and doing business everywhere? What kind of trouble did Teyvat bring upon itself, to have so many people dying? By now, the funeral had ended, and many people were leaving bit by bit. Ryan noticed that Jean and the others were ready to say goodbye, so he waved and smiled. Safe travels, and come back soon. Jean nodded earnestly. Definitely. When we return, Mondstad's strength can also help you. Ryan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your dragons. They won't go hungry. Hearing this, Jean and the others were fine, but Venti gave a somewhat guilty laugh. After a quick greeting, he immediately transformed into a gust of wind and swept Jean and the others away. This left Ningguang and the others puzzled, scratching their heads in confusion. What's wrong with Venti? So rushed. Ryan shook his head, chuckling. He's afraid I'll make him leave the dragons behind. Yep, that guy took the dragons with him. There's now a new offer for eager readers over at my Patreon. 195, Venti, Teyvat, the Ender Dragon and I are just friends. 195, Venti, Teyvat, the Ender Dragon and I are just friends. Venti moved very quickly. Even without using his divine power, he reached Gailai Plains in what felt like an instant. He kept accelerating, and by noon, he had successfully arrived at Stone Gate. Diluc watched Venti fleeing like it was an emergency and said helplessly, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Venti didn't answer and only sped up more. Finally, after crossing Stone Gate, he let everyone down with a sigh of relief. He glanced back to make sure Zhongli hadn't caught up, then proudly put his hands on his hips. Safe landing. Mission accomplished. Lisa glanced at Venti and said with resignation, "You brought the dragon with you." Ehehe. Venti shrugged innocently. "My Ender Dragon was just born not long ago. How could I bear to leave the little one with Ryan?" Jean rubbed her temples, feeling a bit troubled. "That's reckless, Venti. Everyone isn't ready for the dragon's appearance yet. If you act so carelessly, it could cause trouble for Ningguang and the others. Besides, how did you bring the Ender Dragon out?" At this, Venti sneakily pulled out a pouch. Ehehe. A few days ago, I went to see Pingzi and asked her to make me a pouch enchanted with the domain divine art. Diluc suddenly understood and looked at the pouch in Venti's hand with some envy. Sometimes, living long and having a wide network really is enviable. Look at Venti. Though reckless and unpredictable, he's good friends with immortals and can casually get them to help craft treasures ordinary people could only dream of. It's known that the vision of the Archons can store materials. Diluc and others keep their weapons in theirs. But the vision space is limited and can't store living things. For portable storage, Liyue's domain divine art is much better. However, they're not close to Pingzi, and since this is a complicated process, they're too embarrassed to ask. Lisa blinked and hinted meaningfully. Just bringing the Ender Dragon shouldn't be this big a deal, right? Ryan definitely knows, but he couldn't care less about such small matters. Venti's expression brightened and he looked somewhat proud. Tossing the pouch in his hand, he smiled cheekily. "You're smart, Lisa. Before I left, I took some of the old master's treasured wine." Jean's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Venti. "You actually stole something from the Geo Archon." "What do you mean, stole? Don't say it like that." Venti puffed out his neck, arguing poorly. "The bard's business, can that be called stealing? It's reasonable use. Besides, the old master's wine has been stored for over 1,000 years, and he never drinks it. Isn't it a waste to just leave it there?" Ryan said wasting is shameful. Diluc twitched the corner of his mouth. His own dandelion wine, stored for 4 or 5 years, could sell for tens of millions of mora. Venti stole 1,000-year-old vintage. Even without the Geo-Archon's name, that wine would easily sell for billions. This move of Venti's was really breaking the divine rules. How much did you take? Jean clearly thought about this and took a deep breath to calm herself before asking patiently. Not much. Venti shrugged calmly. I left the old master over 50 bottles. So how much did you take? Seeing Venti not answer directly, Jean felt uneasy. He scratched his cheek, a bit sheepish. Just over 300 bottles. Next moment, Jean nearly lost her balance and almost fell. Luckily Lisa caught her. Over 300 bottles. For some reason, Jean pictured the next time they go to Liyue just crossing Stone Gate, the Geo-Archon would be standing in the air, immortals behind him. They would surely be punished by the Geo-Archon's rock-eating penalty. The atmosphere fell silent. After a while, Jean sighed and walked forward with a bit of exhaustion. Venti seemed to realize he'd been a little shady and awkwardly scratched his head, mumbling. At worst, I'll drink 100 or so bottles myself and return the rest to the old master. Diluc shook his head and said quietly. Promise me one thing, Venti. What? Venti tilted his head at Diluc, who said solemnly. Next time you go to Liyue, go alone. Don't come with us. Why? I'm afraid of being punished by the Geo-Archon. Back in Mondstadt, everyone's pace quickened considerably. News of the trade routes reopening had already spread, though Teyvat was so vast that not all nations were informed yet. But since they had collaborated with Liyue, Ningguang's side would offer some preferential treatment. Along the way, it was obvious to the naked eye that many Liyue merchant caravans had increased. Many Knights of Favonius members escorted the caravans for protection. Only a few of them knew about the strategic agreement between Monstat and Liyue, but that didn't stop Jean from subtly spreading some news. Basically, the people of Monstat now understood that commercial ties with Liyue were strengthening. Kea had received a letter from Jean and naturally dispatched forces to ensure the safety of Liyue merchants. It also served as a show of strength to other merchants, letting them know Monstat could protect them. This was meant to promote trade and accelerate Mondstat's economic recovery. Within Mondstad's borders, Venti released the Ender Dragon and freely flew atop it, rushing past the meadows, occasionally blowing a gust of dragon breath to deal with some monsters. Total freedom. Venti wasn't worried that the people of Monstat would know they had gained another dragon. Dragons were common in Mondstat's land. The Sky Dragon Teyvat, the Poison Dragon Durin, the Demon Dragon Usa. Well, except for Teyvat, none had a good reputation. Actually, that's not quite right. Teyvat had also caused a dragon disaster due to corruption. So basically, dragons in Monstat often represented disaster. But those who had seen the Ender Dragon noticed it dealt with monsters using a single breath of fire. It showed no hostility toward humans. The people of Monstat, being easygoing, quickly accepted the Ender Dragon, thinking it was the Wind God's new ward, protecting Monstat. So at most, they would mutter, "May the Wind God bless us," and then continue their own business. Venti, riding the dragon, sped off like a flash, seemingly forgetting that Jean and the others were still waiting for him to escort them back to Monstat. After waiting for a while and seeing Venti really wasn't coming back, they reluctantly teleported home. Back in Monstat City after a long time, nothing had changed too much. If anything, with no dragon disaster ravaging the city, Monstat was full of life. Everything was recovering as fast as possible. There were also many merchants dressed in Liyue-style touring Monstat. They were probably official merchants affiliated with the Liyue Kixing. 2 Fatui were still loudly chatting at the teleport waypoint, which annoyed Diluc. In Liyue, Fatui had to walk carefully through the streets, fearing checks by the Kixing's militia. But here in Monstat, to reach the same level of control as Liyue was still a long way off. Grumbling, Diluc turned and headed toward the Angel's Share Tavern. Once you find the right candidate, come see me at Angel's Share. He still didn't want to get involved with the Knights of Favonius. At least until Jean truly took command of the Knights in Monstat, he wanted to keep his distance from the Knights. More importantly, he needed to check if his wine cellar was still safe and then settle accounts with Kea. Since he had stayed in Monstat this time, he definitely snuck into the cellar to drink. Just like Venti, no morals. Only Lisa and Jean remained there. They exchanged a glance. Lisa chuckled softly. Let's take a stroll first. Jean would love to see how Monstat looks now, right? Jean nodded but hesitated. But we still need to find the right people and look for Klee and Albedo. No need to rush. Lisa smiled and linked arms with Jean. Even if there's work to do, a little break won't hurt. Besides, inspecting Monstat is part of the job too. Convinced, Jean relaxed and joined Lisa to tour Monstat. But Lisa had other plans. She subtly led Jean toward the church. Before officially establishing Monstat in this new world and before Jean fully took control of Monstat, Lisa wanted Jean, the rigid older sister, to reconcile with her shy younger sister. Only then could Jean act without worries. While Jean and others still worried about serious matters, Venti completely let loose. The wind spirit empowered the Ender Dragon, making it fly faster. They soared over Starfell Lake, crossed the Windwhale Highland. Venti shouted joyfully, enjoying the free atmosphere of Mondstadt. He hadn't flown a dragon like this for a long time, especially after fully freeing Teyvat. He could no longer summon the dragon at will to fly freely. Now the Ender Dragon filled that gap, but Venti forgot one thing: Teyvat knew his aura very well, especially when sensing Venti was riding something else. Teyvat flapped its wings high in the sky, swirling a cyan storm to block Venti in Windwhale Highland. The huge dragon's eyes fixed on him, especially on the much smaller Ender Dragon that Venti sat on. Ugly. Teyvat, with a strong subjective bias, gave the Ender Dragon this label. But in truth, the Ender Dragon was not ugly, more like a sleek black dragon, very handsome. Barbatos. Teyvat's deep voice sounded in Venti's ears, tinged with jealousy and bitterness. Like a girl abandoned by a scumbag. Hee hee, Teyvat, you're here. Venti cheerfully waved at Teyvat while sitting atop the Ender Dragon. Who's he? Teyvat suppressed anger and coldly eyed the Ender Dragon. At this moment, Teyvat understood. This freedom that Venti claimed was because of the Ender Dragon. This freedom given by the Wind God's order wasn't true freedom. Bah, this guy obviously found a new love and no longer needed him. Scumbag god. Teyvat's aura grew increasingly hostile, which Venti sensed a bit. His face stiffened, and he quickly waved his hand. Teyvat, don't misunderstand. This is my new friend, the Ender Dragon. This little one was just born recently. Teyvat fell silent for a moment, the swirling wind around him becoming more turbulent. So, you said you gave me freedom because of this ugly dragon. Hee hee. Venti scratched his cheek, stammering before mumbling. We're just friends. Thinking otherwise shows you don't trust me. My freedom has nothing to do with the Ender Dragon. Teyvat, you're a good dragon. You deserve freedom. Venti's face was sincere, but to Teyvat, he was the perfect example of a scumbag. Windstorms formed around him, stirring a hurricane that blew away monsters in Windwhale Highland. So it really is because of him. Seeing Teyvat stubbornly unyielding, Venti got a bit angry and said in frustration. I told you, this little one is just a new friend I recently met. If you insist on thinking otherwise, I can't help it. Typical scumbag lines. Teyvat lost his mind completely. Barbatos. You scumbag god. The roaring east wind dragon spread its wings and chased after Venti. But Venti didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he happily controlled the Ender Dragon to escape. Years later, when Teyvat mentioned the wind god to others, his words no longer carried the old feelings of awe and respect, but full of contempt for a scumbag. There's now a new offer for eager readers over at my Patreon. 196, approaching the rite of dissension, Zhongli's retirement. 196, approaching the rite of dissension, Zhongli's retirement. It had been about half a month since Jean and the others returned to Monstat. During this period, Ryan and his group didn't make any major breakthroughs, but to say there was no progress at all would be incorrect. The blacksmithing division personnel who had been reassigned had already memorized the process of crafting some basic firearms. They had even managed to create devices like wireless surveillance cameras. Currently, the 3 Liyue military teams stationed in the Minecraft world, nearly 700 Qianyan army soldiers, had all been fully equipped with firearms. Of course, these weapons were not allowed to be brought back to Teyvat. The Qianyan army had high military discipline, and Ningguang and the others never doubted that they would hide weapons for themselves. Even so, the soldiers took it upon themselves to monitor each other to ensure that no firearms would appear in Teyvat. After experiencing battles involving firearms, both the large-scale one and several smaller ones, since they were very aware of just how dangerous these weapons could be, they were extremely effective in battle. Dozens of soldiers could fire in a sweep, enough to riddle even a rock shield Metakurl with holes. But against their own comrades, the damage could be just as fatal. Until Ningguang and the others figured out a proper policy, these weapons had to be strictly regulated. In fact, several new regulations had been added to the Qianyan army's military code. Firearms must never be out of the user's possession. No gun is allowed to circulate freely. Usage of firearms must be recorded in writing by each squad. Guns must never be pointed at a comrade. Violating this rule would be treated as a serious breach of discipline. The Qianyan soldiers took these rules very seriously. The fear of having a gun pointed at them was no joke. Even a careless moment when a comrade accidentally aimed at them was enough to cause mental distress. If something like that did happen, the offender would likely get a solid beating from their squadmates, even if they were close. This was a matter of life and death. The wolves they lost had since been rebred, and with the aid of alchemy potions, the new pack was even stronger. However, for those stationed at base number 1, what was lost remained lost. They could only continue to move forward together with their new companions. Still, many of them could be seen now and then visiting the cemetery, mourning the wolves that had fallen. There were 4 craftsmen in the blacksmithing division who had learned how to make firearms. Basically, one crafted the weapons, one made the raw materials, another produced the lower-tier component materials, and the last one focused on making ammunition. Each of them was isolated from the others, forbidden from discussing the others' fields of expertise. This served as an extra layer of protection. On top of that, strict contractual clauses were enforced. The craftsmen didn't mind, though they were doing it for Liyue. And besides, they genuinely enjoyed working with these firearms. As Ryan expected, materials like steel plates after being refined in Teyvat proved far superior in utility than iron blocks. Steel plates, plastic, and newly discovered minerals all had tremendous potential. Ningguang and her group were actively discussing new ways to use these materials. In addition, Ryan and his team had once again visited the End, retrieved 5 dragon eggs, and also looted a bunch of materials for crafting shulker boxes from an End fortress. Ryan's villa had expanded again after all. Even though the dragons weren't quite as massive as the original Ender Dragon, they still weren't small. He had become a full-fledged dragon breeder. Ningguang and the others had also installed wireless surveillance cameras throughout the streets and alleys of Liyue, truly allowing her to sit atop the Jade Chamber and monitor every detail of Liyue Harbor. She even named the surveillance system Tianyan, Heaven's Eye. However, since no one dared cause trouble in Liyue Harbor at the moment, the system didn't have much immediate use. One noteworthy development was that after several Kixing meetings, a decision was made. Liyue would begin selling small quantities of alchemy potions and offer commercial weapon enchantments. The quantities were very limited. One batch of alchemy potions would be released each week, including strength, swiftness, jump boost, and regeneration types. Only 100 bottles of each were available. Even so, every release caused a stampede. People crowded every street corner to get their hands on them. As for pricing, Ningguang's group didn't bundle sales or force combos. Each potion was sold individually, 1 million mora per bottle. It sounded expensive, but those who understood the value of these potions felt they were getting an absolute bargain. Even an ordinary person could become as powerful as a vision holder after drinking one, if only for a brief moment. It was a life-saving elixir, and a game-changer in combat. And let's be honest, if you could buy one for 1 million and resell it for 5 million, someone would definitely take it. No one ever complained about having too many life-saving items. Even Tartaglia would line up a day early to buy them. The Adventurers Guild had negotiated extensively with Ningguang for access to these potions. Whatever they offered in return, Ningguang ultimately agreed. Each week, the guild could purchase 100 bottles of each type at a 10% discount. Judging by Ningguang's beaming face that day, she had clearly gotten what she wanted from the guild. To be honest, these were the most basic alchemy potions. The Qianyan army wouldn't even look twice at them after all. They were already equipped with at least tier 2 potions. If the release of alchemy potions had caused a stir, then the introduction of weapon enchantments genuinely shocked everyone. Weapon enchantments granted supernatural power, especially when people saw an ordinary sword, taken by the blacksmithing team, returned glowing with a purple aura. And, when swung, it emitted flames. Now, not only ordinary people yearning for power, but even vision holders became excited. Liyue only made enchantments available for bows, swords, polearms, and armor. Only 10 enchantment trades were accepted per week. Each person could only enchant one trait, and each enchantment cost over 100 million mora. Even so, the demand was overwhelming. Alchemy potions were consumables, but enchanted weapons were not. Once enchanted, a weapon could be used indefinitely. However, Liyue imposed strict rules on who could receive enchantments. Liyue citizens were given priority, followed by allies like Monstat. Only then came other friendly factions. As for the Fatui, Ningguang and the others absolutely prohibited the Fatui from getting any enchantments. They had no interest in helping the Fatui grow stronger. This made Tartaglia incredibly frustrated, especially when he saw an ordinary man swinging a flaming longsword. It hit him hard. If he could get a flaming enchantment on his own longsword, he would effectively become a 3-element user, and his strength would skyrocket. Forget facing the Dr. Tartaglia was confident he could take down the Wanderer. 3-element reactions, in Tartaglia's expert hands, would be like a top-tier nuclear bomb combo. For that reason, he had been pushing harder than ever recently, eager to make contact with Lumen. Unfortunately, Lumen was currently addicted to dragon riding adventures in the Minecraft world, and almost never visited Liyue Harbor alone. Though the volume of alchemy potions and enchantments was limited, these 2 new business ventures launched by Liyue undoubtedly elevated its reputation and greatly expanded its influence across Teyvat. As for what the full impact would be, Ryan didn't really know yet. The Rite of Dissension was just days away. Ningguang and Keqing were so busy their feet barely touched the ground. Ryan hadn't seen either of them for 4 or 5 days now. Ganyu, too, had resumed her intense workload. Only in the evenings would she return home, utterly exhausted, to rest beside Ryan. Seeing her so worn out, Ryan didn't have the heart to trouble her further. In other words, he had been abstinent for 4 or 5 days now. Nahitha, meanwhile, had been spending her time playing with Lumen lately. She hadn't been clinging to Ryan as much. In fact, she often went off riding the dragon with Lumen and Paimon. So, from being surrounded by beautiful women to now being left all alone, Ryan was feeling a huge sense of loss. He sat in the small courtyard, drinking tea with Zhongli. Beside them, the interdimensional portal was open. Xiao had just gone through it, heading off with the Millilith stationed at base number 2 to explore a newly discovered mine. With the addition of firearms, they had indeed grown stronger, but so had their enemies. To prevent sneak attacks, exploration of the new caves still needed to be carefully supervised. Ryan took a sip of tea. Though it was slightly sweet by nature, it tasted unbearably bitter in his mouth. Annoyed, he glanced at Zhongli and muttered, "So, tell me again, why do you insist on descending every single year? Look at Venti next door. He hasn't shown his face in centuries. Why are you so competitive?" Zhongli gazed calmly at the drifting clouds overhead. He knew Ryan was in a foul mood. The main reason, of course, was that the upcoming ceremony had made Ganya busy, and she hadn't been by Ryan's side for days. After a moment of silence, Zhongli said serenely, "That's why I plan to retire, for real this time. This year will be the last." TCH. Ryan shook his head. Poor Venti. Must be tough having such an overachieving colleague like you. From a rational standpoint, I've only been fulfilling my duties. Zhongli put down his teacup and stretched lazily. Recently, the wear and tear on his physical form had greatly decreased. Naturally, his mood had also improved. For over 3,700 years, I have never once missed a rite of descension. But this time it's finally time to let go. Liyue as it stands now no longer depends on me. It can stand tall at the peak of Teyvat on its own. I should take this opportunity to enjoy life for myself. As he spoke, Zhongli paused and gave Ryan a sidelong glance, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Ryan understood perfectly well what he meant. This guy probably still hadn't given up on his plan to sever his last remaining contract once and for all. To put it bluntly, he still wanted to fake his death and be done with it. Ryan immediately raised a hand. "Stop right there. Don't even bring up the fake death thing. If you pull a stunt like that, do you know how long Liyue would be thrown into chaos? Besides, haven't I already told you? In a world with gods, a godless nation is a weak and sinful one." Still unconvinced, Zhongli pursed his lips and said, "But Liyue is already strong. God or no god, does it even matter anymore? Our base-level strength is enough to sweep through Teyvat. And our upper echelon Shao and the others are no weaker than the Archons themselves with their current enhancements. If that's the case." Ryan shook his head again, giving Zhongli a meaningful look. "Yes, Liyue is powerful. Even without you, even if the darkness from 500 years ago returned, even if another god attacked, Ningguang and the others would be able to handle it, though it might cost them some effort. But who in Teyvat knows that? Our true strength, our deepest foundation still remains hidden. It's not something we should show off lightly." Ryan looked up into the sky and murmured, "Fists and muscles are for display, but the real killing weapon must remain well hidden." 197, the mascot of Liyue. What Ryan said made a lot of sense, and after a moment of internal struggle, Zhongli agreed. Liyue was indeed very powerful now, possessing enough strength to face, and even suppress, Archons. However, only Ningguang and the others in the MC world truly understood this. Who in Teyvat knew the truth? At best, people just thought the Millelith had become much stronger and could easily handle monsters. But if it came to dealing with beings like Archons, not even the people of Liyue believed that. To suppress an Archon, it had to be done by another Archon. Even if Liyue could now handle such threats without Zhongli, the people of Liyue and Teyvat were unaware of that. Zhongli's existence remained the last line of defense for Liyue, at least, openly. Until Liyue's true strength was fully revealed to the world, Zhongli still had to play the role of the people's guardian. Of course, from Ryan's point of view, as long as Zhongli didn't announce a complete fake death, the stability of Liyue would remain mostly intact. And it wouldn't impact the development of the MC world either. Ryan needed a stable, long-term partner nation to co-develop the MC world, and among the 7 nations, Liyue was the best choice. Seeing Zhongli's somewhat helpless expression, Ryan chuckled. "Why are you so obsessed with faking your death and disappearing? If you just announce your abdication and return Liyue to its people, whether you're dead or not doesn't really matter anymore. From now on, your existence is just a psychological safety net for the people. Even if an Archon attacks again, Liyue can solve it on its own. After doing that a few times, you'll just be a spiritual symbol. They won't rely on you for everything anymore. Just be a mascot, Zhongli." Zhongli smiled slightly, took a sip of tea, and replied with a touch of amusement. "A mascot? Very well, I'll follow your advice. But the people of Liyue need not worship me. Their faith lies in Liyue itself, this land and its civilization. Besides, for this upcoming Archon-level threat, we should raise the difficulty a bit." As he spoke, a hint of pride lit up Zhongli's eyes. With Liyue's current power, Oziel alone won't stir up much trouble. Shao, clad in enchanted armor, having drunk alchemical potions and empowered by beacon enhancements, could easily suppress Oziel on his own. If you include the redstone cannons on the Jade Chamber, Oziel won't make a splash at all. That doesn't meet my standards for a proper test. Ryan gave him a sidelong look and said sarcastically, "So what now? You plan to release Azdaha too? Are you trying to destroy Liyue or what?" Zhongli shook his head helplessly. "Though that would be the ultimate test, Azdaha holds special meaning for me. I wouldn't insult him like that." Ryan rolled his eyes, unsure how to respond. Not insult him? This guy buried Azdaha upside down for hundreds of years, and not long ago even flew over to the Fulong tree just to bomb his butt. That's not insulting. Or was that just a friendly hello between old pals? Zhongli clearly understood what Ryan was thinking and his face darkened slightly as he said calmly. Objectively speaking, Aztaha spoke out of turn. I merely helped him clear his head. Yeah, whatever you say. Ryan shrugged and chuckled softly. So you want to increase the pressure on Liyue? Got a target in mind? Any other sealed archons around? Maybe near Kinky village? Zhongli shook his head. The one sealed near Kinky is just a remnant soul of a god, not even a threat. But there is someone in the sea close to archon level strength. Beisht. Ryan immediately understood, shaking his head with a meaningful look at Zhongli. This old dragon not only petty, but deviously evil. It wasn't enough that he sent the husband to die, now he's dragging the wife into it too. Is this really just a grudge from being single for over 6,000 years against happily married archons? An archon and an archon level familiar perfect candidates for this Liyue trial, don't you think? Zhongli ignored Ryan's disdainful expression and asked calmly. Up to you. It's your test after all. Ryan withdrew his gaze, once again mourning his involuntary celibate days. As for Zhongli's plan to stir up Beisht too, did he think redstone cannons were a joke? Even archons couldn't cause trouble under that kind of firepower. What could an archon level minion do? Even if Beisht was strong, could she, like Oziel, recover endlessly just by staying in the ocean? By then, the Jade Chamber would descend, beacons activated, and alchemically enhanced light infantry would hold the ports. Guaranteed no sea monster would even get near the shore. Those Millelith soldiers, after all the enhancements, were practically bursting with energy, itching for a fight. A sea monster invasion would be the perfect chance to let off steam. As for Oziel and Beisht in the sea, either they get bombarded continuously by redstone cannons, or just get blanketed with RPG rocket fire. Forget regeneration. Ningguang might even want to see if Oziel can recover faster than she can bomb him. Worst case, she could blast for a whole day and night. Here's no shortage of TNT, and block mechanics could help with replication. And if even that fails, below the Jade Chamber, there's a magma pool sealed with obsidian blocks. They could bombard and pour magma at the same time. If Oziel could withstand magma, Ryan would personally salute him as a real man. You'd probably personally help Oziel onto Celestia, punch the Sustainer straight into the sky, and declare Oziel the third throne. This was still that heaven-piercing Dragon Slayer cannon that Ningguang kept thinking about, but Ryan never built it for her. Otherwise, Ningguang might have been out every day actively looking for archons to fight. After a moment of silence, Zhongli couldn't help but think of Liyue's current hard power. The alchemy potions and enchanted weapons out in the open. The redstone technology and strategic enhancement beacons hidden on the Jade Chamber. The hundreds of Qianyan soldiers armed with firearms stationed in the Minecraft world, and the 100 RPGs stored away. All in all, the strength was terrifying. The things he and Ryan once discussed while sitting in the Minecraft villa, Liyue was gradually realizing them step by step. Fighting archons was no longer something Liyue needed to worry about. Ningguang didn't even see archon invasions as a threat anymore. What she was thinking about now was the great undertaking of standing as an equal against Celestia. Just over 2 months. Zhongli sighed softly. I spent 3,700 years to make Liyue stand tall in Teyvat, and after meeting you, just 2 months was enough for Liyue to reach this point. So you feel a little lost? Ryan teased with a smile. Lost? Not really. Zhongli shook his head gently. It's just, I'm more convinced than ever that a Liyue governed by humans is far stronger than the one I once ruled. If only you had arrived in Teyvat earlier, perhaps many would still be. His gaze dimmed slightly. Back during the Archon War, if Ryan had been around, Liyue wouldn't have had to pay such a bloody price. So many old friends wouldn't have fallen in vain. Just the totem of undying alone would have been enough for Zhongli to maintain his full power and win that battle. As Liyue grew stronger by the day, Zhongli mourned the past more deeply with each passing moment. Maybe this was the only thing that made him feel sorrow in his quiet retirement. Ryan sighed. I wasn't going to bring this up to you, it felt too far off in the future. But watching you sulk around like a resentful housewife every day, TSK. Shaking his head, Ryan said with meaning. If you have time, maybe go look for the remnants of your old friends' souls. I believe, with how strong Adepti and Archon souls are, something must remain. Zhongli froze. After a moment, his eyes lit up. For someone usually so composed, his tone actually had a rare hint of excitement. You mean, a mod? Ryan simply smiled and took a sip of tea. Did you ever imagine a world where the totem of undying exists? Did you ever imagine one where dragon knights could be cultivated en masse? Did you ever imagine a world that could be completely controlled by a single person? Zhongli's heart calmed. His face lit up with joy. Then, how can I be certain that no mod exists with the power to bring someone back? Ryan said no more. This was basically painting a pie in the sky for Zhongli. But Ryan wasn't one to make empty promises. Anything he said, he meant to fulfill. Like the flower carriage and sanctuary of Surasthana he promised Nahida. Like telling Zhongli that Liyue no longer needed his protection. All of it had been achieved. But when it came to resurrection, Ryan couldn't think of any mods that could do it, at least not yet. He had originally planned to wait until the right mods became available and test them. Unfortunately, Zhongli, now with nothing to do, reminisced about his old friends almost every single day. whether it was while drinking tea or fishing with Ryan. Like a full-blown grieving widow, giving Ryan a constant headache. So, he gave Zhongli a big dream for now. Hopefully it'd stop him from becoming the male version of Aunt Xianglin. Zhongli originally wanted to ask more, but the sound of light footsteps came from outside, so he held back. After all, Ryan had always followed through on his words. Zhongli didn't mind waiting a bit longer. Time might wear down his powers, but he still had plenty left. The door creaked open slightly, and Hu Tao poked her head in playfully. Spotting Ryan, she instantly beamed. Hee, Ryan. I knew you'd be sitting here zoning out. Ryan rolled his eyes. Zhongli was the one who dragged me into zoning out. I've got a ton of stuff to do. Zhongli wouldn't let that slide, and said calmly. For example. Ryan fell silent. Hu Tao didn't care about his excuse. She bounced in, grabbed Ryan's arm, and chirped. Come on. Stop zoning out. It's rare that there's nothing to do in that world. Let's go stroll around Liyue. Aren't you tired of sitting around here every day? Ryan didn't refuse. He had been in Liyue for a while now, and truthfully hadn't spent much time exploring Liyue Harbor. Since everything in the Minecraft world was stable for the moment, and Ganyu was busy, he might as well take a break and have some fun with Hu Tao. He got up, looked at Zhongli, and asked softly, you staying here, or heading over to that world? Wow, he didn't even mention bringing him along. Zhongli pursed his lips and said with a faint sigh, can't I go out with you too? The moment he finished, Ryan and Hu Tao both turned and gave him a death glare. Zhongli shook his head inwardly, then pointed to the portal. Looks like you're not shutting that portal down anytime soon. I'll stay here and keep watch. Hu Tao gave him an approving look and grinned. Thanks for your hard work, Zhongli. Then, without another word, she grabbed Ryan by the arm and cheerfully pulled him out. Zhongli sighed quietly. Hu Tao had grown up after all. She now had the heart of a young woman. But still, you didn't even pretend to be polite to me. An intense wave of single dragon resentment burst from Zhongli. You didn't even say, bring me some jade. 198, Nahidha's hone was stolen. 198, Nahidha's hone was stolen. Not long after Ryan left, Lumen and Paimon pulled Nahidha through the teleportation portal and ran out. Ryan. The moment she appeared, Paimon impatiently looked around, calling out for Ryan. Zhongli, who had been calmly sipping tea alone, paused mid-sip. He looked at Paimon with a steady gaze. He was sitting right there, a living, breathing person, and yet these guys came out calling only for Ryan. If you're looking for Ryan, he went out. Hearing that, Lumen scratched her head in confusion. He went out, but we didn't see him at the villa in the manor. Could he have gone to the underwater villa? Zhongli shook his head. I meant he went to Liyue to have fun. The three girls were stunned. Lumen looked at Zhongli in disbelief. Ryan, went to Liyue. For fun? What's going on? That ultimate shut-in actually went out for leisure. Hearing that, Nahidha immediately frowned and stared at Lumen. Zhongli chuckled inwardly but still nodded in a composed manner. Rationally speaking, the title of shut-in fits him well, but yes, he did go out to have fun. Well then. Lumen and Paimon exchanged a glance and mumbled. I was just about to ask him to come dragon riding and drift down the river for exploration. Lumen. Paimon flew up to Lumen's shoulder, face full of flattery. Lumen. Since Ryan's gone out to have fun, why don't we go out too? We've been in Liyue for so long, we should go have some fun ourselves. As she spoke, Paimon proudly patted the little pouch at her waist. Paimon's treating. How's that sound, huh? Lumen rolled her eyes. After all this time with Paimon, this was the first time she'd heard her say she was paying. Indeed, having Mora in your pocket makes you bold. That tiny pouch may look small, but it was a gift from Ningguang, and it held over 100 million Mora. Paimon, who had been adopted by Ningguang, was now a literal rich dog. Lumen stroked her chin thoughtfully. Well, it's true that the rite of dissension is approaching. Many people have come to Liyue Harbor to attend. We might even get to see some cultural features from other nations. Paimon's eyes sparkled instantly. Doesn't that mean there'll be food from all over the world too? Lumen, let's go already. Paimon's buying you a feast. Paimon flew in front of Lumen, pulling her arm with all her might toward the door. Okay, don't pull me. Lumen grabbed Paimon and placed her back on her shoulder, then looked at the still open portal. Zhongli, are you going to house sit? Zhongli nodded slightly and waved his hand. I'm not fond of noise. You all go ahead. We weren't planning on inviting you anyway. Paimon muttered quietly. Zhongli's face darkened. Lumen quickly covered Paimon's mouth and laughed cheerfully. Thanks for the help. See you. With that, Lumen prepared to leave with Paimon and Nahidha. In just a few moments, Zhongli suffered two heavy emotional blows. Hu Tao went out to play with Ryan and didn't invite him. Now Lumen and Paimon outright said they weren't inviting him either. The dignified Geo Archon reduced to this. Zhongli was furious. He began thinking. Since he was planning to buff Liyue anyway, why not buff Hu Tao's date while he's at it? Hu Tao's little schemes, did she really think Zhongli couldn't see through them? He wasn't a heartless stone, after all. As Lumen and the others were about to step out the door, Zhongli suddenly spoke. If you're planning to look for Ryan, I don't think that's necessary. Hu Tao is currently with him. It looks like they're on a date. Lumen paused, not quite understanding what he meant, but she nodded anyway with a playful smile. Don't worry, I'm not the type to ruin the mood. I could tell Hu Tao liked Ryan from a long time ago. But I didn't expect her to make the first move. I thought it'd be Ningguang. Muttering to herself, Lumen waved as she left the courtyard. Zhongli leisurely sipped his tea and reclined back in his rocking chair. Didn't want to include him. Then no one gets to enjoy themselves. Lumen indeed wouldn't disturb Ryan and Hu Tao's date. But his earlier words weren't meant for Lumen to hear. The moment he saw Nahidha's expression turn dark, Zhongli knew his plan to add some pressure on Ryan had succeeded. Others might not understand Nahidha's feelings, but how could he not? She didn't see Ryan as just an older brother, more like a romantic one. Looks like Ryan's going to be in trouble now. As Zhongli expected, Nahidha had actually been hoping to run into Ryan on the streets and invite him to hang out together. She hadn't spent much time with him today, and she was already starting to miss him. Now, after just a dragon ride, a float trip, and a little time on the swing, she looked back and her home had been stolen. If it had been Ganyu, Nahidha wouldn't have said a word. Ganyu had come the earliest and already confirmed a relationship with Ryan. But according to the plan, it was supposed to be her turn next. At the very least, after Ningguang, it should have been her, Nahidha. So why did Hu Tao suddenly swoop in out of nowhere? Given her petite size, Ryan already saw her as a little sister. Now with Hu Tao cutting in line, when would her turn even come? Nahidha deeply regretted not sticking to Ryan today. Fuming, she grabbed Lumen to go find him immediately. Lumen couldn't dissuade her, so she simply followed along. Everything was going just as Zhongli had hoped. But he forgot Lumen was constantly being watched by Tartaglia. It wasn't easy to see Lumen alone, and Tartaglia wasn't going to waste this chance. Monstat. Not long ago, Jean had already gathered enough personnel. A total of 500 people, the first batch of settlers. All of them were from the Knights of Favonius. Unlike Liyue, where miners could be mobilized freely, Monstat had its own reasons. Freedom, after all. However, these people didn't set out with Jean. Truthfully, their combat abilities still fell short. Diluc was currently training them in Monstat City. Of course, if one had to put it bluntly, maybe it was Diluc himself who thought the knights were unqualified. Jean and the others couldn't sit still. After informing Diluc, they departed early. By their estimation, Diluc and the others would arrive shortly after the rite of the dissension. Right now, Jean and Lisa had already arrived at Dragon's Pine. Klee was happily bouncing along beside Jean, full of energy. Every now and then, she'd run to the roadside with her hands behind her back to squat down and look at wildflowers or butterflies. Oddly enough, these small creatures that normally feared people weren't afraid of Klee at all. They fluttered around her, dancing in the air, which made Klee even happier. Such a little fairy-like child put both Jean and Lisa in a great mood. Jean even wore a gentle, motherly smile on her face. "You look like you're in a very good mood, Jean," Lisa teased with a soft smile. Of course, she wasn't just talking about Jean's current mood. Back when they had returned to Monstat, not surprisingly, Klee had caused trouble again. Klee did remember not to set off explosions in the city, but, while out bombing fish, she ran into monsters. She blew up 4 large Hilishurl camps, over a dozen abyss mages, and even accidentally took down 2 Fatui squads. Along the way, she also caused quite the commotion over by Starsnatch Cliff. Although all the explosions targeted proper enemies, a rock from Starsnatch Cliff was blown apart and went flying, unfortunately knocking Bennett unconscious. Poor Bennett. In the span of just 1 month, he had been hit by Klee's blast shockwaves 4 times. Naturally, Jean was initially furious, but Klee, coached by Lisa in advance, looked extremely pitiful as she took out a hand-drawn family portrait. As a result, what should have been a minimum of 3 days confinement was reduced to just 1. Ironically, it was Kea who got scolded for not keeping an eye on Klee, and he was sent to mine in Storm Terror's lair as punishment. Klee had finally learned how to use her get-out-of-jail-free card properly. Besides that, Jean had something else to be happy about. Her relationship with Barbara had greatly improved. That day when they returned, Lisa took Jean to the church, and they happened to run into Barbara. Barbara originally wanted to avoid Jean, but Lisa stopped her, saying Jean had a gift for her. In the end, after much thought, Jean gifted Barbara a high-powered weapon for self-defense. The level of the gift could even rival the ones Ryan gave out. Still, the relationship between Barbara and Jean had visibly improved since. Barbara had been visiting the Knight's headquarters often in the past few days, having heart-to-heart talks with Jean. Now, Jean's worries had mostly been put to rest. As they walked through the snowy terrain, Jean watched Klee with a smile in her eyes. After all this time out, Klee hadn't once asked to bring out her bombs. That was thanks to Lisa, who had told her, "If Klee behaves and doesn't throw bombs randomly, once we reach Ryan's world, you can bomb to your heart's content." With Ryan's overly indulgent nature toward little girls, he would definitely be happy to let Klee throw as many bombs as she wanted. Klee understood the difference between one explosion and endless explosions, so she naturally forced herself not to throw bombs around. There were footprints in the snow left behind by earlier adventurers. Klee, with her tiny legs, hopped and bounced happily along their tracks. "What a little sprite! Just watching Klee makes me feel better." Lisa murmured softly. She suddenly understood Ryan a little more. Nahitha, after all, had the power of a god-level combatant, yet Ryan never allowed her to join in battle. It made sense now. Such an adorable little girl shouldn't be sent to fight. That would be just too cruel. I just hope Klee doesn't cause too big a commotion once she gets to Liyue. Otherwise, the Geo-Archon might hold us accountable. Jean sighed, still somewhat concerned. But Lisa shook her head. That won't be a problem. Lady Alice has a great relationship with the Geo-Archon. For Klee, I'm sure Morix will be much more forgiving. As a member of the Hexenzirkel, Lisa was naturally aware of just how far-reaching Lady Alice's connections were. Many of the seven were on good terms with her. Back when she visited Liyue, it was Morix himself who accompanied her. Klee truly had grown up under the love and protection of many powerful figures. Jean felt a little more at ease. She came to a stop and looked ahead at Klee. At this point, they had reached the Dragon's Pine region. Albedo was indeed in Dragon's Pine, and he did have a temporary base here. But he wasn't the type to stay there all the time. Jean and the others couldn't find any trace of Albedo's presence. Naturally, Jean was starting to feel troubled, worried about how to find Albedo. Lisa smiled, and Jean nodded. Lisa chuckled. Why not ask Klee? Jean blinked in surprise, but Lisa had already crouched down beside Klee. Little Klee, can you find Albedo? Klee tilted her head, looked at Lisa, then happily squinted her eyes and nodded. She turned to face the snowy mountain, took a deep breath. Big brother Albedo. Come find Klee, quick. 199. Albedo was stunned. You call this an alchemy potion? 199. Albedo was stunned. You call this an alchemy potion? Klee's crisp voice echoed across the snowy mountain, drawing the attention of many monsters who lifted their heads and looked in her direction. Even the snow atop the mountain trembled slightly. Albedo, who was currently holding a pitch-black longsword, had originally been looking for monsters to test the sword on. Suddenly, Klee's voice reached his ears. Klee. Albedo was a bit surprised. A sense of alertness rose in his ear. The thought Klee had run into danger while looking for him to play. With a flash of golden light, Albedo instantly teleported toward the entrance of the snowy mountain. Along the way, he saw many monsters that had also been drawn by Klee's voice, heading in the same direction. With a flick of his finger, blossoms of geo-crystals erupted from their bodies, blasting the monsters into puffs of smoke. Moments later, Albedo arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking closely, he saw Klee bouncing around and waving at him with a cheerful smile. Behind her stood Jean and Lisa. Albedo finally relaxed. It seemed they were simply here to find him. As for Klee's safety, not only was Klee strong in her own right, but Lisa's strength was something even Albedo regarded with caution. With Lisa protecting her, there was nothing to worry about. Albedo big brother. Klee jumped up joyfully. A gentle look appeared on Albedo's face as he stepped forward and patted her head. Klee, what brings you to Dragon's Pine? Klee's big eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain Jean and the others brought Klee. We're here to find Albedo big brother. Albedo big brother. Lisa big sis said we're going to Liyue. She said we're going to find a place where I can throw bombs as much as I want. With that, Klee ran off to chase a butterfly. Albedo turned to Jean and Lisa, speaking in a low voice. Is there an emergency? I didn't receive any letters from the knights. Jean nodded slightly. This matter isn't suited to be written down. We also came on short notice. I hope we didn't interrupt your experiments. Experiments. Albedo's eyes flickered for a moment as he recalled the peculiar sword, something that didn't seem to belong to this world. He had been researching it for several days but had made very little progress. But Albedo remembered that the knights had a traveler from another world. If it were her perhaps. He shook his head and said softly, there's no important experiment right now. After a pause, Albedo continued. If it's not too urgent, we can talk at my base. Lisa waved her hand. No need. Jean is eager to depart. We came to get Yoiri taking you to Liyue. Albedo froze for a moment and furrowed his brow slightly. You're taking me to Liyue. Why? Lisa didn't answer right away. Instead, she took out an enchanted longsword and a vial of alchemical potion, handing them to Albedo. She didn't explain further. Someone with Albedo's eye for detail could tell at a glance that these items were extraordinary. Sure enough, the moment he saw them, Albedo sensed something unusual. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly took them, observing closely. After a few moments, Albedo looked up at Jean, his expression turning serious. These items, where did you get them? Liyue. Jean nodded and asked softly. Can you tell anything from them? These things do not belong in Teyvat. Alchemical light glimmered in Albedo's hands as he repeatedly examined the sword and potion. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Incredible. Unbelievable. Albedo, who was usually calm no matter what he encountered, couldn't suppress his expression this time. This potion, it contains immense vitality. No. That's not vitality. This is the law of life. And this sword, what's going on with it? Someone actually engraved the law of flame into it. Who created these? Their alchemy skills are extraordinary. Far beyond even my teacher's level in both potion making and weapon crafting. So these came from Liyue, and you want to bring me there because of them? In that case, I'm willing to go. Jean and Lisa exchanged glances, more convinced than ever of Albedo's capabilities. After all, when Lisa had first seen the potion, she hadn't immediately realized that it didn't belong in Teyvat. He truly lived up to the title of the Cryprince, the Chalk Prince. "I'll explain," Lisa said with a soft smile as she looked at Albedo. She slowly began to tell him about the other world. However, she didn't go into much detail. It wasn't because she didn't trust Albedo. He had been personally invited by Ningguang and the other she was bound to enter that world. Besides, Albedo wasn't one to socialize or spread secrets. It was just that the world itself was far too complex, mere words couldn't do it justice. Even after spending time there, Jean and the others wouldn't dare say they truly understood it. Even Ningguang wouldn't claim that. After a while, Albedo's eyes became distant, his expression a bit dazed. Despite all he had seen and experienced, suddenly hearing about a world one could freely travel to left him at a loss for words. A world full of the unknown and the wondrous. Albedo's mind was in turmoil: alchemy, potions, enchanted weapons, the nether, the end. Taking a deep breath, Albedo spoke softly. "So, you want me to go to Liyue because of the invitation from the Liyue Kixing, and because Monstat and Liyue have signed a mutual alliance. You want me to conduct alchemy research in that other world?" Lisa nodded. "Your alchemy skills are considered the best in the world. We told Ryan and the others that if anyone could modify these potions and enchantments, it would be you." Albedo lowered his eyes slightly, examining the alchemical potion and the enchanted longsword in front of him. After a long pause, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "You all really expect a lot from me. It's honestly a bit of pressure. I can go with you to Liyue. In fact, I'd say that world holds a strong allure for me as well. No matter what, I want to see it with my own eyes. But I need to make something clear beforehand." Albedo handed the items back to Lisa. "These things, perhaps you crafted them, but in my eyes, they are gifts from the heavens and the earth. They are treasures formed by the condensation of laws. They aren't things that can be made through human means. Not even I, let alone my master, could reproduce such miracles through alchemy. These are solidified laws, engraved by the world itself." Lisa gently nodded and smiled. "That's okay. What we need is your knowledge. Ryan will provide you with all kinds of materials. You just need to research whether something new can be created using those resources." Upon hearing that, Albedo finally let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he had been feeling rather anxious from the pressure that was suddenly placed on him. But right after, he looked toward Jean. "Captain Jean, you should know about the grudge between my master and the Geo Archon." Albedo genuinely wanted to see that world, but 500 years ago, the dark creatures unleashed by Gold had caused great damage to Liyue. He wasn't afraid of death. He just worried about what the Geo Archon might think. "There's no need to worry about that. What happened back then has nothing to do with you. The Geo Archon won't hold it against you. It's not that I'm afraid of being blamed." Albedo shook his head and, after a pause, said, "Never mind. Let's depart. By the way, is Klee going to that world too?" Jean looked tenderly at the cheerful Klee and said softly, "It wouldn't be good to leave Klee behind alone. That world is vast and uncivilized, so she'll have the freedom to play however she wants. Besides, Klee has great luck, which is a huge help when it comes to gathering resources." "Luck?" Albedo looked even more confused. "There's a mod in that world called the Lucky Block." Jean patiently explained. "Lucky blocks can drop a lot of supplies. Liyue achieved resource independence thanks to Ganya's luck in opening lucky blocks. Lucky blocks are part of a very powerful mod. You can get totems of undying, ender pearls, and more. It's a bit complicated to explain, just go see it for yourself, and you'll understand." Albedo didn't press further. For him, only by seeing and understanding these things himself could he start planning ahead. Very much in the spirit of a scientist, Lisa called Klee over, and the little girl happily ran over and jumped into her arms. "We're heading out now?" Albedo asked softly. Jean pointed to the sky. "There's still one last person." As soon as she spoke, a small black dot in the distance began to grow larger. "Woohoo!" A cheerful cry rang out across the field. In the next moment, a pitch-black dragon swooped down and landed in front of them. Venti gleefully patted the Ender Dragon's head, not caring whether it understood him, and said happily, "Great job, Ender Dragon. Wow, what a cool dragon." Klee's eyes lit up at the sight of the crouched Ender Dragon. She squirmed out of Lisa's arms and rushed over, staring at it with sparkling eyes. "This dragon seems..." Albedo instinctively walked over to the Ender Dragon and examined it closely, confirming, "This is also a creature from that world, right? I can feel a terrifying power inside it that's completely different from elemental energy." Hey. Venti blinked and said with a grin, "As expected of the Chalk Prince. This is the Ender Dragon, me hatched child. Very well behaved and very strong." Albedo already knew Venti's identity and had met him before, so he didn't pay it much mind. He simply nodded and greeted him. "This one is," Jean explained. "This is from another mod in that world, Dragon Rider." "Mod." Albedo softly repeated the term. "It seems mods are the true treasures of that world." The others smiled without saying anything. Then, Venti asked with great enthusiasm, "Can we head out now? It's been really boring these past few days." "Boring?" Lisa gave Venti a meaningful smile. That word doesn't really suit your lifestyle, does it? These past few days, a lot of people have been reporting that Storm Terror Dvalin keeps chasing a black dragon around in the sky, looking really angry. Care to explain that? Jean also gave Venti a serious look. Although the chaos hadn't caused any real damage, it had startled quite a few Monstat citizens. Jean had already made up more than 10 different excuses to cover for it. Hey. Venti scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't expected Dvalin to be that jealous, chasing him day and night for so long. Still, Venti had treated Dvalin's angry pursuit like a fun little game. Well, I was just messing around. I'll go have a good talk with Dvalin. Assuming Dvalin, who had been tricked into flying overseas, could even make it to Liyue to find him first. 200, life, death and a child. 200, life, death and a child. While Jean and the others were hurrying on their way to Liyue, Ryan was leisurely wandering around with Hu Tao. They had no fixed destination, just walking and sightseeing wherever their feet took them. They admired the local customs of Liyue and bought all sorts of trinkets along the way. Because the Rite of Dissension was approaching, and Liyue had recently made several major moves, the number of foreigners flocking to the city had noticeably increased. For Ryan and Hu Tao, this wasn't something particularly worth paying attention to. However, the more foreigners there were, the more exotic goods they could get their hands on. Although Hu Tao often promoted Coffin so eagerly that it made people avoid her like the plague, in truth, she was quite well liked. At the very least, her cute and lively personality brought joy to many people. Add to that the fact she had shouldered the heavy burden of Liyue's funeral rites at such a young age, and many couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy for her. Well, that was only under the condition that she didn't start promoting her Wangxing Hall family coffin package the moment she met someone. But clearly, at this moment, Hu Tao wasn't in the mood to do any sales pitching. She was on a date with Ryan, under the guise of a casual stroll. The mora earned from that pack of wolves in the cemetery earlier was enough to keep Wangxing Hall running normally for at least 3 months. Considering that Zhongli wasn't spending much in Liyue these days, usually farming and fishing in the Minecraft world, those funds could last half a year. And with the Rite of Dissension coming up, Zhongli would soon be reconnected with his personal wallet, Tartaglia. Ryan figured that Wangxing Hall's future days would only get better from here. On the way, quite a few Liyue citizens who saw Hu Tao instinctively backed away at first. But after realizing she wasn't trying to sell them a coffin, they breathed a sigh of relief and greeted her with cheerful smiles. Many even teased her about growing up and finally thinking about continuing the family line, preparing the next generation of hallmasters for Wangxing Hall. The older ladies were especially relentless with their jokes, leaving Hu Tao a little flustered and at a loss for how to respond. Things only got worse when they ran into the car queen, Inger, who started off the conversation by zooming past in her roaring Ferrari. Even Ryan could barely handle that level of energy, let alone Hu Tao. In the end, overwhelmed by the constant teasing, Hu Tao dragged Ryan all the way to a secluded beach. Hardly anyone came here. Liyue residents didn't find anything worthwhile in this area, and foreigners didn't know about it. Just a few alleys separated them from the bustling city, yet the peace and quiet here felt like a different world. Hu Tao took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the sand, hands behind her back, strolling beside Ryan. Her expression was soft now, not constantly wearing the usual mischievous smile she was known for. The sound of the waves was gentle, rolling onto the shore softly and repeatedly. Crabs that had just burrowed into the sand, trying to return to the ocean, were swept back again. Shells of all shapes and sizes lay scattered across the beach. The natural, unpolluted environment brought a rare sense of calm to Ryan's heart. "I used to come here with Grandpa after funerals," Hu Tao whispered softly as she walked beside him. She nodded slightly, her expression unreadable. "At the time, I didn't understand why people got so sad when someone passed away. I thought they were simply returning to their origin. From nothing they came, to nothing they go. Yin and yang in balance, fate ever changing. That's the law of the world since the beginning. We're happy when someone is born, so we shouldn't be crying when someone leaves. Birth and death are just 2 parts of the same cycle." Hu Tao paused, then continued. "Back then, Grandpa would always pat my head and say, 'This is what it means to be human.' But I didn't understand. He said that while birth and death are natural laws, to feel no joy at birth and no sorrow at death would be to forget our very humanity. To have flesh and blood, to feel emotions, that's both humanity's greatest strength, and its greatest weakness. I still didn't understand. Then Grandpa would have me run barefoot after the waves. He told me to chase something that could never be caught. I still didn't get it, but I was happy." Hu Tao turned, gazing at the ebb and flow of the tide. "For thousands of years, everything had changed except for this sea. Later, I became the new hall master of Wangxing Hall. The first person I sent off was my grandpa." Hu Tao. Ryan looked at her with a pained expression. She tilted her head and gave him a pure, innocent smile. "Do you know, Ryan? It was only then that I understood why people cried when we held funerals. Grandpa left with no regrets. He didn't linger on the border between life and death, returned to the earth veins, just like all past hallmasters of Wangxing Hall. That's a good thing. Those of Wangxing Hall must see through life and death, and have no regrets. That day was the only time in my life that I cried." Right here on this beach. And it was then I understood, yin and yang being in balance is the law of the world, but human emotions that's the root of our existence. Life and death are never things that anyone can truly see through. Not me, not Grandpa, not even the Geo Archon. No matter how detailed our definitions of life and death are, they still can't describe even a fraction of what they truly are. Later on, I met Kakai. She was a little zombie. I stubbornly wanted to help her pass on, but she refused to leave. She had an incredibly strong desire to live. She didn't even fully understand what life or death meant, but she instinctively resisted death. And I came to understand people are different, and so are lives. So their approach to death is different too. Some die for a great cause. Some pass on with simple, quiet wishes. Some want to die in the arms of loved ones. Others want to die in the embrace of the wind and freedom. For every person in this world, there is a different way to live and a different way to die. And so I finally understood what Grandpa meant. Hu Tao took a deep breath, staring at the sea before her. Life and death are important, but more precious than either is the journey between them, whether short or long. From the moment we are born, we begin chasing the waves of life. On this journey, we'll see many, many beautiful sights. And when we are finally swallowed by the tide, slowly sinking beneath the surface, what we think of is not the end, but the process of chasing the waves. Hu Tao put her hands on her hips and looked up at the sky. So, I think Grandpa's life must have been something truly worth remembering, right? He kept chasing that sea over and over, met countless people, did so many things, and in the final moment before closing his eyes, all of it must have flashed before him. So, Grandpa had no regrets. And I'll die without regrets too. Ryan had never imagined that one day, he'd be standing in such a beautiful place, listening to the roar of the ocean. Yet all he could hear in his ears was this girl's serene acceptance of life and death. He stepped forward and took Hu Tao's hand. Hu Tao was never the type to show weakness. Or rather, the time when she sent her grandfather off and shed tears on this beach, that was probably the most fragile moment in her life. Back then, she didn't need comforting. And now, she didn't either. To someone like Hu Tao, who had carried the Wangxing funeral parlor on her shoulders for so long, she had no soft spots. So, Ryan turned his head to look at her with a warm smile. Is there anything our hall master who still regrets not doing? Hee. Oh, tons. Hu Tao blinked, instantly turning back into that quirky, mischievous girl. She stuck out a small hand and started counting on her fingers while muttering. The funeral parlor hasn't spread across all of Teyvat yet, the souls with unfulfilled wishes haven't all been sent off, and I haven't even guided 1/10 the number of people Grandpa did. There's way too much. I won't be able to finish it all anytime soon. But that's a good thing. That way, this hall master won't be dying anytime soon. Ryan chuckled quietly and asked softly, what about you? Do you have any regrets left? Hu Tao's face flushed red. She suddenly recalled those teasing remarks they'd heard from people earlier on the road. She pursed her lips and said in a small voice, I still haven't found the next successor for the funeral parlor. If I die like this, Grandpa would definitely scold me. Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked at Hu Tao, whose face was completely red. Her big eyes sparkled like fiery plum blossoms. To Ryan, this was full of implications. No, not even implied. She was being very clear. But he still teased her with a grin. So. Hu Tao's eyes sparkled mischievously, and then she pounced on Ryan like a hungry tiger. Have a baby with me. Huh. Ryan froze, utterly stunned that Hu Tao would say something so blunt. But then again, knowing her personality, it kind of made sense. Still, before Ryan could say anything, Hu Tao leaned in and silenced him with a kiss. What a bold and straightforward girl. Ryan found it amusing, but didn't resist. He wrapped his arms around her and took the lead. Hu Tao had no idea what she was doing. She just charged in recklessly and didn't move. Until Ryan began guiding her, that's when she realized, oh, so that's how this works. But her mind didn't stay clear for long. Soon enough, Hu Tao was dazed and lost in it all. It was completely different from what she'd imagined, but to be honest, Ryan gently laid Hu Tao down on the beach, letting the rising evening tide wash over them. A child? Hu Tao's proposal was certainly a heavy one, but unfortunately, from what Ryan had explored so far of Hu Tao's physique, even if they did have a child, raising it would be quite the challenge. But that's okay. With the #1 Imperial Massage Master on the job, even flat plains can rise into hills. Just look at Ganyu. Her scale had been evolving these days. And Hu Tao, her potential was even greater. No one knew how long had passed before the two of them sat side by side on the beach, gazing out into the distance. If the setting sun had been there, it might have made the scene even more poetic. But sadly, not every moment of deep affection is blessed by perfect weather. Not that either Hu Tao or Ryan cared. Neither of them spoke for a long time until finally, Hu Tao tilted her head and looked at Ryan. So, now you're this hall master's man, huh? Ryan gave a soft chuckle and gently pulled Hu Tao to lean on his shoulder. Why not put it another way? Like what? Under Hu Tao's curious gaze, Ryan turned his head and looked at her seriously. From now on, you're my hall master. Hu.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get, and unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.